As soon as I crossed into the parallel world, I was asked to fight the elves with melee 51-100. Chapter 51 Six-Tailed, Flame Clothes. The next morning. The income of industrial and commercial elf bank is 3,516 yuan and 7 fen, Station B. A text message made Lihi suddenly sober up. Looking at the balance, Lihi's heart surged. I finally don't have to eat sauerkraut noodles. The taste of money. Really fragrant. Luwei, here, go to the downstairs supermarket with 100 yuan in your mouth to buy 2 bottles of moo milk, and... Forget it, I'll write you a list. You give the money and the list to the cashier. Wake up Luwei, and Lihi gave it a task. As a mature elf, Luwei can already take the elevator downstairs to buy things. In fact, he's not the only trainer doing this. There are not many trainers with this awareness, so there is also a wizard shopping guide in the supermarket downstairs. In China Resources Elf Wanjia, Elf Shopping Guide and Elf Buyer are more common configurations. Flicking his tail, holding the banknotes and the list in his mouth, Lu Wei, who still firmly believed in running errands, can become stronger, nodded excitedly. Slip carrot oh carrot. Walking to the door, Lu Wei jumped up to unlock the lock, and went out to buy things with ease. Slip, slip. La da da tilde. I could vaguely hear the simple chat between the Six Tails and the little Rada, who was also running errands. However, why did the money go out by about 15,000? Lihi has calculated that 1 million broadcasts at Station B should be about 2,000 yuan. Feeling a little strange, Lihi turned on the computer. As soon as I landed on Station B, a few messages jumped out. Open black lens bracket ding. Kato, the master of Sichuan Hall, has rewarded you with a grass gem. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Kato, the owner of Sichuan Museum, has sent you a document, please pay attention to check it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket retracing breathing method.txt close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you have a new message close black lens bracket. Kato, the owner of Sichuan Gymnasium, if we have time, let's have a fight, the kind that punches to the flesh. Close black lens bracket. Lihi was stunned on the spot. How did things turn out like this? It's unreasonable, it's not right. What does this gem of grass mean? The color shakes me in a panic. Originally, a retrospective breathing method would not make Lihi's heart beat faster. The key is to match the last sentence. If we have time, let's fight, the kind that punches to the flesh. Dear mother, is this meant to be ready for me to exercise in advance for fear of killing me on the spot and causing my life? Originally thought that the owner of Sichuan Museum was more harmless to humans and animals, Lihi found that he was wrong. In my memory, there was a fighter in the Kanto region who was able to hang a big rock snake. Simply, not human. In the same way, Kato's force value is approximately equal to a strange force. Thinking of being ridden by a strange force, Lihi's scalp felt numb. The rhythm of the 10th level disability in seconds. After a long delay, Lihi still downloaded the retrospective breathing method. After opening the file and taking a look, Lihi silently closed it. The official language of Galar is completely incomprehensible. You can't just find someone to translate this. Looking at the video playback volume again, Lihi can roughly understand what happened. Originally, with time, the traffic of Baifeng Emperor at Station B was slowly declining. This is a normal phenomenon. It belongs to the internet celebrity economy. It is quick to get up and go down quickly. But last night, with the update of the official page of Kato, the owner of the mission hall, a new poem was added, which once again brought the ID, Baifeng Emperor, to the forefront. I should have asked Lu Wei to go to the pharmacy to buy me a box of Zhanwei Shaoxi tablets just now. Without much hesitation, Lihi took the initiative to contact the official of Station B, discuss the time and place, and receive the grass gem. At noon that day, Leahy came to the roof of the family building opposite the Chindu city government. Leahy sent the positioning to the official station B. In less than a few minutes, the white dress fluttered like a princess, and the humanoid elf Shinado suddenly appeared on the roof. It is Shinado's teleportation move. It can teleport a certain distance through superpower. Shinado glanced at Leahy curiously, and handed over the white gift box in his hand. This time, Leahy seized the opportunity to hold Shinado's hand before taking the gift box. Then handed over another bottle of moo moo milk. This bottle of moo milk is a tip. Last time you walked too fast and didn't have time to give it to you. Without taking the moo milk, Shinado withdrew his hand and stared at Leahy. Shinado didn't speak, but a magnetic, elegant, and full of charm echoed in Leahy's mind. Male voice. Drinking hammer milk, I like to drink. Leahy was dumbfounded. Taking a closer look at Leahy's stunned face, Shinado smiled narrowly. With another teleportation move, Shinado's entire body disappeared out of thin air. Leahy. For some reason, Leahy recalled the story that happened to his friend in his mind. At the comic exhibition, a friend fell in love with a cosplayer at first sight. Of course, Leahy thought that his friend was jealous. My friend was rather shy, so he followed him from the comic exhibition to the other side to get on the bus, then got off the bus, and followed him all the way to the men's toilet in the street mall. Then, for the sake of safety, Leahy cut off contact with his friends. In the afternoon, Leahy concentrated on the Chindu Youth Cup. After finding a newly opened elf training ground, Leahy rented a small one for special training on the battlefield. As the competition approached, the main training items were the Dugu Nine Tails moves, the Fire Escape Fire Tornado moves, the Energy Ball moves, and the Flaming Knife cheats. Right now, the Six Tails can use two tails at one time to use the Dugu Nine Tails move to attack, but this involves one heart and two uses, and the Six Tails also need hard training to fully master it. Likewise, the Fire Escape and Fire Tornado moves also require further practice. As for the Flaming Knife cheats, the know-how in the Flaming Knife cheats takes Six Tails manipulation of spark moves to the next level. The Fire Escape Fire Tornado move is a combination of the spark move, the tail wagging move, and the Flaming Knife cheats. Until the night, the continuous hard training made Lu Wei's mastery of the spark move deeper. Using the know-how of the Flame Knife cheats, combined with the spark move, the Six Tails can release flames from the whole body. At first glance, people may think that the hair of the Six Tails is too bright, but if you look closely, you can find that the hair of the Six Tails is really attached to the flame. Seeing this scene, Leahy had a bold idea in his mind. If the Six Tails use the ignition characteristics to completely control the flames on the body's surface, the heating and air conditioning will not be needed in the winter in the future, and if the situation is good, they can save some lighting costs. Or, just use the Six Tails as a moving grill, sprinkle some cumin, and grill the meat directly. What is this trick called? Moving the small stove. Leahy secretly praised. Six Tails, Ollie here. On the battlefield, the Six Tails who discovered the new use of the spark move were also very excited. Yo. After getting up in the middle of the night, I will not be afraid to turn on the lights to wake up the trainer, and I will directly use the tail to illuminate myself. The flame on Lu Wei ignited the gray string around his neck, and with a ding-dong, the emerald green grass gem fell on the field. The grass gem is similar to the absorption and use of ordinary attribute gems, so during the special training, Leahy directly let the Six Tails hang around his neck. Looking at the gem of grass held by the Six Tails, Leahy thought of Kato's news of fist to flesh, and muttered to himself. Although I don't know what the gym owner thinks I mean. But I really didn't mean that. The fourth shift should be moved to around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It doesn't taste good if I change it at night. As the title, sorry, ____, no, it doesn't affect the evening. Chapter 52 I was fighting against you, but you made me a dish recommendation ticket. The schedule of the Chindu Youth Cup preliminaries is 4 days. 16 groups with 8 players in each group, and each group will have 7 intra-group battles to decide the group champion, which is the top 16 of the Chindu Youth Cup. Leahy is number 2 in Group F according to the schedule. It should be the 6th game in the morning. The opponent is number 1 in Group F. The next day, after breakfast, Leahy took Luwei to the provincial gymnasium. On the way, the weather was too hot, so Leahy bought a sundae for himself and Luwei each and ate them while walking. Luwei once again knew the benefits of money, and his heart was even more eager for the championship reward. Asterisk, backquote asterisk. That's 6-figure money. When he came to the provincial gymnasium, Leahy looked around. Directly ahead is a spiral staircase of seats that stretches all the way to the guardrail. Further down, it is the battlefield. After entering the preliminaries, the venue for the Chindu Youth Cup is a circular ordinary venue with a diameter of 30 meters. Leahy. Hearing the sound, Leahy turned his head and saw Lin Xiang and Wu Yingyao standing together. However, there were also a few sullen boys standing around the two, who couldn't help but stare at the two of them. It's reasonable, it seems that not all boys don't want girls when they have elves. Leahy expressed his understanding. Children make choices, adults take all. Sister Xiao Wu, classmate Lin. Thinking that Wu Yingyao was President Wu's daughter, Leahy waved with a smile. Yo-yo tilde. With difficulty sticking out his tongue to lick the remaining ice cream at the bottom of the sundae, Luwei didn't care about the chocolate cream on his lips, and raised his head to say hello. After saying hello, Luwei continued to lick the chocolate on the plastic, making Leahy think of himself licking the yogurt cover when he was a child. It's delicious and I'll buy it for you in the afternoon. Leahy said loudly. If you have money, don't panic. After he finished speaking, he walked over carelessly. This clear behavior of occupying the land made the boys who were eager in their hearts put out the fire and walked away slowly. Student Lin, Sister Xiao Wu, why did you lose weight? Walking to the front, Leahy habitually said a sentence. You're talking nonsense, Lin Xiang said, but the corners of her mouth curled up. No, I've measured it, and it's not thin. You've turned dark, and it's easy to get skin diseases if you stay in the sun for too long. You should wear sunscreen when training in the field. Wu Yingyao said honestly. No, in modern society, almost every girl I see said this. If I traveled to the Tang dynasty, I would praise you for being plumper. It's just an opening remark. It's hard for me to answer if you are so serious. Leahy murmured in his heart. One sound. After a few chats, the topic of the three turned to the Chindu Youth Cup. Leahy, are you in Group F? I'm younger, I'm D. After Lin Xiang finished speaking, she realized something and blushed. I'm in G. Wu Yingyao was interrupted by the sound of the radio in the middle of her words. Chindu Youth Cup preliminaries are about to begin. Please rush to the player room as soon as possible for the preliminaries. One more time. Leahy looked at the time, it was already 8:37, he urged. Let's go, let's talk to the players' room. The preliminaries are about to start, and most of the audience has already begun to enter the stadium. At the same time, in the staff lounge, when the referee ties his bow tie and aligns his watch, the match commentator is also checking clothes and testing the microphone. At 8:50, an invited guest sat in the first row chatting and laughing. At 9 o'clock, the first match of the Chindu Youth Cup preliminaries officially started. At the same time, the three of Leahy were also on the edge of the field, watching the battle from a close distance. The first match of the preliminaries was Group A number 1 versus Group A number 2. It took less than 4 minutes in total and the battle was over. From Leahy's point of view, Ma Dongyang's Jenny Turtle can completely beat these two. In the rookie stage, in most cases, it depends on who attacks the opponent first, and if there is a strength gap, basically one strike can solve the opponent. The battle went on quickly, and there was no anxious battle. In a blink of an eye, Leahy found that it was his turn in the next match. So fast, Leahy could see the staff waving to him. Luwei, come on. Wu Yingyao took a bottle of mixed fruity moo milk that is a little more expensive than the ordinary taste, and said seriously, I'll invite you to drink milk. Slip oh. Flicking his tail, Lu Tai's eyes flashed, and with anticipation, he let out a crisp cry. Sister Xiao Wu, what about me? Li He wiped his hands with a wet towel and asked casually. Looking through the small white backpack, Wu Yingyao took out a banana. I only have this, do you want to eat it? All right. Before taking the stage, after all, it is a classmate, Lin Sha Sakura also encouraged, come on. After saying a few more words, under the guidance of the staff, Li He came to the entry channel of the players and walked towards the venue. Outside, seeing the players entering the field, the commentator said loudly. This game is the first match of Group F. Player Li He walked in from the left aisle. The elf he used was the fire-type Six Tails. And the player from the right is Cao Jingxuan. The elf used by Cao Jingxuan is a frog seed with both grass and poison properties. At the same time, when he walked into the field, Cao Jingxuan took out the pokeball and released the seeds of the wonderful frog to carry out the general mobilization before the war. The seeds of the wonderful frog look like a bullfrog with a garlic on its back. The whole body is green. Each seed of the frog has different markings. The markings of Cao Jingxuan's seeds of the wonderful frog are like stars. Coincidentally, when he saw the seeds of the wonderful frog, Li He also whispered in a low voice with Lu Wei. While talking, Li Hebian taught Lu Wei how to tie shoelaces, tie dead knots and slip knots. When the time came, the referee beckoned. Both sides, get ready. Battle begins. Cao Jingxuan. The name is too long. Let me call you Xiao Cao. Xiao Cao, have you ever drunk the seed extract of your frog seeds? Is it sweet? Are there any stalks of frog seeds? Li He asked curiously. Cao Jingxuan ignored him and shouted, frog seeds, don't attack from the front, use the vine whip to attack from the side. After giving the order, Cao Jingxuan said to Li He, I have seen the video of you playing against Hornbud before. That Hornbud is not good, there is only a rattan whip. And my wonderful frog seeds can make 2 vine whips at one time. Cao Jingxuan has watched the video of Six Tails vs Horn Sprout, and has to admit that this Six Tails are a bit of a sect. But there is a qualitative difference between 1 cane whip and 2 cane whips. Can you use 2 vine whips? Seconds. Li He's eyes lit up and he praised. Cao Jingxuan looked confused. At this time, on the field, Frog Seed cautiously stayed in place and used the vine whip move. Manipulating 2 vine whips one after the other, one left and one right attacking the Six Tails, the wonderful frog seeds tried to tie the Six Tails. Lu Wei, come on, we also use the rattan whip. Li He ordered, according to the method I told you before. Cao Jingxuan was startled first, but regained his composure. This Li He was lying again. Six Tails knew the vine whip with a hammer. Meow frog seed, don't worry, calm down, as long as we catch Six Tails, we will win. Dane. Hearing this, the wonderful frog seed was not panicked, and just used 2 vine whips to repeatedly attack the Six Tails, forcing the Six Tails to reveal their flaws, and then tied the Six Tails. Seeing that the left and right vine whips attacked at the same time, Lu Wei did not dodge anymore, but quickly retreated. At the same time, Lu Wei used the shadow clone move to separate a shadow clone. Li He was at a loss. When did the Six Tails learn the shadow clone move? I do not know how. Shadow clone move. In the face of the vine whip of the wonderful frog seeds, Lu Wei used the shadow clone move. The commentator said loudly. I don't know how Cao Jingxuan will react. Let's wait and see. Sure enough, I'm lying. What kind of rattan whip move? This is clearly a shadow clone move. Cao Jingxuan scolded. This Li He is too yin. Looking at Li He again, seeing his blank face, Cao Jingxuan is even more powerless to complain. Are you still pretending? It's a shame to be a trainer with such acting skills. Taking a deep breath, Cao Jingxuan didn't have time to tell the truth from the fake, so he could only shout, 2 attacks at the same time, and one of them is always fake. However, this was right in Lu Wei's arms. Whoosh! Whoosh. Just when a vine whip smashed the six-tailed shadow clone, the six-tailed used a flash of electric light, with superb reaction nerves and extremely fast speed. One claw pinched the attacking vine whip. Then, a white light flashed, and Luwei ran to the railing at the edge of the field and shoved the cane whip over. Pulling the cane whip back with the other paw, Six-Tails beautifully tied a dead knot on the railing with the cane whip. Fuck, what the hell? Cao Jingxuan was even more confused. What the hell is this? Bring this one too. Eyes wide open, Frog Seed's sluggish face, equals degree D degree equals Dane Dane. My little vine whip. Subconsciously pulling the vine whip with force, but unable to pull it, the seeds of the wonderful frog were stunned. For the elves who know the vine whip move, the vine whip is like their limbs, and now the limbs are tied to the railings and tied in a dead knot. At the current level of Wonder Frog Seeds, one is that he is constantly pulling on the railings, and the other is that he cannot untie himself. Maybe the FBI, CIA, level Frog Seeds can play the operation of breaking the vine whip like a lizard to survive, but the current Frog Seeds can't do it. Cao Jingxuan didn't even think about it. Someone would ask the elves to tie the vine whip to the railings on the battlefield. Are you still a person? Quick, there is also a vine whip, tie that vine whip to the opposite side. Hearing Li He's voice, Luwei didn't delay at all, and then used a flash of electric light to charge. To the venue. Dane. Seeing that Luwei was still trying to use another vine whip, Frog Seed was startled and quickly retracted the vine whip. It's a pity that it's too late. The speed of the seeds of the wonderful frog to collect the vine whip is not as fast as the speed of Luwei's lightning flash. One claw grabbed the other vine whip of the seed of the wonderful frog, and the Six-Tails ran and jumped to the railing opposite the field. In the audience's shocked, confused, and devious eyes, Luwei adjusted the length of the lower rattan whip before slowly using the rattan whip to make a dead knot on the railing. The vine whip used by the wonderful frog seeds has a limit distance, and it is impossible to extend indefinitely. With the current strength of the wonderful frog seeds, the length limit of the vine whip is about 20 meters. Therefore, a rattan whip is tied to the railing at one end of the field, and a rattan whip is tied to the railing on the opposite side of the field. In addition, Luwei adjusted the distance, resulting in the result that the wonderful frog seeds were bound in the field by Luwei using the vine whip move. Like a person tied to the bed by a big font, the wonderful frog seed looked left and right, panicked, sluggish and confused. Opening parenthesis D is defined as D, Danai. Danai Danai. Hey, Xiao Cao, do you remember what I asked you? Li He waved his hand and asked with a smile, can the seed extract from the seeds of the wonderful frog be sucked from the seed mouth on the back? The guests at the front desk had a subtle expression, and it was the first time they had seen this kind of coquettish manipulation. The silence in the auditorium was terrifying, as if seeing the aunts dancing square dancing on the grave. The audience was so surprised that they forgot to speak up and eat popcorn. On the edge of the field, after hearing the Six-Tails versus Frog Seeds, the referee at number 8 in Area B robbed his colleagues of the job. After poking the commentator's abdomen, the referee smiled and said, "Look, I'm right, Luwei is going to have dinner again." The commentator understood. Dear audience, I have explained countless battles, and this is the first time I have seen this scene today. The fire-type Six-Tails really use the vine whip move to tie the grass-type frog seeds in the middle of the field. I also received inside information just now that this six-tailed vine ate the cane and leaves of the trumpet buds in the preliminaries, and even attacked the pot. It seems that this time, Luwei made a dish from the seeds of the wonderful frog, ready to eat. How do players Cao Jingxuan and frog seeds resist? How can I resist? Cao Jingxuan was also stunned. I was playing a battle, but the opponent made me into a dish. It's almost time to eat now. You ask me how to resist. I go, degree D degree. Single chapter ticket, Omega. I stayed up late last night, and I'm not in good shape today. The remaining chapter will be written in the morning. With the support of everyone, let Luwei sell everyone a cute, Kh, Omega, Kh, slip tilde. Chapter 53. It's not that our army doesn't work hard, but the opponent is too angry. Recommend votes. In the provincial gymnasium, there was a scene that everyone remembered. On a large circular field with a diameter of 30 meters, the seeds of the wonderful frog were bundled in the middle of the field by their own vine whip moves. Railing, gun gun gun, vine whip, frog seeds, vine whip, gun gun gun, railing. Originally, if the frog seed had only one vine whip, it could still try to twist its body and bite off the vine whip. But now the two vine whips are firmly tied together, the seeds of the wonderful frog can hardly move. The wonderful frog seed jumped up suddenly, and was dragged to the ground by the vine whips on both sides of the body. Frog seed. D. There is still such an operation of the anti-grass attribute elf. No wonder Leahy just heard that the seed of the wonderful frog can use two vine whips, and immediately clapped his hands and called seconds. This is a real second. Have you noticed? Before the battle, Leahy seemed to be teaching Luwei how to tie his shoelaces. I thought it was just to let Luwei learn how to tie his shoelaces. It turned out to be here. The same thing, I also thought it was simply tying the shoelaces. It turns out that we are too simple. Two spectators at the front desk whispered. Hearing the sound, one of the guests laughed. This Leahy had long expected that the seeds of the wonderful frog would use the vine whip move, and it is estimated that he planned to tie the seeds of the wonderful frog first. Second child, what do you think? The guest teased. The final evolution of the seeds of the wonderful frog is the frog flower. I don't know how your frog flower will feel when seeing this scene. The male guest, known as the second child, squinted at his former college roommate and said indifferently, "Who was the last time my elf hit the sun and flames to the sky? I forgot." Subtext. Don't do it if you don't agree. You too. The representative of the Chindu Trainers Association shook his head. It was rare for the two to have such a good relationship after graduating for a few years. One thing to say, this is a wonderful frog. Seeds can use two vine whips, but players Cao Jingxuan can cultivate them, that is. How can it be like this? The last sentence, the representative of Chindu Trainers Association did not say anything, and his expression was subtle. At this time, seeing the six tails walking towards the seed of the wonderful frog, Cao Jingxuan gritted his teeth. The seed of the wonderful frog, calm down. Hearing the trainer's instructions, the panicked frog seed barely recovered his composure. Use parasitic seeds. Parasitic seed. A grass-type move that implants a parasitic seed and absorbs the opponent's stamina to restore itself. This move caused the frog seed to eject a seed from the large seed on its back and shot it towards the six tails. The parasitic seeds can be parasitic on the elves. By absorbing the physical strength and energy of the elves, they can take root and sprout, and quickly spread out vines to bind the elves. Cao Jingxuan's spirit is refreshed. Actions. Then let frog seeds use the parasitic seed moves continuously. Although it is a little dirty, there is still hope of winning. I hollow circle _. The next scene dashed Cao Jingxuan's hope that had just risen again. In the face of the incoming parasitic seed, Luwei gushed the green seed into his mouth and used a spark move. The flames sprayed, extinguishing the activity of the parasitic seeds. Luwei bit again, chewed twice, and swallowed the parasitic seeds. Can the parasitic seed move be cracked like this? Come, Luwei is eating. Six tails have evolved, it is no longer hungry, and has learned to eat cooked food gracefully. In the audience's exclamation, Luwei licked the corner of his mouth with his pink tongue and urged, "Yo-yo. Don't waste time, hurry up, go and drink up the seed nutrient solution of the wonderful frog seeds, and solve it with another spark." Leahy urged. On the way, the wonderful frog seeds resisted in every possible way, throwing out flying leaves and knives, parasitic seeds. But to no avail, the six tails circled behind the seeds of the wonderful frog, and poisoned the green seeds of the seeds of the wonderful frog. Dane. Frog seeds struggled violently, struggling to resist. Afterwards, after being hit by the six-tailed spark move, frog seed was afraid of the pain and gave up. Oh, Dane. Cao Jingxuan bit his lip humiliatingly. He had never experienced such a humiliating beating. Unable to help, he glared at Li He fiercely. Cao Jingxuan's staring move had no effect. After eating and drinking, Lu Wei used the spark move. The raging flames drowned the body of the wonderful frog seeds, and also took away the mind of the wonderful frog seeds. At the same time, the referee's whistle sounded. The seed of the wonderful frog loses its ability to fight, and contestant Li He wins. It's not that our army doesn't work hard, it's that the opponent is too angry. It's not that my wonderful frog seeds don't resist, it's that the six tails use force. It's not that I, Cao Jingxuan, have no strength, but that Li He's routine is bottomless. Amid the noisy shouts of the audience, Li He called back Lu Wei and walked into the player passage. After the battle, Li He returned to his old position and found that the surrounding trainers looked at him strangely. There were also several noises on the battlefield. Little Cao, this cane whip is too tight, it's dead knot, it can't be untied, or you should cut it. Player Cao Jingxuan, take out the pokeball and put the frog seeds in it. Seeing how Cao Jingxuan used the pokeball to retrieve the frog seed and then left in a hurry, Lin Xiang could imagine how much psychological shadow Li He and Lu Wei caused Cao Jingxuan and the frog seed. Originally, although the frog seed had the disadvantage of having attributes and was restrained by the six tails of the fire attribute, but how did it get like this? Did you expect the seeds of the wonderful frog to use the vine whip move in advance? Sister Xiaowu is a real person and asked with her mouth open. After asking, Wu Yingyao admired again. I really don't know how you thought of it, but you can think of using the vine whip to tie the seeds of the wonderful frog on the field in turn. Write more and use your brain more. Li He sighed. Do you know how many brain cells I died in order to feed handsome, cute, and charming readers? Wu Yingyao turned her head to the side, her ponytail tossed aside, her face puzzled. She didn't struggle for too long, because Lu Wei had a proud face and urged, Yo-yo. Knowing what Lu Wei means, Wu Yingyao put the mixed fruity moo moo milk into the straw and handed it to Lu Wei. Hey, here it is. Slip. After taking the moo milk, Lu Wei flicked its tail and sucked it happily. Li He said in his heart that compared with the cat elf Meow Meow, who can only speak human words in his memory, Lu Wei is sweet and sweet. No, I still have to watch Gongdo drama. Strange. After watching the palace fighting drama for so long, why hasn't it changed much? Could it be a shadow clone move? But if you ask about the plot, the six tails also know. Li Heki unexpectedly, Lu Wei's best friend, Katie, spoiled many episodes for Lu Wei. Li He didn't think for too long because Wu Yingyao came on the court. Before parting, Wu Yingyao released the unicorn. The unicorn saw the six tails, and immediately raised his upper body with high fighting spirit. Pippi, backquote. In the first match of Group G, Wu Yingyao's opponent's elf was Abai Snake, which was poisonous and looked like a 2-meter snake with a purple body. In the face of Abai Snake, under the command of Wu Yingyao, the unicorn worm played all the spinning moves. White worm silk spit out all over the field, turning the field into a big spider web. The unicorn worm walked on the white silk with short pink legs, spit out poisonous needles from time to time, and attacked the snake with poisonous needles. In the end, Abai Snake was wrapped in white silk threads all over his body, making it difficult to move. Sister Wu's unicorn worm's silk spinning is so dirty. Lin Xiang exclaimed. Li He agreed. It is indeed the unicorn of Sister Xiaowu, and the high yield is like a cow. After watching Wu Yingyao's battle, and thinking about Li He's battle, Lin Xiang recalled her own battle. Although it wins. But why does it feel so boring? About 10 minutes late. RT. It's written into a big chapter again. No DT. Chapter 54. The Attacking Raven Gym Master, recommend ticket. After Wu Yingyao came back, the three chatted for a while, and the next battle started quickly. As a short-haired student walked into the venue, the narrator introduced. Here is the number 2 player in Group H, Su Xiao. Player Su Xiao's elf is a rare single scabbard. In the preliminaries, Su Xiao's single scabbard is often solved with thunder. Opponent. Looking at the field, Li Henning saw a long sword deftly attacking the opponent. The single scabbard elf has dual attributes of ghost and steel. It can be suspended by nature, and has a steel sword body. When attacking, it is almost 360 degrees without dead ends. Although Su Xiao's opponent tried his best, he only struggled for more than 10 seconds. Even without the use of lightning flashes, the attack speed of this single scabbard is very fast. Lin Xiang did not expect such a genie. The natural attack speed can be comparable to the lightning flash move. But my little fire dragon has already learned the smoke screen move, which can create black smoke to block the opponent's sight. Taking the single scabbard as an imaginary enemy, Lin Xiang thought about how to deal with it. Li Hexen said, "No, girl, you are too young. The scabbard is essentially a ghost-type elf. The scabbard is not looking for the enemy with the eyes, it should be tracking the opponent through the reaction of life. Even if you let the little fire dragon spit smoke wildly and cover the entire field, it is probably just a waste of effort." With the current little fire dragon, 9 times out of 10, it was sent up to send people's heads. Wu Yingyao didn't interrupt, her face was thoughtful. On the first day of the preliminaries, the competition schedule was very compact. After each game, the audience was also impressed by many trainers. This ghost is so dirty, it actually hides under the field, sticks out a long tongue, and attacks from under the opponent's elf. Ghost is a pure ghost-type elf. It looks like a purple-black fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. It has huge triangular eyes and a pair of open bloody mouths. Ghosts do not have the shape of a single scabbard. As pure ghost-type spirits, ghosts can hide freely and even hide in the field. This ghost has been cultivated very well. Wu Yingyao praised. My dad said that ordinary ghosts will inevitably show up when attacking. This is a weakness of ghosts. And this ghost can actually hide most of its body in the field, and only use its tongue to attack. Invisibly, its weakness will be much smaller. How to fight this? Taking DC as an imaginary enemy again, Lin Xiang frowned, very distressed. After winning, DC grinned happily, ignoring the trainer's warning, and even ran to the announcer to lick the announcer's face, causing a lot of trouble. The 3 views of elves like DC are generally different from those of normal people. I hope this trainer can pass away naturally. While watching the battle, Li He whispered to the 6 tails, instilling the special points of these elves into the 6 tails. Ideographic period. Slip. Lu Wei listened carefully, flicking his tail from time to time. At 11:30 noon, all the battles in the morning were over. Dad Lin didn't arrive, but he sent a special car to wait at the door and took the 3 of Lin Xiang, Li He, and Wu Yingyao to a nearby hotel. A table of dishes, just the 3 of them, saw Lu Wei stunned. Sigma degree slip. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Six Tails flicked its tail excitedly, even turning a blind eye to the provocative actions of the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon raised its right claw and raised a claw finger. Click to de-convex. Scream, full of momentum. Ignore the little fire dragon, the 6-tailed pair eyes twinkling, biting a whole shrimp and swallowing it in one bite. As for the unicorn, he buried his head directly in a large pot of leaves, and could only hear the sound of gobbling, click, click, click. Seeing the 6 tails and the unicorn worm ignore him, the little fire dragon is very bored and a little lost. Click to, _. Pulling at the corner of Lin Xiang's clothes, the little fire dragon began to stuff fiery red energy cubes into its mouth. Touching the little fire dragon's head, Lin Xiang comforted her in a low voice. Looking at this scene, and looking at the delicacies of the mountains and seas on the table, Li He suddenly felt that Xiaolin was actually quite good-looking. It's definitely not because of money, it's purely because Li He has a pair of eyes that are good at discovering beauty. So, after eating, Li He took out 2 green arrow chewing gums and handed them over. I thought I could see you in the morning, so I prepared 2 green arrows, you can eat them. Li He, who had a box of green arrows in his pocket, said with a smile. Thank you. Lin Xiang said thanks after taking the chewing gum. Looking at Li He's face again, the already handsome Li He seemed to look a little better. In the morning, Li He was invited to eat a banana, and Wu Yingyao took the green arrow chewing gum without any psychological burden. In the afternoon, the special car took the 3 back to the provincial gymnasium. When the 3 came to the edge of the field, the battle started immediately within a few minutes. Time flies. The 5th match of Group F is about to begin, and the first Bangkyun male student to play is the seed player selected by the Chengdu Youth Cup Information Encyclopedia Forum, Dao Fan, and the initial elf is the big rock snake. Dao Fan's opponent is also not ordinary, using the elf as the evolution of the little Lada, Lada. Although Larda is also a rat elf with general attributes, his body size is nearly double that of little Larda. He looks like a mouse, with brown fur. The most notable feature is the 2 front teeth, which are sparkling. Some time ago, a reinforced bridge was bitten by wild Ladas and became a dangerous bridge, and it is still under maintenance. When Dao Fan released the big rock snake, there were a few short exclamations from the audience. While size doesn't mean everything, being large itself exudes an oppressive force. Not to mention, most people are still afraid of snakes. When the big rock snake as tall as a 3-story building appeared in front of him, the shock was extraordinary. At the beginning of the battle, the big rock snake roared domineeringly, and the roar resounded throughout the audience. In the face of the big rock snake, Lada was also very courageous, and used the lightning flash move to make a detour, trying to run on the big rock snake's body to attack. However, the big rock snake used a piercing move. The big rock snake made a sharp sound through its mouth, making the fast-moving Radha uneasy, and his figure paused for a while. Seizing the opportunity, Big Rock Snake used the rock-blocking move again, creating a lot of rocks at one time. Then, instead of attacking Lada, the Big Rock Snake directly smashed the rocks on the left and right of Lada, and created 3 rock walls to block Lada's movement on the 3 sides behind him. In the end, when Lada had no way to go back, the snake's tail probed, and the big rock snake easily bound Lada and fainted Lada. Interfere with the opponent with a screeching move, block the opponent's movement with a rock-blocking move, and finally crush it head-on. It seems that this big rock snake has been specially trained to deal with fast opponents. Wu Yingyao glanced at Li He and said nothing. In this regard, Wu Yingyao's emotional intelligence is quite high, and she doesn't want to ask more, which will add a psychological burden to Li He. Lin Xiang, who was bought by a green arrow gum, gave Li He a worried look. The big rock also restrains the fire-type 6-tailed and small fire dragons. Fire attribute moves and lightning flash moves are not very effective, but once they are bound by that big rock snake. With a sigh, Lin Xiang found that these so-called seed players were really not parallel imports. At least until now, none of the seed players have been eliminated, and all of them have broken through. After the game in the afternoon, Li Hezhong was ready to go home. Buzz. The phone vibrates continuously. Li He picked it up and took a look. It was an instant message from Elf Virtual Battle. ID, Shining Beauty, has sent you a document, please pay attention to check it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. One more time, move experience.mp4 close black lens bracket. Li He was shocked. What does it mean? Looking at the news behind him again, Li He's breath stagnated, and all the hairs on his body exploded. Shining Beauty, I'm on a business trip in Chengdu. Which city in the Blue Star Alliance are you currently in? Make an appointment to discuss tactics again. Picture. The first picture is of Chengdu Airport, and the second picture is of Chengdu Hotel, a 5-star hotel near the provincial stadium. I just ate at this hotel. Li He, why are you sweating so much? Could it be that you pedaled 2 boats, and now the 2 boats collided? Wu Yingyao made a rare joke after successfully advancing. Li He. No, the ship collision is just a minor issue. It is. The ship may be about to explode. Chapter 55. I just want to be a pure friend with Xiaojue. Recommendation ticket. With a flick of his hand, Li He clicked on the One More Move Experience file. Let's start recording now. The basics of general attribute moves are. A nice, magnetic female voice sounded, and then a wisp of black hair appeared in the video. Li He quickly turned it off. This sound is nice. If you listen to it for a long time, it may. After pondering for a few seconds, Li He thought. Should we block Xiaojue as well? There must be something wrong with the account of Baifeng the Great, and people are always asking for real people to PK. Now it is no longer across the network cable, and everyone is attacking the door. Evil door. If you let Lin Xiang know what happened, and then know that Li He thinks so, he will definitely turn Li He to death with his eyes. Look, this is human words. Oh, Li He. Hezhong District, Raven City, Raven Gym. Xiaojue, who was originally on a business trip in Qin City, was trying on new styles of clothing in front of the mirror. The wardrobe is neatly lined with outfits. Gothic, youthful campus, professional women's clothing, white dresses with matching foreign hats. Gym owners in the Hezhong area do not regard the profession of gym trainer as the whole of life. Xiaojue, the owner of Raven Gym, has a soft spot for models and entertainers. Wearing a white foreign hat diagonally, a beige short skirt lined, and a blue and white striped trench coat, Xiaojue smiled at the floor-to-ceiling mirror. The beautiful melon seed faces matched with blue pupils, bringing together the handsomeness of a windbreaker and the youthful beauty of a foreign hat and short skirt. This one is pretty good. It is indeed the latest work of top-notch designers, which not only highlights the female figure, but more importantly, highlights the temperament. But compared to that song. Picking up the phone, Xiaojue couldn't help but pick up the phone and played back the song sent by the great Emperor Baifeng. Only My Railgun, which translates to, Only My Railgun. Along with the singing, even if it was the second time listening, goosebumps appeared on the back of Xiaojue's hand. The power of modern songs is actually like ancient poetry. It also has a shocking power. Even if the language is not clear, when listening to those phenomenal songs, the scalp will be numb uncontrollably. The electric light that dances at your fingertips is my unchanging belief in this life. The electric light that dances at your fingertips is my unchanging belief in this life. Only my super electromagnetic gun will last forever. Seeing those two sentences again, Xiaojue's heart thumped uncontrollably. After calming down, Xiaojue thought of another move she had improved, and murmured. I wanted to use this trick to surprise you, but I was called by you instead. Taking off the foreign hat, Xiaojue looked at the message she sent. What will he do? As a trainer, if you say that you want to have a match with your real PK, it actually means a relationship, which is equivalent to, dude, let's go and have a drink, sisters, let's do a foot massage together. But last time, the Baifeng Emperor avoided talking about it. If you change the subject this time, don't answer. This is a bit of a problem. Just invited the man to run to the spot with his online dating girlfriend, but the man changed the topic again and again. Does this mean that the other party is actually ready to throw it away after playing? Run away when you're done. On the bus, Li He thought to himself, if you don't ask me to face GG, we can still be a good pair of GG friends. But it's too much of you to keep trying to PK me with a real person and plot against my body. Taking out his mobile phone and searching casually, Li He found a video of Xiaojue's runway show. After a few glances, Li He turned it off and sighed melancholy. As an expert-level trainer, Xiaojue is estimated that even Principal Mu and President Wu can be hanged and beaten. Compared to her newbie, it is an abyss. There is a saying, you want to be a pure friend with the abyss, but the abyss wants to swallow you. In this abyss, Li He can't play for the time being, unless he can beat it and let the abyss shyly look away. So, Li He replied naturally. Emperor Baifeng, I'm in Chengdu, and I have time all day. How about we go to the grove tonight and have a fight? At this moment, Li had encountered this scene before. It was like a girlfriend rounding the house. At this time, he must not be cowardly, and an accident would happen if he was cowardly. The Great Emperor Baifeng, you're in the Chindu Hotel, I am going to find you now. The Great Emperor Baifeng, we can play a friendly match first, be gentle and warm up. Is it such a coincidence? Xiao Zhuer felt guilty, let alone that she was not in Chindu. Even if she wasn't ready for a real person PK. The phone vibrated, and a message popped up again. Emperor Baifeng, am I rushing over now? A minute passed. Shining Beauty, sorry, I have to see a few designers later, but then again, your secondary occupation is a composer. Is this, change the subject. Call. After taking a long breath, Li gave up the action of preparing to block Xiao Zhuer. Flip. Lu Wei looked at Li in confusion. The air conditioning was surging on the bus. Why was the trainer still sweating profusely? Li, who was relieved, replied casually. Emperor Baifeng, I am an ordinary social worker. Emperor Baifeng, I also bought some fruit for you, or I will put it at the front desk and you can get it yourself. Guessing that Xiao Zhuer was probably not ready for real PK, maybe she wanted to scare herself, Li was talking nonsense. Xiao Zhuer. Isn't this playing with yourself? After deliberately waiting for a minute, she hurriedly sent a message. Shining Beauty, thank you, I'm in a hurry here, I'm afraid I won't be able to go back tonight. Wait, isn't he scaring me too? How could it be so coincidental? I just found a central city of the Blue Star Alliance, and he happened to be there. The trainer's emotional intelligence made Xiao Zhuer feel a little bit of doubt in her heart. After dozens of seconds, a message came. The Great Emperor Baifeng, it's okay, then I will eat it for Lu Wei picture. In the picture, six tails are happily holding grapes. It turned out to be all true. Xiao Zhuer instantly felt guilty for doubting the Baifeng Emperor. Holding the grapes happily, Lu Wei is in a beautiful mood. Asterisk Sigma, for all backquote Sigma, the trainer was so kind to himself, he suddenly got out of the car to buy grapes for himself. On the street, Li waited for a while, and actually received a picture. In the picture, it is Xiao Zhuer's dress. P.S.A. sentence. The designer of this suit has been working with me for a long time. I really can't get rid of it these days, and I can't pull away apologetic expression. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Zhuer's rank is not low, and her words are half-truths. Li did not expect that this person is not in Chindu. Tapping the virtual keyboard, Li sent two sentences. Emperor Baifeng, it's okay, anyway, I'm going to take Lu Wei for a walk and buy it some fruit to eat. Emperor Baifeng, don't worry about it, come on. Li deliberately said so. Seeing these two news, Xiao Zhuer felt even more guilty. The Great Emperor Baifeng said this on purpose to make himself less mindful. Xiao Zhuer considered for a moment, tapped the screen, and replied a sentence. Open black lens bracket Shining Beauty, thank you, close black lens bracket. At this time, on the way home, Li looked at the picture. Little Zhuer, the owner of Leiwen Gym, has a sweet voice and money, and a figure that can speak for itself. If such a treasured woman is placed in a previous life, she will earn blood for 3 years, and she will not lose money indefinitely. However, when something happened in the last life, at most 2 slaps, bah. Scumbag. In the present, there may be no bones left. Looking at Xiao Zhuer's beautiful blue eyes that seemed to discharge, Li sighed. Slightly fierce. Chapter 56 Dao Fan. I'm afraid that my 6-tailed energy ball won't succeed if I, the big rock snake, have dual attributes of ground and rock. After arriving home, Li and Lu Wei rested for the night. The next day, the 64 battle for the top 32 has officially started. In the afternoon, the top 8 top 16 players will be decided, which will completely put the Chindu Youth Cup into a tense and intense stage. Beginning at 9 o'clock in the morning, the battles became more and more intense, and the curtain came to an end. Time passed slowly, and Li He also ushered in his second group match. His opponent is the number 7 player in Group F, and the wizard used as a small fire horse. Little Fire Horse, a fire attribute spirit that looks like a pony. The most notable feature is that the body is burning with flames. It's a pity that, also a fire-type spirit, Xiaohuoma is good at straight-line collision attacks, and was bullied to death by the Six Tails dodging skills with lightning flashes and changing moves. No, the little fire horse can't attack the Six Tails at all. It's not that the Six Tails are too fast, but the dodging skills of the Six Tails are too superb. It is a magical skill. However, why does Li He seem to have the upper hand, yet he looks nervous and looks around? Listening to the noise from the audience, Li He thought nonsense. Xiaojue is in Chengdu. What if the Chengdu Training Association can't think of inviting Xiaojue over to watch the Chengdu Youth Cup? Then seeing the Battle of the Six Tails, Xiaojue pondered, hey, this is like my Raiwen Gym secret. If Xiaojue figured out something, she would compare my voice again. Am I going to face the electromagnetic gun? Big trick. On the guest stage, the Chengdu Trainers Association on behalf of Biaoqi said, this player Li He's mentality was good before, why is he a little out of shape today? Maybe you're worried about the battle with Dao Fan. A guest interjected, Dao Fan's big rock snake not only has the advantage in attributes, but also has the skills to deal with speed-type elves. Maybe there are trump cards. For Li He, the next battle will be a tough battle. While the guests were talking, Lu Wei suddenly knocked down the little fire horse. The little fire horse whimpered, struggled a few times, but couldn't stand up. At the same time, the referee's whistle sounded immediately to declare the winner. Back at their old positions, Wu Yingyao and Lin Xiang had no desire to chat, and each studied their opponents. Time flies by. In the afternoon, Lin Xiang inevitably met the seed player of Group D. The initial elf was Scorpio's little sister. The little fire dragon can't fly, and there is no long-range attack method, so it can't threaten the scorpion hovering in the sky. In the end, although Xiao Huolong worked hard, he was poisoned and fell to the ground under several rounds of poisonous needle attacks, losing consciousness. Sha Ying lost. It's your turn soon. Wu Yingyao glanced at Li He. Seeing that Li He was still looking left and right, Wu Yingyao sighed secretly. After all, it's a big rock snake. In the afternoon battle, some of the seed players in the top 5 groups, A, B, C, D, and E, went through hard work, but they finally advanced successfully and became the top 16 of the Chengdu Youth Cup. Facts have proved that the analysis team on the Chengdu Youth Cup Information Encyclopedia Forum is still quite high level. In the stands, with a black collar on his neck, Chen Yujia was holding a baby bear in his arms, still dressed in JK. A short-haired girl was sitting next to Chen Yujia. Yujia, the game is almost over. I have something to do, so I'll go first. Remember to cheer for my brother for me. Dao Shengsheng, you insisted on dragging me to watch your family's Dao Fan fight. Now it's the key round of 16 competition. You want to sneak away in advance. You. The fire-type Six Tails fight against the rock-type Big Rock Snake. I watched the six-tailed battle. It's fast and has superb dodge skills, but the Big Rock Snake's rock-blocking move is enough to deal with. My boyfriend came to me, my brother would understand. After speaking, Dao Shengsheng hurried away with his bag in his hand. Chen Yujia shook his head helplessly, and put Baby Bear, who was looking at Dao Shengsheng sideways, on the seat next to him. At the same time, in the player channel, what Li He was thinking about was not the treatment that the top 16 players could get. What reporters interview, what TV stations broadcast, they are all clouds. He was afraid that when he appeared, Xiaojue would be sitting in the guest seat. I can't abstain, let's not say whether my wallet agrees or not, Lu Wei will not agree. Li He whispered to Lu Wei, listen to my instructions, you can use that move to make a quick decision. Slip, no, Omega. Patting his cheeks, Lu Wei cheered himself up. What follows is the last match of Group F, which is also the key battle for the top 16 ranking. The player from my right hand is Leahy, and his 6 tails showed a very clever response in the previous match. Skill. Following the commentator's voice, Leahy walked towards the opposite battlefield. What extremely ingenious coping skills are clearly 100 ways to eat grass-type elves. 6 tails, 666. Come on, the big rock snake, stand still and let your 6 tails eat, frown and count me as a loser. Can the big rock snake compare with my 6 tails? Bah, ugly. Oh, did you like Luwei? I think you clearly liked Leahy's good looks. Cough. Was interrupted by the audience's booing, and the narrator didn't care. Everyone on my left must know him too. It's Dao Fan. Dao Fan's big rock snake takes out his opponent neatly in every battle. Not paying attention to the voice of the narrator, next to Chen Yujia, 2 audience members who knew each other whispered to each other. Alas, I feel that Leahy's condition has not been good since morning, just like the scene of a car accident in the Shira field. It is estimated that the pressure is too great, and I think in a different position. If I use the 6 tails to hit the big rock snake, I will not look good. Actually, I prefer Luwei Sheng. Dao Fan and Dian Snake are fierce, but their battle did not make me want to shout, fuck. I also think it's a pity. Chen Yujia's face was strange. He didn't expect Leahy and Luwei to have so many supporters. Shimei. Omega, Shimei. Baby Bear didn't have so many ideas. Seeing Luwei playing, Baby Bear immediately jumped and cheered for Luwei. Yo-yo. 6 tails greeted excitedly, followed the voice, and Leahy saw Chen Yujia. Surprised, Leahy waved to Chen Yujia. Fuck. Fuck. The 2 audience members who had just made a sound thought it was Leahy waving to them, but as soon as they turned their heads, they saw Chen Yujia, who had both looks and stature. The 2 audience members looked at each other immediately. Leahy is worth it even if he loses. Following Leahy's line of sight, Dao Fan was stunned for a moment. Old sister's good-looking girlfriend. Miss Yujia. What's the situation? I'm fighting with you, but you hook up with my sister's best friend. He has also met this girlfriend of his old sister a few times. Chen Yujia's face value is too high. Dao Fan inevitably has some ideas. Looking at Leahy's face, Dao Fan was slightly unhappy. He felt that he might win this battle and lose his life. Slip. Under Leahy's gesture, Luwei jumped into the field. Dao Fan also released the big rock snake. Roar. Looking at the little guy in front of him, the big rock snake is of excellent quality and is still cautious. Slip ~tilde, hollow bullet. Flicking his tail, Luwei showed a fierce expression. Oh epsilon, oh, whoever stands in my way, Sinai dead. Xiao Dao, I'm in a hurry. Next, I'll let my 6 tails use the grass-type trick Sunshine Flame. I'm sorry, I said it wrong, it's an energy ball, I'll hit you to decide the outcome. Leahy said seriously. Dao Fan. Then, thinking of Luwei's, have you ever heard of Luwei's Sunshine Flame move? Video. Dao Fan's expression was strange. 1 hit to win. 1 hit, I am a big rock snake with dual attributes of rock and ground. Are you afraid that your 6-tailed grass attribute trick, Energy Ball, will fail? Thinking of this, Dao Fan smiled and shook his head. Another trash talk tactic. In the stands, Chen Yujia was broadcasting the battle with information to Dao Shengsheng. They seem to be going for a one-shot deal. Leahy is going to let Luwei use the energy ball. Dao Shengsheng, have you ever known 6 tails, energy ball, move? I understand, da omega da. Dao Shengsheng, this Leahy is really a stinky brother. As soon as the battle started, Leahy immediately gave an order. Luwei, use the energy ball to determine the outcome with 1 hit. Big Rock Snake, first use the piercing move to interfere, and then use the rock blockade move to block the 6 tails, so that it has nowhere to escape. Hem circled. Operator for all circled. Operator. On the way to order, Dao Fan saw a green haze appearing around Lu Wei's mouth, but he didn't care, still thinking it was Lu Wei's sunshine flame routine. And then, Dao Fan saw a light green energy helix ball the size of a basketball appeared beside Lu Wei's mouth. With a blank mind, Dao Sheng was stunned. And this time, in order to use the piercing move, the big rock snake opened its mouth. Then, with a bang, he swung his tail, and the 6 tails hit the energy ball out. The energy ball crossed a straight line, swish, and flew into the mouth of the big rock snake. One shot into the soul, the tail beast jade mouth burst flow. Closing his mouth subconsciously, the big rock snake was a little dazed. Roar O_O. The rock attribute of big rock snake is restrained by grass attribute moves, and the ground attribute of big rock snake is restrained by grass attribute moves. Now double restraint plus critical attack. Question. After being blasted by the energy ball, how big is the big rock snake's psychological shadow? Will it dare to open its mouth next time? On the edge of the field, Wu Yingyao's expression was subtle, and a question suddenly appeared in her mind. Dao Shengsheng, Yujia, did the result come out? Dao Shengsheng, sorry, I forgot, you seem to know Lihi. Dao Shengsheng, smiley emoticon, my brother didn't bully your little wolf dog, did he? In the stands, receiving the news, Chen Yujia blinked blankly, tapped the screen with her finger, and sent a voiceover. I didn't bully, that's, the 6 tails use their tails to hit an energy ball into the mouth of the big rock snake. I think the big rock snake may be about to blow up. The news just went out. Boom. The energy ball exploded in the mouth of the big rock snake, blowing the entire head of the big rock snake into green. There was no sound of howling in pain, and the big rock snake fell to the ground with a thud. The referee in Area B, number 8, who took the initiative to ask Lihi to be the referee, was shocked. It's actually an energy ball move. This Lihi actually told the truth. Really? Too cloudy. This young man is handsome, and his routines are bottomless. Sure enough, the money is boundless. Lihi, Omega, to tell the truth and say I'm Yin, it's so difficult to get along with people in this world. Take a leave of absence tonight to sort out the previous post. Omega, thank you for your support. Chapter 57 Dao Fan. Lihi, this scumbag, why didn't he lie to me? Ask for a recommendation ticket. Provincial Gymnasium, on a large circular field, body length the big rock snake, about 10 meters tall, fell to the ground like an abandoned train and lost consciousness. The huge snake head was slanting in front of the 6 tails. There are green light spots escaping from the snake's mouth, the big rock snake. _O. Once again, a light green energy ball was condensed, and the 6 tails were also preparing to make up for the knife. After discovering that the big rock snake was really dead, the 6 tails slowly dispersed the light green energy ball. Slip. Oh, that's it. Bai has grown so big, how can it be as brittle as paper? After reviewing the battle just now, the 6 tails cast a disdainful glance at Dao Fan. _N, the trainer is also stupid. Lihi said to let himself go big and use energy ball moves. This trainer actually made the big rock snake open his mouth. Omega, scum trainer, can't take it. Cough. A few seconds later, the referee suddenly raised his hand and whistled. The big rock snake has lost its ability to fight. Therefore, the one who advanced to the top 16 is Lihi contestant. Fuck, 6 tails are awesome. Fuck, Brother Li is awesome. The 2 audience members next to Chen Yujia shouted in unison. Who would have thought that the 6 tails would actually use the energy ball move to explode the big rock snake in one move? In particular, for some unknown reason, Li Hadu said that he would use an energy ball move to determine the outcome with one hit, while Dao Fan not only did not guard carefully, but instead cooperated with the big rock snake to use a piercing move to pick up grass-type energy balls. Hello, Yujia. I'm going to the provincial gymnasium now. What's the situation now? After getting on the phone and listening to Dao Shengsheng's voice, Chen Yujia was also very puzzled, so she could only tell the truth. At the beginning of the game, Li He said that he would use an energy ball move to determine the outcome with one blow, and then your brother's smile of, I understand, made the big rock snake use a piercing move and mouth the energy ball. As a result, your brother was beaten by the little wolf dog you mentioned. The other side of the phone suffocated for a while. I see, I'll take a taxi back now. Hanging up the phone, Dao Shengsheng, who is also from Elf University. Let the rock and ground dual attribute Dian Sheku receive grass attribute energy balls. Even elementary school students can't do such things. Although the referee announced the end of the game, there were no cheers in the venue. Most of the audience had a, this is it, expression. Cough. After coughing, the commentator read, thank you Li He and Dao Fan for bringing us a wonderful game. After calling Lu Wei back, Li He cooperated with the narrator and said in a gentle manner, Brother Dao Fan, let me go. Slowly raising his head, Dao Fan stood there dumbfounded for a while before he said intermittently, you. I. Li He secretly sighed. A very good child, but unfortunately my heart is a little less able to bear, and I am autistic. The venue became noisy, and the audience cherished their words like gold. That's it. Those who didn't know thought it was a father beating his son. One was willing to fight and the other was willing to resist. Hey, you don't understand, it's not that Dao Fan doesn't work hard, it's that Li He is too yin. In the guest seat, several guests looked at each other. Energy ball move. It's no wonder that this six-tailed elf is eating grass everywhere. It turned out to be saving energy for the energy ball move. However, what I don't understand is that this player Li He said that he can use energy ball moves. Why does player Dao Fan smile and not even give a dodge order? Hearing this sentence, the representative of Chengdu Trainers Association put the mobile phone on the table. See for yourself, this Li He player has been in the layout since the qualifiers, it's dark. Coincidentally, at the same time, Fengdu, Wang Zui, Ji Ziming, and Bai Yunfei gathered at Ji Ziming's house and were also looking at their mobile phones. The Chengdu Youth Cup Information Encyclopedia Forum has been updated again. On the page, Trainer Li He, who must be extremely vigilant, a new video has been added. Video of the round of 16, the deep reasons for Dian Sheku's energy ball moves. Clicking on the video, Ji Ziming found that this video also has a commentary. Hello everyone, in the competition for the top 16 of Chengdu Youth Cup Group F, Li He beat Dao Fan with one move, causing a big upset. It is the biggest dark horse in the previous Chengdu Youth Cup. We can see at the beginning that at the beginning of the battle, Li He used an anti-routine trash talk tactic, and directly told Dao Fan that I was going to hit you with an energy ball move. And why didn't Dao Fan let the big rock snake make a rock to quickly defend, but instead let the big rock snake use a piercing move, play an eye-popping show, and mouth the energy ball? The reason has to start from the qualifiers. Listening to the commentary, Ji Ziming slid up the page and found Li He's second qualifier video. With Zhang Wen, the foreign players' mosquito coils and tadpoles were fighting against each other. Li He asked Lu Wei to use a trick called Sunshine Flame, which was actually a green phosphor plus lightning flash. This routine became famous all over the world. Obviously, Dao Fan also knows about it, plus Li He, how can I say it? So, Dao Fan mistakenly thought that Li He was lying to him, thinking that Lu Wei would use lightning flash moves, so he gave a reasonable and piercing move order. Dao Fan thought he had cracked Li He's trash talk, but he actually got it. Finally, I have to say that Dao Fan's loss is not wrong. Li He's player has been laid out since the qualifiers, until today, and finally used it on the big rock snake. Okay, the above is the commentary of this issue. If you like it, please give a coin. After swallowing, Ji Ziming flipped through the comments again. Dao Fan, I want to cry, don't ask, it's hard to say. Dao Fan, the river is rolling in the east, why didn't Li He lie to me? Six tails, that's it. Big rock snake. Hollow circle _ Brother Li, it's too dirty. Wang Zui sighed. Dirty, Bai Yunfei said concisely. Ji Ziming disagreed. Who said that? Brother Li is obviously a sincere person, and he didn't tell a lie in the audience. How can someone who wins by truth be called dirty? Ji licks the dog. Ji licking dog +1. When did your six tails learn the grass-type energy ball? Back at his old position, Li He was greeted by Sister Xiao Wu's surprised and beautiful face. I defeated Nazi, the master of the Golden City Gym in the Kanto region some time ago, and won a secret powerball move in her hand, and then Lu Wei learned it. Sister Xiao Wu, why are you tailgating me? That's rude. Those who didn't know thought it was you who wanted to give me your ponytail and let me control your steering wheel, and from now on, you'd be racing if you wanted to. Wu Yingniao naturally didn't believe what Li He said. Flicking her ponytail, Wu Yingniao walked to the player channel, and the next match was hers. Looking at Sister Wu who was leaving, Li He chose to comfort the defeated classmate Zhaolin. If you lose, you lose. Next time you fight, the little fire dragon will evolve into a fire-breathing dragon and it will fly. Yo-yo tilde. She patted Lin Xiang on the head with her tail, and the six tails let out a few consoling sounds. Li He, do boys like to take advantage at this time? Lin Xiang, who was still a little lost, asked in a low voice. Just like a handsome guy who shaved his head is also a handsome monk, a girl is beautiful and looks good even when she is depressed. Lin Xiang's long eyelashes draped over her eyelids, and her pale pink lips pursed. How is it possible? Unlike those boys, I am an honest person. Li He looked righteous and spoke righteously. Then can you let go of my hand? With a small sigh, Lin Xiang said weakly. No problem. With that said, Li He transferred his hand to Lin Xiang's shoulder. Pat. As a male classmate, Li He is not very good at comforting girls with rhetoric. Therefore, at the critical moment, I can only use my body and skills to comfort the female classmates. This is pure affection between classmates. Lin Xiang suddenly didn't know what to say. Logically speaking, she should be angry. But I think it's too hypocritical. After all, I'm a classmate, and now I'm a comrade in arms who participated in the Chindu Youth Cup together. Besides, Li He also has the meaning of comfort. Is it too raw to push it away? Why don't you forget it? Lin Xiang glanced at Li He lightly, and when he saw it up close, Li He's regrown hair hit his forehead, and it looked pretty. Suddenly meeting Lu Tail's dark and curious eyes, Lin Xiang jumped in her heart and looked away again. Li He ignored Lin Xiang's actions, and looked at the system text in front of him intently. Open black lens bracket ding. Achievements. Open black lens bracket Chindu Youth Cup Top 16. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Skill Galar official language. Close black lens bracket. Official language of Galar, LV1. 0/100ths. You can translate in ordinary written language, but daily conversation is still slightly difficult. In an instant, there was something in Li He's mind. Wonderful. In this way, the next time I chat with Kato, the owner of the mission hall, I can suddenly throw out a sentence of Galar language, and then say a casual sentence. I recently became interested in the official language of Galar. If you have time, could you give me some pointers? Teacher role-playing. Wait, what the hell am I thinking? I really don't want to tease these gym owners. Chapter 58 The Prototype of Another Move. In the competition for the top 16 ranking in Group G, Wu Yingniao also revealed her trump card. Unicorn's Insect Bite move. Insect Bite. Use insect energy to bite the opponent and attack. This move allowed Unicorn to defeat the opponent and win the qualification of the top 16 contestants. With the victory of the Group H seed players, today's game is over. The audience exited in an orderly manner. Chen Yujia waved to Li He, ready to find his best friend Dao Shengsheng. At this time, on the edge of the venue, the male reporter who could not wait for a long time was clever and noticed the interaction between Chen Yujia and Li He. Stepping forward, the male reporter stopped Chen Yujia and several audience members around her to interview her. "Excuse me, after watching today's game, what is your biggest feeling?" The two audience members next to Chen Yujia looked at each other and said in a tacit understanding, "Big rock snake, damn it. Lu Wei, this is it." The male reporter understood the deep meaning and quickly wrote in his notebook. After the battle, the audience's eyes are sharp, they can see. Dianshi and Dao Fan expressed their admiration for Lu Wei and Li He in their hearts like the Yellow River, but Li He and Lu Wei were extremely modest and said that they were only blue. A little flower of the Star Alliance. After the sketch, the male reporter handed the microphone to Chen Yujia and asked, "Lady, what is your relationship with Li He?" "Just ordinary friends." Unable to escape, Chen Yujia replied with a frown. "I see." The male reporter quickly wrote in his notebook. Li He has been able to get to where he is today, all because he focused on training the elves, worked hard day and night, never sleepless, and even rejected the courtship of his childhood sweetheart. As soon as he lowered his head, the male reporter saw the baby bear with fingers. "She may, tilt his head." Baby bear curiously looked at the microphone in the male reporter's hand. With a flash of inspiration, the male reporter gave Baby Bear a shot and quickly started writing on the notebook. Lu Wei and Baby Bear have no guesses, and they supervise and promote each other. Facts tell us that not only is a successful male trainer behind a female nurturer, but there is also Baby Bear's care and encouragement behind Lu Wei. After dealing with a bunch of reporters, Li He turned his head and saw a male reporter running down the auditorium, almost stabbing him to death with a microphone. "Player Li He, as the biggest dark horse in this Chindu Youth Cup, what do you want to say? Can you share with us your experience in cultivating elves?" Li He, who just wanted to withdraw quickly, said the truth. "It takes money." The male reporter kept nodding, and then continued to write in his notebook. "The superstructure is inseparable from the economic foundation." Contestant Li He told us in concise and comprehensive words that cultivating elves cannot be divorced from reality. We must be down to earth and start with life. After letting Li He go, the male reporter handed the microphone to Lu Wei. "Lu Wei, do you have anything to add to the trainer's words?" Yo, get stronger, earn money, eat snacks yo. After being interviewed, Lu Wei raised his chin, a little proud. ****. The male reporter wrote the last paragraph in his notebook with satisfaction. Faced with a proud record, Lu Wei is neither arrogant nor impetuous, and calmly spit out 3 words, "because of love." "I'm so moved," the male reporter muttered to himself. Li He didn't know why. 6 Tails, ***, yo. After saying goodbye to Sister Xiao Wu and classmate Xiao Lin, and getting rid of the crazy reporters, Li He took Lu Wei by bus to the Elf Square. On the way, before he had time to call, Li He received a phone call from Li's mother and a text message from Li's father. To sum it up, give you money and take 6 tails for a big meal. Li He silently crossed out the word, big, in his heart. Lu Wei, I will give you an extra pair of spicy chicken wings today. Slip, carrot. Taking time out, Li He sent another good news to Principal Mew. However, it was not until he was about to arrive at the station that Principal Mew replied, "Well done. Come on. Principal Mew, this tea, in an instant, has a complicated taste. Let me think about it." Uncle Lu at the training ground has also thanked him. There should be no need to contact anyone. Li He is not to announce the good news, but to show a respectful attitude. Arriving at the station and getting off the bus, Lu Wei was listening to the audio of the "one more move," and Li He put away the traditional breathing method that was translated to the middle. Li He has finished reading the "one more move" experience document. According to Xiaojuer's description, the foundation of another move is general attribute energy. The mature use method is similar to the energy ball move, condensing an energy group again and again, and hitting the opponent's body. The effect of such another move is to make the opponent use the last move 3 times in a row. How to use this by only Li Qiu explained, and Li He couldn't understand it, so he simply let Lu Wei teach himself. As a mature elf, the 6 tails can be self-taught, and the trainer or something is dependent on the 6 tails. After finding an elf training ground, Li He rented a small venue to practice as usual. Perhaps it was the continuous battle that inspired the potential of the 6 tails, or the motivational effect of money. When practicing the fire escape and fire tornado moves, the 6 tails combined the tricks on the tail wagging move, the spark move, and the flame sword. Call. As the 6 tails spun up, the 6 tails released flames, and a small fire tornado quickly formed, wrapping the 6 tails in it, attacking and defending together. It's done. Li He was in a happy mood. Reward yourself with a multigrain pancake when you go back in the evening. 6 tails. The rented training ground was left undisturbed, and Li He took a laptop to translate the retrospective breathing method. Practicing is also good. After all, a man's body must not fail. At least another 100 years to fight. There is a mobile phone in front of him. Lu Wei is wearing headphones, listening and watching the one more move experience file. His big dark eyes were full of concentration and happiness. Getting stronger equals happy. Earn money equals happiness. Eating good food equals happiness. Now getting stronger approximately equals earning money approximately equals eating delicious food, instantly becomes 3 times the happiness. Slip, backquote. After watching the video, the 6 tails clumsily learned another move according to Raichu's method. Slip. After casting it once, Lu Wei waited for a while. Nothing happened. Again. After repeating it a dozen times, to no avail, the 6 tails. More excited. Staring at the screen, 6 tails, HMPH, carrot, interesting to slip. Picking up the spicy chicken wings, Lu Wei watched the video while eating, and continued to study. Gudong. Then drink moo milk, 6 tails, backquote tilde, hollow bullet, yo-yo. Full HP resurrection. Another 10 rounds. Time goes by little by little. Li He, who wanted to go home, was obsessed with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Stay up all night bursting liver. In order to make money, the elves training ground is open 24 hours a day, and it also provides meals, single rooms, and a full range of health care services. It was after 3 o'clock in the morning that Li Hekai finished translating the entire retrospective breathing method. Looking at Lu Wei again, Li He looked strange. The whole body was glowing with white light, and the 6 tails tried to condense the white light into a shape, but could not control it. Even so. The prototype of another move. Li He was shocked. I just translated a document on the retrospective breathing method, and you have already started without learning it. How can the effect of the same effort be so different? Dispersing the transformed energy again, the 6 tails are downcast. Slip, oh oh. This move is so hard to practice. Taking a deep breath, Li He murmured. The progress of the 6 tails is my progress. Look at it from another angle. I'm an excellent trainer. Chapter 59 Dog licking and ghosts are more compatible tilde. The next day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, after drinking a bowl of camellia oil at a street stall near the elves' training ground, and eating a few sticks that looked like the tails of dumb beasts, Li He took Lu Wei to the provincial gymnasium. On the bus, Li He yawned tiredly. Dog days, plus staying up late last night, Li He just wanted to sleep in the player room with air-conditioned sofas and reclining chairs. Yo-yo tilde. Drinking the moo milk, Lu Wei took another bite of Dove chocolate. Slip, omega. The bitter taste of Dove's black chocolate mixed with the milky aroma of moo milk bombarded the taste buds together, and Lu Tai was in a happy mood. No, it's finally not a defective chocolate. As soon as he got off the bus, Li He was surrounded by several reporters at the gate of the provincial gymnasium. Player Li He, the schedule for the afternoon has been announced in advance. Your opponent is Tang Feng, the seed player of Group E, and Tang Feng's elf is a ghost-type ghost. How confident are you? Player Li He, I found that you like to put the 6 tails on your shoulders, is it to hone your arm strength? Player Li He, some people say that you don't rely on strength, but only on dirt. What do you think about this? The Chengdu Youth Cup has reached its climax. After the game in the morning, the next round will be the final match of the top 16. The attention will only be higher. The press team is like a group of sharks smelling blood. At the gate. Sighing, Li He weakly answered the question. Contrary to Li He, Lu Wei curiously sighed, ha, at the camera, and shouted several times, yo yo yo. Whoosh. As a result, because he ate too full in the morning, Lu Wei burped, and a ray of flame spewed out of Lu Wei's mouth, which scared the reporters back several steps. At the same time, other players are also being interviewed. Everyone is a gorgeous, youthful and sultry age. When it comes to things like being on TV, they say, that's what it is, it's so troublesome to say, but in fact, I feel good in my heart. Coincidentally, the trainer of DC, a handsome sunny boy, and the seed player of Group E, Tang Feng, are also being interviewed. Tang Feng contestant, someone said that your ghost will lick it with his tongue. What's your opinion on this? Facing the camera and the reporters questioning, Tang Feng smiled brightly and said humorously, isn't love licking bad? I licked it to the end and won a big victory. Goss goss. He sprang out from under Tang Feng, like a purple-black ghost fireball. Guc grinned and laughed. Sticking out his big tongue and licking the camera fiercely, DC expressed the actual situation. I just love to lick, so why not? Orthodox Blue Star Alliance China Northeast Sound. After asking a few more questions, seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, a petite female reporter squeezed to the front by virtue of her size, and quickly asked. Player Tang Feng, I believe you have also seen the battle of Player Li He. Are you sure about the dirty tricks of Player Li He? Hearing this, Tang Feng and Gui Si looked at each other and smiled tacitly. It's okay, we're dirtier, aren't we, ghosts? Goss goss. In response to Tang Feng's words, Gui Si stretched out his big tongue and licked Tang Feng, directly licking Tang Feng wet. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the remaining 8 battles of the top 16 battle began quickly. Until noon, all the seed players from the remaining 8 groups broke through and became the top 16 players. Among the top 16 players, except for Li He and Wu Yingyao, the others are all seed players selected by the Chengdu Youth Cup Information Encyclopedia Forum. When he heard the news from Ji Ziming's phone, Li He thought silently. Could it be that I'm too sincere, and it's rare for me to tell the truth, without the scumbag Xiao Tao once, that made him lose so badly? No, my starting point is good, who made Xiao Dao not believe me? Besides, let Xiao Dao suffer the beatings he deserves at his age and help him grow up. He should thank me well. Hanging up the phone, Li He returned to the player room. Wu Yingyao and Lin Xiang had been waiting for him for a while. The 3 chatted for a while, then walked to the edge of the arena to watch the afternoon battle. My father will also come today, Wu Yingyao said calmly. Will President Wu also come? I heard that the principal of Chengdu No. 1 Middle School will also come. It is said that the Imperial Capital Trainer Association will also send representatives. After a night, Lin Xiang clearly recovered from her depression. The battle has begun, Li He interjected. While the 3 of them were talking, several new guests sat on the guest table chatting and laughing. Among them was a middle-aged and handsome bald head, who was Wu Yingyao's father, President Wu. After introducing the guests, the narrator naturally drew the audience's attention to the battlefield. The final round of the top 16, the first game, the battle begins. The final round of the top 16 was arranged out of order. The first match was Pikachu of the mixed-race Masaka player versus Su Xiao's single scabbard. Initially, Pikachu attacked with electric shocks while moving quickly, which was very effective, and had to dodge one after another when he hit the scabbard. In the middle of the journey, the single sword sheath resisted the electric shock with its own scabbard, and quickly approached Pikachu, forcing Pikachu to fight in melee. Pikachu was forced to use the Steel-type move Steel Tail against the single scabbard. However, facing the continuous slashing of the single scabbard without stopping, Pikachu gradually became out of breath. Due to the pressure, Pikachu could not concentrate, condensing electricity to perform an electric attack. The single scabbard is to drag Pikachu down. Li He could see Su Xiao's plan. The single scabbard attacked, but the blade moved. But Pikachu has to twist his butt, dance his waist, and dance hard. Under the tense gaze of the audience, in the end, Pikachu was slashed on the head with a single sword scabbard and fell exhausted. In the second battle that followed, Scorpio was still the old way, using kite-flying tactics, laughing at the opponent's poisoning and falling to the ground, unscathed. At the guest seat, President Wu turned over the schedule. The next match is Li He and Tang Feng. President Wu thought to himself, what kind of tricks did that old wood do to Li He behind the scenes? President Wu recently discovered that as long as there is a black pot, it is right to deduct Principal Mew on the head. Ghost Attribute Ghosts vs Fire Attribute 6 Tails. Principal Zhang of Chengdu No. 1 Middle School commented objectively. The advantage of the 6 tails is not very big. This ghost is very skilled in stealth raiding skills. At this stage, the 6 tails cannot use the superpower to find the ghost. This game is very passive. For Li He, this is an invisible and intangible battle, and there is a lot of pressure in my heart. Principal Zhang silently sweated for the little classmate. Yes, a hard fight. After a while of silence, Principal Zhang was surprised to find that no one caters to him. Principal Zhang was puzzled. From the beginning, I saw that the present few guests were silent. If Principal Zhang could analyze it, so could they, but what if? No one likes to slap in the face, so just pretend they didn't hear it. President Wu looked like a big old man, but he was actually a ruthless man who played with big needle bees. After the audience cheered, they discussed excitedly. Who will fight who next? The handsome guy Li He and the sunny Tang Feng. Ghost Attribute vs Fire Attribute. It depends on whether Gui Si's sneaking lick can hit. If the tongue lick hits, the 6 tails will be paralyzed. Wouldn't it be a hit with a lick, and a few licks to take away? Ghost's tongue licking is a ghost-type tongue licking move that has a certain probability to paralyze the opponent. Once paralyzed, the situation is abnormally passive. In the audience's discussion, Li He also saw the staff beckoning. Be careful, don't let Guc lick it, you will suffer as soon as you are paralyzed. Wu Yingyao warned. You can make Lu Wei jump to the railing on the opposite battlefield, so that if the ghosts attack from below, they can find out faster. After losing the battle and watching so many games, Lin Xiang also became more flexible. Suggested. I'll do my best. Li He had a plan. On the other hand, Tang Feng's friends are also giving advice to Tang Feng. Stay steady, don't be provoked by Li He, you must be steady. The male student wearing a flat mirror repeatedly urged. Lick from below, said the slightly fat boy. Before entering the field, Tang Feng clenched his fist and waved. Don't worry, in this battle, Gui Si and I will definitely live up to expectations and make you stunned. As Li He and his opponent Tang Feng walked out of the player channel and came to both sides of the circular battlefield, the commentator introduced again. The one on my left is Li He. In the previous battle, Li He's 6 tails were unexpected. To be honest, I'm a little fan. Skillfully arousing the emotions of the audience, the narrator pointed to the right side and said loudly. The one on my right, Tang Feng, the elf of Tang Feng is Gui Si. I don't need to introduce Gui Si, the initial form of Zheng Gui, the big elf in the ghost attribute. As a ghost attribute trainer, Tang Feng player is destined to follow the dirty painting style. Which of these two players will win the quarterfinals? Let's wait and see. Listening to the voice of the commentator, not only the audience is interacting, but even the spectators in the official live broadcast room of the Chengdu Youth Cup are also interacting. This is a dirty battle, it depends on who gets dirty. DC, I'm super fierce. Luwei, I'm super cute. Can Meng be eaten? Go on, DC, lick the cute Luwei to death, lick it until it's paralyzed, and can't fight again. Lihi, I love you, just like the big needle bee loves honey. Hearing this sentence, Lihi quickly turned his head and saw an uncle waving a light stick. Try to keep smiling, Lihi's scalp is numb. Ignoring the audience's voice, Lihi whispered to Luwei and reviewed the battle plan. At the end, Lihi added, the bonus for the top 16 is 4 digits. If you win, it jumps directly to 5 digits. 6 tails, you know. Slip. Note Omega. 6 tails naturally understand, this is the difference between the fried noodles and Pizza Hut pizza. On the other side, Tang Feng was also whispering to Gui Si. DC, remember that you must not care about Lihi's words in the middle, and don't be deceived by Luwei Meng. Luwei just looks at Meng, but it is actually black when you cut it. Treating the big eyeballs as a ball, DC nods while using his tongue to catch it. Ghosts, ye, licking is done, how can there be so much nonsense? Hearing the referee's whistle, Luwei jumped into the field, and the ghosts hovered in the air from time to time. At the beginning of the battle, after glancing at Gui Si, Luwei directly closed his eyes, and the hair all over his body moved without wind, like clusters of flames. The ghost who wanted to play with the 6 tails and show the 6 tails swallowing eyes and scaring expressions, was rather boring. 6 tails close your eyes. Is it so cowardly, playing with your 6th sense? How do you know that the 6 tails are not squinting? Not caring about the noise around him, Tang Feng understood in his heart. This is a hypnotism move to prevent ghosts. In the early stage, hypnosis moves can make the opponent fall into a state of sleep, which is almost a means of deciding the outcome, but the use of this move requires a medium, and most elves rely on eye contact. Ghosts too. Tang Feng didn't give an order, and the ghosts hid, and Lihi didn't know where the ghosts were. The atmosphere on the venue gradually became dignified. It's now. Suddenly, Tang Feng shouted. The audience was startled, and then looked closely, nothing happened. Startled Lao Su. This little Tang is looking at the sun, playing ghosts with fake orders, really black. Seeing that Lihi and Luwei didn't react, Tang Fengqi was so calm. Either admit defeat or cheat. As time passed, Lihi and others were tired and yawned. It's now, come on, DC. Tang Feng suddenly shouted again. Lihi's heart skipped a beat, and then he looked at the venue, but there was still nothing. Scare me. Silently remembered in his heart, Lihi decided to take revenge later. After counting a few seconds in his heart, Tang Feng tried his best to remain calm. 4, 5, 6. Gui Si and Tang Feng had already made an agreement that 6 seconds after he shouted for the second time, he would attack immediately, and he would not be able to escape 1,000 miles with a single blow. So when 6 seconds arrived, neither from below Luwei nor behind Luwei, Gui Si suddenly appeared beside Luwei, and decisively attacked with a tongue-licking move. The tongue-licking move with the paralyzing effect was used very skillfully by DC, and when the big tongue stretched out, it licked on Luwei's body. Licked. Tang Feng was a little surprised. Isn't this the end? Winning so quickly is so unexpected. The tongue licked on Luwei's body, and the playful expression on DC's face suddenly froze, from ye to a very hot frightened expression, degree. Boom. After discovering that Gui Si was hit, Lu Tai was not hiding, so he initiated the spark move and the trick on the flaming sword, and tried his best to use the flaming suit move. A layer of flames ignited from the surface of the 6-tailed body, making the 6-tailed body look a whole circle larger. At the same time, in the flames of the 6 tails, there is a thin layer of white light, which is the prototype of another move. From the beginning of the game, there was a layer of shallow flames attached to the surface of the 6 tails. Mixed with the hair, it was difficult to distinguish. DC's tongue-licking move licked on the flames. Not only did it have no effect, but his tongue was also burned by the flames, and Gisi in turn was hit by Six Tails another move. With blood dripping from his tongue, he swung his tongue, and Guisi tried his best to stay away from the Six Tails. Filled lower right triangle D filled lower left triangle, it's burnt to death. What kind of move is this? The unexpected situation made Tang Feng stunned on the spot. Don't panic, stay away first, then fight. Thinking of this, Tang Feng shouted, Quick, Gisi, cool yourself down with a black fog move. The black fog move can make the elves release black ice fog with special effects, which can make the state of the elves in the audience return to the original point. This trick is more difficult to practice, and Gisi can only spew out freezing fog, just like an air conditioner. Tang Feng's purpose is to let Gisi cool himself down. However, looking at the venue again, Tang Feng was stunned. I asked you to use the black mist, why did you lick it up again? In the arena, surrounded by white light, Gisi, who had just left a certain distance, changed his face drastically, and was forced to approach Lu Wei again, using a tongue-licking move. Reaching out naturally, Six Tails placed the flaming claws on Gai's tongue. Ghost. Hollow square, Tsu, I don't want to lick it, but my body licks it up naturally. Is it my fault? Six Tails, stretch out your claws. Li He calmed down with a smile on his face. Six-tailed move again is just a prototype. It is estimated that the effect can only force the opponent to use the last move 1 or 2 times in a row. But the effect is not enough, the number of times to make up. As soon as he stretched out his flaming claws, Six Tails grinned and used another move. Desperately resisting in my heart, but the one more move has the effect of Guisi still involuntarily licked it. Go hiss, go hiss. Boom. This time, the burn effect of the spark move was triggered, and Gisi's tongue was really on fire. Seeing that the Six Tails are still ready to stretch their claws, the ghost-type elf Gisi, who loves to scare others to cry, really glared out his eyes, and his tears spewed out like a waterfall. Please don't stretch your claws, my tongue is on fire, I can't lick it. What the hell is this? Tang Feng's eyes twitched, and his current mood was #D, no, can you still play well? Change the position, the Six Tails stretch their claws, Omega, no, be nice. Tears welled up, the flame on the tongue gradually spread to the whole body. Guisi was forced to stick out his tongue and lick the flame claws of Six Tails. The expression gradually collapsed. The more he licked, the more painful, the more he licked, the more he licked. Gisi felt 10,000 rejections in his heart, but his body was out of control and he couldn't stop. Taking out a handful of melon seeds from his pocket, Li He asked while eating the melon seeds. Xiao Tang, it looks like we don't have anything to do with us anymore. Golden pigeon seeds, do you want to eat them? I'll throw a few for you. Let's chat. Tang Feng's real person PK Li He's heart has it. Looking at the Six Tails that stretched their claws, the 8th venue in Area B, the referee thought that he had cut so many matches between Li He and Lu Wei, and his psychological quality was hardened, and he would not be moved anymore. As a result, holy shit. This is the sacred battle for the top 8, and it's not that you are here to train the pet ghosts. DC, look what, I'm super fierce. Six Tails, stretch out your claws. Gus, lick, wow. How can a good quarterfinal match become how cute my dog is? MP4. I rub it, isn't this the one more tactic of the great Emperor Baifeng? The spectators in the official live broadcast room of the Chindu Youth Cup were very happy. The audience at the scene saw their expressions are subtle, and they were stunned. Lick dog ghosts, sell cute online. Looking at the ghosts, they can all make up the current thoughts of the ghosts. I really don't want to lick anymore. Please let me know, tonight's one is put on tomorrow, everyone goes to bed early. I looked at what I wrote today, and how to change it. I feel that there is a little problem. Get up tomorrow and post it again. Chapter 60 Inches Dirty, Trainer Who Admits Defeat. After realizing that Gisi could only use tongue-licking moves, Tang Feng persevered in the face of the predicament and shouted. DC, hide under the field and lick it from below. Don't keep licking at Lu Wei's claws. Gui Si, who was forced to lick the six-tailed claws, was extremely aggrieved. And GT, D and LT winking face, do you think I am willing? Proceed if you can. In fact, it's not that DC is willing to attack the six-tailed flame claws with tongue-licking moves. Ghosts are forced. Ghosts are ghosts and poison dual attribute spirits. Ghosts are not pure spiritual bodies. Their entire body is composed of poisonous gas and belongs to semi-spiritual bodies. After being hit by the six-tailed spark move, DC fell into a state of burns, and the flames of the six tails were attached to the whole body. Not only was DC unable to hide his figure, he could freely pass through the wall, and he would become weaker and weaker. In the face of adversity, DC also fought bloody, trying his best to attack Lu Wei from all directions. It's a pity that in a small area close-quarters battle, DC's reaction and speed are not at all an opponent of the six tails who have the lightning flash move and the dodging skills. Whenever DC rushes over and sticks out his big tongue to attack Lu Wei with a tongue-licking move, Lu Wei can come first, intercept DC in the middle, and slap DC's tongue with a paw. The six-tailed claws contained the flames created by the spark move and the power of another move. Forced to attack more than a dozen times in a row with tongue-licking moves, DC became more and more desperate. Not attacking is not good. Attacking not only can't help Lu Wei, but it is like a little milk dog licking the palm of his master's hand and trying to win his master's favor. Ghosts. Greater than Mu, less than, what a shame. Xiao Tang, it's useless. There is a certain probability that the six-tailed spark move can make Gui Si fall into a state of burns. Now that Gui Si is covered in flames, there is no way to stealth and play wall penetration. Sipping the melon seeds, Li He took a sip and said with a smile. Subtext, give it up, it would be great to eat melon seeds with me. DC lost his stealth sneak attack ability, and was forced to use tongue-licking moves to melee the six tails. DC had no chance of winning. Forced to attack again with tongue-licking moves, DC left tears of humiliation. This six-tailed bully bullies ghosts. Through the live webcast, Wang Zui, Ji Ziming, and Bai Yunfei can also watch the final match of the top 16 of the Chengdu Youth Cup. Looking at the computer screen, Wang Zui sent a yo 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 barrage to it, sighing. Brother Li's six tails actually pressed and beat Gui Si, six tails yo. Bai Yunfei looked at the screen in disbelief and swallowed. More than pressing and beating. It's just killing ghosts and killing hearts. With this victory, Brother Li will advance to the quarterfinals. Ji Ziming's expression was subtle. Throughout the history of Junxin High School, there seem to be very few who can reach the quarterfinals of the Chengdu Youth Cup. Unexpectedly, Li Jie is about to become one of them. Moreover, Brother Li's top 8 seems to be very easy. One more move. At the guest seat, President Wu's eyes widened. After taking a closer look at Li He, he compared the ordinary appearance of Principal Mu in his memory. If it weren't for the difference in appearance, President Wu would have thought that Li He was Principal Mu's illegitimate son. First, the energy ball move, and then another move, and my son will be treated like this. Based on President Wu's social status, Li He's family background can be found out by any search. It wasn't from Laomu. Could it be that Xiao Li got it from the gym owner in the next area? Taking a serious look at Li He's face again, President Wu's heart moved. It doesn't seem impossible if you rely on your face. The gym owner is also a human, and he likes a good-looking face. It turns out that, in the face of ghosts and ghosts, this Li He player used another move as a means of restraint. A middle-aged male with a national character face, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainers Association, spoke for the first time. This Li He player is going to win. The representative of the Imperial Capital Trainers Association took a sip of tea. Immediately afterwards, Principal Zhang of Chengdu No. 1 Middle School also took a sip of tea to hide the embarrassment in his expression. In the venue, Li He secretly sighed. Unfortunately, the ghost's body has no edible value. Fire roasted ghosts, smell of rotten eggs. Otherwise, can this be done? Thinking of this, Li He gave an order. Six Tails, grab Gisi's tongue, tie its tongue to the railing of the field, tie it in a dead knot, and then use another move on Gisi. One more move will force Gisi to use the tongue-licking move, but the tongue is tied to the railing, and the burnt Gisi cannot break free through spiritual body transformation. So what happens next? Ghost is dead. As a new generation of 5 good youth with the spirit of scientific inquiry, Li He is still a little excited when he thinks about it. Suddenly looking up, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Tang Feng looked at Li He with a shocked expression of, "Are you still a person?" Damn it, the ghosts are almost ruined, and now they have to tie their tongues to the railings. Listen, are you talking about humans? Wait, Gisi isn't human either. Oh, that's fine. As a dirty routine trainer, I originally thought that Li He had a bottom line, but I was wrong. Li He broke through my bottom line again and again. During the discussion, the audience looked at Li He with surprise, shock, and, "You're even less human than Gisi." Hearing Li He's words, and looking at the 6 tails in front of him, Gui Si tried his best to resist. However, the body still involuntarily attacked and used the tongue-licking move. Seeing that his tongue was about to fall into the 6-tailed claws, Gui Si gave up the struggle and gave a broken smile of, "Forget it, what do you like? Thotha, go hiss." Seeing this scene, Tang Feng humiliated and stretched out his hand. I admit defeat. Tang Feng player admits defeat. The referee couldn't stand it any longer, and quickly announced the result. Contestant Li He wins. The venue was silent for a few seconds, and soon became noisy again, and then the audience's discussion became louder and louder. Poison. Too poisonous. Tang Feng said that this Li He is too poisonous. Can't I stop playing with you? Contestant Li He, beware of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. Contestant Li He is awesome. One order makes the opponent directly admit defeat. Tang Feng's little friend, the male student wearing a flat mirror and the slightly fat boy looked at each other subconsciously, and swallowed at the same time. Thinking back to Tang Feng's handsome smile before the battle, and his sassy words. "Don't worry, in this battle, Gisi and I will definitely live up to expectations and make you stunned." Tang Feng's words still echoed in his ears, and the male student wearing flat glasses shook his hands and pushed the glasses, thinking silently. Xiao Tang, Fatty and I are indeed dumbfounded, but we seem to be in the wrong team. You and Gui Si have indeed lived up to expectations, you two have conceded defeat. When Xiao Tang comes back, let's not talk about it, shall we? The fat boy swallowed as if he had a good heart. Glancing at Tang Feng who was using the pokeball to take back the ghost, the boy wearing the flat mirror nodded silently. Don't blame Xiao Tang for admitting defeat, it's really this Li He. It's so dirty. Simply filthy and inhumane. Chapter 61 Nazi. I will take care of your family. Recommendation ticket. On the edge of the auditorium, the group of journalists who gathered to eat lunch silently looked at the notebooks in their hands. I just finished interviewing Tang Feng's notes in the morning. It seems that I can't use them at all. A petite female reporter took a notebook and found a male reporter who was expected to be promoted. Brother Dai, how do I change this? At about 8:50 in the morning, Tang Feng and Gui Si announced their victory declaration. We are dirtier than Li He. Taking a look at the female reporter's transcript, Dai brother was thinking, and wrote down. Faced with Li He, who is even dirtier than the Ganges in the ancient India area of the Blue Star Alliance, Tang Feng and his Gisi are brave and full of challenge spirit. They tell us with their actions that we must be brave to challenge and dare to challenge. Failure is not scary, what is scary is that you dare not fight for another 100 years. Tang Feng and Gui Si are really role models among the new generation of trainers. They are second in the competition, first in spirit, and full of positive energy. Dai Jie nodded in relief. The petite female reporter immediately looked at Brother Dai with admiration. At the end of the battle, the players on both sides retire. Yo-Yo Tilda jumped back to Li He's shoulders. Although he was tired, Lu Wei was in a good mood. When she thought that the 5-digit money had already arrived, Lu Wei happily called out several times. Voice. Yo-yo. Well done, add dinner at night, call a duck. As he walked out, he reached out to massage Lu Wei, and a line of small words popped out in front of Li He's eyes. Open black lens bracket massage skills, LV3, 57/300 close black lens bracket. This experience value was all achieved by Li He's hard-working hands, and the 6 tails slid up. Li Hejung looked at it, and bumped into a Lalu drawing head-on. Lalu Lassie, superpower, fairy dual attributes, humanoid elf, looks like a little girl with white dress and green hair, is the initial form of Shenado. Shenado, who was spitting out the fragrance, drinking hammer milk, my father likes to drink, suddenly flashed in his mind. The sentence, you are so cute, in Li He's mouth was replaced by, you're so handsome. Lalu. Raising her head in shock, Loloras looked at Li He with a moving look of, I finally met a human who is not blind. Li He, right, how do you know my Loloras is male? With the sound of footsteps, Laluas's trainer walked up to him and asked. With short black hair and a heroic appearance, and Jun, the seated player in Group H, asked in surprise. Talent, it's all talent. Li He said casually. There are also superpower gyms in the Huasha district of the Blue Star Alliance. And Yan, the president of the Chindu Trainers Association, also serves as the head of the Chindu Superpower Gym. Of course, Li He speculated that this president and should be stronger than Nazi, the master of the Golden City Gym, for a very simple reason. President An's 3 views are relatively normal. And Jun is the daughter of President N, and Li He heard these news from Sister Xiaowu. Yes, the next match is between you and Sister Xiaowu. Looking for an opening remark at random, Li He asked a key question. Sister N, I would like to ask you a question. Do you know the superpower attribute move of predicting the future? Can this move be used to predict a certain person? Predicting the future move, a great trick with superpower attributes, which can use the power in the shadows to attack the opponent. From his memory, Li He vaguely remembered that the master of the superpower gym in the Carlos area seemed to be able to use the predictable future move to observe the future. That's kind of scary. Predicting future moves. I'm not too sure. It should be possible, but... Miss and Jun said with a smile, if you can provoke a trainer who can predict future moves, why do you think so much? Just write a suicide note. Haha, I'm joking, I'll chat when I have time, bye. Lalu. When passing by Li He, Loloras was very satisfied with Li He's knowledge and patted Li He's leg. Lalu. Loloras. ****, I will be super strong in the future, and I will cover you. The backs of Anjun and Loloras disappeared at the end of the player's passage, and Li He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Yo-yo. Shaking his tail in front of Li He's eyes, Lu Wei didn't understand why the trainer was suddenly stunned. Obviously won the battle, the trainer is not only not proud, but also immediately reflects on it. Thinking of this, Lu Wei felt that he should learn from Li He, and immediately corrected his attitude. Slip, no, *omega. There was no player channel. Li He took out his mobile phone and quickly opened the Elf Virtual Battle game. After pulling Nazi back from the blacklist, Li He sent 3 more messages. I'm sorry, Lu Wei was messing around with my phone before. I found out that you were actually on the blacklist when I was going to play games with you today. I've already educated Lu Wei. I'm really sorry, I don't have anything I can hold in my hand, so let's just say, I found traces of a legendary elf Victini in the land of the earth. It has no relationship with me, maybe it has a relationship with you. Talk to apologize, talk to you another day, smile. Such initiative is definitely not because of cowardice, but because Li He feels. I can't blacklist my friends because of their lack of empathy, suspected mental illness, likes to turn humans into dolls, and the danger level is as high as 5 stars ********. This behavior is bad. It will affect the three views of the audience who are cute, handsome and charming. Kanto region, Golden City, Golden Temple. A miniature model town, in a white villa, lies a doll. My name is Hongdu, and I am a trainer in the Kanto region. Some time ago, I gathered up my courage and came to challenge Natsi, the master of the gymnasium in the Golden City. Still a doll. Red beans. The female trainer in the doll state, Hongdu, suddenly lit up and found herself back to her original state. After a few seconds of happiness, Hongdu saw Natsi holding a doll. With black hair hanging down at the waist, a melon-seeded face, and delicate facial features, Nazi was wearing a red dress, floating in front of Hongdu, and there was no trace of warmth in her dark pupils. Take out your mobile phone, click on, Elf Virtual Pairs, Battle, Game, pretend to be a fan of the ID, Baifeng Emperor, and add him as a friend. Nazi didn't speak, the doll's strange childish voice said crisply. Don't screw it up. I can't act. Crying wildly in her heart, Hongdu didn't want to be a tool person, and played the emotional card. Master Nazi, I haven't contacted my parents for several days, I'm afraid they miss me too much, why don't I go home first? Come back. Nazi helped the doll with braids, and the doll looked up at Red Bean strangely. Fine. You said where they are, I'll take them over and make your family neat and tidy. I'll take care of your family. The doll's voice was clear and flat, but the red beans shrank in fright and made a terrified tweet. Huh. Huh, you should say thank you, it's rude to a girl. The doll's strange voice continued to echo. After a while, Hongdu said obediently, thank you. Squinting her eyes, Nazi slowly touched the head of the doll. I can even train Hudi, but I can't train a person. As soon as the thought moved, a mobile phone floated in front of Nazi's eyes, and automatically slid to the chat interface with, the Great Emperor Baifeng. If it is an ordinary girl, being blocked for no reason is naturally incompetent and furious. But for Nazi, it was very interesting. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, 3 messages came. Coincidentally glanced at it, and Hongdu quickly retracted his gaze. A hasty glance only allowed her to see a few keywords. Baifeng Emperor, Legendary Elf, Victini, apologize, block. Victini. The name of the legendary elf. The elves that can be called legendary either possess terrifying powers or possess wonderful abilities that are unique in the world. The thoughts in Hongdu's mind flashed wildly. Sigma Su degree D degree. Su, this, Emperor of Sadwind, has blocked Nazi, but dare to add it back at will. Apologize for saying, there's nothing you can do with it, slap as the coordinates of a legendary elf. This is also called nothing to do. Is this the day-to-day communication between big bosses? The status of Baifeng Emperor in Hongdu's heart was instantly infinitely higher, and he was about to pierce the ceiling. Looking at the news, her head slowly tilted, Nazi's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth drew a beautiful arc. I didn't even read the words, Victini. After repeatedly looking at the words, Baifeng Emperor, the smile on Nazi's face became brighter and brighter, and she said softly. Really want. The voice was low, with a hint of desire in the magnetism. Really want. Really want. Turn him into a doll. Sister Xiaowu is going to lose. At this time, Li He had returned to the edge of the field and watched the battle with Lin Xiang. The more he looked, the more cautiously he looked. On the field, Lalulas didn't care about the unicorn worm's spinning technique. There seemed to be an invisible wall around the body, and Leloris completely ignored the unicorn worm's silk spinning moves and poisonous needle moves. When he stretched out his hand again, the red light flashed in Lalulas's eyes, and the unicorn seemed to be pinched by a pair of invisible hands, showing an extremely painful expression. In the end, the struggle of the unicorn became more and more powerless, and finally lost consciousness. This Lalu drawing is so powerful. After substituting it for a while, Lin Xiang showed a complicated expression after finding that she couldn't beat it either. Slip. After watching this battle, Lu Wei was extremely vigilant. After returning from the battle, Wu Yingyao was not very disappointed, and had the style of a general. After a few chats, Wu Yingyao went to the elf doctor on duty to check the status of the unicorn. Lin Xiang shook her phone and asked, Li He, Mr. Lei Chu said that you will be fine, and share your experience of cultivating elves with everyone in the group. Cultivate elves, but also experience. Isn't this a matter of nature? Thinking like this in his mind, Li He said, I don't have much experience. It's all because of my deep love for elves. Lin Xiang felt that she was speechless. The battle of the top 16 will soon end. In the evening, on the way home, Lu Wei looked serious, worried about tomorrow's battle. Thinking of Nazi, the master of the Golden City Gym, Li He suddenly rubbed Lu Wei's little head. Don't worry, let's do our best. Winning or losing is not the same thing. Even if you don't win to the end, I will invite you to eat Deji's family. Let's eat hot pot skewers in a while. Li He felt that he had to work hard to improve Lu Wei's favorability. After all, his life and fortune would all depend on Lu Wei. Compared to the risk of life ahead, tomorrow's game is stress-free. The 6 tails were rolled up, and the big dark eyes rolled out water droplets, and the 6 tails were deeply moved. Ideographic period. Slip. Although the trainer is a little poisonous to the enemy, he is really good to himself. Shaking off the tears, Lu Wei ignited his fighting spirit. Yo-yo, ing-o, ing-o, ing. For money money. For the trainer. Tomorrow's quarterfinal battle must be won. Chapter 62 Scorpio, a very threatening opponent. Ask for a recommendation ticket. That night, Li He and Lu Wei were studying their opponents and making a battle plan. The opponent is the young lady Xu Jilin, whose initial elf is Scorpio. Scorpio is an elf with dual attributes of ground and flight. It has a purple-red scorpion shell, and its natural defense is amazing. With a pair of small bat-like wings, the Scorpio can fly by the wind. Under Xu Jilin's command, this Scorpio was exceptionally stable, and every battle was won by relying on sky suppression and long-range attacks of poison needles. Follow what I told you to call tomorrow. While eating the roast duck that was called, Li He took a bite of the green onion and said vaguely. Slip, su omega backquote tilde. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Wei was a little drowsy, but he still energized and responded. Early the next morning, Li He was woken up by the sound of 6-tailed boiled eggs. I touched the phone and glanced at the screen. The time was only 6:23 in the morning. With a big yawn, Li He walked to the kitchen, grabbed the door frame and glanced inside. On the gas stove, red and blue flames ignited like lotus flowers. 6 tails took a flame bath and boiled eggs. The scene was very elves. Slip tilde. Raised a tail, 6 tails said good morning excitedly. Remember to turn off the gas after taking a bath. You didn't turn off the gas last time. Slip. After Li He finished washing up, Lu Wei ran out of the kitchen with a boiled egg in his mouth. At 6:45, Li He and Lu Wei set off for the provincial gymnasium. On the way, I bought 2 cages of xiaolongbao and 2 servings of soy milk at the street stall downstairs. When he got on the bus, Lu Wei had 2 small dumplings stuffed in his mouth, like a hamster hiding food, his cheeks bulged high. Taking a sip of soy milk and chewing on xiaolongbao, Lu Wei felt that this was the beginning of a fairy. Yo-yo, oh, tilde. A creature like elves really can eat and digest everything. Your stomach is a biochemical reactor, right? He used a soft brush made of Lu Tai's hair to brush Lu Tai's hair. Li He envied. As a member of the big food area, Li He also wants to have the appetite of Lu Wei. After eating delicious food and enjoying Li He's service, Lu Wei was satisfied with his whole body, and lay quietly on Li He's lap. Flicking her tail happily, Lu Wei glanced out the window curiously. On the sidewalk, the office worker princess who was 1.8 meters tall is hugged, and the heroic walks like flying. I'm going, this guy is talented. Following Lu Wei's line of sight, Li He was shocked. Is this lazy? Is this to play with the phone in Howley's arms? Naturally not. Office workers use their bodies as a powerful exercise tool. A true tool man. Leahy felt that he should learn from office workers. So when he got off the bus at the station, Leahy hung his black schoolbag on Lu Wei's tail. It's definitely not that the black schoolbag is heavy, but that Leahy is willing to give Lu Wei the opportunity to exercise. 6 tails. Hollow bullet, hollow down pointing triangle, hollow bullet. A total of 4 battles will be played in one day today, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Leahy was lucky and was directly arranged in the first game. 8:50 in the morning. The provincial gymnasium and the large circular venue were full of seats, and spectators were waiting to watch the morning game. In the first round of the quarter-finals, Leahy vs. Xu Zhilin. As the narrator came on stage and read out 2 names, the audience instantly ushered in a burst of applause. In the first few matches, both Leahy and Xu Zhilin showed amazing strength. In today's battle, among these 2 players, who will stop here and who will advance to the semi-finals, let's wait and see. When the commentator mobilized the audience's emotions, Leahy and Xu Zhilin walked out of the player passage and stood on both sides of the field, waiting for the referee's start instruction. 6 tails vs. Scorpio. At the guest seat, after drinking a sip of hot tea, and Yan, the owner of Chengdu Super Energy Gym, pondered. At this stage, the 6 tails should not have developed superpowers and cannot carry out high-altitude operations. The movement speed and dodging skills of the 6 tails are quite good, but the Scorpio's maneuverability at high altitude is not bad. In addition, this scorpion is especially good at range-type poison needle attacks. Once the 6 tails are poisoned, the situation will gradually tilt. The key point is there any way for the 6 tails to attack the scorpion in the sky? President Wu added a sentence, and smiled, just let's see how Leahy responds. It stands to reason that as long as the Scorpio does not make mistakes, it is almost impossible to be attacked by the 6 tails. But President Wu is really not sure. On the field, the battle was about to start, and Leahy suddenly said, "Don't let Scorpio get close to the 6 tails, or you will regret it." She didn't know what the hell Leahy was up to. Wearing white short-sleeved blue shorts with a pokeball hanging from her long legs, Xu Zhilin didn't answer at all, just whispered to Scorpio. Following the referee's order, the scorpion with bat wings and a scorpion-like body flew into the arena in the wind and stuck out his tongue towards Lu Wei with a smile. A little bit tilde. Slip. Ignoring Scorpio's provocation, 6 tails jumped into the field and waited. Lifting up his bangs, Leahy unbuttoned his shirt, smiled sassily at the opposite side, and waved, "Let's have a cup of milk tea together after the battle." Xu Zhilin gave Leahy a surprised look. "Are you interested in me?" "There is no alcohol in the air, how can you be so drunk, miss?" Leahy Shicheng said. "No, I just use the human version of seduction moves on you with body and language to attract your attention." Xu Zhilin was startled, and looked at the venue subconsciously, only to see a red shadow suddenly appear below Scorpio. "No, Scorpio, get out of the way," Xu Zhilin hurriedly ordered. Bang! The 6 tails hit the ground, the limbs suddenly exerted force, the 6 tails jumped into the air, and almost slapped the low-altitude scorpion with a claw. There was no danger of avoiding the sudden attack of the 6 tails, and the scorpion did not dare to wave again, and quickly lifted into the air. Xu Zhilin's heart was pounding, and she glared at Leahy angrily. "This guy is too dark." Unexpectedly bursting clothes. Bah! At the guest seat, President Wu coughed and looked strange. This player Leahy is quite good at taking advantage of his body. This 6-tailed bouncing power is good, but after this lesson, Scorpio and Xu Zhilin should not be fooled again. Principal Zhang of Chengdu No. 1 Middle School interjected. "Pity." Leahy shook his head regretfully. At the same time, looking at the scorpion hovering in the sky, the 6 tails became dissatisfied. And GT, underscore and LT, slip tilde. "This is, bullying me will not fly." Taking a deep breath, Xu Zhilin calmed down the ups and downs of her chest and decisively ordered. Scorpio, use the lightning flash move to suppress high altitude, and then use the range mode poison needle move. Like the unicorn worm's poison needle move, it can only shoot a dozen poison needles at a time, but the scorpion can use 2 scorpion pincers to use the poison needle move at the same time to carry out a range of poison needle bombardment. Xu Zhilin relied on Scorpio's high-altitude suppression and poisonous needles rain-like moves all the way to this day. Swish. Using the lightning flash move, Scorpio suddenly dived. With the addition of the lightning flash move, the body with the initial speed was so fast that Li He and Lu Wei could not see too clearly with their eyes, and could only see one blurred outlines. Whoosh whoosh. Purple poisonous needles shot out from the scorpion's jaws like a torrential rain, drowning Lu Wei's body in an instant. At the guest seat, the representative of the Chindu Trainer Association raised his head in surprise and was a little surprised. This scorpion actually has a flash of lightning. Not only that, but the poison needle move has a wider attack range. With such a dense needle move, if you are hit, the probability of being poisoned is not small. Chapter 63 Feet Warm Water, Boils Scorpio, the top 4 in Chindu. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Whoosh whoosh. The torrential rain of purple poisonous needles tore apart the shadow clone of 6 tails, and shot them onto the field, blasting purple sparks one after another. And the main body of the 6 tails has already used the flash of electric light and changed the move, like a teleport, avoiding the surprise attack of the poison needle rain. Shadow clone move. Seeing this, Xu Zhilin didn't care, and now the rhythm of the battle was already in her hands. Don't stop, use poison needle moves alternately to carry out a wide range of fire. This 6-tailed bouncing power is amazing, but as long as the Scorpio is kept at a certain height, the 6-tailed is no threat. Even if you keep hiding, how long can this 6-tailed hide? Seeing that the 6 tails in the field used a flash of lightning, Xu Zhilin continued to order. Don't give it a chance to breathe, use the flash of lightning to catch up. Lu Wei's lightning flash move is very fast, but Scorpio's is not slow, plus Scorpio has air dominance and can glide recklessly. After several chases and escapes, Scorpio no longer hides its strength. The 2 scorpion pincers stood up, their mouths slightly opened, and the scorpion made a poison needle move with all its strength. Poisonous needles shot out from the 2 scorpion pincers and the mouth of the scorpion like a torrential rain, covering a huge fan-shaped area. Seeing that the 6 tails could not dodge, Li He decisively ordered. Flame clothes. Hearing Li He's instructions, raging flames splashed out from the surface of the 6-tailed body, communicating with the outside world. Rain of poison needles had a head-on collision. There was a sound of bang bang bang, and countless purple poisonous needles were blocked by the 6-tailed flame coat, but the poison attribute energy after the explosion of the poisonous needles also caused the flames on the surface of the 6-tailed body to wilt. Judging from the effect of the move, this time the 6 tails and Scorpio are tied. But, sure enough, the dodging skills of this 6-tailed are also limited distances. As long as the attack range is wide enough, the 6 tails can't dodge. The corners of her mouth rose, and Xu Zhilin slowly felt that she was winning. As long as you find a way to break the flame coat, and after a round or 2 of poison needle rain, the 6 tails will fall into a poisoned state. At that time, there is no need to attack at all. As time goes on, the 6 tails will become weaker and will be slaughtered by others. This attack mode, Xu Zhilin, Xu Gao's daughter, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainers Association suddenly said. Xu Gao, a well-known professional-level trainer in the China region of the Blue Star Alliance. Xu Gao's battle to become famous is to use the big needle bee, and the poison needle move that attacked the audience, and abruptly killed a dragon attribute elf. I don't know, maybe it is. President Wu hesitantly said, who is also an expert in using large needle bees. Whether it is or not, Lu Wei is very passive in this way. The representative of Chindu Trainers Association said lightly. Look around the field. After the poison needle is broken, it will redissipate into poison attribute energy. If it goes on like this for a long time, even if the six tails block the attack of the poison needle move, it will not be able to stop the erosion of the escaping poison attribute energy. Shuzhilan is a standard poison-type elf style of play. The key is one word. Consume. Consumed until the opponent was poisoned and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Steady. Even if she had the upper hand, Shuzhilan was still very calm. Scorpio, do you still remember the height at which the six tails jumped? You must not fly below this height, just beat it slowly and grind it to death. Hearing this, Scorpio nodded earnestly despite being naughty by nature. This young lady is as steady as an old dog. I didn't expect that Lihi would also be dirty one day. It's really impossible to hit and hit, hide and hide. The audience whispered. At the same time. After circling in the sky for a few times, Scorpio first raised a scorpion pincer and used the poison needle move. Without Lihi's reminder, Lu Wei chose to avoid it immediately. Afterwards, Scorpio took advantage of the flight to press forward step by step, and once again used a wide range of poison needle rain to force Lu Wei to use the flame clothes to resist. This young lady is too stubborn, and so is this Scorpio, who clearly has an advantage but is extremely cautious. Aware of Shuzhilan's sight, Lihi secretly wiped some water droplets on his forehead, creating the illusion that the area of my psychological shadow is infinite. The battle between the six tails and the scorpion made the audience dizzy. This is the impression, the quarterfinals are evenly matched. Sure enough, even if he was as dirty as Lihi, he couldn't kill and bully his opponents in seconds. As time passed, the flame on the six-tailed body became more and more sluggish, and Scorpio was full of energy, seeing the victory and the trainer's reward beckoning to him. After chasing again and again, Scorpio tried his best, and finally forced the six tails to the edge of the circular arena. Seeing this scene, the audience showed regretful expressions, and the guests at the front desk could also anticipate the next scene. Shuzhilan's children's shoes, your Scorpio's flying height is getting lower and lower, and if this goes on, I'm afraid that if I let the six tails open, I will kill you. Lihi's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and shouted. For seconds. Regarding Lihi's words, Shuzhilan didn't even believe a single pronunciation. Scorpio, get ready, dive down, still can't lower than the height of the six-tailed jump, and then use the full-strength poison needle move to break the six-tailed flame suit and make it poisoned. Lihi's children's shoes, if you can't make Mount Tai collapse in front of you and keep the color unchanged, and Groudon can fly into the sky without sweating, don't play bluffing, okay? You cannot. Also hit my Scorpio. Pucci tilde hollow down pointing triangle tilde hollow down pointing triangle tilde. Come on, ask for seconds. Glancing at Lihi lightly, Shuzhilan was in a happy mood. Gu Lei Ang, backquote. Sticking out his tongue towards Lu Wei again, Scorpio answered confidently. Then, using a flash of electric light, Scorpio suddenly swooped to a certain height. It's now. It's now. After giving the order, Shuzhilan. Lihi, what did he call now? It's not that you want to win. And many more. Yu Guang glanced at the venue, and Shuzhilan's heart was beating wildly in an instant. In just a few seconds, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Shuzhilan's forehead. Boom! The six tails spun rapidly, and the entire body of the six tails disappeared in place, replaced by a rapid formation of a fire tornado. And this time, in order to use all-out poison needle moves, Scorpio froze at the lowest dive click, and in front of you is a roaring fire tornado. Blinking blankly, Scorpio was so shocked that his brain stopped thinking. Omega D Omega, Ang. Although panicked, Shuzhilan was of excellent quality and hurriedly shouted. Run away. Use a flash of electric light to escape. Roar. Almost at the moment when Lihi and Shuzhilan spoke up. Scorpio panicked and tried to escape with a flash of lightning, but with a roar from the fire tornado, Scorpio's brain fell into a blank state again, unable to think. The whole body is out of control, and Scorpio is naturally unable to use lightning flashes. With the swallowing of the vortex airflow, the scorpion was swallowed into the fire tornado and disappeared. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. Obviously, Scorpio has always had the advantage, and it is about to win. How? Suddenly reversed. Flame vortex move. No, just another use of spark move. The action of drinking tea was on the way, and the representative of the Imperial trainer always looked at the fire tornado on the field solemnly. A professional trainer guest stared wide-eyed, unaware that the tea was spilled on his trouser legs. Scorpio, an elves, is good at using the wind to hover and fly. This is its advantage, but from another perspective, the advantages of elves are also disadvantages. Leahy wiped the drops of water on his forehead and smiled plainly. Faced with the wind swept away by the fire tornado, Scorpio can't break free by itself, and I also prepared a roar move to prevent your flashing move. Look, Shujilin's shoes, I told you not to let the Scorpio fly so close, but you didn't listen to me. Leahy said sincerely. But, the cold sweat on your forehead. Shujilin looked blank. If he had been prepared, why would there be cold sweat on his forehead? Oh, it's too hot, I put some water on it. Hearing Leahy's words, Shujilin's eyes darkened. I thought I saw through everything, but I still got hit. At this moment, thinking of the cold sweat on Leahy's forehead, Shujilin could actually understand why ancient people were so angry that they vomited blood and died. A flash of light flashed in her mind. Shujilin raised her head suddenly, took a deep breath, and said intermittently. Just now. No, the initial jump of the six tails was intentional. Was it to paralyze me and Scorpio? Shujilin pointed at Leahy with trembling fingers, the mountains rising and falling on her chest. Are you here to act or fight? Can't talk anymore, Miss Shujilin is autistic. The big reversal. The real big reversal. Falling into a disadvantage, the six tails, who were about to lose, suddenly succeeded in a blow, and in turn controlled the scorpion. The audience was silent, and the commentator was the first to come back to his senses and shouted excitedly. At the beginning, the six tails jumped. It turned out not to be a sneak attack to determine the outcome, but to give Shujilin a wrong understanding, so as to lay the groundwork for this attack. Principal Zhang sighed with emotion. The young people today are so dirty. Are they so good at using tactics? The provincial gymnasium is so air-conditioned that I'm freezing to death. Are you still hot? It's so hot that you smear drops of water on your forehead. No, this kid is too cloudy, and Yingyao has to stay away from him. President Wu, who was controlled by his daughter, was a little unstable, as if he could see that his daughter was sold by Leahy and was still helping him raise elves. At the same time, on the field, as the fire tornado slowly extinguished, the figures of Six Tails and Scorpio appeared in front of everyone. Covered with black marks, Scorpio struggled unconsciously, and spit out black smoke from his mouth. Ji Lei Ang, at winking face. He lost his mind, but the burns on his body made Scorpio groan instinctively. Slap. A paw patted on Scorpio's head. Six Tails stepped on Scorpio's head, proudly raised his head. Yo-yo. Learning from Scorpio, Lu Wei also stuck out his tongue mischievously at Shujilin. A little bit and GT, and LT, tilde. Looking at the Six Tails in amazement, the referee suddenly whistled. Scorpio lost the ability to fight. Therefore, the one who advanced to the semifinals is Leahy contestant. There was an uproar in the arena. What was that move just now? How did you do it? Why did Scorpio suddenly lose? Miss Shujilin is very difficult. Seeing that she is about to win, she suddenly loses again. I guess the whole person is blinded. In a commotion, Lin Xiang asked Wu Yingyao blankly, Sister Wu, what kind of move is this? Wag your tail, huh? Wu Yingyao hesitated. It is estimated that when you ask Leahy's answer is also a tail wagging move. The question is, whose tail wagging is like this? Shake it down again. Is your six tails ready to spiral into the sky? Leahy. Imperial City Trainers Association, the representative muttered, and suddenly asked. Who taught this Li He? Old Mew. President Wu exposed Principal Mew without hesitation. Old Wood. How is it possible, just like the weak chicken that was crying with the fire-breathing dragon? Cough, I didn't say anything just now, and you didn't hear anything. Laomu, why don't I believe it? Principal Zong's eyes widened. Laomu, did he kill this little Li or give Luwei drugs? This Xiao Li has set a new record. The representative of Chindu Trainers Association said with a smile. It has been nearly 6 years since Junxin High School has not had a student reach the semi-finals of the Chindu Youth Cup. With this Six Tails and that trick fire tornado, this Li He can be said to have refreshed the new school history of Junxin High School. Chapter 64 Watching horror movies will make you stronger. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, you have a new achievement. Chindu Youth Cup Semifinals. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get additional rewards. Close black lens bracket. Charm value +1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. After testing, your charisma attribute exceeds the critical point, and you get the title, Close black lens bracket. The humanoid eye-catching machine. It is not a good thing if the charm value is too high, because you attract not only the eyes of the same kind, but also the peeping of the mentally ill in. And what? Can you finish in one sentence? Li He complained. The system father ignored him and continued to refresh the news on his own. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, you have a new achievement. Open black lens bracket the first title. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get additional rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket rewards are being drawn. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the collector's edition props. Open black lens bracket Midnight Ring DVD, Blu-ray HD version, close black lens bracket. Midnight Ring DVD, Blu-ray HD version. There was once a young lady Sadako who liked to climb out of the TV and greet people friendly. Seeing me, did your heart beat faster? Close black lens bracket. Friendly reminder. Read it once a day to promote blood circulation and refresh your mind. Close black lens bracket. The reward item has been stored in the backpack, please pay attention to check it. Close black lens bracket. Sorry, I have no interest in being a undead knight. Li He is a normal person, and he has always stayed away from rumored horror movies such as Midnight Ring. Wait, I won't watch it. I can let Lu Wei watch it, create illusions for the future, and accumulate experience in advance. Li He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As the six-tailed spirit grows, it will gradually awaken superpowers and the ability to create hallucinations. In the future, if you encounter a free battle in the wild, you can directly give the 3D version of the Midnight Ring to the mind of the opponent's trainer. Wait, is this a legend? Six Tails Month Reading. In order to show the fighting spirit of friendship first, results second, Li He shook hands with Xu Zhilin. What was that move just now? Xu Zhilin asked in a low voice. Tail wagging. Li He gave the standard answer, in exchange for the back of Miss Xu Zhilin's head. Xu Zhilin, not. Can a tail wagging move look like this? Why didn't Pikachu wag his tail to create a thundercloud storm? Really, it's really a tail wagging move. It may be that my bond with Lu Wei is too deep, which stimulates Lu Wei's potential ability. Li He said sincerely. Six Tails showed an expression of sudden realization. Xu Zhilin, P_P. Before Li He walked out of the aisle, reporters in the venue swarmed up and surrounded Li He. Contestant Li He, how do you feel now? Player Li He, I heard that you once went to Qianyahai in order to nurture Lu Wei, and kicked Lu Wei off a cliff with the same feeling as Father Yan. Is this true? Lu Wei, my Carp King is your fan, can you put a paw print on my Pokeball? Fortunately, the staff stepped forward to block it, allowing Li He and Lu Wei to escape back into the player passage. Yo-yo asterisk sigma, for all backquote sigma. Pointing at himself with his paws, Sixtails raised his chin, and flicked his tail proudly. Subtext. Look, let me do my best, someone is looking for me to sign. It's powerful, I'll show you a movie at home. Rubbing Lu Wei's little head, Li He praised. Suddenly, a radio announcement sounded in the provincial gymnasium. Urgent notice, the remaining 3 battles today are postponed. Urgent notice, the remaining 3 battles today. Slip. Lu Wei tilted his head. Li He. Returning to his old position, Li He saw Lin Chiang, President Wu, and Wu Yingyao standing together. The Chindu Youth Cup has been postponed for 3 days. For the past 3 days, you should stay at home honestly at night and don't run around. I told you, President Wu will go. In a hurry, he turned to leave. The 3 looked at each other in dismay. Back home, Li He inserted the DVD of The Midnight Bell in the black school bag into the TV player. Turn off the living room lights, draw the curtains, and click play. As the TV screen lit up, Li He held Lu Wei's little face and said seriously. Lu Wei, now I pass on the 3rd rule of the profound meaning for you to become stronger. Watching horror movies will make you stronger. Whenever you can see a belly laugh, that's great. Li He once watched a horror movie called Ghost Mother with a female friend. In the movie theater, Li Hequang ate popcorn, the audience's scalp was numb, and the female friends were smiling like flowers. Fresh in memory. Lu Wei tilted his head, flicked his tail, and said seriously. Carrot oh carrot, slipping. Looking at Lu Wei, who was happily watching The Bell at Midnight, Li He silently locked the bedroom door. Presumably, when the eagle kicked the little eagle off the cliff, that's how I feel at the moment, right? After dialing the bangs, Li He became happy again. Finally, I can play the game without any pressure. Li He comfortably approached the reclining chair. Turn on the computer and enter the game, Elf Virtual Battle. Click Random Match, and Li He silently waits for the game to start. In the living room. With the progress of the Midnight Bell plot, Lu Wei swallowed. Slip. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing the small blanket next to him, Lu Wei hurriedly got in, revealing only a pair of big dark eyes, staring nervously at the TV screen. Sixtails. And GT, D and LT winking face, oh. At the same time, a simple conference room was set up inside the provincial gymnasium. President Wu, President N, and the guests of the Chindu Youth Cup were almost all among them. That Gengar actually escaped here. President Wu looked serious. Some time ago, in the neighboring province, a Gengar caused a lot of trouble. The Provincial Trainer Association sent 7 professional-level trainers to no avail. That Gengar's strength is extraordinary. The representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association said calmly. It's not the Gengar that the general manager is worried about, but the fear that when the spiritual world is expelled by force, the door to the spiritual world will be opened. That is the real headache. The management of the Blue Star Alliance Huasha district is extremely strict, and it is impossible for ghost-type spirits to appear in the area for no reason. Not to mention Gengar. Gengar is the final evolution of DC, able to hide in the shadows, and his strength is quite strong. Therefore, the biggest possibility is that this Gengar opened the portal of the spiritual world and ran out of it. Therefore, when expelled by force, Gengar is likely to open the portal to the spiritual world again and escape. At the moment when the portal to the spiritual world opened, God knew what would come out of it. Spirit world. President N scratched his endangered hairline. The spiritual world was also known as the Netherworld in the Huasha area in the past. In folk culture, it has always been regarded as the resting place of human souls after death. According to research by Dr. Yamanashi from the Shino region. In the spiritual world, there are still evil spirits. But the most orthodox cognition is that the spiritual world is the birthplace and gathering place of ghost-type elves. It is conceivable that if Gengar escaped back to the spiritual world and the door to the spiritual world opened wide, how many ghost-type elves would run out again? A professional trainer was so tired that he sighed. You said that your Gengar stayed well in the spiritual world, so why did you run away from home? Isn't it sweet to be a house ghost? In the end, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association said solemnly. All in all, this matter must be resolved within 3 days. You know, the Chinese New Year's Day is only a few days away. According to research, on the day of the Ghost Festival, the barrier between the spiritual world and the real world is the weakest in a year. If you add a Gengar who can only open the portal to the spirit world, God knows what will happen. 100 Ghosts Night Tour of Chin City. So young man. Thinking of this, President An Yanan, president of the Chindu Trainers Association, was very unhappy. In the bedroom, after playing a game, Li He was about to start another game when he suddenly received a message from Xiao Zhuer. Exist. In the past few days, Li He and Xiao Zhuer have been chatting a few words almost every day. Li He felt that he was evolving from an ordinary netizen to an ordinary male best friend. Li He's heart fluttered. When he thought of the bunch of irritable electric-type elves in Xiao Zhuer's house, he regained his composure. Ding dong. On the chat interface, 2 new messages jumped out. Little Zhuer. Hezhong Regional Youth Cup Opening Exhibition. Catalya vs Zyrna. Xiao Zhuer. Watch this video, pay attention to the eyes they look at each other. I always feel that they are the same, there is a problem, laughs. Chapter 65 Uchiha Lue. Online learning opens your eyes. Hezhong area, Longmu Town. As the location of the Pokemon World Championship Junior Cup in the Hezhong region, the town of Rongmu was crowded with people, and its quarterly GDP rose by several percentage points. A new generation of trainers from across the United States will compete for the title here. The winner can challenge for the United League Championship. Musical note. Hey, it's like the morning sun that illuminates Hezhong. Musical note. Musical note. Syncing moods that overlap each other. Musical note. Musical note because it will turn into a bond that will never disappear. Musical note. With the sound of gun salute and music, the Pokemon World Championship Youth Cup in the Hezhong region officially started. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone must have been looking forward to it for a long time. The Hezhong Youth Cup will begin with an exhibition match. Facing the microphone, the narrator shouted passionately. Now, please let me introduce 2 special guests who have come from afar for this conference. First of all, the 4 heavenly kings of the alliance in the Hezhong area, the master trainer in the superpower field, the gorgeous White Rose Fairy, and the Catalya contestant. Cheers broke out instantly. Wow! Depending on the space, countless white rose petals fell from the sky. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared on the player's seat. The blonde curly hair was combed to the roots of the calf like a waterfall, and the long white dress wrapped around the graceful figure. Wearing a white hat and light red high heels. The beautiful sky blue eyes opened, Catalya held the corner of her skirt, bowed slightly to the entire venue, and smiled lightly. In an instant, the cheers and screams were deafening. It is the champion of the Sheno region, who is also a master trainer, the beautiful goddess of battle, Zyrna player. With the enthusiastic voice of the narrator. Step, step. Black pointed toe high heels tapped the ground. He wore a black rose on his chest and was wrapped in a red cloak. The long golden hair naturally fell to the knees of the calf, and Sharona walked to the contestant position in a hurry. Suddenly throwing off the red cloak, Hyrna's black-gray eyes were fixed on Catalya, and she smiled lightly. Catalya, long time no see. Long time no see. Catalya's blue eyes were also fixed on Sharona, and she smiled back. The exhibition competition is about to start. The commentator introduced very professionally. Sharona player is the first to send out the fierce Bite Land Shark. Bite Land Shark is a dragon and a ground dual attribute elf. And Catalya also sent her elf here, Miss Goth with superpower attributes. With the sound of battle music in the venue, 2 spirits with unfathomable strength appeared at the same time. Amid the shouts of the audience, Miss Goth opened her sky blue eyes. with a humanoid body and a long black dress like a Christmas tree. The red-lipped Miss Goth folded her hands on her chest and bowed elegantly and quietly in front of her. Hi hiss. Hi-ho. In response, the bite land shark roared fiercely. It looks like a shark, and its dark blue skin is covered with white bone spurs. The shark tail-shaped dragon tail thumped heavily, and the black-gold pupils of the fierce bite-blue shark stared at Miss Goth. Battle begins. Bite the land shark, Long Xingchun. Miss Goth, 100,000 volts. Oh. The two sides started with a quick onslaught. The commentator said loudly. Dragon Star Group move is a big trick of the dragon attribute, which can make the elves make attacks like falling meteors. The 100,000 volt move is not weak. It is a representative move of the electric attribute. It attacks with a strong current. Which one is stronger or weaker? Let's wait and see. Roar. Golden flames splattered all over his body, fiercely biting the land shark, roaring in the sky, and spewing out a golden energy ball. Boom. The golden energy ball quickly lifted into the air and exploded into hundreds of fireballs, like a meteorite, crashing towards Miss Goth. Comet. Crackle. Hi hiss. With her hands raised, Miss Goth was not to be outdone. She used a 100,000 volt move, and countless lightning bolts shot out from Miss Goth's body and greeted her. Bang. The lightning and the fireball collided head-on, and exploded into countless colored halos in the sky, like fireworks. Dragon Star Group and 100,000 volts collided, no winner or loser. The commentator shouted. As expected of the four heavenly kings against the champion, the attack and defense are just right. What a gorgeous rodeo. Soon, the exhibition match ended in a draw. Amid the cheers of the audience, the two blonde beauties shook hands amicably. Azure blue, black-gray color, two pairs of beautiful eyes staring at each other. Watching the last scene of the video, Leahy rested his chin on the back of his hand with a subtle expression. Look at the eye contact between these two. Xiao Zhuer was right, there must be love between the two. Of course that's not the point, the point is. What is the Dragon Star Group move used to bite the land shark? Are you sure it wasn't called by the meteor shower? Looking at Miss Gold's 100,000 volts, Pikachu can already go to the toilet and sob. After replying to Xiao Zhuer, Leahy gently opened the bedroom door. Through the crack of the door, Leahy saw that the most exciting scene of the Midnight Bell had been played. With disheveled hair and white clothes, Sadako crawled out of the well step by step, walked to the viewer of the videotape step by step, and finally climbed out of the TV. Throughout the whole process, there are no special horror scenes, but viewers can feel the helplessness of falling into the abyss step by step. Every step of Sadako is unknown, and every frame of the picture is a huge horror. Finally, Sadako stood up from the floor as if her whole body was broken. He raised his head suddenly, revealing a big white eye like 110 bottles of eye drops, and black pupils shrunk to the tip of a needle. I've always wondered, if you put the two TV sets facing each other, will Miss Sadako crawl back? Or will it crash? Leahy rubbed his chin and muttered. Why didn't the six tails make a sound? Was it frightened? Yes, at the beginning of the game, Sadako was really difficult to hell. The soft side of his heart prevailed, and Leahy sighed. Forget it, let Luwei watch me play games and shout, yo-yo. Leahy was about to push out the door when he saw Luwei clumsily pressing the remote control with his claws. Manipulating the button, Luwei adjusted it several times, and finally fixed the picture on the close-up of Sadako's terrifying eyes. Sadako's staring move.jpg. Leahy. Slip. Adjusted several times, and finally slipped up. Flicking her tail happily, Lu Tai ran to the TV screen. Learning Sadako, Luwei stared hard. Oh epsilon, oh. I am super scary. When Leahy was playing games and watching videos, Luwei had watched this scene more than a dozen times. From fear, to apprehension, to numbness, finally Luwei found a bright spot. It turns out that the trainer let him watch this not to scare himself, but to let him learn from this young lady how to stare fiercely and terribly. Looking at the six tails staring hard, Leahy looked strange. Could it be that the six tails are practicing the round pupil move? But the round pupil move should be a goblin-type move. Comparing with Miss Sadako, are you sure you didn't get the painting style wrong? Without disturbing Uchiha Lue, who was working hard to open his eyes to practice pupil surgery, Leahy quietly walked to the kitchen. Taking a bottle of green mineral water soaked with grass gems from the refrigerator, Leahy returned to the bedroom. Before closing the door, Leahy glanced back at the living room. In the dark bedroom, only Sadako in the TV was the only light source. Flicking her tail, Lue stood in front of the TV. The scene is unusual, harmonious. Learn pupil art from Sadako. Leahy couldn't describe his mood at the moment. As expected of my six tails, he is really a fox talent, the fighting tail among the six tails. With a sigh, Leahy sat back in front of the computer. After taking a sip of the green mineral water soaked in the grass gem, a feeling of flying in the green grassland hit me. What's the next game? Putting down the mineral water bottle, Leahy pondered for a moment and chose an unused elf. Miss Lips. As a humanoid elf, Millip has dual attributes of ice and superpower. With blonde hair, dragging a long red dress, she looks like a female version of Santa Claus. The rank of the ID, Bifeng Emperor, at this time is at the professional level, and it is already possible to perform more refined operations. After making some adjustments, Leahy was very satisfied. Let you see the horror of being dominated by Sister Millip. Ding! Just as he was about to do random matching, Leahy received several messages. Open black lens bracket ID, Battle Castle Princesses invites you to a doubles battle. Close black lens bracket. Battle form, 2 vs 2, doubles duel. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket whether to accept. Close black lens bracket. Princess Battle Castle, the little fan who sent the six-tailed information file. Leahy came to be interested. Doubles. I don't know if I can backstab my teammates. Give it a try. Accept. As Leahy clicked to confirm, the battle information was refreshed again. Open black lens bracket double duel. Close black lens bracket. The Great Emperor of Sad Wind, Battle Castle Princesses vs. Choose difficulties, Black Novelist. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The battle is about to start, please prepare. Close black lens bracket. Today's 2 chapters are a little later, and I have finished editing them. Omega, after writing it, please make some changes. Chapter 66 Doubles Killing Songs, recommend votes. Very few people know. The champion of Shinao region, Sharona, the heavenly king of Hejong region, Catalia, the heavenly king of Hejong region, Wanlong, a master trainer with ghost attributes, these 3 are best friends. When Sharona works all over the world, she rents villas under the name of Catalia. The female trainer girlfriend group headed by Sharona, Wanlong, and Catalia can be said to be one of the strongest forces in the world. Be confident, you can get rid of the 1. Hejong area, Longmu town. Just as the Hejong Youth Cup contestants were fiercely competing, in the special guest box inside the venue, 3 master trainers sat unrestrained on the carpet. After chatting for a while, the 3 were ready to play games. In the doubles match, there are 3 missing 1, and Catalia suggested that she invite 1 person. With her legs together elegantly, Catalia drank the lipstick tea lightly. I've invited him. He uses Miss Lips. I still use Miss Goth. Hearing this, Miss Goth narrowed her eyes happily and continued to treat Catalia's hair. Which one should I choose? Sharona bit her fingers with a tangled face. Quick Dragon. Shinado. Fire-breathing dragon. Without hesitation, he stretched out his claws a little, and Bidenlu Shark made a decision for Sharona. Bite the land shark fiercely. After helping Zyrna choose, Leavitlu Shark raised his head proudly, and glanced at the fire-breathing dragon and Kuailong on the screen. A trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. D-filled lower right triangle. Sooner or later, these two items will have to be deleted from Sharona's game database. Watching this scene from the sidelines, Wanlong, the heavenly king of the Hejong region, the master trainer of the ghost attribute, smiled knowingly. With short black hair, a baby face, round-rimmed glasses, and a dark purple slim skirt, the heavenly king Wanlong in Hejong is more like a literary girl than a master trainer. Stretching out her slender legs wrapped in black silk, Wanlong pondered for a while, and a small smile appeared on the cute round face bag of baby fat. Then I'll use the wind ball. With the wind ball, Ghost, flying dual attribute elves, looks like a purple hot air balloon. Double duel. The great Emperor Baifeng chose Sister Millip. Sharona and Wanlong glanced at each other tacitly, and the meanings in their eyes were astonishingly the same. Get rid of this lip-smacking lady first. The great Emperor Baifeng chose to use Millip's sister, and there is a high probability that she wanted Millip's sister to use the kill song tactic. The Song of Destruction tactic is based on the Song of Destruction move. If successful, it can defeat all opponents at once. Song of Death move. After a certain period of time, the elf listening to the song will fall into a coma and lose consciousness. Glancing at each other, the two immediately raised their heads in unison, their faces indifferent, making it difficult to understand. Miss Lips. Being able to predict the general plan of Emperor Baifeng, Catalya's azure blue eyes narrowed slightly, simulating the battle situation in her mind. On the virtual screen, the battle countdown is constantly refreshed. Open black lens bracket 3. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 2. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The battle begins. Close black lens bracket. Almost at the same time, the smile on Wanlong's mouth disappeared, his expression was cold, and his temperament suddenly changed from a literary woman to a deep and fierce. Follow the wind ball. Use the Hidden Spirit Surprise attack to attack Sister Millip. Hidden Spirit Surprise move. A great trick of the ghost attribute. The elves enter the different dimensional space, and after a period of charging, the elves flash from the different dimensional space, carry out dimensionality reduction strikes on the enemy, and can ignore all defenses. In the virtual image, by consuming the item that exempts the charging time, the powerful herb disappears instantly with the figure of the wind ball. Ignoring all defenses and distances, the wind ball suddenly appeared behind Sister Millip and rammed directly towards Sister Millip's body. Hiss. The figure of Miss Lips was torn to shreds instantly. She succeeded with the blow of the wind ball, and immediately fled away. A substitute. I didn't use the hold move, I used the stand-in move. Looking up in surprise, Wanlong raised his eyebrows. Hold the move. Perfectly resist the opponent's attack, known as the universal defense. Substitute move. By reducing your own physical strength to concentrate the substitute to resist damage. The attack of Hidden Spirit Surprise can not only break the defense holding the move, but also attack the opponent. If the opponent uses the hold move, it's just a no-brainer, giving it away. Only by using a substitute move, and a proficient substitute move, can you block the sneaky surprise attack of the wind ball. Interesting. Wanlong pondered. The great Emperor Baifeng had either tasted the loss of the Hidden Spirit Surprise attack, or he had an extraordinary understanding and cognition of the three maneuvers, Hidden Spirit Surprise, Defend, and Substitute. No matter which point it is, it shows that the great Emperor of Sad Wind pretty decent. At this time, in the virtual image, as the stand-in was broken, Sister Millip's body also appeared in the field. But the cooperation between Sharona and Wanlong is more than that. Sharona smiled slightly, and after Wanlong, she ordered naturally. Bite the land shark fiercely, and set off the reverse scale. Reverse scale move. Dragon attribute move. Let the elves carry out continuous attacks in a violent attitude. With the allocation of Sharona's ability to bite the land shark fiercely, the first blow, the fierce bite of the land shark can break the holding moves that Sister Lips may use. The next second blow, biting Lou Shark fiercely, could kill Sister Millip. "You two, have you forgotten that I'm here?" Catalia ordered in an elegant tone. "Use touts." Flattering move, flattering and confusing the opponent. This move made Miss Goth swing her hands and released a crimson energy wave, which directly caused Bite Lou Shark to fall into a state of confusion, and interrupted Bite Lou Shark's move of erecting reverse scales. At the same time, Sister Millip didn't use a guard move or a stand-in move, but made an amazing move. Closing her eyes, Sister Millip sang a strange, high song. A song of death swept the audience. The above changes seem to take a long time, but in fact, only a few tens of seconds have passed. After watching this ever-changing opening match, the onlookers were boiling. "I'm going, whose trumpet are these four people? This commander's pre-judgment level is amazing, right? This invisible cooperation, could it be negotiated? If it is not negotiated in advance, it is all based on prejudgment. Bring tea to the boss's hot springs, ye. Mongxin is shivering. Why doesn't Sister Millip need to hold on to her moves?" The video of the battle is full of barrages, and some people leave a long voice comment in the comment area below. "It's amazing. The trainers of Lu Sha and Sui Fengqiu should have predicted that Sister Lips will use a song-killing strategy centered on Song of Doom moves, so she chose Sister Lips to set fire. Follow the wind ball and use the hidden spirit surprise attack to attack Sister Millip first. If Sister Millip used a hold move or other moves, it would be cold now. Fortunately, Sister Millip used a stand-in move. Even so, Bite Lou Shark is also connected to the reverse scale move, which is simply a lure for Miss Lips. And Miss Goth here is not bad. With one bluff, she stopped Lou Shark. What impresses me even more is that the trainer of Sister Millip didn't let Sister Millip guard it, but as if predicting that Miss Goth would stop Lou Shark from biting fiercely, she went directly to Song of Destruction, occupying the position in one fell swoop. The upper hand, this act of trusting teammates is the core charm of the doubles duel. Among them, if Sister Millip takes a wrong step, she will be dove right away. I haven't seen Emperor Baifeng online for a long time. This launches the Immortal Bureau. Sigui. On the other side, looking at the virtual screen, Li He muttered. The attack speed of Su Fengqiu's hidden spirit surprise attack is so fast, 9 times out of 10, it has eaten strong herbs. My little fan is so powerful, I actually stopped biting Lou Shark. I thought that the imposing shawl carried by Miss Lips would be used at the beginning of the game. Momentum Cloak. Carrying props in battle, no matter what attack the elves are attacked, they can hold on to the last trace of their physical strength. The disadvantage is that they can only be used once. And this moment. Above the virtual screen lights up the countdown for Doomsong to take effect. Scarlet countdown 3 minutes. Chapter 67. The two steady Sister Lips ask for a recommendation. In the face of the threat of the Doomsong move, Sharona was still unhurried, smiled lightly, and said to Catalia. "When did you make friends so widely, and you can actually make friends with experts from the China region of the Blue Star Alliance?" "Because I'm good-looking and rich." Catalia smiled slyly. Yes, one of you has been trained by the Alliance for several generations, and the other is the descendant of the ancient nobles. I am so poor that I have to write novels to raise elves. Wan Long said lazily. Sharona's grandmother was Dr. Elf. Catalia's family lineage can be traced back to the royal family of the United Empire in the past. He is so pitiful and humble that he needs to rely on the salary of the Alliance and the manuscript fee for writing novels, so that he can barely afford the elves. With several rounds of offense and defense, there were only a dozen seconds left for the countdown to the effect of Song of Doom. Zyrna and Wanlong looked at each other. Wanlong took the lead in ordering. The Hidden Spirit Raid. In the virtual image, the figure with the wind ball disappeared again. After a while. Hiss. Miss Lips' stand-in was once again torn apart by the sudden gust of wind. At this time, Wanlong decided to order, Big Bang. Big explosion move. make the elf self-destruct and attack everything around it. After using it, you will also be seriously injured and lose consciousness. This move is different from the hidden spirit surprise. The power of the big explosion move is terrifying, but it can be blocked by the substitute and hold moves. However, large explosive moves also have a special effect. The momentum cloak cannot block the damage of the big explosion. Tear up the avatar of Sister Millip with the hidden spirit surprise attack, break the possible hold moves, and then apply the big explosion move. This is another lore for the lip-smacking sister. At the same time, Bite Loose Shark set off the scales and launched a violent attack on Miss Goth. Miss Goth was in danger under the terrifying offensive of Bite Loose Shark and could only resist. The countdown to Song of Doom has also reached the most critical time. Open black lens bracket 9. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 8. Close black lens bracket. With 100 thoughts in her heart, Catalia quickly ordered. Toast with the wind ball. The crimson energy wave swept through the wind ball that was about to explode, and Miss Goth interrupted the big explosion of the wind ball. The price was that Miss Goth showed her flaws, and was torn to pieces by the fiercely biting land shark with the dark blue sickle and dragon claws. Open black lens bracket 6. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 5. Close black lens bracket. Leahy did not miss this opportunity. Devil's Kiss. Devil's Kiss. Kiss the opponent with a terrifying face and put the opponent into a sleep state. This is the exclusive move of Miss Lips. With the ghost attribute, the wind ball can be immune to the attacks of ordinary attribute moves, but it is still not immune to the special effects of the Devil's Kiss move. Boo tilde tilde. I saw that in the virtual image. I held Sufeng Ball, who was about to regain consciousness, and Miss Lips pursed her gorgeous red lips, mouth to mouth, and gave Sufeng Ball a devilish kiss. The direct contact with the Devil's Kiss was astonishing, and immediately put Sufeng Ball into a state of deep sleep. Open black lens bracket 4. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 3. Close black lens bracket. Afterwards, the rushing Bite Loose Shark suddenly flicked its tail. The attack power of the fierce biting land shark under the reverse scale move was extremely terrifying, and the shark-shaped tail ripped through the air and hit Sister Millip on the waist. Hiss. The red imposing shawl that Sister Lips was hiding in her skirt suddenly burst into rags. Protected by the effect of the imposing shawl, Sister Millip was not torn apart by the fierce bite of Loose Shark, but her whole body was thrown diagonally like a blasted rag doll. Open black lens bracket 2. Close black lens bracket. Bite the land shark fiercely, attack quickly. Miss Lips, hold on. The terrifying sickle and dragon claws that bite the land shark chased up, tearing the air, but was blocked by the pink love shield made by Sister Millip. Open black lens bracket 1. Close black lens bracket. In the next moment, another sickle and dragon claw swiftly swung out, tearing the shield of love, and it was about to hit Sister Millip. Open black lens bracket 0. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Song of Destruction effect activated. Close black lens bracket. A scarlet airflow suddenly appeared on Bite Loose Shark. Snapped. Maintaining the gesture of waving out the dragon's claws, the fierce bite land shark turned into a series of bubbles and disappeared. Almost at the same time, the body of the wind ball was like a grain of sand under the storm, and it was fleeting. The next moment, the system announced that Leahy and Catalia had won. The final picture is fixed on the lip-smacking sister who blew kisses everywhere. It's over, it's over. Fuck, the last part is too thrilling. I can see that I forgot to eat popcorn. The operation of these 4 people is too awesome. As the onlookers forwarded the battle replay, the number of people watching in the background increased. After the operator noticed it, he placed the battle back on the home page of the game interface. The number of fans in the backstage of Emperor Baifeng has also risen rapidly, and it can break through to 100,000. Different from the popularity index of Station B and other live broadcast platforms, the number of fans of Elf Virtual Battle is 100%. If these 100,000 real fans are placed at Station B, 1 million playing videos can be generated in minutes. If there is enough time, it is not impossible to play tens of millions. The background barrage completely covers the virtual interface. I can understand the fierce bite of Lou Shark. Sister Millip is so strong. Let's go to the wild to subdue Sister Millip. These 4 people must have discussed it a long time ago. Otherwise, this effect will never be achieved. If not, I, Wang Dazu, will have a real name system and a 360-degree spiral. Miss Lips, Song-Killing Tactics, is Emperor Baifeng a female body boss? His real identity is Kana, a master trainer in Kanto. Just as the onlookers were talking frantically, Li He leaned back on the chair and complained. The level of the opponent I encountered this time is too high. The hidden spirit surprise attack exploded. If this is used on sneak attack trainers. Li He's scalp was numb. One can be added to the safety rules. Female trainers with wind balloons must not flirt. Yo-yo. 6 tails, who came in midway to watch, flicked their tails excitedly. The trainer is really super strong. Even if the trainer gave up the abuse of vegetables and chose to sharpen himself, he couldn't give up either. After staring at Sadako for a long time and finding nothing, Lu Wei was originally very depressed. Now after watching Li He's battle, the fire of ambition rekindled in Lu Wei's heart. Oh, slip. Clap clap clap. Taking small steps, Lu Wei ran out of the bedroom again. 6 tails. C. Be sure to follow in the footsteps of super strong trainers, earn more money, and eat all over the world. I heard from Li He before that some grass-type elves will grow fruits, and Lu Wei has always kept it in my heart. This grass-type elves must be more durable and delicious than trumpet buds. Thinking of this, the 6 tails are full of power. Omega, slip tilde. After taking a few mouthfuls of mineral water, Li He rested for a while. Looking at the computer screen again, the background message of Elf Virtual Battle reminded him that he had risen to the expert level. This is expert level. Li He scratched the side of his face. It doesn't seem to be too difficult to hit the expert level. As the number of fans behind the game exceeded 100,000, a system message flashed in front of Li He's eyes. Open black lens bracket ding. The number of fans of the ID, Baifeng Emperor, exceeds 100,000. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket achieve the phased goal. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the system is automatically upgraded. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket announcement of special rewards. Close black lens bracket. System upgrade commemorative Pokeball. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the system is being upgraded. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket please wait. Close black lens bracket. Ding dong. Hearing the beep, Li He, who was reading the system messages, turned his attention to the computer. ID, Battle Castle Princesses invites you to join the Battle Exchange group. The other side. It was rare to win Sharona and Wanlong, and Catalia happily waited for the reply from the Emperor Sadwind. Glancing at Catalia, who was about to hum a song, Wanlong shook his head helplessly. She looks so mature on the outside, but she looks like a little girl on the inside. Looking at the word failure, Sharona held her face with her hand, and glanced at the girl who was dancing and blowing kisses on the screen with a subtle expression. A girl who is proficient in substituting, defending, and the Song of Perdition, and also wears a majestic shawl. This is too stable, isn't it? Chapter 68 Human flesh is delivered to the door. Ghosts are happier than humans. Recommended tickets. After receiving the system reward, a silver-white Pokeball appeared on the computer table. What system upgrades the commemorative Pokeball? Isn't it just a commemorative ball? Picking up the silver-white Pokeball, Li He threw it. It was not heavy, like a table tennis ball. The surface of the sphere feels top-notch, reminding Li He of an advertising slogan. Indulge in new silky smoothness. Just like the limited edition elf cards, these commemorative balls are invaluable in the eyes of collectors. But for ordinary people, it is a special pokeball that is handsome and cool. Looking at the invitation on the computer screen again, Leahy manipulated the mouse and clicked to accept it. Leahy, who was about to peek at the group, received Zimming's penguin news at a loss. As the message popped up, the dynamic background image set by Leahy also flashed. Sanadot in the cuteness, Kachin GT, omega degree, heart. Leahy was relieved. Taking a closer look, Zimming's news brought Leahila back to reality. Zimming, Brother Lee, did you know that you are someone else's child now? The semi-finals of the Chindu Youth Cup. Niyubi exploded. Zimming, if I were a sister, I would hug your thigh now and not let go. I want a sister, and now you are my brother-in-law. Zimming used a series of emoji bombing to express his excitement. After a while of silence, the first reaction in Leahy's mind was, "That's it. Zimming, my sister has doubts about life now. The monkey monster is so incompetent and furious that she can't eat. I'm so happy, da omega da, ha 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 ha." Leahy Shin said that the true sibling relationship is too different. Zimming, it's sour and sour enough to eat. By the way, Brother Lee, are you training Luwei? I didn't bother you, did I? Leahy, no, I was playing a game, and I just played doubles with 3 perverted players. Zimming, elves in virtual battles. Rank upgrade battle. That is really difficult. The elves in virtual battles also use the rank system, from low to high, rookie, ordinary, elite, senior, professional, expert, quasi-master, master, and the final champion. Thinking of this, Zimming looked enlightened. Zimming, Brother Lee, what rank are you now? Is it time to be promoted to elite? Alas, the last time I was promoted to the normal rank, I met a ruthless man who shoots electromagnetic guns, and 2 shots killed me. Zimming, let's open the black next time together. Leahy, okay. Zimming, what is Luwei doing now? Leahy, watching horror movies. Zimming, a horror movie. Seeing Leahy's news, Zimming muttered a few words. Watching horror movies. Nothing to do, why look at that thing? Looking for abuse. Suddenly, Zimming's body shook and realized. Yes. Watch horror movies. Not only can it improve the psychological endurance of the elves, but it can also stimulate adrenaline. Do elves have adrenal glands? No matter what glands he is, when he is extremely frightened, it can definitely stimulate the potential ability of elves. Some time ago, it was not reported in the news that a small fire dragon stimulated its own fire characteristics at a critical juncture, and suddenly exploded. Like the protagonist of the second dimension, the little fire dragon bravely repelled the wild little Lotta and protected the potted plant of his trainer. Thinking of this, Zimming couldn't care to chat with Leahy. Zimming, Brother Lee, that's what it is, I've come to my senses, so I'll let Duck watch horror movies. Leahy. After closing the chat interface, Zimming pondered for a moment and searched for several videos. Open black lens bracket live duck turns into roast duck, let you eat quack quack. MP4 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket how to make roast duck more delicious, scallion duck group technology outflow, MP4 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket secret fresh duck soup, start with boiled duck. MP4 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the special roast duck made by Lightning Dharma King, on the advantages of electric roasting. MP4 close black lens bracket. Duck, come here and show you a nice video. Zimming called to the living room. Holding his head, Duck, who was in a daze, tilted his head. Huh. After staying for a few seconds, Duck ran to the bedroom with a cheerful pace. After more than 10 seconds, looking at the video on the computer, Tadaka, quack quack. The other side. After closing the chat interface, Leahy began to peek at the group with great interest. Black novelist, Omega, I heard that there is a Gengar who can only open the portal to the spiritual world in the China area of the Blue Star Alliance. I don't know if it's cute. I really want it. Close black lens bracket. Patients with difficulty in choosing should be expelled soon. Close black lens bracket. Black novelist. Gengar is a mischievous person who loves mischief. If he is forcibly expelled, he will probably play a prank, open the portal to the spiritual world, and release 180 cute ghost-type elves. Close black lens bracket. Battle Castle Princess. It's not a big problem. Ghost-type elves will instinctively go to places where fear is concentrated, haunted houses, movie theaters, etc., which has no effect on ordinary people. Close black lens bracket. Leahy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Wild Gengar. The one in the news last time. Haven't been expelled yet. Supergirls want alls. I hate ghost attribute elves, they have mental problems. Close black lens bracket. Leahy, who was watching the group, looked at the ID with a confused expression. Naz. Why is Nazi also in this group? Immediately afterwards, Leahy sighed speechlessly. Are you too embarrassed to say that others have mental problems? Turning off the group chat, Leahy picked up his phone and started ordering takeout. The foreign capital Fengdu in Chengdu is much richer. Little Fire Dragon smoked barbecued meat, Jenny Turtle surrounded the city, Bobo roasted bird meat. Alas, they are all selling dog meat with sheep's heads. Almost all the merchants have the name of elves, which makes people dazzling and don't know how to choose. After looking around for a long time, Leahy had a headache, so he simply ordered today's special price, 39.9 Pikachu electric grilled fish 39% off. Luwei, remember to pick up takeout later. Slip tilde. A little tired, Leahy lay on the bed for a while. 10 minutes later, a message popped up on the computer screen. Supergirl wants a doll. What is your relationship with Catalia? Close black lens bracket. In the living room, Luwei, who was hungry, ate a few red tree fruits, and his mouth was full of bright red liquid. Obsessed with eye-opening, Luwei didn't even bother to wash his face or claws. 30 minutes later, 2 new messages popped up on the computer screen. Humble Trainer Red Bean. Big brother, are you there? Add a friend, I beg. Close black lens bracket. Humble Trainer Red Bean. Picture. In the picture, Hongdu is holding up a sign in awkward Chinese language that reads, Life is hanging by a thread, please add friends. Red Bean. I shouldn't have come to the Golden Market in the first place. If I hadn't come to the Golden Market, I would not have challenged the Golden Gym, and if I had not challenged the Golden Gym, I would not have. Let me see, number 1802 on the 18th floor, is this the one? After checking the delivery order number, the delivery guy knocked on the door 3 times and shouted. Hello, Mr. Handsome, your takeaway has arrived, please open the door and thank you. Hearing the sound of footsteps, a few seconds later, the door opened. You are so handsome, aren't you? Why don't you answer the phone? After complaining, the delivery boy shivered with fright as soon as he raised his head. Right in front, Miss Sadako's terrified close-up of her eyes is facing the delivery boy. A cold air hit his heart from his spine, and the delivery boy's legs softened, and he almost didn't kneel. Slip. Hearing the cry, the delivery boy lowered his head subconsciously. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead. Feet. The eyes are pale, the corners of the mouth and the claws are full of red liquid, and one seems to be cooking a meal. Zombie version 6 Tails stared straight at himself. An inexplicable sense of panic made the delivery boy swallow his saliva. Gadong. Subconsciously, he looked up at Sadako, and then looked down at the zombie version of the 6 Tails. A series of information flashed in the takeaway brother's mind like a revolving lantern. You're so handsome, doesn't answer the phone. There are no pupils full of whites in the eyes, and 6 tails with red liquid at the corners of the mouth. You're so handsome, won't be given to Luwei. Fuck. A drop of cold sweat fell from the delivery boy's forehead. Calm down, Zombie six tails or something, how could there be? Suddenly, the bright corridor suddenly turned scarlet. He tilde. The childlike innocent and somewhat strange laughter echoed in front of the delivery boy. Suddenly there was a chill on the top of the head. The delivery boy slowly looked up, and he saw that the face on the TV screen was just above his head, close to him, and those terrifying eyes looked at him eerily. The wet, cold long hair fell down, submerging the delivery boy's entire head. I'm sorry. As soon as his eyes were closed, the delivery boy fainted to the ground, and the grilled fish in his hand was scattered all over the floor. Slide, point. Lu Wei's heartache and dissatisfaction resounded through the corridor. Six tails. I failed to run errands, can't I get stronger? What sound? What's the matter? Li He, who was woken up, came to the living room blankly. Glancing at the door, Li He was taken aback. At the door, his body was dyed with red liquid, and the delivery boy lay on the ground not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Beside him, a ghost surrounds the delivery boy and laughs straight, and a ghost sticks out his big tongue to lick the red liquid on the delivery boy. There is also a ghost floating above the head of the delivery boy, as if he is smoking something, showing an intoxicated expression. Filled circle, for all no. Dark gray mist, purple-red fireball body. Eyes widened, Li He carefully looked at the ghost above the delivery boy's head, and said incredulously. Heterochromatic ghosts. 2 or 3 chapters today will be updated later. Stomach not comfortable, more at night. Chapter 69 Under the tutelage of Sadako, Lu Wei's round pupil ghost pupil move. 3,000 words, ask for a recommendation ticket. 5 minutes ago. Chindu City, Pikachu Amusement Park. As evening approached, it was getting dark. In the ghost house, 2 medical college students are hanging out. Actually, there is nothing to be afraid of in this haunted house. Standing in front of the unique scene in Huasha district, Gao Sheng, a young man with a small plate inch, said with a smile. It's all props and staff. Besides, even if there is a ghost, as long as you are brave, the ghost will marry and go home, take maternity leave today, and become a father tomorrow. 666. Chen Diao, a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, responded. Turning his head, Chen Diao waved at a zombie. Tisk admiringly said, Old Tai, you are good at makeup and painting, my classmates who learned funerals are at this level. Pat. With the faint light, a ball-shaped object rolled to Chen Diao's feet. I'm going, new tricks. Human head props, this human head is quite realistic, even blinking. Chen Diao was shocked. The 30 yuan ticket cost was really worth it. Looking up, Chen Diao found that Gao Xing was staring at him with a dazed expression. Chen Diao. Ha 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 ha. The child's playful voice suddenly sounded. Hearing the sound, Chen Diao subconsciously glanced at the right side, and suddenly found the body of a headless child reaching out and grabbing the corner of his clothes. Feeling the grip on the corner of his clothes, Chen Diao swallowed. Looking at the blood on the child's blue-purple left hand, Chen Diao's face suddenly turned pale. Lying. Trough. Squeezing out 2 words between his teeth, Chen Diao was horrified, and his whole body shook uncontrollably. Nima, I work 100 hours a day. I can't bear to wear zombie makeup and be touched by tourists. How come there is still this one? The zombie staff slammed and ran away, not daring to make a sound, for fear of attracting the attention of the headless kid because his tenor was too good. Zombie workers swear to God. Whoever suggested him to work in a haunted house in the future, he would definitely spit it out, and no matter how much money he gave, I wouldn't go there unless it tripled. All the staff ran away. What about me? Thinking that he was the brother who slept with Chen Diao on the bunk, Gao Xing resolutely chose. Ran towards the exit. Just 1 sentence. Second child, you can resist. When my Ibrahimovic evolves into a Moon Ibrahimovic, I will help you with revenge. Don't worry, Ting Ting, I will take care of you home. With sweat on his forehead, Chen Diao was angry and complained about Gao Xing. I don't usually like to say that both ghost-type spirits and ghosts are cute, don't you think? Now the opportunity has come, but you're saying it. You run a chicken. At this time. Bah! A black shadow sprang out from the darkness, and a deep black fangs condensed from the energy of the evil attribute condensed around the mouth, and bit the headless kid fiercely. It is the evil attribute move to bite. It attacks the opponent through the teeth condensed by the evil attribute energy and causes damage, which is very effective against ghosts. The faint light hit the shadow, and the furry body looked like a dog. It was the general attribute elf Ibrahimovic. It turned out that after Gao Xing ran a certain distance, he secretly released Ibrahimovic, trying to attack the headless kid. Dream. The headless kid's figure blurred for a while, turning into a ghost-type elf. This ghost attribute elf laughed and avoided Ibrahimovic's bite move, disappeared. Provincial Gymnasium Meeting Room. At least dozens of ghost attribute elves ran out this time. Touching his bald head, President Wu smiled bitterly. That Zhang ghost was so slick, he didn't wait for President Wu and the others to encircle him, and Zhang ghost slipped back to the spiritual world when he saw that the situation was not good. When the door opened, a large group of ghost-type elves ran out of it. By the time President Wu and the others arrived, it was already too late. With a sigh, President N said, "Forget it, let's not talk about these useless things, and quickly control these ghost attribute elves." Ghost-type spirits running from the spiritual world will instinctively track the fear emotions emanating from living organisms. For a time, the entire Qin city was really mixed with ghosts, and ghosts were happier than people. Living room for rent. It's really xenomorphs. After taking a closer look at the ghost above the delivery boy's head, Li He exclaimed. In the game, different colored elves are also called glowing elves. In terms of abilities, glowing elves may be more special than ordinary elves, or they may be exactly the same as ordinary elves, but with different colors. But the luminous elves are rare and terrifying. Even in the game, the probability of encountering a luminous ghost in the wild is close to 1/4000th. In reality, if you want to meet luminous ghosts, you have to go to the spiritual world. These three ghosts all came out of the spirit world. Li He fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, there are three ways to conquer the elves. 1. Obey the trainer's instinctive reaction and be ignorant. Just pick up the pokeball and add a sentence. Conquer it, pokeball. 2. Roll up your sleeves and fight the elves yourself. 0tn0 equals O de Wei Tianlong. Circle.operator co circle.operator 1. World Honored Earth Store. And GT, A and LT winking face, *****, the flying dragon is in the sky. No underscore, no go. Pokeball. 3. Let the elves come on and shout yo-yo by yourself. Li He decided to choose 4. To use love. Be prudent, consult your friends first. Crack. After taking a photo, Li He uploaded it to the group he just added. Picture. Heterochromatic ghosts. Is GC easy to support? I haven't, people are relatively poor, time is tight, online wait, super urgent. The Battle Exchange group was originally chatting about gossip. Wan Long's eyes lit up when he saw the news of the Great Emperor Baifeng. As long as you are as poor as me, we can be good group friends. Looking at the picture again, Wan Long was taken aback. Heterochromatic ghosts. Envying the good luck of the Great Emperor Baifeng, Wan Long murmured to himself. This heterochromatic ghost looks really cute. Noir novelist. The poor raise ghosts and rich dragons. Ghost-type elves can be easy to support. Close black lens bracket. Black novelist. Come on, make a video. I have a way to communicate with it. I attract its attention, and when it is distracted, you throw a pokeball at it from behind. Close black lens bracket. Black novelist invites you to join the group video. Close black lens bracket. Why do I feel that you are more positive than me? Leaning his phone upright on the water dispenser next to him, Li He clicked to accept. Gussie, look, I'm holding a ghost gem in my hand tilde. Ignoring the noise coming from the phone, alien ghost stared at the six tails. It's obviously the one that can beat it nearby. Goss goss. The two large semicircular eyes were full of whites, with only pinpoint-sized pupils, and two small vampire-like tiger teeth were exposed in the cracked blood basin. A purple ghost fireball, the black-gray mist around the entire body is windless and automatic. He glanced at the ghost on the left side with his eyes, and the ghost of the color said, "Go." Subtext. Go on, look at it. Go hiss. Glancing at the cute Luwei, Gisi on the left responded confidently. Stare. Grinning, the ghost on the left glared fiercely at the six tails. Ing degree dish degree, ing go hiss. Through Natsi's computer screen, Hongdu could also see this scene, and subconsciously exclaimed, "Be careful. It's Gisi's ghost face move." Ghost face move. Stare at the opponent with a terrifying face to make them scared, thereby greatly reducing the opponent's speed. This move is made by the ghost-type elf Gisi, which is much more terrifying than ordinary elves. In the face of this ghost's ghost face move, Luwei glared back. The big dark eyes suddenly turned pale, and the pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints. Six tails. Filled down pointing triangle he filled down pointing triangle me, slip. The original crisp cry became low and depressed, like the roar of a monster. Go sizzle sigma, su degree d degree, su. The ghost on the left was startled. With a swish, the ghost on the left retreated to the corner, shivering. Seeing this, Hongdu's eyes widened. What did she see? The six tails, who are known for their cuteness and arrogance, actually scared Guisi to the point of trembling. See you soon. It may be that this ghost is relatively new and timid. Thinking of this, Hongdu's mentality regained its stability. A tongue slapped on the coward, and the ghost on the right side of the different-colored ghost reprimanded. No, backquote, go hiss. Subtext. Shame, quit the group. After teaching the timid companion, the ghost on the right also used the ghost face move. With the corners of his mouth grinning to the base of his ears, the ghost on the right glared fiercely at Luwei. Fuck dish go sizzle. Six tails spread their teeth and claws, and six tails began to grind their teeth. Filled down pointing triangle where hash, yo yo. Is it more fierce? After holding on for a few seconds, Guisi on the right was apprehensive and took a step back subconsciously. After realizing that he was shrinking, the ghost on the right was hit and began to suspect ghosts. Opening parenthesis dot, underscore. Red Bean was speechless. Seeing that the younger brothers became more and more useless, not only did heterochromatic ghosts not get angry, but he burst into laughter, rolling all over the sky with laughter. In the end, I was so happy to hammer the floor with my body, and the tears flowed. Go, gooey gooey, Thotha, Sigma. The two ordinary ghosts looked at each other and started laughing at each other. Thotha, Sigma go sizzle. Thotha, Sigma go hiss tilde. The dim living room suddenly filled with joy. Red beans. Natsi said calmly, I said earlier that ghost-type elves are mentally ill. Looking at the scene in front of him, a sentence emerged in Lihi's mind. To forcing ghosts to be more joyful. However, Luwei really succeeded in opening his eyes. What kind of eyes are these? Suddenly meeting Luwei's eyes, Li Hadu felt frightened. Could this be a round pupil move? Whose round pupil move is like this? Simply outrageous. However, when Hongdu asked, what is this move, through the group chat, Lihi said nonsense seriously. It's a round pupil move. Hearing this, Hongdu was in awe. As expected of a boss, he could actually make Luwei practice the round pupil move to be more frightening than the ghost face move. Using the pupil technique, round pupil ghost pupil move to repel the two ghosts, the six-tailed super fierce and super gloomy stared at the heterochromatic ghosts. D-filled lower right triangle, yo-yo. The alien ghost looked solemn and looked at the six tails. The scene was at an impasse. Lihi praised, as expected of a different-colored ghost, it's just different from those two cowards. As soon as the voice fell, The eyes of heterochromatic ghost slowly drifted away. His face was embarrassed, and he whistled. Heterochromatic ghosts. Who did this six-tailed scary look learn from? How is it like those lunatic evil spirits in the spiritual world? Chapter 70 Alien Ghosts. Move. He couldn't help but stare, and there was a red light flashing in the eyes of heterochromatic ghosts. Lu, be careful, DC used a move. Keenly aware of the changes in heterochromatic ghosts, Li He reminded. However, in the next second, the big scarlet tongue rolled up from the big mouth of the blood basin, and the aliens laughed. The tongue is rolled up and there is a green onion inside. Li He. You are not a green onion duck. What green onions do you bring with you? The green onion in the mouth of the different colored ghost is not an ordinary green onion, but a kind of elf item. Similar to the magic tool, in the Shenxia style. It's just that the special props of green onions can only be effective when placed in the hands of green onion ducks. Before Li He could react, the green onion on Gui Si's tongue suddenly disappeared, replaced by a pokeball. Six-tailed pokeball. Looking at his waist again, Li He was stunned to find that the other pokeballs on his waist had changed. Become onions. It's a trick move. Swap the possessions of both parties through superpowers. Using this trick, Alien Ghost swapped his green onion with Li He's pokeball. Get it back. Slip. The limbs exerted force, and the body shot out, and the six tails attacked the alien ghosts. Go hiss. The tongue was thrown out, and DC used Luwei's pokeball to directly take the attacking Luwei into it. Xenomorph Trainer.jpg. And this kind of cowardly operation. Li He was shocked. Afterwards, a cloud of black-gray mist was separated, and heterochromatic ghosts manipulated the mist to hit Li He. The black-gray mist suddenly disappeared into the green onion on Li He's waist. Afterwards, the green onion struggled violently as if it had come to life. Breaking free from Li He's waist, the green onion gave a swish, and stabbed towards Li He. Left bucket, right bucket, green onions move flexibly. Wan Long, who was happily eating melons, lit up. Ling Sao move. Give the opponent's props activity, manipulate the opponent's props to attack the opponent. Li He's face darkened, and he automatically added a few game narrations in his mind. Heterochromatic ghosts used a trick move. Close black lens bracket. Wild Li He got green onions. Close black lens bracket. The alien ghosts used the Ling Sao move. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket tooth white. Wild Li He is about to be attacked by green onions. Hanazawa coriander pure voice. Fortunately, it's a green onion, if this xenomorph is carrying a large rhizome. Quickly dodging the green onion, Li He's face almost turned green. This xenomorph is so dirty. This lingering move is simply killing hearts on heterochromatic ghosts. Go ni. Seeing this scene, alien ghost C Li's eyes narrowed into slits, his whole body rolled 360 degrees, and the smile at the corner of his mouth reached to the base of his ears. Go hiss tilde, da omega da. Thotha, sigma go hiss. The two ghosts watching from the corner were laughing to the point of collapse and tears streaming down their cheeks. Through the group video, Katoya praised, "This ghost is very smart, he can think of attacking the trainer's elf with a pokeball." Wanlong said, "The trick moves, the savage moves, this ghost has the talent of superpower, and the aptitude is really good." As a master trainer with ghost attributes, Wanlong has a first-class vision. Even if she said so, then this xenomorph is definitely worth nurturing. Sharona suddenly said, "That green onion. It seems to be quite tender, and the roast duck must be delicious." Dodging the green onion's attack again, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Li He's forehead. Fortunately, during this period of time, I practiced retroactive breathing, and nourished my body by drinking mineral water soaked in grass gems. The retrospective breathing method worked well. Although it didn't make Leahy's body so fast that it would be as strong as the big rock snake in Boxing Town and kick the little Lotta, it was much more flexible than before, and his stamina was more abundant. Even so, Leahy barely avoided it. The Lingsao move consumes too much, and the operation of giving the props spirituality is too esoteric. At present, heterochromatic ghosts can't really exert the powerful power of this move. Otherwise, Leahy could only endure the beating of the green onion in silence. Soon, after breaking the potted plants and bulbs, the green onions lost their activity and fell to the ground with a pop. Slip. Ideographic period. At the same time, the six tails also broke free from the Pokeball. Seeing this, heterochromatic ghosts changed the battle plan, the whole body slowly disappeared, and a figure appeared in the place. With long hair scattered and dressed in white, she is the Sadako in the TV. Whoosh, Sadako disappeared. The two ghosts in the corner were addicted to watching the play and looked cheerful. Slip. Ignoring the two ghosts who had no desire to fight, Six Tails looked around cautiously. It's the illusion of xenomorphs. Through the group video, Wanlong reminded. Illusion is not a move, but a natural ability of some elves. Wanlong expressed his understanding as to why Emperor Baifeng did not use a stronger elves. On the one hand, in case of accidental injury to the house. Does the house, decoration and furniture cost no money? On the other hand, I am afraid that Emperor Baifeng also wants to exercise the six tails. Plus, the king of the Kanto region, the master trainer of fighting attributes, Zaiba, once conquered the big rock snake alone, and the great Emperor Baifeng must be such a person. Try to use your own strength to fight the elves, and finally conquer the elves. Wanlong expressed admiration for the behavior of Baifeng the Great. After patrolling around, Leahy's eyes suddenly froze. Woohoo! A few purple ghosts lit up in the dimly lit house, reflecting the shadows in the room, and a spooky and eerie atmosphere was brewing little by little. Ghost Fire Move. The information of the Ghost Fire move flashed in Leahy's mind. Ghost Fire move. Fire attribute move. Release strange flames to attack the opponent, which can make the opponent fall into a state of burns. Winking at Luwei, Li Hexen was vigilant, but his face remained calm. Suddenly, the back of my head felt cold. Leahy turned his head abruptly and saw that Sadako was behind him, staring straight at him with terrifying eyes full of whites. Two lines of blood and tears slowly slipped from the corners of Sadako's eyes, and a strong smell of blood surrounded Leahy's nose. The whole mouth is a black hole, and the corner of the mouth is grinning all the way to the base of the ear. At this time, Sadako is not. I am super fierce, P.E. Instead. I, the real murderer, UDU backquote, red exclamation mark. Go hiss. Go hiss. The two onlookers looked at each other happily, and waited for the human being to cry in fright. After fainting, an unknown liquid was spilled. Then they see. Leahy said, bold monster, in broad daylight, you dare to be a monster, today I will represent the Alliance and the people, and accept you. Seeing this through the video, Natsu's upper body is straight. Got ghosts. How to get it? Does Emperor Baifeng also have superpowers? And then, Natsu saw. Facing Sadako's terrifying face, Leahy gave him a kiss. Katakana middle dot what? Unconsciously, heterochromatic ghost was so shocked that he couldn't maintain his invisibility. Appearing next to the TV, heterochromatic ghosts looked bewildered. Before he could react, Leahy waved his hand violently, and a silver-white elf ball came out of his hand and smashed on the head of the alien. As long as they are elves, they must follow the basic laws of elves. So xenomorphic ghosts turned into a red light and was put into the silver-white Pokeball. Thump. The silver-white Pokeball fell to the ground without even shaking it. The two onlookers blinked blankly, and almost held a sign above their heads with the words, fuck, written on them. Thinking of something, Luwei's expression was subtle. See this scene through the video. After a while of silence, Sharona said, that Pokeball is quite beautiful. Red Bean was shocked and complained, "Is this the point? Wan Long, this method of breaking the illusion is quite novel." "Nazi, interesting," Catalia said in surprise. "Hey Tilda, it turns out that the trainers in the Washa district conquered elves like this." Red Bean, "I originally thought that I was too weak to fit in with these bigwigs, but now I find out that it seems to be because I am too normal." Looking at the silver-white elf ball that didn't even shake, Leahy fluttered his bangs and said to himself, "Sure enough, subdue the elf. It still depends on love." In the animation, to subdue the elves, the protagonist ZA never relies on fighting, but all depends on the charm and animal dealers that are nowhere to be placed, as well as the boundless love. Picking up the silver-white elf ball, Leahy rubbed his chin and muttered, "It seems that it's not too difficult to conquer ghost-type spirits. Mengxin is going to Sanjiang. Important. It involves the voting of the protagonist elves, the rules for adding more changes, etc. Mengxin went to Sanjiang for the first time, and I was still a little excited, greater than less than. The book uses too many emoji characters and special symbols, so it seems a little unfriendly to the children's shoes listening to the book. I apologize in advance. With the later chapters, other elves of Lizahi will also jump out. The old rules, let's vote. The last time I reviewed it, I chose the popular and well-written ghosts first. 1 Electrical attributes: Pikachu, Rotom, Pachyrits, Dagger, others. 2 Water element: Spirit. 3 Other attributes: Fairy Ibrahimovic, Ice, 6 Tails, others. In parentheses are the last popular spirits. The rules are simple. This chapter says that if there is an elf name you want to support, then give a like. If there is no elf name you want to vote for, post this chapter to add it, and then give a like. The day after tomorrow, I will go to Sanjiang, take a leave tonight, and change the previous text as usual. Then I will say that I really don't have a word count. Now the total number of words is 176,000 words, 70 chapters, with an average of 2,500 words chapter. Although it is not as good as some 3,000 big men, it is still decent. Sanjiang seems to be involved in a new book investment. I haven't played it, so I don't know if it's useful. Children's shoes who can play invest by themselves. Solemn reminder. It involves the starting point currency, so start with caution. I have not played it before, so I am not sure if there is any profit. There is also the accumulation of editions before they are on the shelves. Currently it is 2. Now the daily recommended tickets are stable at more than 1,000, so if the weekly cumulative recommended tickets exceed 6,500, and 6 more tickets are added, it is not worth taking everyone's recommended tickets. Reward. Let's talk about it when it's on the shelves. Thank you for your support. I.L. Hart. Chapter 71. The Great War. 6 Tales, Love, takes alien ghosts, close to 3,000 words, please recommend. Buzzing. The silver-white Pokeball in Leahy's hand suddenly shook violently. With a bang, alien ghosts broke free from the silver-white Pokeball. You actually broke free. Leahy took a few steps back vigilantly and muttered to himself. Seeing that Lingseo's moves were useless, and the hallucination was broken by Leahy's kiss, heterochromatic ghosts finally put away his playful expression. Go hiss. Alien ghosts. Filled down pointing triangle this uncle is going to get real. Go hiss. Go hiss. The 2 ghosts in the corner cheered up and cheered loudly. Go hiss. Before waiting for heterochromatic ghosts to use his means, Leahy ordered. Suppress it with 1 more move. Slip back. Oh. Hearing Leahy's order, the 6 tails attacked fiercely. A white light appeared on the surface of the body, and the 6 tails used a flash of electric light to quickly rush to the side of the alien. Immediately afterwards, the left front paw was pressed against the body of alien ghosts, and the 6 tails made another move. Although Luwei's next move is still not fully practiced, it is impossible to play another energy ball and carry out medium and long-distance attacks. But through body-to-body contact, the 6 tails can still use another move to suppress alien ghosts, so that alien ghosts can only use the last move, which is Ghost Fire move. Under the suppression of the six-tailed move again, heterochromatic ghosts was forced to use the Ghost Fire move. Blossoming purple ghost flames appeared out of thin air, and were absorbed into the body by the six tails using the ignition characteristics. The ignition characteristic allows the six tails to absorb the opponent's fire-type moves and enhance the power of their own fire-type moves. Coupled with another move, the six tails completely suppress the alien ghosts. After struggling a few times, heterochromatic ghosts was shocked to find that he could not use other moves. Can only be forced to create a ghost flame, and was sucked into the body by the six tails in front of him. Not only was the six tails unscathed, but also visible to the naked eye, the hair of the six tails became more and more flaming red, standing up in clusters, dancing without wind, as if it were a real flame. The stunned xenomorph even forgot to move. Facing the bizarre abilities of the six tails, an illusion came into his mind. Degree, this six-tailed is so weird. Spark. Looking at the suppressed alien ghosts, Leahy's heart stabilized. Then let the six tails use the spark move to turn the alien into a burn state, and when the alien reacts, he can't even run. While absorbing the ghost flames of the alien ghosts, the six tails spewed a crimson flame towards the alien ghosts. Gauzy. Seeing this scene, the two ghosts in the corner looked at each other, and then looked at Leahy in unison. The thoughts of the two ghosts are surprisingly consistent. The six tails are so strong. How strong is Leahy who can command the six tails? This human looked weak, but he didn't expect to be a real boss. Timid ghosts. Oh. Ghosts who teach people with their tongues. The body trembled involuntarily, and the two ghosts shrank to the corner again. As the whole body was covered with flames, the alien ghosts became more and more calm. Since he couldn't break free from the suppression of the six tails, heterochromatic ghosts simply used the Ghost Fire move with all his strength. A purple ghost flame quickly emerged and fell on Lu Wei's body again. This xenomorph is smart. A hint of surprise flashed in Leahy's eyes. The carrying capacity of the six-tailed body is limited. If it absorbs too many fire-type moves in a short period of time, it may also be injured. For a time, the six tails and the alien ghosts were completely deadlocked. Using another move and ignition characteristics to absorb the ghost flames of the ghosts, the six tails sprayed flames to attack the ghosts. The alien ghosts gritted his teeth and insisted, but his physical strength continued to decline. As the ghost flames were absorbed into the body by the ignition characteristics, the six tails felt that the whole body was getting bigger and bigger. The tails stood up one after another, and a layer of flames ignited on the surface of the six tails. Go hiss. His eyes lit up, and heterochromatic ghosts saw the hope of victory. At this time, boom! The flames spewed from Lu Wei's mouth changed, from a large fireball to a swirling column of flames. As the rotation accelerated, the entire column of flames formed a vortex, surrounding the entire body of heterochromatic ghosts, spinning wildly and burning. Chi. The entire flame vortex touched the ceiling and the ground floor, and the escaping hot wind blew Leahy's hair. This is a flame vortex move. Leahy was ecstatic when he realized that the six tails had learned the new skill. Fire vortex. The style allows the elves to create a vortex of flame to surround the opponent and cause continuous fire damage to the opponent. Looking at the blackened walls, ceilings, and the 10,000 square foot imported floor tiles that the owner called, Leahy was filled with joy and sorrow. Spitting out this vortex of flames, the six tails felt hearty. As the flame vortex slowly dissipated, heterochromatic ghosts spit out black smoke from his mouth and landed on the charred floor tiles in a daze. Concentric circles row, concentric circles, winking face, go hiss. Slip. The six tails danced, and the six tails spit out sparks, making a long and crisp sound, and a hint of excitement was mixed in the strong threatening tone. Six tails. It became stronger again. The two ghosts in the corner automatically came up with the meaning of the six tails. Just ask if you accept it. With his tongue sticking out, heterochromatic ghosts rolled a broken white flag with his tongue and reluctantly waved it. Go hiss, go hiss. Alien ghosts. OTT corpse. Today and today will be a truce, and it will be long in the future. Don't hide the green onion in the body, there is actually a white flag, are you Doraemon? Thinking of Doraemon's other dimensional pocket, Lee couldn't help but complain. Although Lee couldn't understand the specific meaning of heterochromatic ghosts, he also thought of a suitable line. I, Doraemon, would like to call you the strongest six tails. Uchiha Madara magnetic uncle sound. Looking at the alienated ghost, Lee rubbed his chin. Sure enough, elves also need to communicate with love. Beating is kissing and scolding is love. After scolding, beating again is kissing and loving. Slip. Although a little tired, Lu Wei is in a good mood. Not only conquered heterochromatic ghosts, but also comprehended the flame vortex move. Goo. Suddenly, his stomach growled, and Lu Wei looked at the grilled fish scattered at the door with pity. Slip. I'll add chicken thighs for you tonight. Rubbing Lu Wei's little head, Lee praised. Looking at the traces after the war again, Lee covered his mouth and took a deep breath. If this is in the Imperial City, if you go down in a fight, you won't be able to compensate for 10 million starts. Even now, this compensation has to start in 5 figures, right? No. I'm going to save myself. Looking at the delivery boy who fainted on the ground, Lee had an idea. 5 minutes later, Lee was ready. When you hear the footsteps downstairs, play it for me, play it seriously. Heterochromatic ghosts, you also act for me, act seriously, the act is smashed, and the flame vortex is waiting for you. Nodding earnestly, Lu Wei called out. Omega, slip. Not paying much attention to Lee's threat, heterochromatic ghosts simply thought it was fun, and nodded with a smile. Go sizzle tilde hollow down pointing triangle tilde. The two ghosts in the corner pretend to be dizzy together. @_ winking face, @y@. The people who live in the same building with Lee are all social animals from 6 to 10. Therefore, when they noticed the abnormal state upstairs, the downstairs residents immediately chose to call the police. 10 minutes later, a young male policeman was the first to rush upstairs. As soon as he reached the entrance of the stairs, the young male policeman saw. Dressed in ragged clothes, Lee forced 2 ordinary ghosts to bite each other. His handsome face was covered with black marks painted with wall ash. Lee's voice was hoarse, and he shouted the command of God. Lu Wei, come on, don't give up, I believe in you. With messy hair caught by Lee, and black marks on his body, the ash on the wall, the 6 tails do their best, biting the silver-white pokeball, and slammed into the heterochromatic ghost. Panting violently, alien ghost was put into the silver-white pokeball and struggled hard, a few times. In the end, the silver-white pokeball remained motionless. Lee gasped heavily, leaned his back against the wall, and slowly slid to the ground. Lu Wei also fell to the ground in the shape of Jia. Lee thought that Lu Wei could not act and deleted the follow-up lines. In the corner of the wall, there are 2 ordinary ghosts who passed out. Behind Lee and Lu Wei, there was the delivery boy who fainted on the ground. Unlike Lee, who was in ragged clothes, the delivery boy only had dirty clothes, and his entire face and bare skin were white and tender. Seeing this scene, the young male policeman understood everything. It must be these 3 ghosts who attacked the delivery boy who delivered the food, and then the little comrade and Lu Wei did not escape. In order to protect the takeaway brother, this little comrade and Lu Wei fight to the death with the 3 ghosts. Look at this little comrade, the clothes are torn to pieces by the ghosts. Look at the 6 tails again, they are so exhausted that they can't even make a sound. The young policeman muttered. This little comrade. Bravery. There was 1 chapter missing last night, 6,000 today, and more together tonight. This feels more fluid, thanks for your support. Omega. Chapter 72. There are more than 1. Saucy moves of the alien ghosts, 4,000 words, please recommend. Seeing Li He struggling to get ready, the young male policeman quickly said, "I have a general understanding of the situation. Don't move. I'll call an ambulance now." "No, I'm fine, I'll take a look at Lu Wei's situation." With a wave of his hand, Li He walked over, holding Lu Wei, who can't act, in his arms. Seeing this, the young male policeman's favorability towards Li He is +20. "Look, the first reaction after the war was not to worry about how you were, but to care about the elves. Excellent. The trainers in my Blue Star Alliance Greater China region are so responsible and caring. Comrade Police, the ambulance will come in a while, and ask the medical staff to take this delivery boy away first. I will go to the hospital by myself after a break, so I won't take up public resources." After speaking, Li He glanced at the messy house and corridor, and sighed. "That's right, I'm renting this house to someone else. It's really troublesome for the landlord, and I don't know if the landlord will continue to rent it to me." The young male policeman's favorability toward Li He is +10 again. At this time, what I actually thought was to let the delivery boy get medical treatment first, and see what positive energy is. This is it. The young male policeman with a very positive outlook comforted. "Don't worry, the Alliance will reimburse all losses due to emergencies, and there will definitely be bonuses afterwards. Don't worry about the owner not letting you live. If you really don't have a place to live, the old brother's house will be in normal situation. 4 or 5 suites are idle. You can leave for the time being and live wherever you want." Looking up in shock, Li Helen stared blankly at the young male police officer. "Li He, brother, are there any women of school age in your family? I don't want to fight anymore." Putting away the silver-white pokeball, Li He chatted with the young male policeman surnamed Chen. Patting Li He on the shoulder, Officer Chen asked, "By the way, which school is your school?" "Chindu Elf University, or Chindu Dongjiao University. Later, the city and the M Regiment may come to your school to issue a flag to you." After a moment of silence, Li He Xin asked why he wanted to send a flag to my school. "Wouldn't it be nice to transfer money directly to me?" Li Hezhong was about to answer when a bald head rushed up from the entrance of the corridor and looked around. President Wu. After the salute, Officer Chen took the lead in saying hello. "President Wu." Li He greeted him. Looking around, President Wu praised Officer Chen. "Little comrade, yes, in the face of 2 ghosts, not only did he save them, but he was also unscathed." He waved his hand hastily, and Officer Chen explained, "No, it's not me, it's Xiao Li. It was Li He who rescued the delivery boy from the ghosts." President Wu. "Little Plum, he only has 6 tails, how can he hit 2 ghosts at once? I didn't see that Xiao Li was turned into a refugee by the ghosts, and he almost didn't recognize it." After a while of silence, President Wu said to Li He, "Xiao Li, okay, you are much stronger than Lao Mu back then. Compared with you, Lao Mu was just a rookie chicken back then. Facing 2 ghosts at once, I have the style of my old man." Officer Chen said honestly, "President Wu, not 2, but 3. There is also a heterochromatic ghost, which was captured by Li He." President Wu. 3. What kind of coquettish trick did this Xiao Li use? Hit in the face. Just outrageous. The atmosphere was suddenly awkward. After all, President Wu started as a worm-type elves, and he didn't know much about ghost-type elves. In the wild, both insect-type elves and grass-type elves pay attention to unity, harmony, mutual assistance, and love for each other. However, ghost-type elves rarely live in groups, and each is very self-contained. In short, unicorns and giant stingers like to single out a group of you. No backquote, no plus backquote o plus, ing plus 10,086 equals 3 cubed Euler. But the ghosts like to go, and the rest are happy to eat melons and watch the play. Ghosts who arrived at the battlefield, M9 backquote D. The rest of the ghosts. Caret asterisk go. Take K. Psi backquote. Sci open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket, hot springs, hash hash. Really good meal. I'll take these two ghosts back first. In the near future, Chindu City should plan to build a professional haunted house ecosystem to stock these ghost attribute elves. Of course, if your family can afford 3 ghosts, you can also take these 2 ghosts away. After that, President Wu left in a hurry with the 2 ghosts. As the delivery boy was taken away by the ambulance, Li He and Officer Chen went to the police station to take notes. As for the house that Li He rented, a yellow banner was pulled up and temporarily sealed. Afterwards, Chindu the Trainer Association will send someone to represent the Chindu Trainer Association and Li He to discuss the issue of compensation with the owner of the house. This is also because President Wu was afraid that the owner of the house would bully Li He Young and ask for the price, so he arranged it for Li He. Excluding the factor of his daughter Wu Yingyao, President Wu still appreciates Li He. After all, he is an excellent trainer under his Fengdu Trainer Association. After taking the transcript and bringing his suitcase, Li He checked into the Pikachu chain hotel near the police station. Li He is more willing to stay in a hotel than trouble Officer Chen. Anyway, the Chin City Trainers Association will reimburse the full amount. Even if Li He lived for a month, it was only more than 7,000 yuan. For the Chin City Trainer Association, even some elves could not get enough food for a day. In the evening, Li He took the 6 tails and the newly conquered Gui Si to the elf hospital to check his body. After confirming that there was no major problem, Li He bought dinner again and hurried back to the hotel. Scan the card to enter the room and lock the door with the backhand. You guys eat, I'll take a bath first. Putting dinner on the table, Li He was exhausted and just wanted to take a shower first. Slip, no. Drinking moo milk, 6 tails happily eat orange and orange fruit salad. Orange fruit is a kind of tree fruit, which can restore the stamina of elves. Salads made from orange fruit are not only high in nutritional value, but also very popular with elves. Orange fruit also contains a small amount of life force, which can be used as the daily food for ghost-type elves. Looking at the salad with blue pulp, Gus stuck out his tongue and licked. Try it, *tilde. Sigh, sigh go sizzle. Thinking it was delicious, DC bit the lunch box, rolled his tongue, and swallowed it directly with the plastic box and salad. Ghost, chew. 6 tails, hollow bullet, hollow down pointing triangle, hollow bullet, slip. A starving ghost reincarnated. 6 tails, _n. My brother seems to be able to eat more than me, what should I do? I'm waiting online, I'm in a hurry. Looking at the stunned Luwei, DC spit out his tongue again seriously, until it was more than 6 meters long. Boom! The long tongue suddenly bounced back, like a whip, and slapped Gui Si's face. It hurts to look at. The big red tongue covered Gui Si's entire face. Omega, no, _, Just as Luwei was about to comfort Gussie, Gussie stretched out his tongue, revealing a faceless purple-red fireball. 2 eyes and 1 mouth happily danced on the big tongue of DC. Saha se saha. At the same time, from that mouth, Gui Si's cheerful laughter echoed. Hollow circle carrot where carrot, su go sizzle tilde. Slip. Luwei was startled at first, and then, Luwei's big dark eyes were full of surprise. *row, this guy's vitality is so tenacious. I can serve Li He as a meat shield in the future. Goss. Looking at the surprised Luwei, DC laughed cheerfully, without any loss of separation from his companions. After thinking about it, Luwei still stretched out his claws and patted DC, comforting. Yo. 6 tails, omega, no. _ we will be a family from now on. After being silent for a while, he covered his face with his tongue, and DC's body slowly shook. The tongue slowly slipped, and the ghosts burst into tears. Go see degree. This ghost is actually a female, and I don't know how the female doctor saw it. Li Hebai was puzzled. After taking a shower, Lee Hee put on his pajamas and walked out of the bathroom door. Stunned. Beside the coffee table, DC burst into tears, and Lu Wei kept slapping DC's head with his claws. No and LT. Lee Hee. What's the situation? It's not enough to have a catty dog, a bestie dog. Is Lu Wei developing another ghost bestie? After crying for a while, DC happily licked Lu Wei with his tongue, and Lu Wei's face was helpless. Slip. Lee Hee rubbed his chin and thought to himself. This scene in front of me looks like arrogant, innocent big sister and black belly, and emotional little follower. After eating, Lee Hee drank cola and asked happily. DC, other than the lingering move, the ghost fire move, the trick move, the ghost face move, which can create hallucinations, what other moves and abilities do you have? Go see. Hearing Lee Hee's question, DC grinned and laughed. A mass of black mist was separated from the body's surface, and the ghosts controlled this mass of black mist, posing a vivid picture, which is probably like this. Go sizzle tilde backquote for all, hollow circle. Under the control of Gui Si, the black fog changed its form without listening, like a silent comic strip. Pump, hollow circle hollow down pointing triangle. Draw again, da omega da, no hollow circle tilde heart. Redraw, da omega da, no hollow circle rightwards double arrow omega rightwards double arrow, heart, heart. Two more groups of black fog were separated, and DC gave the performance of the image of the six tails. D, D, Z, Y. Filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle, slip. There was a burst of anger in my heart, and the six tails stared at DC super fiercely. The six tails stood up one after another, and the six tails brewed a mouthful of flame, and couldn't help but want to spray it out, overcoming the ghost fire method. Hold on, you can't physically escape it, I'll pay for it if you're injured. Taking continuous deep breaths, Lee Hekai resisted the desire to beat the ghosts. Amazingly, this anger came and went quickly. When Lee Hee regained his composure, he couldn't understand why he was so angry just now. Could it be a provocative move? Lee Hee looked strange. Provocative move. A change-type move with evil attributes that can make the opponent extremely angry, so that the opponent can only use attack-type moves for a certain period of time. This move, if DC is used in advance, can directly defeat Lu Wei's one more time plus ignition tactic. As expected of the heterochromatic ghost who came out of the spirit world, the base camp of ghost-type elves, his strength is beyond ordinary. Lee Hee sighed. The provocative move is a must-have skill for breaking many tactics. Whether it's another reinforcement flow, or a stand-in for strengthening the team push flow, they all rely on non-attack type reinforcement moves, stand-in moves, and hold moves. As long as the provocative move is used skillfully, it can easily block many methods of the opponent. That's when I can use dirty and nasty tactics and you can't. Thinking of this, Lee Hee couldn't help sighing. Dirty, really dirty. Glancing at Gui Si who was smiling, Lu Tai's eyes were strange. This ghost is not only tenacious, but also actively attracts firepower now, so it is too suitable as a meat shield, right? Yo. And many more. Lee Hee looked strange. If I'm really short of money in the future, can I use DC to touch porcelain on my own initiative? Lee Hee found that he had one more way to make a fortune, but he was not very upright in his three views. Ghost, for all he. As early as the afternoon, the phone had been out of power, and Lee Hee had no time to charge it. After charging the phone, Lee Hee glanced at the desk. Lu Wei watched midnight ring with DC. Lu Wei watched it seriously with a learning attitude. DC just saw the horror movie as a comedy and grinned. As the phone was turned on, Lee Hee skillfully unlocked it with his fingerprint. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Several messages jumped out. Black novelist initiates a conversation with you through the Battle Exchange group. Noir novelists. Any plans to have children? Seeing this news, Leahy was stunned. Is the current girl so direct? Seeing the next message, Leahy let out an, "Oh, so it was." Noir novelist. Interested in getting your xenomorph to order a doll kiss. Noir novelist. Too late, let's talk another day. Noir novelists. Sent video file. Video 1. Self-cultivation of ghost attribute elves. How to be an elegant and noble ghost dream demon author. Video 2. How to absorb life energy without hurting people and elves. We must eat gracefully, definitely not because we can't afford to lose money, and we can't afford to lose our lives. Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit author. Document 1. Cultivation method of ghost attribute elves general version. The key point of this version is safety. Steady. What do you mean? The other's parent gave DC a gift for me. Lee Hee-jung's words. Am I the kind of trainer who makes elves sell their hues and souls? Afterwards, Lee Hee grabbed Lu Wei's little paw, patted it on the phone screen, and clicked to download. 6 Tales. Single quote. Oh, yo-yo. Where is the 2,000-word list of goo 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 more beasts? Yesterday was 4,000 characters. Oh. According to the number of words, the day before yesterday, I cooed 1,000 words. Oh. Highlights. Just got home now, can stay up all night tonight. Today's 4,000, plus goose 1, stay up all night to correct it, and divide it into 2 chapters to send together. Definitely more than 6,000 words. Then I'm clean. Tilde equals degree for all degree. Chapter 73 Ducks come with onions. Good things come in pairs, 2 in 1, please recommend tickets. After downloading the file, Lee Hee did not check it immediately, but replied to the black novelist first. After putting down the phone, Lee Hee and Lu Wei were tired for a day and almost fell asleep. The energetic DC looked curiously at the Dugu Juji and Jonshu on the laptop. From the laptop screen, video advertisements such as roast duck on the tip of the tongue will pop up from time to time. After the advertisement was played, it was automatically turned off, and Guisi watched it with relish. After a night of silence, the chaos caused by the ghost-type elves was quickly subsided under the suppression of the Chin City Trainer Association. The next morning, 9:47. After receiving the ghosts into the Pokeball, Lee Hee rushed to the Elf Square and went to the registration office in the Elf Training Ground to register the ghosts. The Blue Star Alliance Washa district is very strict with the management of trainers. Every time an elf is captured, the trainer has to go to the registration office to register the elf. Commonly known as the account. The elves who have not logged in are like no account, and they cannot enjoy the Alliance's elves' medical insurance and other welfare measures. Due to the traffic jam on the road, Lee Hee did not arrive at the registration office in the Elf Training Ground until 10:30. There was already a long line at the door. Just as he was about to line up, Lee Hee saw the line spread out in the middle. Come back in the afternoon. The prospective college students of Chindu Elf University have to register for a medical examination today. Unfortunately, why is the physical examination today? Didn't these prospective college students register for the physical examination yesterday? With the sound of discussion, the staff member inserted a sign in the middle of the queue, signaling the people behind to come back in the afternoon. Brother Lee. Brother Lee. Hearing the voice, Lee Hee turned around, and it was actually Ji Ziming and Wang Zui. Slip *omega *tilde. Mai Maida slept until she woke up naturally. Lu Wei was in a good mood, and said hello excitedly. Didn't you two go back? When did you come to Chindu City again? Lee Hee asked curiously. Yesterday. Isn't my old sister an elf in Chindu? She is going to go back to school to prepare for the club's orientation, so she dragged me here too. Ji Ziming said with a bitter face. To put it bluntly, it's just to help my old sister and my old sister's classmates to pick up new students from other places. They don't have enough staff in the club. Well, those are the ones who are currently undergoing medical examinations. Wang Zui complained. They played too much by themselves yesterday, and they missed the physical examination time arranged by the Chindu elf, so Xiaoji and I had to accompany them today. Your sister, it's still the same. Li He nodded without further ado. Ji Ziming's older sister, Ji Zixuan, is not bad, but she is very generous to her friends and classmates, and it is easy to ignore, my own people. Ji Zixuan's friend was very comfortable, but Ji Zixuan's younger brother was not so happy. The three chatted for a while and were about to go to a nearby place to sit, but they heard a sudden commotion at the registration office. Several people in line surrounded the staff and theorized. I called the admissions office of Chindu Elf University. Yesterday was the physical examination time for prospective college students of Chindu Elf University. The staff of the admissions office of Elf University in Chindu have said that if they miss the school, they don't care, and let the students queue up by themselves. Why should they cut the queue? You're a college student, you're an adult, right? You don't even care about your own business, why should we buy it for them? Hearing these words, the people in line who were about to leave also gathered around. Fuck, is it really fake? I asked for leave today, and the attendance bonus is gone. Let your director come out, what's the situation? Is it the physical examination arrangement of Chindu Elf University, or some people who are late in the queue? The staff was sweating profusely and didn't know how to comfort them, so they could only keep saying, please calm down. Deserving it, my old sister regards you as the future stars of the club and spoils you, but these people don't. Ji Ziming said gloatingly, with some displeasure in his tone. Li He patted Ji Ziming on the shoulder, all is comfort. Wang Zui expressed his understanding, even he sometimes felt that Ji Zixuan's emotional intelligence was too low. It's not that he doesn't care about his brother, or that his emotional intelligence is low. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Director Fang of the registration office came out and said kindly. The news we received was to let these prospective college students have a medical examination first. Well, comrades who didn't make it to the morning number, if you are dissatisfied, you can have a fight with one of these prospective college students. Whoever wins will be registered for the morning physical examination. I know this method is a bit crude, but since both of you are justified, I, the director, can't do anything about it. If you have a good method, you can also come up with it. As soon as Director Fang's voice fell, a short-haired girl came out first and said calmly. The notice we received also asked us to come directly to the medical examination and registration this morning. I agree with Director Fang's words, since everyone is a trainer, then use the trainer's method to solve the problem. With the voice after falling, the situation calmed down for a while. Chindu Elf University is the top college in Chindu, and the trainers who can be admitted are naturally not weak. Brother Li, let's go, find a good spot, maybe you can watch a good show. Wang Zui suddenly became energetic. I still have melon seeds in my bag. Ji Ziming added, and then whispered, the girl's name is Zhang Xiaoyu, her family is from Modu, and she is a special student of Chindu Elf University. Bah, what do you mean by, I agree with Director Fang's words. The girl said that because she thought that the trainers who came to the training ground were ordinary trainers who couldn't win at all. As a half otaku, Ji Ziming is very angry with these prospective college students who affect his home. Li He said, oh. By the way, Brother Li, I haven't asked you yet, why are you here? Wang Zui suddenly remembered and asked. Me, I'm here to register the newly captured elves. Li He pointed to the front with his chin. Boom. A beam of red light shot out from the pokeball around Li He's waist. Guisi happily floated to the door of the registration office, urging Li He to say, go Sai, go SS tilde. Guisi looked suspiciously at Li He who didn't follow. Negation caret negation. Don't want to make an account. Swish swish. The people around first glanced at Guisi in unison, and then looked at Li He in unison. Li He, underscore can you have a little eye for it? Glancing at Guisi and then at Li He, Ji Ziming suddenly understood something and said moved. Brother Li, are you trying to defeat Zhang Xiaoyu, disgusting and disgusting group of prospective college students, help me in self-defense. Actually, you don't need to do this. My sister may also be kind. She wants me in self-defense to get to know more students from Chindu University. If I pass the exam in the future, I can have a senior sister and senior to take care of me. Lee. Can I say that DC ran up by himself, and also, the purpose of DC is not to help you out, but just want to hurry up and go back to watch the midnight bell. Raising his head, Lee patted Ji Ziming's shoulder and sighed. Don't say anything, good friend, forever. Slip. I didn't expect the trainer to have this side, and Lu Wei was so moved. Wang Zui was also a little moved, but more uneasy. Glancing at Zhang Xiaoyu, Wang Zui hesitated and asked in a low voice. Brother Li, are you sending Gui Si? Are there any special tactics? Ah, this ghost I just captured yesterday. I haven't commanded yet, and this is the first time. Try it, if it doesn't work, let the 6 tails go. At this time, many people in the crowd recognized Li He. Isn't that Cao He, the first semi-finalist of this Chindu Youth Cup? Cao He, how sassy can you be? Can you slap a prospective college student of Chindu University? Nima, you actually questioned my brother Yi's integrity, can we still be good friends? Hearing the crowd's discussion, Zhang Xiaoyu's companion reminded, Xiaoyu, be careful, the top 4 of the Chindu Youth Cup are not parallel imports. I know, Zhang Xiaoyu responded. Glancing at Gui Si, Zhang Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Xenomorphs. It's rare enough. Turning to Director Fang, Zhang Xiaoyu bowed thoughtfully and said, Please, Director, please referee now. Director Fang said with a smile, Click here, click here. Soon, a space was vacated in the elf training ground for Li He and Zhang Xiaoyu to fight. Temporary battle. The rules are simple, 2 versus 2, listen to my password, you release the elves, wait for me to order again, and you will start directly. As a trainer with professional ethics, Director Fang's expression was obviously much more serious when deciding the battle. Ghost with dual attributes of ghost and poison. Glancing at Li He, Zhang Xiaoyu moved in his heart, took out the pokeball, and released a green onion duck first. The green onion duck is a yellow-billed duck elf that looks like a brown-haired duck. The most notable features are the V-shaped markings on the forehead and the green onion held by its wings. The scallions of the scallion duck are used as elf props, and they are also a top-quality ingredient. They contain the source of life. Compared with ordinary scallions, they are like pine mushrooms in mushrooms. D. Holding the green onion duck slowly walked into the field, his eyes were sharp, and he let out a fighting spirit. The green onion duck, or the green onion duck with green onions, that's great. Li He clapped his hands and praised. Raising his eyebrows, Zhang Xiaoyu looked surprised. As an Alliance civil servant, Director Fang is also an experienced trainer. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoyu sent the green onion duck, Director Fang immediately understood the little girl's plan. Green onion duck is a normal, flying dual-attribute elf that is naturally immune to damage from ghost-type moves. Although DC is a ghost and poison dual-attribute spirit, he is also immune to damage from normal attribute moves. But, in the early stage, almost all the moves of the Geizue were ghost-type moves, which had no effect on the green onion duck. Contrary to Gisi, Scallion Duck can not only use the green onion in his hand to perform moves with various attributes, but also use the power of the green onion to enhance his strength. As expected of a prospective college student from the Elf University in Chindu, the basic theoretical knowledge is very solid. Director Fang secretly praised. Watching the green onion duck fight. This is simply tempting my stomach. Did you know, the scallion duck evolved into a scallion soldier, scallion pancake. What's the matter? The final evolution of DC, expensive, is still Gengar, more expensive. Not caring about the noise around the venue, Director Fang seized the time and shouted. Both sides get ready. Go, let's have dinner. Giving Gui Si a look, Li He whispered. Goss goss. Nodding happily, Guisi floated to the opposite side of the green onion duck. At the beginning of the battle, Lihi shouted loudly. DC, use ghost fire. Fly up, avoid the ghost fire, and attack quickly. The commands sounded almost simultaneously. After giving the order, Zhang Xiaoyu's expression, as expected, was even a little boring. Sure enough, it is a ghost fire move. In the early stage, DC can directly damage the green onion duck. Isn't there only one ghost fire move? Even the top 4 in Chindu are high school students after all, with insufficient experience and limited commanding skills. In a relaxed mood, Zhang Xiaoyu glanced at Lihi's face, and then moved away as if nothing had happened. Sao he was given an order by the opponent and read it first. Is this girl so arrogant? Yes, after all, if you can get into Chindu's elf major, her level must be high. What the hell? **. While admiring and discussing Zhang Xiaoyu's first reading, the onlookers suddenly stared at it. All of them were shocked. Taking off into the air, the green onion duck honestly held the green onion, ready to attack DC. However, with a pinch of the wings, the green onion duck pinched a peach-shaped tree nut. Squeeze again, the green onion duck turned his head in disbelief, and the duck face was stunned. *(D)W quack quack. What about my onions? How did it become an orange pit? Stunned for a moment, the green onion duck subconsciously looked at Guisi, and became even more stunned. Sigma, Su degree D degree. Su, how did my onion get on the tongue of the ghost? Roasting the green onions with ghost flames, the fragrance of onion hits my heart, and the ghosts salivate. Asterisk. Tilde. This is a trick move to exchange the possessions of both parties. What the hell, how can you use the ghost fire move to bake the opponent's props and eat them directly in the battle? Zhang Xiaoyu, who thought he could read first, had never encountered such a situation. Just when Zhang Xiaoyu was stunned, taking a bite of the browned roasted green onion, Guisi showed a happy expression. Tongue lick. After hearing Lihi's instructions, Zhang Xiaoyu barely calmed down. Ghost attribute move tongue licking. The tongue licking move allows the elf to damage and sometimes paralyze opponents with licks. However, ghost-type moves have no damage effect on the general-type scallion duck at all. Looking up at the midair again, Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Do, what is this ghost thinking? In midair, while the green onion duck was hurting the green onion, Guisi made a tongue-licking move. He tied the green onion duck with his long big tongue, and while the green onion duck struggled violently, Guisi created a huge ghost flame. Controlling the ghost flame to get close to the green onion duck, Guisi recalled the roast duck video he watched on the tip of his tongue last night. He laughed, and his saliva flowed. Go sizzle tilde. Sigh for all, sigh go sizzle. Seeing that the green onion was made into roasted chopped green onion by Guisi, the green onion duck had already suffered 100 million mental damage. Now it was his turn. Scallion duck was trembling in fear, unable to exert any strength. The reason why the green onion duck did not cry out loudly was because a sentence flashed in his mind. When you are about to be eaten, hold back and don't cry, or the other party will think you are salting yourself. In this way, even the seasoning is saved. There is a proverb in the Eastern Yang district of the Blue Star Alliance. Ducks come with onions on their backs, and good things come in pairs. Translated into the vernacular, it is, duck meat is delivered to your door, not to mention the green onion, and it saves salt for you. Seeing this scene, Director Fang looked at Lihi. Director Fang has watched at least 1,000 battles so far, but none of them are as bizarre as this one. Others are fighting seriously, but you let your ghost cook roast duck rice. With Washa, he Rusho. Yo-yo, Sao he is still Sao he. This is a tasteful battle. This heterochromatic ghost is also a ghost with a soul. Fighting and cooking are one stop. Hey dumb beast, I haven't seen you for a long time, I want to eat you. Hey, green onion duck, first meeting, please let me roast you. During the heated discussion, the onlookers could not help but sigh. This is the so-called war to support the war, a battle in place, stomach. Sao he is really getting richer, da omega da. Chapter 74 The terrible consequences of out of control of the show moves, ask for a recommendation. Over the battlefield. Binding the green onion duck with his tongue, DC controlled the purple ghost flame to start the barbecue operation. From time to time, I took a bite of the charred green onion, and DC laughed. When the roast duck met the green onion, the grass below was greedy and weeping. II. The green onion of the green onion duck is a special plant root and stem that is extremely cherished. It can not only be used as an exclusive crop for green onion duck, but also has high medicinal and edible value. It is also a good food for grass-type elves. Just like king crabs to ordinary people, ordinary grass-type elves can't eat them. Lying at Leahy's feet, Luwei licked the corner of his mouth. Omega, I knew that I had slipped on my own. Whoosh. Lifting the Pokeball, Zhang Xiaoyu took back the green onion duck and said calmly, I admit defeat in this game. Zhang Xiaoyu's heart is far from being as peaceful as it appears on the surface. This xenomorph can actually use trick moves. The most important thing is that Leahy in front of him did not play his cards according to common sense at all. No trainer would have thought of tying an opponent with Gus's tongue-licking move. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaoyu slowly returned to the fighting state. Calm. Trick moves are not unbreakable either. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoyu let out a long sigh, and his eyes regained firmness. Seeing this, Wang Zui was stunned for a long time. Brother Li, is this your try? What kind of ghosts have just been subdued and haven't been instructed? You just use the ghosts you just subdued to crush the prospective college students of Chindu's elf school. What would you like to try? Do you use ghosts to wear too? As the battle resumed, Zhang Xiaoyu released the second elf, Gala. Gala Gal, me. Holding the white bone stick tightly, Gala gave DC a cold and arrogant look. It's actually Quack. It's Gala with a bone stick prop. Some knowledgeable onlookers showed cautious expressions. Gala, a ground-type elf, looks like a small dinosaur. The entire head is wrapped under a bone helmet, only a pair of dark brown pupils are exposed. The habit of Gala is somewhat similar to that of primitive people, and likes to attack opponents with bone sticks. Gala's bone stick is an exclusive item for Gala, which can strengthen Gala's attack power to a terrifying degree. I thought the enrollment level of Chindu Elf University was not good this year. It turns out that she still has a Gala. Rubbing his chin, He was stunned. In the second generation of Pokemon games, the bone stick item doubles Gala's attack power. Then use the strengthening type to strengthen it to the limit. Gala is known as the number 1 in physical attack, and it is air in seconds. Geese's crispy skin probably won't even be able to withstand a single blow. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Lee Hesi thought about tactics and began to whisper to Geese. Carrot, go hiss. Geese replied heartlessly. Quack clack. In the stands, Ji Ziming said angrily. I forgot to tell Brother Lee. My old sister said that Xiaoyu's Gala is good at defending and strengthening the team. While defending and strengthening the push team's **** spirits, using the substitute moves and defending the moves to protect themselves, look at the timing and use strengthening moves to strengthen themselves. When it is strengthened to the current limit, the elves will launch a fierce attack. My old sister said that during the club's orientation activities, after Zhang Xiaoyu's Gala reinforcement was over, he knocked down his opponent's Raichu in seconds. Volunteering to be admitted to the Elf University, coupled with the fact that Ji Ziming, who can be born, has abundant theoretical knowledge. Moreover, whether it is a stand-in move or a defensive move, as long as it is used, any one of them can make Gala immune to Geese's trick moves. Fuck, Xiaoli, why didn't you say it earlier? Wang Zui complained. On the field, the battle had already resumed, and Zhang Xiaoyu preemptively ordered. Use a substitute. This move of avatar allows the elves to condense a physical avatar. With Gala Gala's current strength, it is still impossible to manipulate the avatar to act separately from the main body, or even use different moves. At present, Gala, you can only use the substitute move to create a substitute. Let the created substitute wrap your real body, and apply a layer of substitute to yourself. State, so as to resist the opponent's special attacks, such as Ghost's trick moves. However, just as Gala Gala was about to condense the stand-in, DC moved. A cloud of black fog was separated, and DC controlled the black fog to change its form, and provoked Gala Gala. Backquote for all, sci-fi. Hollow circle _ 3. Seeing this scene, Gala Gala was so angry that she completely forgot Zhang Xiaoyu's instructions. Provocative move. Looking up in shock, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Li He. Aware of Zhang Xiaoyu's sight, Li He said, "Sister, I started out by strengthening the flow in the game. If you want Gala Gala to use the substitute technique, it depends on whether I agree or not." An unprecedented oppressive effect turned into a shadow, shrouded in Zhang Xiaoyu's heart. His entire tactics were all seen through by him. The cold sweat on his forehead accumulated more and more, and finally slipped down from the corner of his eyes, and Zhang Xiaoyu didn't care to wipe it at all. On the field, under the influence of provocative moves, Gala Gala lost her mind. Subconsciously clenching the bone stick, Glam Gala waist, ready to use his strongest attack method. Bone Boomerang move. Attack the opponent by throwing a bone stick full of ground attribute energy in a boomerang manner. Gala Gala used this trick to kill Raichu. The lower limbs exerted force, the waist twisted, and Gala Gala gathered all the strength of the whole body on the right claw holding the stick. At this moment, Li He's order arrived. Ling Sao. Hearing Li He's order, a cloud of black mist swept away from Gisi's body, and quickly attached to Galaga's bone stick. Whoosh! The bone stick broke free, and the force was too strong, and he threw himself to the ground in a panic, his buttocks raised high. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaoyu, who thought that Gisi would use a trick move, couldn't believe it. The bone stick of the Gala is alive. Then, the spiritual bone stick instinctively attacked the weak point of Gala Gala. PFF'd. The bone stick crossed a graceful curve, and stabbed hard into the middle of the buttocks. Critical attack. Ling Sao Millennium Kill. When he realized what happened, the pain was irrelevant. Gala Gala was indeed the elf who beat Raichu in a second. He was very experienced. When he closed his eyes and kicked his legs, he fainted. Zhang Xiaoyu. It's over, it's over. This battle not only lost face, but also lost a green onion, and now I can't even ask for a bone stick. Simply blood loss, no. Scratching his head with his tongue, Guisi rarely showed an embarrassed expression. __. The Ling Sao move seems to have failed, unable to control the bone stick of spiritual recovery. 6 tails. LLL not omega not, slip. Onlookers, hollow square. Li He. Are you sure this isn't Kakashi's Konoha hidden body technique profound truth millennium kill in Hokage? In the silence, picking up the poke ball, Zhang Xiaoyu took the socially dead Gala Gala into it. Glancing at Li He fiercely, Zhang Xiaoyu ran out of the elf training ground. After a while, Wang Zui swallowed hard. The prospective college student of the dignified Chindu Ferry University was beaten away by Li Jie. Ji Ziming looked strange. What kind of tricks did Brother Li's ghosts use? Raichu's Gala was beaten to death by its own bone stick in one blow. Cough, the moves are not in place. Li He said solemnly. Don't spread it out, it will affect the reputation of my ghosts, make friends or something. Goss goss. The onlookers have numb scalps. Is this still the move that doesn't use the stomach? How do you want it to stomach method? The Sao He of the top 4 in Chindu really lives up to its name. It turns out that the referee Lao Chin said it was him. Suddenly I thought that the referee Lao Chin told himself that there was a trainer named Li He who had a lot of money in this Chindu Youth Cup Director Fang looked complicated. Old Chin, this is no longer a question of endless money. This Li He beat the opponent's elf to a social death, and beat the opponent's trainer to the point where he dared not even say, "I will beat you next time." Tell me, is this a simple question with boundless money? I woke up, changed what I wrote yesterday, and wrote it immediately. I can take a day off today, and I will send it when I finish the code. Try to start with 2 shifts, and 3 shifts can't stop it. Continue to ask for recommendation tickets .. Thank you for your support. Ocean Red Heart Red Heart Red Heart Red Heart Red Heart Red Heart. Chapter 75. I create 100 ghosts in the elf world. 4,000 words combined. Please recommend a ticket. Inside the huge elf training ground, was silent. The prospective college students of the Chindu Ferry University looked at each other with complicated expressions. Is this Li He hanging up? How did he subdue such a strong heterogeneous ghost? The prospective college students of the Elf University in Chindu suspected that Li He was cheating, but there was no evidence. Calling DC back, Li He pondered. This lingering move is very restrained against elves who rely on props to fight. If DC learns the 9 swords of Dugu again. Thinking of this, Li He's expression was subtle. What is this? All my elves are masters of kendo. Elf Dugu seeks defeat. If Guisi brings 4 green onions at once, transfers all of them to the opponent, and then uses the Lingsao move. Zhu Shanjian, Scallion, Array. This move is just as its name suggests, it's too showy. Cough. After a cough, Director Fang announced the result. The result is obvious. Li He won this battle. Win. Is this a win? Li He looked strange. In reality, it seems that it is not as difficult as imagined. This freshman of Chindu University has a good level of knowledge and first-class resources. Not only did the green onion duck match the prop green onion, but he also made a prop bone stick for Gala Gala, that is. How can I fight so seriously? Doesn't it make me very rude? After a while, one of the onlookers commented. The female college student just now has some strength. Who told Sauhi to play cards out of the way and kill her to pieces? Arwasha district has always cultivated trainers according to systematic teaching. There are advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that some trainers are too rigid. This is also a problem that has been discussed in the education circle. Following the chatter of the crowd, the prospective college students of Chindu's Ferry University retreated in a low-key manner. Under the arrangement of the staff, the queue at the entrance of the registration office was rearranged. As soon as he returned to his original position, a few lines of black characters appeared in front of Li He's eyes. Open black lens bracket ding. System upgrade is complete. Close black lens bracket. Newly added plugin. Field simulation app. Close black lens bracket. The field battle simulation app is loading, please be patient. Close black lens bracket. Field battle simulation app. Li He's eyes lit up, and his heart was full of anticipation. The system did not respond to Li He's sense of expectation and explained the role of the field simulation app, but continued to refresh the news. Unrecorded achievements detected. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, you have a new achievement. Open black lens bracket conquering the elves for the first time. Close black lens bracket. Omega, asterisk, ghost. Get scissor days. Kai Yi excited sound. Open black lens bracket get additional rewards. Close black lens bracket. Charm value +1. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get collector's edition item. The Grudge DVD, Blu-ray HD version, close black lens bracket. The Grudge DVD, Blu-ray HD version. Once upon a time, there was a wife named Jai, who could climb up the window and climb the stairs, and was proficient in all kinds of skills that make your heart beat faster. The only disadvantage was that she was too clingy. A cute boy named Zhengsheng. Close black lens bracket. You may not be able to accept it as a father, but what about the ghost father? Close black lens bracket. The reward item has been stored in the backpack, please pay attention to check it. Close black lens bracket. Leahy was unable to complain. Just be purple. In terms of terrifying eyes, Luwei and Sadako have already learned about the same. It's just one more horror movie. What else can happen besides making Gui Si laugh more happily? Leahy is also not very interested in grudges. Because in the past, a friend took the girl to see The Grudge, trying to make the girl hide in his arms and add interest. As a result, seeing the halfway, the fierce man made a bang, and the cat entered Leahy's arms. To this day, Leahy still remembers the girl's expression and subtext. Sigma, *D*, Sigma, damn, you robbed my man. Ignoring Leahy's complicated mood, the system news continued to refresh. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, you have a new achievement. Open black lens bracket 1 wears 2. Close black lens bracket. Battle evaluation. Under your ingenious guidance, DC developed a new usage of the Lingsao move, Lingsao Millennium Kill the technique. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get additional rewards. Close black lens bracket. Intimidation value +1. With the spread of information about Lingsao Millennium Ultimate Move, the opponent will be so nervous when he sees you that his body will tremble, and is tight. Seeing that Leahy was in a daze, Wang Zui mistakenly thought that Leahy was reminiscing about the battle just now, to find out the shortcomings and sum up his experience. Thinking of this, Wang Zui admired it very much. Sure enough, Brother Li was able to get to where he is today, thanks to this seriousness. Brother Li, Ali here. Without disturbing Leahy, Wang Zui handed the fruity black tea to Gui Si. Boss, please have some tea. Big brother, are you eating melon seeds? Ji Ziming took out a handful of melon seeds and looked at Gui Si excitedly. Go hiss. He patted Wang Zui and Ji Ziming on the head with his long tongue, and DC smiled brightly. Yes, these two humans are very good. Then he took the black tea and melon seeds with his tongue, and DC couldn't wait to share it with Luwei. Yi, hollow down pointing triangle Yi, go hiss go hiss. It's a pity that Leahy is watching the system news, otherwise, with Leahy's excellent brain supplementation ability, he can definitely make up a sentence. Sister, look, they are amazing. Shirai Kuroko belly black Lolita. 6 tails, Omega, no. After chatting for a while, Ji Ziming reminded while eating melon seeds. By the way, Brother Li, did you tell DC? The trainer's ghost-type elves can't just walk into other people's homes, bathhouses, locker rooms, etc. If they are discovered, they may have to go to the elf court. Judge Shinado of our Chindu court is known for his severe punishment. Have you heard? Leahy glanced at DC. Goss. After pondering for a few seconds, Gui Si nodded happily. Hollow down pointing triangle **, the point is not to be noticed when you walk. I get it. 6 tails suspect that DC is false, but there is no evidence. As time passed, and soon, it was Leahy's turn to go through the registration procedures. The process of the registration office is generally divided into genie physical examination and information registration. Among them, the physical examination of elves takes a long time, and the registration office can provide a more comprehensive information table through instrument testing, elves detection, and observations by cultivators. In this process, information registration will also be completed naturally. After filling out the form, Leahy chatted with Wang Zui and Ji Ziming for a while. While chatting, Leahy swiped his W blog. In the hot search column, 9 out of 10 are related to elves. Pikachu won the silver medal in table tennis at the Elf Summer Olympics. Scallion Duck, Group sues, Scallion Crow, Company for infringement. Famous Hollywood actor Ibrahimovich's love scene was watched by onlookers. A new species of elf virus in the in vivo detection of king carp. The lightning ball exploded during the class. Lightning ball, blowing up the school. Leahy clicked the screen when he was interested. The lightning ball is a kind of electric property elf, which looks like an enlarged version of the elf ball. This kind of elf has a violent temperament and explodes whenever it disagrees. As the page refreshes, the specific content also jumps out. At 10:52 in the morning, the lightning ball of XX University exploded. According to the assessment of the psychiatrist, this lightning ball may have suffered from depression because of too much training pressure. Experts call on the masses of trainers to pay attention to the mental health of elves. Once you find signs, please seek the help of professional psychiatrists in time. Depression is terrifying, and elves with depression are even more terrifying. Leahy said with emotion. Back on the homepage, Leahy found that there was a new hot search. The 3 trainer robbers absconded. The Blue Star Alliance Washoe District Trainer Association issued a first-level wanted order. The following are the 3 information picture. Finding that Leahy also saw the news, G. Zimming said casually. These 3 are so tough, can they escape? You can only sneak in and abscond to other areas. Wang Zui replied. Turning off the hot search, Leahy didn't care. Half an hour later, with a smile on his face, Gui Si bit his medical examination form and floated out. Give me. After receiving the body report, Leahy roughly scanned it. Looking at Gisi again, a few lines of small words flashed in front of Leahy's eyes. Open black lens bracket skill eye of nurture is activated. Close black lens bracket. Elf, ghosts. Attribute, ghost, poison. Feature, floating. Move, links out, special effect. Grant spirituality, fright, scare the opponent to attack. Special effect, sometimes make the opponent cringe. Trick, special effect. Exchange possessions, provocation, make the opponent angry. Special effect, make the opponent only use the moves that give damage within a certain period of time. Ghost fire, special effect. Burns ghost face, staring at the opponent with a terrifying face to make it scared. Special effect, greatly reducing the opponent's speed. Tongue licking, special effect. Paralyze, strange light, disturb the opponent with strange light. Special effect, confuse the opponent. Black eyes, stare at the opponent with black eyes that seem to be captivating. Special effects, make the opponent unable to escape. Shadow of the night displays a terrifying phantom, inflicting damage to the opponent. After reading it, Leahy fell into deep thought. For an elf that has not yet evolved, the panel of DC can be described as luxurious. But in fact, the most commonly used tricks in DC are the trick moves plus Ling Sao moves, as well as the ghost fire moves and provocative moves. The other moves are useless. This is completely underdeveloped. Leahy said casually to Gui Si. Dark Knight Shadow, what a good move. You take the Dark Knight Shadow move as a strange figure, the Black Eye move as the eyes of the strange figure, and the Ghost Face move into the face of a strange figure. And then use the Strange Light move to complete the light effect, and finally pass the Strange Light. Alien Shadow uses a frightening move. How fragrant is this? Gussie, the moves are just a puzzle. You have to learn to build your own fighting routines, and you can't rely on me for everything. Learn hard from Lu Wei and become a mature ghost. Suddenly being praised, Lu Wei was a little shy. Slip. Scratching his head with his tongue, DC realized something. Go hiss. Hearing this, Wang Zui typed on the memo on his mobile phone. Stop hitting, I'll just straighten the recording. Patting Wang Zui's shoulder, Ji Zimming said earnestly. Young people, when you go out, you must learn to record, so that you can be beaten less. Tisk, it's not like your old sister gives you a bad check every time. You step on it too much, and you are recording everywhere now. Wang Zui said speechlessly. Ignoring Wang Zui, Ji Zimming interprets Leahy's words seriously. Brother Lee's trick of letting the elves watch a horror movie last time was very effective, but Daduk actually had superpowers and destroyed the computer. After careful consideration, Ji Zimming seemed to understand something. As long as the brain hole is big enough, the opponent can only kneel down and call me Dad. After having a hot pot together at noon, Leahy said goodbye to Wang Zui and Ji Zimming. Back in the hotel room, Leahy picked up his mobile phone and looked through the general version of the cultivation method of ghost-type elves given by the black novelist. While drinking the moo milk soaked in the grass gem, six tails practice Dugu nine swords while flicking their tails. The two tails are thrown out together, and the six tails breathe frequently, using the retrospective breathing method to absorb the energy in the grass gem. Now that there are more ghosts, the consumption of grass gems is directly doubled. With Lu Wei's mathematical ability, it can be calculated that the small money spent a day has more than doubled. Six tails. No, omega. Come on. Diligent and thrifty housekeeping, earning money, Lu Wei sauce. With no concept of money, Gui Si happily watched the video. From the video sent by the black novelist, I have been seeing the grudge horror movie, Ghosts. Hollow circle where su hiya. Until late at night, DC realized the new move. Leahy. Six tails. *** winking face. Maybe it's a natural way, a ghost horror movie, and DC actually built a few of his own moves on top of the Shadow of the Night move. Then, the Shadow of the Night was shaped into the terrifying appearance of Sadako, Kei, and Zhengshang, the three evil ghosts. The ghost face move forms the face of the devil, the black gaze move forms the devil's eyes, and the night shadow move forms the devil's body. Combined with the strange light move that controls light. Finally, a combined attack is carried out with the fright move and the dark shadow move. What's even more annoying is that Gisi actually thought of using the spirit tricks on the evil ghost he built to inspire and revive the spirituality of the evil ghost. The most outrageous thing is that the ghosts also succeeded. Sitting on the big bed in the hotel, Leahy was expressionless. In the TV in front of him, the shabby, blood-stained white dress and black hair like water plants, Sadako was staring at him with terrifying eyes. Dressed in a close-fitting bath dress, with a face as white as paper, and a pair of thick dark circles under her eyes, Gaia was sitting on the ceiling like a spider, staring eerily at Leahy. Naked and covered, the kid named Zhengshang squatted obediently in the corner with his head tilted 180 degrees, staring straight at Leahy. Leahy. This Ling Sao move is too outrageous. At the beginning, DC couldn't make it so real. Later, DC actually thought of putting the DVD of Midnight Fierce Bell and the DVD of Resentment in these three night shadows. Resurrecting with Ling Sao moves, it's like Sadako, Gaia, and Zhengshang crawled out of a horror movie. With Gisi's current strength, it won't last long. Puff puff. The three figures dissipated like mist, and Gui Si ran to Leahy and asked for merit. Goss goss. Ghosts, you are the ghosts and I am great. You are really good. Leahy wanted to say. Do you think I haven't watched One Piece? Are you using the Ling Sao move as the sole fruit of the four emperor aunts? A good night magic shadow move, you just combined it with the spirit show move, and turned it into an elf version of the reincarnation of the dirty earth, and the reincarnation as a ghost. When you evolve into a Gengar in the future, do you still want to create, psychic, 100 evil ghosts at one time, play a night walk with 100 ghosts, and be the king of 100 ghosts? Tukao returns to Tukao. Leahy thinks this move is very good. Look at it too much. In fact, Miss Sadako, Jia Yi, are also. Okay. What is this joint move called? Leahy murmured, 100 ghosts reincarnated. Seeing that DC actually made a major breakthrough, Lu Wei was inspired. Slip. I'm going to try harder. After the modification, close to 9,000 words will be sent together. RT. Post it when done. Chapter 76 Alien Ghosts Trick. Reincarnation of 100 Ghosts, 4,600 words combined, please recommend. Time flies. Sunday, 7 in the morning. The sky is clear, the wind is gentle. Appropriate. When you travel, you will appear in front of people. Taboo. Use swordsmanship. The Chindu Youth Cup, which was postponed for 3 days, started again. After taking a nice bath, Leahy felt comfortable. Dry your body and open the closet. Click. As the wardrobe door opened, a gust of wind hit him, and Leahy was instantly refreshed. With a beautiful white face and thick dark circles under his eyes, ghost wife, Gaia pulled Zhengshang and stood in the closet, with two pairs of strange and gloomy eyes staring at Leahy's face. Leahy. There's a ghost in the closet. Pretty good. In the summer, my mother no longer has to worry about my lack of energy. There is no need to worry about the bad smell of cotton clothes due to the heat, and it also saves money on mothballs. Think, is it really good? After taking another look at Gaia, Leahy stretched out his hand. And felt empty. Sure enough, it's still a phantom in essence. Leahy murmured. Whether it's Gamako, Sadako or Zhengshang, the essence of these three ghosts is the shadow of the night. The dark shadow moves only create phantoms, hurting opponents with fear and phantoms. As the strength of the ghosts increases, the spirituality given will be stronger, and if you learn the substitute moves. Rubbing his chin, Leahy Chong thought about the future. Sleeping with Sadako at night in summer saves air conditioning costs. When going out, Jia cleaned the house, boiled water to cook, and Zhengshang was in charge of homework. Thinking about it, there is still a little expectation. After training hard for a day and a night, Guisi excitedly said to Leahy. Goss goss. After praising DC, Leahy got dressed. Glancing at DC with the eye of cultivation skill, a few lines of new information appeared in front of Leahy. Elf. Ghosts. Characteristic. Floating. By floating in the air, ghosts can avoid the attacks of ground attribute moves. Combination moves. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, Dark Night Shadow move plus Ling Sao move plus Related Items plus Black Eyes move plus Ghost Face move plus Scare move plus Strange Light move. Special effects. Terrifying frightening damage, reducing the opponent's speed, making the opponent cringe, making the opponent unable to escape. Real phantom by emitting a strange light, disturbing the opponent's senses, making the opponent unable to see through the essence of the phantom. After pondering for a moment, Leahy took a sip and kissed Jia Yian's forehead. Looking at Gaia again, Leahy rubbed his chin and said. Sure enough, the fear is much less. Ghosts. Nary summation, degree co-degree. Yo-yo. Six Tails called out urgently. Don't rush, I'll put on my shoes and go. Come, Lu Tai, tie your shoelaces, listen to me, as long as you work hard to run errands, tie your shoelaces, and do housework, you will become stronger. Slip ing_ing. Before going out, Leahy warned. DC, don't run to other people's houses if you have nothing to do. However, even if it runs away, ordinary people can't see it. Shouldn't be a big problem. It's not that there is a Katy dog possessed by Erha in the house. Lu Wei, hurry up and press the elevator, I'll be right there. Slip _oh. Watching Leahy and Lu Wei go out, DC looked at Gaia with a serious face. Go-ness. Filled circle. Seeing DC, Toshio the kid hides behind Gaia in fear, only showing one head, tilting his head 90 degrees to look at DC. Took the little ghost Toshio's hand, and Gaia, who was not very spiritual, glared at DC. The actions of Zhengshang and Gaia prove that the spirituality that DC has given them is stronger. Ghosts. It looks fierce, doesn't it? Is there a problem with this Gaia coconut, or is there a problem with Leahy? In the future, then DC I must be reincarnated into an existence that even made Leahy cry out in fright. Where go hiss go hiss. After dispersing the two ghosts, the ghost floated to the laptop. Sticking out his big tongue, he played the curse and the midnight bell with difficulty, and Guisi studied it intently. When attacking opponents with Ling Sao moves, DC only needs to give the props spirituality and emphasize attack. But if he wants to use such a complicated operation as 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, DC must have a deep understanding of the ghosts of the three existences of Gaia, Sadako, and Toshio. In short, just like a writer creating characters, we must understand and enrich the characters. The more you understand character design, the stronger the effect of Ling Seo's moves, the more powerful and real the spirituality given by the ghosts will be. The other side. After leaving the hotel, Li He and Lu Wei queued up to board the bus to Chengdu Provincial Gymnasium. On the bus, I remembered that Guisi had eaten 2 cages of xiaolongbao this morning, plus a large bowl of oil tea. Six-tailed Alexander. Opening parenthesis. Thinking of the 6-digit money awarded by the Chengdu Youth Cup champion, Lu Wei. Omega. The afternoon battle will definitely win. At this moment, on the seat in front, grabbing the back of the chair, a little boar was secretly looking at Li He's face. Little boar, ice and ground dual attribute elf, looks like a pet pig, with a big red nose, dark brown hair, and a few black lines on its back. Close black lens bracket. Rubbing Lu Wei's little head, Li He glanced at the little boar. Suddenly meeting Li He's eyes, the little mountain pig was startled. Mumu. Frightened, Xiao Shanju let out a breath of cold air at Li He uncontrollably. Then, too shy, the little mountain pig indented into the arms of the woman in the black dress. Little boar. Mum. I'm sorry, this guy is a face control, and he is very shy. Well, to put it bluntly, he is boring. The woman in the black dress apologized. It's okay, it's cool. Waving his hand, Li He said indifferently. Along the way, Lu Wei and Xiao Shanju started chatting with you, Slip, and Mum. Before getting off the bus, in order to make it easier for Lu Wei to make friends with Xiao Shanju, Li He and the woman in black dress added AW letter as a friend. Stepping into the provincial gymnasium, Li He saw Wu Yingyao and Lin Xiang at a glance. Walking over, Li He said hello. After the 3 chatted for a while, Wu Yingyao asked impatiently. My dad said that you defeated 3 ghosts and conquered 1 xenomorph. How did you do it? Looking at Li He in disbelief, Lin Xiang also couldn't imagine this. 1 ghost is still acceptable, and 3 at the same time. Did the 6 tails open their clones? Or, Li He actually has elf blood flowing in his body, and he is considered a half-human Pokemon. I can do it myself. Seeing that the remaining 3 matches of the quarterfinals are about to begin, Li He earnestly concluded. With love. Thinking of something, Lin Xiang looked at Li He with a complicated expression. Thinking that Li He was lying again, Wu Yingyao rolled his eyes at him. Li He, Sister Xiao Wu is not very savvy. Sister Wu, come here, I'll tell you. Lin Xiang whispered to Wu Yingyao, focusing on how Li He conquered the 6 tails, with love. It turns out that it can still be like this. Nodding seriously, Wu Yingyao had a learned expression on her face. Lin Xiang, who did not get the expected reaction. Sigma degree, this is it. Co-author, am I the only normal person for the 3 of us? Well, do you want to eat fritters? I still have buns and yogurt buns, do you want them? Sha Ying, do you want them? Having learned Li He's special skills, Wu Yingyao didn't want to take advantage of Li He and handed him a bag of snacks. With a flushed face, Lin Xiang waved her hand. Hollow down pointing triangle, no, I have eaten it. Flicking her ponytail, Wu Yingyao gave Lin Xiang a puzzled look. Slip. Hollow circle, for all backquote, no musical note. Cheerfully biting the yogurt bun, Six Tails flicked its tail happily. Taking a pickled cabbage bun, Li He glanced at the 2 while eating. One of them is pure and the other is pure, which is really interesting. While the 3 were chatting, the Chengdu Youth Cup continued. The second game in the morning was Injun, Lilorasi vs. Zhu Lai, and Fried Pig. Stir-fried pig is a rare fire-type spirit in the Hezhong area, and it is the evolutionary form of Nuan pig. Stir-fried pig is a fire and fighting spirit with dual attributes. It looks like a red-skinned pig demon with upright feet, and has an unusually wild fighting style. At the beginning of the battle, covered in flames, Cao Chaoju ran towards Liloras. This is like an attacking giant. Li He murmured, leave a little more saliva and it will be more vivid. The fried pig is not weak, it is like a small-sized fire giant attacking, and it is also an extremely fast strange species. But Lalu Lassie was faster, the white skirt fluttered, and the little princess-like male Lalu Lassie teleported to the sky. The speed is not as fast as Lalu Lassie, and the attack can't hit Lalu Lassie, and the fried pig finally stopped in the top 8. After winning, with a face of, "Look, I didn't lie to you, I'm super strong, I will cover you in the future," Loloris happily waved at Lihi and Luwei. Lalu tilde. Slip. With a friendly wave of claws, Six Tails responded with a cry. Handsome, I'll invite you to drink in the future. Lihi felt that he could think about the daughter of the male Loloris. Lihi, hollow circle, after many years, please entrust your daughter to me. For the sake of future happiness, Lihi felt that he should mix with the male Lalu Lassie to become a lifelong good friend. Lalu Lassie is so cute, you actually want to drink it, you should invite others to drink milk. Shaolin gave Lihi a blank look. With a keen hearing, Loloris glared at classmate Kobayashi with gritted teeth, and gestured towards her very manly. #D equals convex, you are cute, you drink milk, I will definitely evolve into a Lulado in the future, I will show you how handsome I am. A Lulado is the final evolution type unique to male Loloris, a humanoid elf who looks like a knight prince wearing a helmet. Evolving into Elido is the goal of Loloris. After knocking Lalu Lassie on the head, and Jun left the stage. Lin Xiang looked blank. Wu Yingyao explained, Anon's Loloris is a male. Have you ever heard that Shinado used a magnetic male voice to complain about you? Drinking hammer milk, my father likes to drink. After speaking, Li Hexen said that next time, Shinado will bring a bottle of Fengwang for 6 years to that Shinado. Fengwang Distillery is located near Chindu, and the advertising slogan is also very loud. Fengwang Puree, you deserve it. After the intermission, the second match began. Time flies, and at 11 o'clock at noon, the last match of the quarterfinals officially started. Su Xiao in the single sword scabbard against Yue and Catty. This battle is not good for the single scabbard, right? Lin Xiang judged. Before, the single scabbard used a worm-type move, which could attack the opponent with continuous slashes. However, the attack of worm-type moves is not effective against fire-type Catty dogs. On the contrary, Yue's Catty dog's powerful hot wind move with fire attribute can blow the scorching flame wind that is present in the audience. The hot air move is a wide-range move. The single scabbard should not be able to avoid it, so it can only be resisted hard. Wu Yingyao said, it depends on whether Su Xiao has a whole card. At the beginning of the battle, Catty dog, as expected, used the hot air move. However, in the face of the raging flames and winds that swept in, the single sword sheathed the sword and returned it to the sheath, resisting the hot wind moves unscathed. It's to keep the move, Wu Yingyao said in surprise. He taught Du Jianzheth to keep his moves so early. Lin Xiang instantly felt the gap between the second generation of Rich and the second generation of training. As a general attribute move, defending moves can allow the elves to completely resist the opponent's attack. Lin Xiang's next goal is to let the little fire dragon learn to defend the move, but until now, the little fire dragon has not even touched the edge of defending the move. Rubbing his chin, Lihi was thoughtful, he had to retract the sword and return it to the scabbard. Can only the scabbard use the defensive power of the scabbard to perform defensive moves? At the same time, on the field, Su Xiao shouted, sword dance. Then, the single scabbard sword was unsheathed and slowly danced in midair. With the sword dance, the blade of the single scabbard shone with cold light. Sword dance moves are strengthening moves. Elves increase their attack power by dancing battle dances. Just as Cutie was about to attack again, the single scabbard slashed out, and the head sword slashed hard on Cutie's head. Thump! The body swayed, and Cutie's limbs went limp and fell on the field. This is not a worm-type slash, it's an evil-type move, maybe a wild swing. With a keen eye, Wu Yingyao noticed the flash of darkness on the sword when the single scabbard attacked. Crazy Swing is an evil type move that allows the elf to frantically attack the opponent by swinging its body. Using sword dance moves and wild swinging moves, even against fire-type spirits, the single scabbard has overwhelming attack power. Sword dance moves, wild swinging moves, and defending moves, this is the trump card of the single scabbard. Lin Xiang said in surprise. Is this Su Xiao too capable of hiding? It can be seen from this that most trainers know the weaknesses of their elves and will find ways to solve them. Slip. Ideographic period. Seeing this, Lu Wei showed a cautious expression. Li He was silent. Just when the commentator announced the list of the top 4 in the arrangement for the afternoon battle, at the guest seat, the representative of the Imperial City Trainers Association joked. Olden, how is it? Is your daughter confident of winning Su Xiao? President and smiled without saying a word, thinking. Su Xiao is a well-known coordinating trainer in the Hezhong area, and I am also the president of the local trainer association and the owner of the superpower gym. This kid in the Su family has trump cards, but my daughter doesn't. The rest of the guests had a heated discussion on Su Xiao and Anjun, but President Wu did not interrupt. Until now, President Wu felt incredible. With 1/6 tails, how could Xiao Lizzie defeat the 3 ghosts? Thinking about Lu Wei's almost bizarre dodging skills, President Wu seriously suspected that Li He had hugged the thighs of the gym owners in the adjacent area with his face, but he felt that he was whimsical. Xiao Lizzie's current appearance is okay, but which of those gym owners is not good looking? Even if the appearance is poor, the temperament is first class. Suddenly, a guest laughed said, President Wu, who do you think is most likely to win the championship? Let's Li He, President Wu said casually. The guest smiled and said in his heart, President Wu, just because Li He is close to your daughter, you can't use the eyes of your mother-in-law to see your son-in-law. Upon receiving the latest notice, the narrator shouted. The schedule for the semi-finals is now announced. The first game of the afternoon. Contestant Li He vs. Contestant Su Xiao. Second game in the afternoon. Anjun contestant is right. Hearing the previous sentence, Li He turned his head to Lu Wei and said. Lu Wei, have you ever eaten a buffet dinner in a 5-star hotel? Have you ever eaten a king crab bigger than you? You won. Slip Omega. Lu Wei understood in seconds, rubbed his cheeks with his claws, and Lu Wei encouraged himself. No, Omega. Yo yo yo. Omega, slip. The sound was unusually high. Seeing Lu Wei's ambitious appearance, Li He swallowed the last sentence. You win. We can't afford it either. Before winning, with a tail flick, Lu Wei had already imagined the taste of king crab. He tilde. Chapter 77 Su Xiao. On Sao, Li He and I are half a caddy, 6400 joint chapters, please recommend. Chengdu City, Provincial Gymnasium. 1:40 in the afternoon. The semi-finals of the Chengdu Youth Cup is about to start, and the whole stadium is crowded with people. Lin Xiang's father was very energetic. Not only did he continue to invite Wu Yingyao and Li He to dinner at noon, but he even booked a suite for the 3 of them at the hotel opposite the Provincial Gymnasium. After eating, Li He and Mimi Lu Wei slept for an hour. After washing up, Li He was surrounded by a group of reporters as soon as he walked out of the hotel door. Contestant Li He, please give me some news. It's up to you whether I can turn positive this month and whether the green caterpillars at home eat ashes or grass. Player Li He, the Chengdu branch of the M Group released a news to thank a trainer named Li He. Is this person you? Player Li He, in the morning's battle, Su Xiao's single scabbard showed amazing strength, killing the opponent's caddy in one blow. Do you and Lu Wei have a way to deal with it? Caddy, _no tilde asterisk. The flash came on, the camera clicked incessantly, and Li He sighed tiredly. Facing the reporter's interview, Li He was a little happy at first. But later, Li He felt that he was a tool person who made money for reporters and capital companies. Some reporters, in particular, ask a question over and over again. It's still the male reporter I met at the beginning, and he's concise and to the point. While thinking, Li He answered the question casually. After the initial curiosity passed, Lu Wei blocked his ears with his claws, so that his eyes and ears were not listening, and his heart was not troubled. Not only Li Hezai was interviewed by reporters, but the top 4 players of the Chindu Youth Cup were all followed by reporters. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately surrounded by a group of people. Su Xiao, a single scabbard trainer, was also blocked by reporters at the entrance of the provincial gymnasium. Player Su Xiao, the fire attribute of the 6 tails restrains your single scabbard. What do you think about this? Are you going to ask questions? Don't waste your time. Isn't cutie a fire attribute? What's the result? Do you still ask this kind of question? Taking advantage of the quarrel between the 2 reporters, a male reporter quickly asked. Player Su Xiao is about to fight Cao He. Are you under pressure? With a white shirt on the upper body and white trousers on the lower body, Su Xiao, who was a little handsome, felt a little envious when he heard this. Look, everyone is also a player who made it to the top 4. As a result, Li He has a title. Although he is a relatively down-to-earth Cao He, his reputation index is high. After thinking about it, Su Xiao replied with a smile. Actually, I can also be sleazy and dirty. As for the operation of the slapstick, Li He and I, let's be half a catty. Unlike Su Xiao, the single scabbard suspended above Su Xiao's head was silent and arrogant. In the end, it was the staff of the Chindu Youth Cup who drove away the press group, and Li He and Lu Wei were able to escape. Coming to the player room, Li He greeted Wu Yingyao and Lin Xiang. Looking up, Li He even saw his former opponent Cao Jingxuan. Cao Jingxuan's wonderful frog seeds tasted good, so Lu Wei missed it for a while. Cao Jingxuan pretended not to see Li He looking at him. The game is about to start, drink some water. Handing Li He a bottle of mineral water, Wu Yingyao whispered. I asked my dad at noon, and my dad told you to watch out for the blue ribbon on the hilt of the single scabbard. The blue ribbon looks useless, but it is actually like the arm of a single scabbard. It is extremely tough and can wrap around a human arm and absorb the essence of human beings. Gas. Also, the blue eyes on the sword grid are the body of the single scabbard, which should be its weakness. Lin Xiang added. Although he knew this for a long time, Li He still nodded, thank you. The 3 chatted a few more words, and in the middle of the journey, the fatter unicorn jumped out and encouraged Lu Wei seriously. Higher. Kick it. With his waist on his back, the little fire dragon called out. Although his attitude is arrogant, his tail swaying because of worry still betrays the little fire dragon. Slip, oh, Su ##. He found the dove chocolate that he couldn't bear to eat, and Lu Wei handed it over as a thank you. At 2:20 in the afternoon, Li He walked to the channel of the players under the beckoning of the staff. Coincidentally, before parting, Su Xiao's 2 friends kept cheering. Sister Xiao, this is the semi-finals. Lose your face or something, be a little bit more coquettish. The slightly fat boy kept telling Jiyu, it's really not good, stab it from the back. Don't worry, go at your pace, take out your trump card, and suppress it from the beginning. The girl with the tip dyed red pouted at the fat boy and continued. I have seen the battle of the 6 tails. If you hold on, you will win. It depends on the situation. I will try my best to keep my cards in the next final match. After that, Su Xiao strode into the player channel. In the venue, seeing the players entering the venue, the commentator skillfully introduced. Everyone, all the guests, good afternoon, this is the first semifinal. Now the player from my left is Li He. Well, I have heard the audience shouting Cao He, it seems that I don't need any introduction. Let's see if Li He can beat Su Xiao. We must know that in the battle, Su Xiao was able to cleanly deal with the fire-type Katie. Arousing the emotions of the audience, the narrator pointed to the right side. Player Su Xiao entered the arena from my right hand. With his sword unsheathed, he swept away thousands of troops, which must have left a deep impression on everyone. Okay, the players from both sides are in place. The first match of the semi-finals is about to begin. Whether Li He's battle is more violent, or Su Xiao's sword is more sharp, let's wait and see. At the end, the voice of the commentator could no longer suppress the shouts of the audience in the venue. Lu Wei, rush ah ah ah. A single sword scabbard is invincible, like a cutie dog, one sword cut through 6 tails. Yes, like slashing a catty dog, the sword is unsheathed, that is, invincible. Nima, is my Katie shameless? It's enough for you to mention it once, and you will mention it again and again. 6 tails, killed a single scabbard, and I will let my Katie give birth to a dog for you. Ow, 6-tailed best friend, catty dog suddenly made a roaring move. With the sound covering the audience, Feng Shang, the trainer of catty dog, smiled awkwardly and waved at Li He. The dog's best friend is watching the battle of the 6 tails. Feng Shang is forced to help, so he can only obediently take out his wallet and buy 2 expensive grandstand tickets from an online scalper. Asterisk, no slip tilde. He waved his paws happily, and Lu Wei shouted again with great ambition. Backquote caret. Slip. Nodding towards Feng Shang, Li He looked at Su Xiao. After waving with the audience on the field, Su Xiao released his single scabbard for pre-war mobilization. The 1-meter-long blue ribbon at the hilt danced without wind, and the brown scabbard was tattooed with a grimace-like pattern. Ling dish. The scabbard of the single scabbard is very strange. At the entrance of the sword, there are 2 eye-shaped patterns protruding out, forming 2 delicate corners with the sword body. There is a blue pupil in the middle of the sword grid, and the blue pupil of the single scabbard rotates slightly. He glanced at Lu Wei lightly, and closed his eyes lazily with the scabbard alone. You give me some caution. Su Xiao patted the scabbard and continued to tell the tactics. Time was running out. Li He and Lu Wei seized the time to whisper, and Lu Wei nodded earnestly from time to time. At the guest seat, after drinking a sip of tea, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainers Association suddenly said, President Wu, what do you think of this battle? If the 6 tails want to win, the key point is to avoid the single scabbard attack that uses the sword dance move. After pondering for a while, President N said, with the strength of that catty dog, it can't resist the blow of the single scabbard. I am afraid that the 6 tails can only resist it. The second time. President N is also a good person, so he didn't say anything to death. Of course, the 6 tails are not without a chance to win. As long as you find a way to attack continuously, break the defending move with 1 blow, and then attack with fire attribute moves, the possibility of victory is also possible. One of the guests who was in the audience thought, break and hold the move and attack continuously. How can it be that easy? The single scabbard can fly, and the attack speed is fast, and the evasion is naturally fast. In addition, the single scabbard will hold the move. From this guest's point of view, at the beginning, taking advantage of the moment of the single scabbard attack, to determine the distance, 6 tails should use the roar move to deter the single scabbard. Lost in the scabbard at the moment, let the 6 tails attack and deal damage to the single scabbard, this is the chance of victory. Even if the opportunity is seized, for the 6 tails, a single blow may not be able to save a single scabbard. When the single scabbard is prepared, it will be a hard fight. But if you don't seize the opportunity, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, the guest sighed. Unfortunately, this 6 tails have not yet developed superpowers. Young man, you may have a lot of ideas, who knows? President Wu snorted and said vaguely. The representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association shook his head helplessly, commenting on the battle between the 2 young trainers. You 2 are still playing tricks. Both sides are in place. Following the referee's order, Lu Wei jumped into the field, and the single sword scabbard also flew into the field. Xiao Su, you have a whole card to use in advance. It's too late, you won't be able to use it. Li Heshi said sincerely. Su Xiao looked confused. Let others use their trump cards in advance. Have you been seconded? What kind of trash talk is this? Su Xiao looked strange. Suddenly, thinking of the scene of Lolorazan and Jun greeting Li He, Su Xiao pondered, is it possible that there is something tricky between these two? Is this Li He trying to find out for Anjun? As a quiet little beautiful man, Su Xiao is indifferent on the surface, but he is quite coquettish and gossip inside. It's a pity, that girl Anjun, it's hard to say. Thinking of this, Su Xiao secretly felt worthless for Li He. And many more. Holy crap, is this a trash talk tactic that makes me think too much and disturb my thinking? Su Xiao quickly calmed down. Hearing this sentence through a loudspeaker, the barrage of the official broadcast video exploded. Sao Heliu, talk rude before the war. Su Xiao was stunned, just blinked 3 times, screenshots, emoji get. The emoji in front of you, are you a devil? Following the referee's order, Su Xiao ordered without hesitation. With a single scabbard, use the metallic sound first, then press it up. Attack it, Li He ordered almost at the same time. Hearing Li He's order, Su Xiao was at a loss. The family clearly said that Li He's most likely tactic is to let Lu Wei start with a roaring move. What the hell is a counterattack? Can I still beat your 6 tails with my scabbard alone? Buzz. The entire body of the single scabbard vibrated slightly, making a harsh sound like metal friction. This is a metal sound move, which can make the elves create a metal friction sound, and it is also the trump card used by Su Xiao to resist the 6-tailed roaring move. Base. Afterwards, the sword was unsheathed, and a single sword scabbard slashed toward the 6 tails. Then, Su Xiao saw. Ding! A flame tail was thrown out suddenly, and the 6 tails used their tails to use the increasingly sophisticated Dubu 9 swords, which accurately stabbed the middle of the blade of the single scabbard, and sent the single scabbard flying into the air. Eyes widened in shock, Su Xiao was stunned. And this time. Clang! Another flame tail slashed down like a sword, and the single scabbard was severely hit by this flame tail, and the entire sword body of the single scabbard spun and flew backward until it flew to the midair where the scabbard was, and barely stopped. Fuck, did I read it wrong? The single scabbard was slashed by the 6-tailed sword. 6 tails know how to use swordsmanship. It's too ridiculous, isn't it? What kind of move is this? The audience was taken aback, and the guests in the guest seat looked at each other subconsciously. This 6-tailed sword actually uses its tail, what kind of secret is this? President An asked in astonishment. Then, President An suddenly reacted and glared at President Wu. This bald head must know, and was almost slapped in the face by this bald head. We meet every day at meetings, you actually want to watch me get slapped in the face and then snicker. A middle-aged bald head is not a thing. That's right, my daughter suffered the loss of this trick. Ignoring President An's staring attack, President Wu was amazed. This move seems to have a stronger effect. Before, the 6 tails could not instill such a strong fire attribute energy into the tail, and now they can actually use 2 tails. The Imperial Capital trainer always squinted his eyes. This sword technique. The sword of the single scabbard was faster and stronger, but even so, it was knocked out by Lu Wei's delicate 2 strikes. The single scabbard actually used swordsmanship, but the swordsmanship used by the single scabbard was nothing compared to the exquisite swordsmanship of the 6 tails. If you wait for 6 tails to evolve into 9 tails, use 9 tails at one time, and use 9 different sword techniques at the same time. Thinking of this, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainers Association looked cautious. How crazy is the melee ability of this 9-tailed elf? It's outrageous. The swordsmanship of this 6-tailed is simple. Able to cultivate a single scabbard, Su Xiao also has a little knowledge of swordsmanship. Then Su Xiao found out that he actually. I don't understand 6 tails sword move. You can only use speed and strength to confront the 6 tails head-on. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiao suddenly shouted, sword dance. Use the scabbard together, and attack. Dancing in a circle, the single scabbard, which has increased its attack power, is used for 2 purposes. The single use of the scabbard, the sword body and the scabbard attack at the same time. This is the trump card that Su Xiao planned to stay in the final match. Clang dang. Using 2 tails in a row, the 6 tails and the single scabbard fight fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of sword strikes continued. During the duel, the 6 tails retreated to the edge of the circular field. Using the mad swinging move of the evil attribute, the single sword scabbard was pressed wildly. On the field, it was as if 4 swords were violently colliding, and the 6 tails were full of joy. Blow it up in a short time and spray it with sparks. After watching for a while, Leahy suddenly ordered. When attacking, in addition to the 2 tails, the 6 tails can also breathe fire. 2 tails were thrown out in a row, and the 6 tails briefly shook the single scabbard to the edge of the circular field. Then, looking at the timing, the 6 tails spewed out a burst of flame towards the scabbard of the single scabbard. Hold on. With sweat on his forehead, Su Xiao ordered decisively. Swish. In an instant, the sword returned to its scabbard, and the scabbard alone blocked the incoming flames unscathed. Seeing this, although tired, the 6 tails glanced at the scabbard with joy, excitement and regret. Really good opponent to hone swordsmanship, it's a pity to slip. Lu Wei's mood at the moment is the same as the previous ghosts. In terms of swordsmanship, I, 6 tails, would like to call you the strongest opponent. Hold on well. Hearing Leahy's order, Su Xiao looked blank. Obviously, the single scabbard blocked your 6-tailed attack with a defensive move. Why are you happier than me? If it consumes physical strength like this, can the 6-tailed land swordsman be more labor-saving than the natural sword elf with a single scabbard? Didn't you see? Under the offensive of the single scabbard and double swords, the 6 tails were forced to retreat to the edge of the field. Then, Su Xiao saw. Staring at a pair of demon-like pupils, 6 tails instantly rushed to the side of the single scabbard. Raising the claws attached to the flame, while the scabbard was absent, Lu Wei grabbed the blue ribbon that was nearly 1 meter long. Holding the blue ribbon, Lu Tai dragged the single scabbard and jumped to the railing at the edge of the scene. Using the blue ribbon, Lu Wei tied the single scabbard upright to a railing with a thick human calf. The scabbard was against the ground, and the blue ribbon started to wrap around the gauntlet at the hilt. In the X-shaped binding method, the 6 tails were wrapped with blue ribbons in circles. Not only the sword body of the single scabbard and the scabbard guard were killed and stuck, but also tied to the railing. This scene is like fitting a cross to the railing, and then using the binding technique to bind it tightly to the railing. Halfway through, when the single sword scabbard recovered from the round pupil, ghost pupil move of the 6 tails, the 6 tails had already been tied up. Du Jianzheth madly resisted and struggled fiercely, but unfortunately the blue ribbon really deserved to be a part of Du Jianzheth's body. As the binding of the 6 tails deepened, the single scabbard could not even make a struggle. Circle all but upper left quadrant filled, for all, circle all but upper left quadrant filled, slip. Finally, with the last bit of blue ribbon, 6 tails beautifully tied a bow. Patted the single scabbard, 6 tails. Ya lower half circle ya, lo and behold, I even made you a bow tie, which was not given to the seeds of the wonderful frog. After struggling for a while, the single scabbard was completely sluggish. Hollow up pointing triangle winking face, the sword and the sword seemed to be unable to be drawn. No, except for the eyeballs and the bow that can swing twice, the rest of the body can't move. Sudden violent struggle, single scabbard. Phi T D T Phi. Staring blankly at this scene, Su Xiao was dumbfounded. This. The referee for this match was Leahy's old acquaintance, Lao Qin, the referee for the number 8 match in Area B. Seeing this classic scene, the experienced Lao Qin has become much more stable. Good guy, 6 tails tied another one. It is estimated that this movement of flowing clouds and flowing water has not been practiced less often. Glancing at Leahy's shoelaces, Lao Qin took another look at the bow made by Lu Wei. Lao Qin. This player Leahy's shoelaces are actually tied by 6 tails. Make the elves stronger by tying shoelaces. I'm darling. Can you have any more money? At the edge of the field, When they saw this scene, they thought of something. Sao Jingxuan and Meow Frog Seed had complicated expressions. I told him that the blue ribbon with a single scabbard is dangerous. Why did he think that the single scabbard was tied with a blue ribbon? Wu Yingyao felt that Li He's thinking was different from normal people. Lin Xiang took it. The brain hole is really innate. At the guest seat. Most of the guests have small expressions. Wonderful. A few guests want to talk shit. It turns out that the six tails just stepped back on purpose, intending to tie the scabbard. President and sighed. The young people today really have ideas. Fortunately, Junior didn't get too close to Li He, so let's take a look at the skillful binding operation of the six tails. Who can Lu Wei learn from? It must be taught by Li He. Li He, this young man has too many tricks. Fortunately, La Lu Lassie will move instantly, and because it doesn't come with a rope, it can't be tied. Thinking of this, President N was inexplicably relieved. And many more. Isn't this Li He going to let Lu Wei carry a rope-shaped elf item with him in the future? That's the round pupil move from Six Tails just now. How to follow? President Wu hesitated. This is 1,000,000 points worse than the round pupil move in Lao Su's impression. The serious round pupil move is not. N******N. How did it get to Li He's six tails, but it became. Hollow circle containing filled circle. Hoi hollow circle containing filled circle. Scary. The representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association had never seen the Battle of Six-Tailed Frog Seeds, so this scene had an even greater impact on him. The sentence, "Fuck, God operates," was swallowed and replaced by a steady nod. The audience was boiling. Yo-yo, what's next? The six-tailed fire-breathing single scabbard. Is the single scabbard safe? Mom, stop calling Uncle Wong. Come back soon, your favorite six-tailed sword scabbard. You are all wrong. Six tails are preparing to practice swordsmanship with fire. A single scabbard is held in the tail. From now on, my life is up to me. In the official video live broadcast room, the barrage is flying all over the sky. Sao He didn't come back from Dongying's training, right? There's no one else in this operation. It's a reward for a good life. Why can't this live broadcast room be rewarded? Wonderful frog seed. I will use 2 vine whips. 6 tails. I tied you. Single scabbard. My sword is like a thunder. 6 tails. I also tied you. 666. I, the heavenly king of Eastern Yang, Yadai, would like to call you the master of Sao Heliu binding. Listening to the noise from the audience and looking at the barrage on the live video on the mobile phone, the male reporter who interviewed Su Xiao before fell silent. Turning over the notebook in his hand, Su Xiao's interview answer was written on it. Well, in terms of showmanship, Li He and I are half a caddy. This word. No problem. Su Xiao's original intention must be. I have half a caddy of scrap copper, and Li He 8 tails of gold. The male reporter sighed and said with admiration. Player Su Xiao is really an honest person. At the same time, facing the picture of the battlefield, the commentator said enthusiastically. The situation has changed suddenly. The single scabbard has fallen into a major crisis. According to the inside information I got before the battle, Su Xiao player also has a whole card that decides the outcome. Whether Su Xiao can be reversed, let's raise our eyes and wait. My whole card. Su Xiao almost didn't suffer from internal injuries. My whole card. I'll go to your trump card. The scabbard can't even pull out the sword, can't even move, you still look forward to my trump card. I.e. because therefore proportion, because underscore, because greater than greater than greater than greater than. Looking at the well-bound single scabbard, Li He said with relief. If I hadn't asked Lu Wei to help me untie and tie my shoelaces, how could Lu Wei be so familiar? Sure enough. Battle is higher than life, and it comes from life. Hearing someone shouting Sao He, Li He thought. Underscore, can you blame me for being sassy? Who made the scabbard come with a rope, and was born with a figure that can be tied with a logo? The 11,000 word update has been updated. Ask for a recommendation ticket. There may be some problems, such as small bugs, garbled emoji fonts, etc. I'll change it later. Thanks for your support. Sometimes it's late, but it's really controlling the rhythm before it's put on the shelves, and I don't want water chapters. Also please forgive me. Thank you for your support, Kh, Omega Kh. About 6,000 words, will be updated later. I originally wanted to update a chapter first, but after thinking about it, I'd better finish the whole change and then update it together. As the title, opening parenthesis single quote closing parenthesis. Heart. Chapter 78 Secretary Zhang. This Li has the wealth of a Sao King. 4,500 words combined. Please recommend a ticket. 10 minutes ago. Fengdu City, Junxin High School, the principal's office. A pot of tea in the afternoon, happy like a fairy. Using an antique brown teapot to make a pot of tea, Principal Mew was very happy. Unfortunately, there is no pot in hand. With a soft yellow snake-like body and a red jug-like shell, this elf has a special fermentation ability by nature. The tea brewed with the pot is the holy product of tea. Smelling the aroma of the tea, Principal Mew manipulated the computer and opened the homepage of the Chindu Youth Cup. That kid Li actually made it to the semifinals. Where did he get so many secrets and tricks for Lu Wei to learn? Is it because Lu Wei opened up, or was this little plum secretly taken care of by some big guy? Principal Mew seriously suspected that Li had used his face and figure to enter the heart of a big boss-level trainer, but he did not dare to check. Look at Lu Wei's raw grass swallowing move, the posture of using the energy ball move, and 9 out of 10 practiced is the secret of the energy ball move. Let's take a look at the special method of the 6 tails all over the body. Is it another secret? And that dodging technique like teleportation. And one more move. The more he thought about it, the more Principal Mew felt that this little plum must have been taken care of. A special swordsmanship secret may also be a family heirloom. What's the rest? Could it be that this little plum won from the gym owner? There must be something tricky about it. Curiosity, Principal Mew also has it. But Principal Mew pondered for a while. Compared with his own strength, this person who can come up with so many secrets and tricks to support Xiao Lizzie should be on a par. Well, I broke the white flag with one blow, and the other side with a golden drum. Therefore, after careful consideration, Principal Mew felt that he should bear the pot on his head. When people are middle-aged, they can't help themselves. Putting wolfberry in a thermos cup is the first. Go to the end, the children and grandchildren are full, this is the bright future that the wooden schoolmaster longed for. However, this little plum won't really win the championship, will it? Principal Mew muttered. If Li Hejun wins the championship, it will be good looking for Principal Mew, and it will not be of great use, but for Junxin High School, it will have a great influence. In the next 10 years, Junxin High School can publicize it like this. We have won the Youth Cup, the senior high school of the newcomer Wang of Chindu. Single quote. Thinking of this, Principal Mew was in high spirits. Thinking of the promise of free tuition for the 3rd year of high school and the scholarship for the 1st year of Elf University, Principal Mew felt guilty again. As the champion of Chindu Youth Cup, even if God is big, it is estimated that he can enjoy the scholarship policy. I am afraid that this little plum will go to the Blue Star Alliance University, or the world-class super first-class universities such as Yuhong University. Tuition for that year. Thinking of this, Principal Mew was silent for a moment and muttered to himself. The semifinals are pretty good. Young people, don't be too smooth, it's easy to develop the bad habit of being arrogant. My principal is definitely not because Junxin High School has no money and I feel bad that I may have to fill this hole, but for the sake of Li's great future. But if Li Hejun stopped at the top 4, Principal Mew would feel a little regretful and even a little regretful. At this time, the male secretary came in and asked. Principal Mew, do you want the teachers to send the video of the Chindu Youth Cup quarterfinals to the class group? Wait, let me see. Opening a video recommended on the homepage, Principal Mew read the title of the video. Scabbard vs. Cutie, the style of that sword. As the video played slowly, after seeing Su Xiao's single sword scabbard using the hold moves, sword dance moves, and madly swinging moves to kill the Katy dog in one blow, Principal Mew also had to admire. Pretty. Turning off the video, Principal Mew said casually. Look at other players Su Xiao. Even if he is from a good background, he still works so hard. What reason do our students have not to fight? After receiving the instruction, the male secretary sent, Scabbard vs Cutie, the style of that sword, to the teacher group, and added. Teachers, please forward this video and other videos of the quarterfinals to the class group, so as to inspire and motivate our students, let them learn from others Su Xiao, don't patronize and play. There was no, received, like a repeater, and the teachers were silent for a while. In the end, Mr. Lei Chu was young and bold, and replied skillfully. Secretary Zhang, are you too busy today to watch the live broadcast of the Chengdu Youth Cup Final 4? Would you like to watch the live broadcast first? Mr. Lei Chu, who was watching the live broadcast of the first game of the semi-finals, Li He vs Su Xiao, didn't want to post that video to the group. It is estimated that within a second of the sentence, you learn from others Su Xiao, in the group, Wang Zui in the class will be able to come back again. Teacher, didn't you watch the live broadcast? I heard, it seems, maybe, Su Xiao's single scabbard is tied to the railing by Li He's 6 tails, and he is tying a bow. Do we still need to learn from Su Xiao? The visual sense is too strong, and Mr. Lei Chu has a good memory when he is young and will learn from experience. Seeing this news from teacher Lei Chu, Secretary Zhang keenly felt that something was wrong. Recently, not only Principal Mew has been busy applying for funding, but Secretary Zhang has also been running around, processing documents, not to mention watching live broadcasts, and even his girlfriend has no time to accompany her. After thinking about it, Secretary Zhang suggested, Principal Mew, there seems to be a live broadcast of the semifinals today, why don't we watch the live broadcast and then talk about it? Live broadcast. Principal Mew was stunned for a moment. Principal Mew is not very interested in electronic products, and the computer system at home is broken, all of which are reinstalled by Fire-Breathing Dragon. Taking out his mobile phone, Secretary Zhang opened the Emperor Penguin app. The Emperor Penguin app can also watch the semi-finals of the Chengdu Youth Cup. Because of the broadcast and copyright requirements, the progress will be much slower. Leaning the phone against the desk, the screen was facing Principal Mew. After doing this, Secretary Zhang took a step back and looked at the screen curiously. Seeing that the sword scabbard used the sword dance move, the body of the sword and the scabbard attacked the 6 tails at the same time, Secretary Zhang couldn't help but exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao player actually hides a lore. 6 tails should only be able to use 1 tail. Thinking of this, Principal Mew felt relieved at the same time, it was extremely complicated. Principal Mew was startled when he saw that the 6 tails came out in unison, fighting fiercely against the single scabbard. This little plum actually has this hand. 6 tails are slowly retreating. After the joy, Secretary Zhang became worried again. With a dry mouth, Principal Mew picked up the teapot and poured tea for himself. While pouring tea, Principal Mew couldn't help but look at the screen of his phone. His eyes widened suddenly. Lying. Seeing that Lu Wei suddenly reversed the situation and tied the single scabbard, Secretary Zhang said, "Fuck," to his lips, realizing that this was the office. Secretary Zhang swallowed the last word with difficulty. Go down. Looking at Principal Mew with admiration, Secretary Zhang said in his heart. Principal Mew is an old trainer after all, just calm enough. Seeing Lu Wei tied up the scabbard of the single sword, Principal Mew not only said nothing, but continued to pour tea. This kind of calm mentality of, seeing the dumb beast flicking its tail without swallowing and spitting, looking at the carp king jumping over the dragon gate without shouting the fish, ox, is really worth learning by yourself. 6 tails are tying bows to the scabbard, why is Principal Mew still pouring tea? The tea overflowed and dripped along the table. Principal Mew, your tea has spilled. Secretary Zhang reminded cautiously. After a moment of silence, Principal Mew said slowly. Xiao Zhang, you are young and don't understand. This kind of tea needs to be overflowed to make it fragrant. Looking at the Westlake brand Longjing green tea priced at 60 yuan and 50 grams at Gudong Mall, Mr. Wangmu was worthy of being a secretary. He was a first-class talent with agile intellect. Not even stunned, Secretary Zhang responded very quickly. No wonder the tea I brew is not fragrant every time. It turns out that there is a problem with my method. The tea you brewed really smells fragrant. Nodding vaguely, Principal Mew looked at the battle screen on the phone with a complicated expression. Why, all of a sudden, Su Xiao and Du Jianqi were completely defeated. So did the commentator. He didn't see that the single scabbard was tied like this. Su Xiao had an "I'm cracked" expression, and he didn't say anything about his trump card. This is too bullying for other players. Su Xiao. After dealing with the leadership, Secretary Zhang was filled with emotion. Ordinary people, seeing the frog seed use the vine whip, the subconscious reaction is to avoid it. And Li He is wonderful, tied it up. Ordinary people, when they see the blue ribbon with a single scabbard, think that the ribbon is dangerous and should not be touched. And Li He is hey, the single scabbard comes with a small leather whip. Excellent, tied it up. This operation. He simply showed Secretary Zhang's face. Secretary Zhang wanted to exaggerately say. This Li He has the wealth of a heavenly king. At the same time. Chengdu City, in a coffee shop. Watching the live broadcast and the barrage on the screen of the mobile phone, holding the baby bear biting his fingers, Chen Yujia wanted to laugh out loud. Realizing that this was a public place, Chen Yujia pursed her pale pink lips again. The barrage on the official live broadcast room of the Youth Cup has covered the entire video, densely packed. Reporter, Lu Wei, you kidnap others, don't you think it's too bullying? Six Tails, how could it be? You see that the scabbard comes with a small blue rope, which means that the scabbard longs to be bound, so it is more than 1 meter long blue satin ribbon. Single scabbard. No *T_T, no. Six Tails. You see, the single scabbard is a man crying for his confidant, and he was moved to tears. Reporter, Operator, Operator, swish to death, so it is. The single scabbard struggled violently. Hey/D/. Li He, bah, it's obviously your family's scabbard dress is not simple, and you blame my family's six tails for eating meat. Su Xiao, I have never seen such a shameless person. Only scabbard, hold back, don't cry, don't sprinkle salt on yourself, salt will oxidize your body, make you crisper and more delicious, don't struggle, so the meat will be more elastic. Danmu Jun, great talent, you drops, 66 drops. This issue of the elf on the tip of the tongue is on the air again, teaching you how to make a single scabbard into a dish. The first step is to tie it up, and the second step is to bake it with fire, no need to sprinkle salt. The single scabbard will leave a delicious taste. Tears, the third step, swallow it in one bite, Lu Yi said it, crunch and crisp, chicken taste. Tears of sympathy flowed from my mouth when I saw the single scabbard tied. Resisting it with difficulty, Chen Yujia glanced at Dao Fan without laughing inappropriately. Glancing at his younger brother, Dao Shengsheng's EQ was online, but he didn't show the expression of, this is too showy. Eating fries, Dao Fan, the trainer of the big rock snake, had a complicated expression. 1. Was instantly killed by Lu Wei's energy ball move. 2. In front of everyone's eyes, he was tied to the railing by Lu Tai and tied with a bow. Which is more humiliating? Omega, Exame. Without complicated thoughts, Baby Bear simply cheers for Lu Wei. And this moment. Chengdu City, Provincial Gymnasium, Circular Venue. Out of the fighting spirit of advancing bravely and fighting hard to the last moment, Su Xiao did not admit defeat. It was really unwilling, in order to make the single scabbard to purpose, as well as the mad swinging move of the evil attribute, he let the two groups of Rada beat the single scabbard's sword body and scabbard respectively. Sometimes, he deliberately waited until the single scabbard fell asleep, and then the Ladas suddenly burst into a violent attack and attacked in groups, just to exercise the single scabbard's response consciousness in the face of the crisis. During this period of time, Su Xiao stayed up all night to get the unique, lying silkworm, of beautiful men. On the railing, a scene that can be recorded in the history of the Chindu Youth Cup is being staged. The single scabbard is tied to a railing by its own blue ribbon. Binding method of blue ribbon, single scabbard, right pointing arrow, railing. Du Jianqi also watched the battle video of Six Tails Tied Frog Seeds, but he didn't expect it would be his turn. At this moment, Du Jianqi was still a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, I don't look like a frog seed. It tastes grassy and can be eaten. Rubbing his chin, Li He suddenly thought. Six Tails, hold the hilt of the single scabbard and see if it fits together. Hearing this sentence, the arrogant single sword sheath was horrified. Just like Miss Ponytail hates you for manipulating her ponytail and steering her wheel. The hilt is the steering wheel of the single scabbard, even Su Xiao doesn't touch it. In ancient times, according to legend, only the crown prince could touch the hilt of the single scabbard. The single scabbard struggled desperately, making a humming sound. Facts have proved that when you are bound, all struggles and resistance are equivalent to the failure of physics, which belongs to the series of disgusting body integrity. When the elves are bound, they cannot resist. As the hilt of the sword was wrapped by the six tails with the tail, as if he had lost his soul, the single scabbard gave up the struggle. Single scabbard. I am no longer a single scabbard that no one can hold. Unable to keep watching, Su Xiao considered admitting defeat. Su Xiao, _____, no, wall, it's not that I can't stand the beating, but the opponent is too vicious. Murder and Punish the Heart series. The body tied with a single scabbard is not enough, and now I have to play with the soul and purity of others. The internet is right, and I really can't communicate with Cao He in depth. Am I the only one who thinks that the six-tailed sword is handsome? Without caring about the audience's voice, Lu Wei understood what Li He meant. Holding the single scabbard, Lu Wei used the Dugu Juwei move. The raging flames spread from the tail to the sword body of the single scabbard, burning the mind of the single scabbard. There's something wrong. Seeing this scene, Li He rubbed his chin. If in the future, the six tails are equipped with six single scabbard brothers, and the ability of the elves can be used to replace the single scabbard feature with the fire ignition feature. Using six tails to hold six single scabbards, how fierce is the field ability of the six tails? If the six tails evolve into nine tails in the future, and the nine single scabbards also evolve into their final form, and the nine swords come out together, who will compete? It's so exciting to think about. Thinking of this, Li He shouted, Xiao Su, is your single scabbard male or female? Hearing this sentence, Su Xiao was horrified. #D. Su Xiao can't imagine what else Li He will do, because whenever you think you have seen Li He's bottom line, it's actually because you didn't see far enough and got myopia. P_P, I admit defeat. Raising his right hand, Su Xiao drew the curtain for the first semifinal. Cao He is awesome. The other party's elf left tears of humiliation. One sentence made the opponent's trainer raise his hand and admit defeat, Cao He Chong. If you win the next game, you will be the Cao King, and the Cao King in the future. Six-tailed yo-yo. In the cheers of the audience, the referee Lao Chin blew his whistle and waved down the flag. The winner of the first game of the Chindu Youth Cup semifinal is contestant Li He. Chapter 79. Have you ever wondered what the best boxing technique is? Ask for a recommendation ticket. After winning, Out of Civilization, Harmony and Other Values of the Blue Star Alliance's Huasha district, Li He and Su Xiao exchanged ideas. FaZe nodded. Then, calling Lu Wei back, Li He turned around and walked into the player passage. As soon as they stepped out of the player channel, a group of reporters who could not wait rushed forward. Contestant Li He, can you give a victory speech? Lu Wei, I heard that you like to eat chocolate. This is a box of Ferrero chocolates. A small gift is not a tribute. Please put a paw print on this Pokeball. Seeing that a female reporter actually bribed Lu Wei with a box of Ferrero chocolates, Li He was stunned. What are you doing? Dove costs more than 30 a box, and now you have a whole box of more than 100. In case Lu Wei's mouth is tricky, you come to help me raise it. Cage, Omega caged slip. With a paw print on the Pokeball, Six Tails happily took the Ferrero chocolate. Six Tails, filled circle, Omega is this what Li He said, the limited edition chocolate that is always out of stock. I've been wanting to eat for a long time tilde sigh, for alt sigh. Before Li He could stare at the female reporter, a somewhat familiar male reporter squeezed forward and quickly asked. Contestant Li He, how did you come up with the idea of tying the scabbard? How did you come up with this idea? Stunned for a moment, Li He thought to himself, why this is the problem again. Didn't I say it last time? Write more, use your brains diligently, and then copy this chapter from the lovely and charming book friend. In this chapter, there are a lot of talented, sweet and beautiful book friends, I like them there. After pondering for a while, adhering to the Pokemon spirit of, since you ask the question sincerely, then I will tell you mercifully, Li He Shicheng replied. When I saw the body of the single scabbard, I naturally thought of it. Seeing the elf's body, naturally, the male reporter murmured. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration, ignoring the crowd of colleagues, the male reporter quickly wrote in the small notebook. Contestant Li He told us in simple and clear words, don't be fooled by the gorgeousness of the moves, start with the body of the elf, and then return to the body of the elf. Li He is young, and he has already returned to the original. The realm of. With the help of the staff, Li He was able to get rid of the press corps. Back in the player room, Li He was greeted by the strange gazes of Wu Yingyao and Lin Xiang. Li He asked inexplicably, why do you look at me like this? Sister Xiao Wu is an honest person and replied seriously. My dad just came over and said that from the fighting style of a trainer, you can see how dangerous this man is, so let's keep a distance between you and your friends. Li He said in surprise, girls and girlfriends are also friends. Brother Wu means, let us three develop to the level of boyfriends and girlfriends. Just about holding 3 question marks above her head, Wu Yingyao blinked blankly. What does my dad mean? Lin Xiang, who was drinking juice, coughed several times. Hearing this sentence, with a big bald head, President Wu had a stern face. What's your name, Brother Wu, is it eloquent? After a moment of silence, Li He nodded, and said in a kind-hearted manner. Father-in-law, don't worry, I will take good care of our Yingyao. President Wu. In an instant, President Wu took out the Pokeball and let Li He experience the horror of being stabbed in the back by a giant needle bee. Kobayashi-san, who was already coughing, almost choked to death. Without speaking again, President Wu gave Li He a look and let him experience it for himself. After flicking her ponytail, Wu Yingyao discovered the fact that in terms of trash talk tactics, the 3 of her own are not Li He's opponents combined. So, holding her arms and her ponytail hanging down, Wu Yingyao simply stood there quietly. At this time, there was a burst of exclamation from the venue. No, Su Xiao player fainted. What happened? He untied the bow of the single scabbard with his hands, and he fell down halfway through it. Don't touch the blue ribbon of the single scabbard. Now that the single scabbard has lost consciousness, it will instinctively suck the energy of the person who touches it through the blue ribbon. Xiaosu's body and bones are not very good. I usually drink more hen soup to make up. Li He cared. Lin Xiang, who didn't dare to drink any more drinks, gave Li He a blank look, and look, are you talking about people? You didn't let Sixtails tie that bow. Because the player fainted and there were too many scratches on the field, the Chindu Youth Cup officials simply moved the second semifinal in the afternoon to the morning of the final day, and put the final match in the afternoon. After saying goodbye to Wu Yingyao and Lin Xiang, Li He took the bus back to the hotel. On the bus, biting a Ferrero chocolate, the six tails jumped into the air. Asterisk, backquote, slip tilde. Suddenly feeling as if he had forgotten something, Lu Tai's big dark eyes blinked. Circle upper right quadrant filled caret circle upper right quadrant filled. Come on, eat a sausage. This sausage is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, full of oily aroma. Quote dot. Caret d caret asterisk. Slip. Interrupted by Li He's roast sausage, Lu Wei directly forgot what he should think. Looking happy to Lu Wei, who forgot king crab and five-star hotel buffets, Li He secretly planned to pass. If Lu Wei suddenly remembered, he said that the virus on the Carp King some time ago had infected the seafood. King crab cannot eat, five-star hotel buffet dinner is worthless. Then, just as Li He was thinking, lines of black characters appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations, you got the achievement. Open black lens bracket Chindu Youth Cup finalists. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket get special rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sky Frost Fist Ghost Edition MP4. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Awakening Power Moves Cheats, Six Tails Edition MP4. Close black lens bracket. Tien Frost Fist Gui Si version. There is no ice-type boxing technique that cannot be solved with a fist. If there is, use your tongue. P.S. The strongest and most powerful muscle of human beings is the tongue. The same can be said, the strongest frozen fist in the world is the tongue fist. Awakening Power Move, Six-Tail version. The attributes of the move will change with the spirit that uses this move. Close black lens bracket. Gussie learns boxing. Tongue punch. Do you think Gussie is an alien? You can wear a steel plate with your tongue. Li He looked weird. What's the use of learning Tianshuang tongue and fist? When the ghosts walk at night, replace dry ice and create some fog effects. The final awakening power move is more reliable. Along the way, Li He continued to study the general-purpose cultivation method for ghost-type elves given by the black novelist. If you raise ghosts, you must drink wolfberry. It is a normal practice to eat old hen soup for 3 days. By the way, it is best to learn the wizard law by yourself, so that when you have a lawsuit with your neighbors, you can do it yourself and save lawyer fees. In the later stage, it's better to live in a single-family villa. Don't ask, just save money. When you're poor, feed some grass gems. If you're not poor, try your best to use the dark stones. No matter how expensive it is, it's not ordinary, and it's not close to the people, so I won't mention it. The gem of grass. Li He is drinking this thing every day in water. The dark stone, a kind of evolution stone, contains high-level ghost energy, which can make some elves evolve, and its value is more than the evolution stone, the fire stone. Expensive. Seeing this, Li He silently summed up 3 words. Want kryptonite. That's it. Are you still poor and raising ghosts and rich dragons? Life is not easy. Li He sighed again. Keep looking down. When he was about to get off the car, Li He logged onto the W blog and read the news for a while. Scallion Duck Group loses the lawsuit. The embarrassing experience of the first elf blind date. 3 robbers absconded to other areas. It really made Xiaoji and the 2 of them agree. These 3 robbers really smuggled into other areas. Shaking his head, Li He didn't care. Suddenly, a message jumped out. Ji Zimming, Brother Li, go to YouTube and Twitter, it's all blown up. Close black lens bracket. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Li He opened the tubing. On the homepage, there is a newly released video. Arrangement. What is a platoon? The array of electrical gym owners. Have you ever seen the little jeweler with a burst of a close double angle bracket? The 7,000 words have been updated, with a strong testimonial attached. Updates will only be more and later, but not less. As of today, there should be no small number of words in the pre-release update except for those who asked for leave. First of all, thank you for your support. The day before yesterday, it was pushed to 2,400. You guys are so terrifying. I received the editor's notice. If there is no accident, it should be on the shelves at 12 o'clock noon on the 21st of this month next Friday, and the update will be more stable and more stable after it is on the shelves than before. There are some elves in the book. I try to describe them as much as possible. As a handicapped party, it takes almost 4 hours to write 4,000 words, and then at least 4 times to rewrite it before I dare to post it. I have always wanted to do it, but I can't squeeze the time. Finally, the reward depends on the ability. The epidemic is shrouded, everyone pays attention to safety. The main request recommendation ticket, 3, heart. Statistics of editions before listing. In the last week, the weekly push exceeded 10,000 plus 10. Key point. Start at 6,000 during the day tomorrow. Summary. The previously listed plus is 2 plus 6, 6,500 pushed over the week. This week's weekly push in My Salted Fish should be considered to be over 10,000. So it should be 2 plus 6 plus 6. Next week is the last week before it goes on the shelves, with more than 10,000 pushes per week, plus 10 more. Omega. The seal is the proof. This chapter will be deleted within the month after it was released. Thank you for your recommendation tickets, and this chapter. If you have any interesting ideas or jokes, post them in this chapter. Maybe I will use it. Why hollow down pointing triangle tilde asterisk. Without you, how would I write a book? Omega. The tears and salt before were the jokes of a cute, charming and high-value book friend. Thank you hollow circle _. It's over. I've written too much. I guess I'll get it after the early morning. Sorry less than __ greater than. Don't wait. Rest early, everyone, and see you tomorrow. As the title, thanks for your support. Chapter 80 Little Jewer's Railgun. The alien ghost stalks the way. 8,000 words. Ask for a recommendation ticket. United District, Liberty Yard Island. Liberty Garden Island is located in the southwest waters of the Hajong area, with the Blue Star Alliance in the east and Shanao continent in the north. He wears black leather shoes and wears a dark brown trench coat. With a Chinese character face and short black hair, the international policeman, a middle-aged man with the code name, Handsome Guy, has a serious face. Just when the Blue Star Alliance Huasha District Trainer Association issued a first-level wanted notice, Interpol also received the corresponding information. Through the information of the informant, the 3 first-level wanted criminals were actually connected with the Hunter J Group, the giant of the evil forces in the Shanao area. The Hunter J Group is the most rampant elf human trafficking organization in the world and an important target of Interpol. Those 3 were smuggled out of the Blue Star Alliance's Huasha district with the help of Hunter J Group. Silently pondering, the handsome guy stared at the sea and sky in the distance. The 3 robbers who smuggled out from the Blue Star Alliance must have joined the Hunter J organization long ago, and they may still be important figures. This is an opportunity. As long as you take down this group of people, you will be able to bite Hunter J, the leader of the Hunter J organization. Thinking of this, the handsome guy felt agitated. With a natural sense of justice and love for elves, the handsome guy hated the group of elves human trafficking, and would never miss any opportunity to attack them. Come on. And Interpol cheered up when he saw a black spot in the sea and air. Looking more closely, the Interpol was stunned. What is a flying ship? Isn't the information about cruise ships? The flying ship disappeared. Seeing the black spot in the far sky suddenly disappear without a trace, handsome guy's expression sank. Damn, this group of people actually changed into the invisible flying boat organized by Hunter J in the middle. Flying ships, some look like ships, some look like flying warships in sci-fi movies, are the research and development products of high tech combined with the power of spirits. The reason why the Hunter J organization has become one of the world-class underworld giants is due to the invisible battleship technology. In the panic, the 2 figures slowly approached. Da. The milky white leather shoes are on the ground, and the blue and white striped windbreaker dances recklessly against the sea breeze. Pressing the white foreign hat, Xiao Zhuer stopped. The azure blue eyes narrowed slightly, and a happy smile appeared on the beautiful melon seed's face. The 3 wanted criminals are on the flying boat. During this period of time, after getting the song written by the great Emperor Baifeng, full of heart and hand, Xiao Zhuer was in a good mood, but also a little worried. How should this be returned? Give money. Send things. Seems to be missing something. What people give to themselves is a song considered by the master-level creator to be a phenomenal divine comedy. Just as the news that the 3 wanted criminals from the China region of the Blue Star Alliance had smuggled out came into my ears, Xiao Zhuer's eyes lit up immediately. If you arrest these 3 wanted criminals in the name of a friend of the great Emperor Baifeng, as a return gift to the great Emperor Baifeng, not only won't you appear polite and tacky, but will you be ingenious. So, after getting the news through the network, Xiao Zhuer rushed to the free courtyard island and came to the blocked beach. What's the matter? Isn't this beach blocked by the local police? How can there be unrelated people coming in? I knew that the police officers in these places are not reliable. Probably broke in by mistake. There was no complaint from the theoretical peers, and thinking of the youngest daughter at home, a middle-aged female criminal policeman stepped forward, and the questioning tone that had originally been on the lips became a little softer. This place is blocked, outsiders can't come in. Little girl, hurry up and evacuate with your elf electric dragon, this place is very dangerous. Before a sentence was finished, the middle-aged female criminal police saw the tall, slender woman in front of her who couldn't see her face with the brim of her hat stretched out her right hand. The fair and slender right hand snapped its fingers lightly. Snapped. The crisp snap of fingers caught the attention of everyone present, including the leader, handsome guy. Looking at the prestige in unison, they saw yellow skin, the head of a giraffe, looks like a kangaroo, and the elf electric dragon has a cute face. Taking a step forward, the electric dragon raised his right paw at will. Throwing up an alloy coin, the right claw wrapped around the thunder light suddenly waved forward, the electric dragon. Equals 3 high voltage high voltage high voltage high voltage high voltage high voltage hollow circle. Bu bu bu. Electromagnetism, magnetization force, under the impetus of the electromagnetic artillery, which is the ultimate electric property trick, the strong enough electric current wraps the alloy coins and hits the sky. In an instant. Boom. The crimson-colored electromagnetic gun entwined with thunderlight triples its tone. It slammed into the stealth flying ship. Directly penetrate the flying ship, the electromagnetic gun rushes into the sky, pierces the clouds, and the strong current escaping covers the sky. Instinctively stretched out her arm to block the shock wave fired by the electromagnetic gun, the middle-aged policewoman turned her head to look at the sky. The aftermath of the impact of the electromagnetic gun shattered all the tempered glass on the flying boat, and a strong current swept the entire spacecraft, causing the high-tech instruments to fail immediately. The fire was burning, and with the alarm sound of the sky, the flying ship that was about to break in two slammed into the sea. The quality of this flying ship is not very good. If the electric dragon uses more force, it will explode into fireworks directly. Not satisfied with the quality of the airship, Xiao Zhuer raised her eyebrows. Switching to a professional model with a smile, Xiao Zhuer raised her head and asked the middle-aged female detective. What did you just say? What about the back? I'm sorry, I was distracted just now and didn't hear clearly. Middle-aged female criminal police officer. Taking a deep breath, the handsome guy could see who was coming. Master of Raven Gym in Raven City, Hezhong area. Kamizray. Kamizli is Xiao Zhuer's real name, but Xiao Zhuer has always used the stage name, Little Zhuer. Over time, there are not many people who know Xiao Zhuer's real name. But why did Xiao Zhuer intervene in Interpol's affairs? Thinking of this, a hint of doubt flashed in the handsome guy's eyes. Seeing the handsome guy's puzzlement, he patted the electric dragon's head to show his compliment. Xiao Zhuer smiled and said, "This time I didn't come as a gym owner, but as a trainer. I acted bravely and paid back my friend's favor by the way." Keenly aware of the meaning of Xiao Zhuer's words, the handsome guy nodded calmly without asking any further questions. A friend of the owner of Leiwan Taoist Hall in the Hezhong area, a wanted criminal in the Huasha district of the Blue Star Alliance. If this is still not connected, the handsome guy will not be able to get to the current level. Which important high-level executive in the Huasha district of the Blue Star Alliance entrusted Xiao Zhuer? Haven't heard that Xiao Zhuer has a close relationship with which trainer in the Blue Star Alliance? Could it be that? Is it an underground relationship? Thinking of Xiao Zhuer's status as a model artist, handsome guy was thoughtful. "I don't know who your friend is. Out of work needs?" the handsome guy asked. Xiao Zhuer looked strange. "He's just an ordinary social worker." This sentence is still the original words of the great emperor of Sadwind. Little Zhuer didn't know that he had already made the handsome guy realize it. An ordinary social worker. Artists seem to say this, today they say it, and tomorrow they say, "Everyone, I'm getting married," and the target is just an ordinary office worker, a mere social worker. Thinking of this, the handsome guy smiled understandingly. Not quite understanding what the handsome guy smile meant, Xiao Zhuer showed a professional smile. Yawning, Dianlong rubbed his eyes. Su omega slip tilde. The voice was soft and waxy, and weak. Just about to write the words, "boring, I'm going to sleep," on his face, Dianlong tugged at Xiao Zhuer's windbreaker. "Xiao Zhuer, not, where did your energy to stay up late to play electric games go? Buy you the latest gunfight game tomorrow. Slip at @0 at musical note tilde." With a loud cry, the electric dragon happily tossed the gold coin. After taking a few steps back neatly, the Interpols were terrified. No one wants to be the last firework in midsummer. The picture was frozen, and the video playback ended. Seeing this, Li He's scalp was numb. "I've been flirting with this little chrysanthemum. Really. Too dangerous, handsome, and a little seductive." Looking at the Super A's little Zhuer in the video, Li Hidao's heart is unstable, and he has the urge to evolve from a male best friend to a close friend in the boudoir. Looking back at the electric dragon again, Li He felt that he was repeatedly jumping on the edge of death and immortality, and his mentality instantly stabilized. Is this the secret of the electromagnetic artillery move? As soon as it is fired, the more than 30-meter-long battleship will explode into fireworks for you to see. Li He instantly made up a picture in his brain. In the future, she will secretly flirt with girls with excitement in her heart. In the middle of the night, Xiao Zhuer dragged herself to the beach and pointed to the night sky and said, "I'll show you the fireworks later." Snapped. Patting his face, Li He felt that the male best friend was pretty good before he could compete with Xiao Zhuer's ability to set off fireworks. Slip. After watching the video as well, Lu Wei glanced at Li He, who had a serious face. Could it be that Li He is simulating a battle with Xiao Zhuer in his mind? The trainer really worked hard. Not only does he play games every day to improve himself, but he also sets up imaginary enemies for himself from time to time. Slip, no, omega. Originally, from winning the Youth Cup all the way to the present, Lu Wei was inevitably a little arrogant in his heart. Now after watching Dianlong and Xiao Zhuer's fireworks performance, and seeing Li He working so hard, Lu Wei wiped away the little pride in his heart. Six tails. Come on, ing. I'm going to try harder. Therefore, Lu Wei, who has been slack recently, flung 2 big orange tails and practiced the 9 swords of Dugu hard. Look, what is Pinyin? This is the Pinyin of our electrical attribute trainer. Fuck, kill the ship with 1 hit. Is this a special effect? No blowing, no washing. Xiao Zhuer, as an expert level electrical trainer, has not fired a single electromagnetic cannon to blow up the flying boat into fireworks, so it's a good idea to keep it. After flipping through the comments for a while, Lee Hujung was about to reply to Ji Ziming. Ding ding. Several messages jumped out. Ji Ziming, Brother Lee, you go to Station B, I have a video of Dongying's girlfriend, link. I'm thinking about it. Where am I worse than him? Close black lens bracket. Ji Ziming, Brother Lee, I have the urge to learn from the ancient great trainer Cao Cao. Do you think I have a problem? Close black lens bracket. Lee He, thinking for the better, if there is an impulse, it means that you are not a eunuch. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ji Ziming, isn't this bullying me and waiting to protect animals? The more I thought about it, the more angry I became, so I gave the video owner an in situ report. Omega da. After chatting a few words with Ji Ziming, Lee He casually opened the link sent by Ji Ziming. In the video, a man is pinching his girlfriend's face with his hands, causing several scorners. After watching the video, Lee He fell into deep thought. You say an ordinary girlfriend, just pinch it, even if you play like a doe, at most you will get a kick. If it's more serious, don't you just break up on the spot? If it is divided, you can follow it again. But what if it was Xiaojur? Hit the electromagnetic gun move of the electric dragon that protects the master, soar on the spot, and ascend to the western paradise. If you think more beautifully, it is possible to mutate into the Flash. After contemplating to the end, Lee He set a small goal. Be the first to become a male trainer who will pinch anyone's face. Soon the bus arrived at the station, and Lee He got off with Lu Wei. Back at the hotel, the receptionist reminded. This morning, someone nearby said it was haunted. It may be a ghost attribute elves playing a prank. Please pay attention to safety. Okay, I understand, thank you. Lee He said with a sudden heartbreak in his face as usual. Calmly walked to the door of the room, Lee He swiped his card to enter. At this time, given the spirituality of Green Onion, DC is urging Green Onion to practice the 9 swords of Dugu. Seeing Lee He and Lu Wei coming back, Gui Si said hello happily. Hollow circle where su go ni go si tilde. Slip Kh, omega, Kh. Shaking the Ferrero chocolate that he was holding, Six Tails replied excitedly. He locked the door with his backhand and didn't even take off his shoes. Lee He hurriedly asked. What did you do while I was out? Did you cause trouble? It's haunted nearby. What did you do? Are your hands and feet clean? Did you dodge the camera? Was it a sneak attack from behind? Didn't anyone see you? Heterogeneous ghosts, the entire Chin City is estimated to be this one. If there is a problem, Lee He can't get rid of it. Goss goss. Unable to hold his chest up to express his pride, DC used the 100 Ghosts reincarnation move to reincarnate Sadako. Asking Sadako to stand up for herself, DC proudly said. Less than, greater than, whoever got into trouble, then DC went to maintain the surrounding security and build a harmonious home together. As he spoke, guys fell into his memories. Lee He and Lu Wei left. He took out a bottle of mineral water soaked in grass gems from the refrigerator, and guys twisted it open with his tongue. Taking another gulp, DC learned from the beer plaza on the TV. He wiped his mouth with his tongue, causing the little ghost Toshio to give a thumbs up, and Gui Si let out a satisfied cry. Goss goss. Ghosts, that's it. After floating happily for a while, Ghost moved to the computer. Using his tongue to open the video posted by Black Novelist, Gui Si concentrated. In the video, the Dream Demon and the Crystal Lantern are explaining, and DC studied it seriously, and from time to time, he used his tongue to hold his chin in a contemplative state. Goss goss. Dream demons, ghost-type elves, all purple, looking like witches. Even among ghost-type elves, they have high IQs. This dream demon explained how to walk on the edge of the law in daily life, and do things prudently and gracefully. The Crystal Lantern and Fire Spirit, ghost and fire dual attribute elves, are the big stomach kings among ghost attribute elves. Wild Crystal Lantern Dangerous Level 5 stars star 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 star. The Crystal Lamp Fire Spirit in this video teaches how to eat safely without losing money or losing your life. Read to again this video, DC feels that he has to practice it. Through the innate stealth ability, DC floated leisurely into the park near the hotel without anyone noticing. At this time, on the silent lawn, two children, a man and a woman, were confronting each other. My brother's needlein must be stronger than your sister's needlein. Bah, my sister's needlein can kill your brother's needlein with a single blow. Needlein, come on. The little girl in a white skirt, who had no legal awareness, said fiercely. Nidoran, who was told by the trainer to watch the child, was helpless. Iota_backquote. Rubbing his chin with his tongue, Guici glanced at the two elves. Nidoran, a poison elf, looks like a purple-red rabbit with big ears. The most notable feature is the single horn on the top of his head. Needlein, a poison elf, looks similar to Needlein, like a big blue-eared rabbit with poisonous thorns on his body. Under the pressure of the two bear children, Needlein and Needlein began to fight. Yow, You slap me in the face, and I bump you. Seeing this scene, Guici seriously thought. How can you fight? This is not good. DC decided to persuade him to fight, and use the 100 Ghosts reincarnation move. In the next instant, the kid, Zhengshang, appeared behind the little girl in the white dress. With a pale body, blue complexion, and thick dark circles under his eyes, Zhengshang, unlike Gamako, has mastered all kinds of tricks that make his heart beat faster. Zhengshang only has one, that is to see you from various angles. Lying behind the little girl in the white dress, he stuck his head out from the left shoulder of the little girl in the white dress, and Zhengshang stared at the little boy strangely. Seeing this scene suddenly, the little boy obeyed his biological instinct and snorted in horror. After a few drops of liquid, the little boy ran away. Bah, I couldn't bear the pressure of losing in the middle of the fight, so I ran away crying, Ji Ziong, you weak chicken. Playing with the empty Pokeball, a gift from her sister, with a lollipop, the little girl in the white dress was triumphant. Sensing that there was a line of sight, the little girl in the white skirt looked down subconsciously. With his head tilted to 90 degrees, Zhengshang hid at the skirt of the little girl in the white dress and glanced at her. The scene was a little suffocating for a while. Pop, pop. The Pokeball slipped from her hand, and the lollipop in her mouth blurted out. The little girl in the white skirt turned and ran, crying as she ran. Well, Mom. Looking at the fleeing back of the little girl in the white dress, DC said with relief. Goss. Taking in the fear escaping in the air, Guici was in a happy mood. Learning from the Dream Demon's idea of harmony between human beings and upholding the law, not only did he resolve a bloody battle bravely, but he also ate some snacks. He also told the children a truth to help them be vigilant. Don't run on the lawn with few people. This world is full of dangers. Hollow down pointing triangle hollow down pointing triangle comfortable and comfortable . What Senior Meng Yaomo said was right. As a ghost-type elves, you should uphold the law, and you should not allow trainers to fight in the wild, and you must act bravely and help them abide by the law. Even in court, he can be justified. At this time, Guici's mood is ing where ing Dream Demon Senior Saigao. That's great, it's literally speaking to my heart. Although I don't understand why the two bear children ran away, Nidoran and Needlein were very happy. The rookies who gave up their disguise pecked at each other, and Nidoran and Needlein snuggled together intimately. What do heart do? Pity for this pair of Romeo and Juliet, they can only beg for intimacy between the two bear children. Seeing this scene, Guici had a flash of light. This is charm trick, temptation to attack. It's so dissonant. All of your trainers gave up the bloody battle, and learned their lessons while crying, but you actually used your moves to start the fight. DC, Denoda, Bengici is a good person today and will do his best to build a harmonious society. By the way, practice the next moves, and ask for stuttering from the bodies of these discordants, but points. Using a trick move plus a lingering move, DC manipulated the green onion, beat Needlin and Needlin away, and got 4 kills. If this is an anime, there should be a narration. Quadra kill, passionate voice. After eating 4 snacks, DC practiced his moves again, which was like killing birds with 1 stone. 1 stone, 100 birds. It is a proverb in the Kanto region. It literally means that if you hit a fiery bird with a stone, you can get 100 fiery birds. It means doing one thing and getting a lot of benefits. After safeguarding the law and justice, DC is full of heart and feels that he has become much stronger. If it is a game at this time, or DC has a data link, or Leahy is making up his brain, there will be a few lines of narration. Open black lens bracket ding. Xenomorph jumped out of the grass. Close black lens bracket. Heterochromatic ghosts use the combined trick 100 ghosts reincarnation move. Close black lens bracket. Scared the 2 bear children away, and the proficiency of 100 ghosts reincarnation has increased. Close black lens bracket. Needlin and Needlin did not use any moves, and chose to be intimate. Close black lens bracket. Heterochromatic ghosts used a trick move plus a lingering move. Close black lens bracket. Defeat Needlin and Needlin, the proficiency of trick moves plus lingering moves increases. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congrats, Xenomorph got the pokeball, got the lollipop that the little girl licked, got the boy urine, got the achievement, everyone who meets them cry, beat the mandarin ducks, and kill 4 in the wild. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the pokeballs and lollipops on the grass, DC picked up the pokeball and left happily. In the grass, after waiting for a while, a little Lotta swooped out and bit the lollipop. Little Lotta narrowed her eyes and ran back to the grass happily. Drifting to the lake in the park, DC saw a monkey monster. The pig nose looks like a monkey, and the monkey monster is practicing monkey boxing. Being angry 24 hours a day, the monkey monster gave Guisi a fierce look. Goxi. Sensing the monkey monster's anger, Guisi was inexplicable. For no reason, why are you staring at me? Seeing that Guisi dared to talk back and was furious, the monkey monster put his hands on his hips. Grumble. Monkey monster. Less than, greater than, look at you. This is a monkey monster from the northeast of the China region of the Blue Star Alliance. Go hiss. Guisi was startled. What's up with me? You not only glared at me, but threatened to beat me. What Senior Crystal Lantern Huoling said is also right. If there is an elf staring at you, it is either using the staring move or in the process of using the move. Hurry up and defend yourself, give it a ride, eat snacks by the way, and get stronger. Crystal Lantern, we are not for that food, nor for fighting, but for the safety of the general public. This kind of discordant spirit is to control and control. Our behavior is to sacrifice me and make the whole world happy. Even if I go to court, is it possible that I have to stand and let it finish staring at me and then beat me to the ground with a series of moves? What? You said it didn't use the staring move, and wasn't ready to use it. What about the evidence? Legal society, show evidence, look at the camera, that guy, what a fierce look. At that time, I was afraid of not wanting it, but only thinking of a harmonious society and thinking about the sake of everyone, I mustered up the courage to rush up. What? Obviously I am strong. If I am strong, I can't be timid, can I not be afraid? 500 words omitted. Thinking of this, Guisi realized. It turns out that this kind of behavior of ours is not to touch porcelain, but to act on behalf of heaven and seek well-being for the harmonious society of human beings. Senior Crystal Lantern is too enlightened, and Bengici has to learn from it. So, directly open the big, trick move plus Ling Sao Millennium Ultimate move plus 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, 3 evil ghosts go up together, Gici attacked. Surrounded by 3 evil ghosts, a deep fear dominated the monkey monster's body, making its limbs weak, trembling, and muscle weakness. At this moment, under the Ling Sao move, the green onion with spirituality moved towards the buttocks of the monkey monster, which was a rough Dugu 9 swords, hitting the key point. With a set of combos, Gui Si easily took away the monkey monster. Not only absorbed the fear of the monkey monster, but also practiced the moves. Although the evil spirits born from the reincarnation of 100 demons have no direct attack power, as long as the opponent is afraid or frightened, they will also lose their stamina. If you continue to be frightened by evil spirits, the opponent will be scared to death. Being beaten by justice, the monkey monster passed out, and his body twitched like a convulsion. After Gisi left for a while, the male trainer with a takeaway bag came back, stunned. It's too late, and the monkey monster who has beaten the elves of his entire community, including himself, has encountered an iron hammer in the wild, and justice is brought down from the sky. After checking, the male trainer found that the monkey monster was not seriously injured. After relaxing, the male trainer still had a trace of joy in his heart. Let you be swayed, this is not, the little one, got beaten up, right? After slipping for a while, DC returned the same way. On the way, I met a dog elf, Blue, who was picking up a frisbee. Blue, fairy attribute, similar to a bulldog, pink all over. The elf like Bruce is timid, but the more timid Bruce is, the more he will pretend to be, super fierce. Seeing the ghosts, he was afraid, but Bruce habitually pretended to be fierce and glared at the ghosts. Dish, ooh. A low growl came from his throat. Seeing this scene, I have become somewhat familiar with the crystal lantern and Huoling's routine, and Gui Si said solemnly. Go hiss. Dare you stare at me? Goss goss. You not only glared at me, you used the staring move on me, but also the screaming move on me. Go hiss. So do you still want to hit me? Do you still want to hurt me after you beat me? Go hiss. Ghosts, oh, you antisocial elf. Today, Bengisi represents justice and acts for heaven. Hearing Gui Si's analysis, his eyes widened, and Blue was stunned. Blue, oh, is this the plan deep down in my heart? Then, lying on the ground, like a spider, in a bloody dress, Gaia stared blankly at Bruce's face. Dressed in a white dress, Sadako stared at Bruce's profile from a close distance with her signature terrifying eyes. The little ghost Zhengshang huddled in the grass honestly, only showing a face, quietly looking at Bruce. Standing still, Bruce. Go. Gui Si was startled. What's the situation? Could it be said that this Bruce, likely he, belongs to the ghost can do it type? After waiting for a few seconds, Bruce still didn't move. Shaking his tongue in front of Blue, DC finally realized it. Blue could be, scared to death. Even running away and being afraid, this reflex arc was stopped by intimidation. After pondering for a while, DC licked Blue with his tongue, letting Blue show the reaction he should have. Looking back, Bruce. Opening parenthesis D is defined as D. Phi concentric circles row concentric circles, Phi, Lu. Rolling his eyes, Bruce was simply stunned by the reincarnation of 100 ghosts. Comfortably absorbing the rich and pure horror emotions of Blue, Gui Si. This life is so beautiful. As expected of the experience taught by the Dream Demon and the Crystal Lantern. In this way, the ghost is not only righteous and awe-inspiring, but also not afraid of going to court, and eats magnanimously. If Li He is here, the prompt sound of the brain supplementation system will come out together. Absorbing the fear, Alien Ghosts Satiety Degree +10, +10. Alien Ghosts is overwhelmed, close black lens bracket. Heterochromatic Ghosts, walk the road for the sky, experience value +100, experience value +100. Open black lens bracket ding. In the process of upholding justice and spreading harmony, Heterochromatic Ghosts has been upgraded. Close black lens bracket. Recalling the video teachings of Crystal Lantern and Dream Demon in his mind, Gui Si floated to the camera and said with emotion. Goss goss tilde. Guays. No way, I am just too righteous. The 8,000 chapters have been updated, please recommend tickets. My outline was 6,000, and it turned out to be 8,000 after I wrote it, plus the correction details, it was a few hours late. Sorry, Smith Mawson, he. There is one more chapter today, or a combined chapter, I will try to hurry up. Ask for a recommendation ticket tilde. Attending a friend's wedding today, take a day off. The code is finished, but the code is being coded in a hurry. Now that he is drunk again, it is estimated that he will not be able to change it. So take a day off. You know I hit the shelves the day after tomorrow, but a friend's wedding caught up. I didn't want to drink, but I couldn't push it away. Everyone knows that sometimes it just doesn't work. Barely able to post, but I still want to post chapters that I think are okay at least. I don't want water, as in the question, I'll post it after I'm sober. The day after tomorrow, I have nothing to do with this matter. Although an apology can't solve the problem, I still sincerely apologize. After 2 months of hard work, before I put it on the shelves, I felt that all the good chapters were done, and I really didn't want to send out a chapter of, why is it so boring to write? I'm so sorry, and I hope you understand. Zhang RZ. Chapter 81. From a biological point of view, being bald can make you stronger. Ask for a recommendation ticket. After eating and drinking, Guici leisurely swayed back to the hotel room. Ghosts. Hollow down pointing triangle hollow down pointing triangle. It turns out that the life of ghost-type elves in the real world is so unpretentious and boring. Just like how humans play with the faces of men and girlfriends when they have enough to eat and drink, DC endows the prop Green Onion with spirituality and urges the Green Onion to practice swordsmanship according to the map of Dugu 9 swords. It has to be said that as a cherished trick of the ghost attribute, the Lingsao move has a power that ordinary people cannot understand. By splitting its own black-gray mist, the ghosts can instill the life force and the emotions of the creatures into the green onions, and revive the spirituality of the green onions themselves. Under the Lingsao move, the green onions, which were originally used as elf props, will truly have spirituality, just like the spirits in the fairy world. Therefore, Li Hekai felt that this trick of DC was simply the power of the soul and soul fruit of the 4 emperors in one piece. After the spiritual recovery, the green onions can also learn various attack techniques, which is also Lihi's idea. Crack clap. Eating the unfinished roasted green onions from the green onion duck, Guici thought happily, Lihi has many ideas. A high IQ trainer, DC is worth having. See the roasted green onion buried in the mouth of the ghosts, the spiritual green onion is extremely afraid. D. The green onions that are disobedient will be eaten. Whoosh whoosh. With the explosive potential, Green Onion worked hard to practice the 9 swords of Dugu. Although it has been endowed with spirituality, the green onion is not very smart, and there is a thought in my mind. Don't be lazy, being lazy is food, green onions, greater than less than. When Lihi and Luwei came back, they saw this scene. After listening to Gui's description, Lihi was puzzled. Normal humans cannot understand ghost language. Taking the time to stuff Ferrero chocolate into the refrigerator, Six-Tails' big dark eyes lit up. Slip. Six-Tails, oh, greater than omega less than, oh ho, that is to say, you are full now, so you don't have to eat at night. Let the green onion bend his body and nod, DC smirks smugly. Less than, greater than, go hiss go hiss. Feeling that DC saves money, the burden on his shoulders is lighter, and the Six-Tails exclaimed a few times. Heart, yo-yo. Ghost, hollow down pointing triangle, . Although he didn't know what happened, Lihi felt that Luwei and DC got along very well. While changing shoes, Lihi thought. This must be because my training method is too good, and my personality as a trainer is too good, so I have such results. After taking a shower, Lihi changed his clothes. Lie down comfortably in the back chair and look at the computer screen. Sure enough, Awakening Power Move Cheats.mp4, Tianshuangquan.mp4, these two files appeared on the system desktop. Open the two files in turn, and Leahy carefully reviews them. In Awakening Power Moves Cheats.mp4, A6 Tales explains the key points of moves in a professional 10th level, yo-yo-yo, language, while demonstrating how to tap their own potential. After watching for a few seconds, Leahy calmly turned it off. Moving the mouse, Leahy opened the Tianshuangquan MP4 file. In the video, with a big tongue, a ghost uses a tongue instead of a fist. The fist wind is mixed with ice and snow. Thousands of rice are frozen in ice. Wanhao rice's snowflakes, a generation of boxing masters, tongue fist ghosts, want to try to compare boxing with strange forces. Leahy said, Fair enough, I don't understand it at all. Turning off these two files, Leahy downloaded an instructional video from Station B. Elf Physics, Basic Edition. Mr. Hudi teaches you how to learn physics, so as to reach the pinnacle of elf life and become a true Dr. Elf. Gisi, Luwei, come, as a mature and stable elves, it's time for you to learn the knowledge of physical chemistry and go to the pinnacle of life. Leahy definitely didn't want to do physics homework, but to enhance the strength of Luwei and Gisi. Now I will teach you the profound meaning of becoming stronger. Learn physical chemistry well, and you won't be afraid to fight all over the world. Get out of the way, Leahy said solemnly. Thinking it was a novel way of playing, Gui Si smiled and nodded. Carrot dish carrot go hiss go hiss. When the spirit was lifted, the six tails flicked their tails excitedly. Yo-yo. Six tails. No, are you not afraid to fight all over the world? Sounds like a strong Akko. Omega, skip country. Squeezed in front of the computer desk, Luwei and Gisi invariably looked at the laptop screen. In the video, wearing reading glasses and losing all of his beard, he holds a teaching stick and begins the teaching content of the first chapter. Into the world of optics, reflection and refraction. Single quote oh, slip. Pointing at Hudi's beard with his paw, Luwei tilted his head and asked cutely. Hollow bullet, hollow down pointing triangle, hollow bullet, why is it bald? Go ni. Rubbing his chin with his tongue, Gisi imitated Detective Pikachu from the TV series, Detective Pikachu, and replied with a pretentious answer. Maybe, this is the attitude of the strong. Being able to make up the meaning of these two elves, Leahy opened Elves Virtual Battle, and said casually. Look, you guys have not learned it well. This Hudi is already powerful enough to control the body, discard all the useless hair, and maximize the use of energy to supply the brain. This is a super strong Hudi that has opened the genetic lock and perfectly controlled the body. Hair removal, it's so terrifying. Circle dot operator for all circle dot operator slip. Go hiss. Leahy's words sounded super reasonable, but the two biological scumbags Luwei and Gisi were speechless. Glancing at Luwei and Gisi, who were studying physics, a surge of joy flooded into Leahy's heart. Presumably, this is the joy of spreading knowledge. In the afternoon, ignoring the background news, Leahy played a few games. After listening to Hudi's physics class, and then looking at the cheats of Awakening Power Moves.mp4, Luwei actually experienced double the happiness. Slip tilde tilde. Six tails. For all backquote become stronger, the process is so fulfilling, beautiful and enjoyable. As for Gisi, good guy, as soon as his eyes are closed, Gisi seems to be having an epiphany. The saliva has been left on the keyboard after the epiphany. Ideographic period. Z's, go sizzle. Sucking, hee hee. From time to time, he sucked and slipped down the lazy, and the ghosts giggled. I really can't imagine that this is actually a female ghost. After watching it for a while, Leahy felt that the ghost itself might not have the concept of male and female, right? Male and female, for elves, it doesn't matter much. Ding dong. Hearing the sound of the mobile phone, Leahy looked at the mobile phone. This is the new news of Elf Virtual Battle. Little Jur. For the song Last Time, I'm going to hold a concert. We will split the money we earn. Close black lens bracket. Emperor Bifeng. No need. Close black lens bracket. Resisting the heartache of losing 100 million points of money, Li He sent this message. Money can be earned, but the friendship of the Raven City Gym Master cannot be bought with money. Look at the grass gem that the owner of the Su Mission Hall, Kobo, gave him. The Gudong Mall has been out of stock, and even money can't buy it. Li He was very rational after going through a time period when it was hard to buy a real hood. Little Jewel. I guess you would say that, laughs. Xiao Jewel. So, I arrested 3 first-level wanted criminals in your name. Close black lens bracket. Little Jewel. Those 3 wanted criminals are carrying some evolutionary stone fragments. I sent them to you, let Lue eat them as jelly beans. Close black lens bracket. Evolution stone fragment. The accompanying mineral stone of a complete evolution stone vein, although it does not have the ability to evolve elves, it contains the purest attribute energy. Li He. Look, this is what the master of the gym said. The last time Gudong Mall auctioned off a piece of the Firestone Evolution Stone, it was not expensive, only 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, which is the price of a small-sized single apartment in Chengdu City. The issue is, the evolution stone fragments are the things that were robbed. How many goods did those robbers rob? His hands were shaking, and Li He swallowed. Woohoo, take off. Chapter 82. Large-scale cross-server chat. Li Xiaohei I served Shenado. Superior. Great Emperor Bifeng. Well, then I will be disrespectful. Close black lens bracket. Emperor Bifeng. I saw that video on YouTube. Electric Dragon's electromagnetic gun moves are very powerful. Close black lens bracket. Little Jewel. Hate/D/. Are you going to kill me? Close black lens bracket. It's just a ship strike. Even a gym owner can do it, not to mention the great Emperor Bifeng. From Xiao Jewel's point of view, Bifeng Emperor is like bragging about how beautiful a Pikachu's electric shock moves are. The great Emperor Bifeng is too polite. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao Jewel replied. Little Jewel. I saw your 2-player video, it's amazing photo, Pikachu with thumbs up. To be able to win together with Catalia, the Heavenly King of the United States, to win the Ghost-type Heavenly King Wanlong, and the Shenao champion Sharona. Emperor Bifeng's song-destroying tactics are really ingenious, and Catalia's grasp of timing is also top-notch. Recalling the doubles duel, Xiao Jewel said with emotion. After calmly replying to Xiao Jewel, Li He looked strange. What is this? Xiao Jewel blowing business with me? Time goes by like water. In a blink of an eye, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Li He received the system information of Elf Virtual Battle. After filling in the location and time, Li He brought Lue and Gui Si to the roof of the Chengdu Municipal Family Building as usual. Li He sent the positioning to the official, Elf Virtual Battle. The sunset covered the sky, and 3 minutes later, with a fluttering white dress and long green hair, like a princess, the humanoid elf Shenado suddenly appeared on the roof. Seeing Shenado, Li He hesitated for a few seconds and asked, Master likes drinking. Looking at Li He in surprise, Shenado nodded. Li He. Is it still the same Shenado from last time? Is this Shenado specially designed for this kind of express order? Looking curiously at heterochromatic ghosts, Shenado didn't waste any time and handed over the black box in his hand. Without picking up the black box, Li He took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Shenado's shoulders. Lord, let's go, I'll invite you to drink. Li He has thought about it. When Shenado uses his superpower to say, who is it, he can jump out with a single sentence. Brother, don't worry, I will take good care of our sister. Glancing at Li He lightly, Shenado did not speak, but an elegant, magnetic, and charming female voice echoed in Li He's mind. Drinking hurts your health, sister doesn't drink alcohol. Hearing this sentence, Li He was stunned. It was male last time, why is it female again this time? Could it be said that the gender reproduction technology in the Thailand region of the Blue Star Alliance has been developed to the elves? Seeing Leehee's expression, Sinead covered his mouth and smiled narrowly. At the same time, a crisp, lovely, and a little proud girl's voice echoed in Leehee's mind. O ring in equal lower half circle ring in equal Watashi, voice actress Nano. It's Japanese, and he comes with emoji. Leehee was convinced of Sinead's superpowers. Years of experience in reading films made Leehee now make up the meaning of this sentence. I am a Seiyu, Tanaka Rai proud girl voice. Pushing the black box to Leehee, Sinead motioned for Leehee to sign it quickly. Leehee. Voice actor. Elf voice actor. This Sinead duo is obviously super powerful, but is working as a voice actor. Of course, this is not the point, nor is it that Sinead's shoulders are comfortable to hold, nor is it that Sinead has a wonderful fresh fragrance, but I was actually caught by a Sinead male sign. Female sign. To play with a pure mind. Am I, Leehee, the kind of person who lets people leave without saying a word after playing around? Excuse me, I'll take a call. Pretending to have a phone, Leehee clicked on the battle communication group video of Elf Virtual Battle, and asked. Almighty friends, I want to ask, is this Sinead male or female? Battle Castle Princess. Female, obviously. After sending the message, Katoya didn't understand why Emperor Baifeng asked such a simple question. After thinking for a while, Katoya suddenly realized. Emperor Baifeng is too focused on studying the elves, moves, tactics, and characteristics, so he ignores the morphological research of elves. This small shortcoming not only did not reduce the image of the great Emperor Baifeng, but also made the great Emperor Baifeng a bit more real. Also, even a genius can't cover everything. This also shows that the great Emperor Baifeng is really devoted to the study of the elf's moves and characteristics, so he can reach the current state. Thinking of this, Katoya has some admiration. People who work hard are always worthy of praise. New news. What did Emperor Baifeng ask Sinead Duo for? It wasn't enough that he subdued alien ghosts last time, but this time he also had Sinead Duo's idea. The dragon yawned. Sharona, who was focusing on studying ancient history, raised her head and glanced at her phone. Using the 6 tails and the alien ghosts to conquer Sinead. Did Emperor Baifeng float away, or was Sinead too weak to use his superpowers? The Hajong Regional Youth Cup is not over yet. As a special guest, Zyrna was able to spend her time at leisure. The three of them looked at each other and looked at the phone screen in unison. Handing the black box to Leehee again, Sinead urged Leehee to sign it quickly with his eyes. Without hesitation at all, Leehee's hand towards the courier suddenly moved up, pinching Sinead's face. Squeezing again, Leehee pinched Sinead's face into a Z shape. Hey, why can't I obey my hand? Wanton pinching Sinead's face, Leehee said with a smile. The soft touch of his hand mixed with pleasure hit his heart, and Leehee couldn't stop. With wide eyes, Sinead was stunned. Open black lens bracket. Is it fun? Close black lens bracket. After a few seconds, a female voice sounded in Leehee's mind. Fun. It's super fun, the kind you can play for a lifetime. Leehee said sincerely. Leehee, to be honest, I am greedy for Sinead's face. I dare to tell the truth, I am sincere. Not only was I greedy, but I also moved. I dared to be a hero. I am sincere, I am a hero. Sinead is a match made in heaven with me with such good qualities. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Sinead's face is unlovable. Not. Shaking off Leehee's hand and seeing Leehee's face, Sinead finally chose to give him a blank look. Synchronizing Leehee's mood through his superpower, 2 small dimples appeared on his face, and Sinead laughed subconsciously. Looking at Sinead, who suddenly laughed, Leehee couldn't look away, thinking. This is too. It's so kawaii. AWSL. As if his heart had suffered a heavy blow, He subconsciously reached into his trouser pocket and digged for the pokeball. It's time to show the real technology. Subdue Shinado with love. P.S. If you want to know what will happen next, please listen to the next breakdown. Testimonials. Everyone knows me. I am a pure, inarticulate, easily misunderstood Saoyan. To this day, I can't sleep alone, tossing and turning, unable to sleep at night. I miss my book friends who are cute, charming, and handsome, beautiful. Subscribe. To borrow a song to express my mood at the moment. Musical note: miss your subscription. Musical note. Musical note: miss you crazy. Subscribe. Musical note and the taste you ordered first. Musical note. Musical note: there are a lot of things on my mind tonight. Musical note. Musical note: I don't know if it's good to subscribe. Musical note. Musical note: crying and chilling on the street. Musical note. Musical note: around my heart. Musical note. Musical note: Musical note. Musical note: miss your subscription. Musical note. Musical note: miss you chapter subscription. Musical note. Musical note: and all the flavors you ordered. Musical note. Heart. Backquote. Heart. Chapter 83. Lee Saohei loves Shinado. Bottom, Luwei. Asterisk, heart please order first. Close black lens bracket. As if his heart had suffered a heavy blow, he subconsciously touched his trousers pocket. Empty. Where's my ball, Daddy? If I go out without the ball, am I not a prostitute? If that's the case, then go prostitute. It's rare to meet a good-natured Shinado who can pinch your face and not fight back to teach you how to be a man. Lee Henning squeezed out a unicorn arm. After synchronizing Lee's thoughts through superpowers and understanding the meaning of AWSL, Shinado was helpless, mixed with a hint of shyness. Hollow down pointing triangle. Watching all this through the unofficial group video, the Battle Exchange group was directly fried. My watermelon is ready, let me see this. When did Emperor Baifeng become the great dog abuse? Didn't he say that Emperor Baifeng wanted to physically subdue Shinado? How did he trick the dog in and then torture and kill the dog? Dan equals 333. Let's get the ball and fight. Think about it. I do this. What's the difference between me and Sao Thief? I put down the ball in despair and chose to poke the face of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. I pinched my family's Shinado. I'm in the spiritual world now, who knows? Bring me back, and I'll be his grandfather. Not caring about the heated discussion in the group, Catalya suddenly said, this should be a telepathic Shinado. Telepathy: elves with this characteristic can synchronize the mood of others, detect each other's thoughts, and conduct conversations through telepathy. Emperor Baifeng saw that this Shinado was telepathic. So he chose himself to attract Shinado's full attention. Then let the six tails and alien ghosts suddenly start. Catalya guessed. But with the current strength of the six tails and alien ghosts, can Shinado be hurt? Or is it that Emperor Baifeng is finally about to take out his trump card elf? A trace of anticipation flashed in her eyes, and Catalya looked intently. With a lazy expression, Wanlong murmured, Sanaduo, I don't know which one feels better when you squeeze it compared to mine. Holding the side of her face, Sharona suddenly said, last time I saw ice cream in the shape of Shinado, by the way, and the shape of Pikachu, Which one did I buy? Wanlong and Catalya have long been used to Hyerna's divine brain circuit. Raising her legs and sitting upright on the chair, Catalya sipped her lipstick tea gracefully, and suddenly said, it's moving. That xenomorph is about to start. While editing the manuscript, Wanlong looked at the phone. The six tails have also moved. After watching for a long time, VC looked serious. Goss. VC, there is no mistake, the trainer must be preparing to capture this Shinado. The trainer's powerful face-pinching move actually caught Shinado's attention perfectly. Look, the trainer touched his pants pocket. Is it a signal? This must be the signal for Benguis to do it. It is good. Well. Opening parenthesis ? Backquote and, let's go. Quietly using a tongue-licking move, DC suddenly threw out a big tongue towards Shinado, intending to paralyze Shinado first. Sigma. D. Pipe closing parenthesis question mark exclamation mark quote. Six Tails were taken aback when they found out about Guy's movements. In order to stop the ghosts, he jumped up from Leahy's shoulders, and the Six Tails used the flame vortex move. Six Tails spun up, and a flame vortex quickly formed, like a big bell, covering Leahy and Shinado. Subconsciously wanting to use teleportation to leave, Shinado's figure is still in place. With a stunned expression, Shinado. The special effect of the flame vortex move is to restrain the elves, so that the elves cannot escape through teleportation. Leahy. What's the situation? Dangerous. Someone attacked me. That must be the case, otherwise why did DC throw out his big tongue to protect me? The Six Tails will not use the flame vortex move. Thinking of this, Leahy suddenly pounced and pressed Shinado under him. Looking at Shinado's dazed expression of, Leahy didn't consider subduing it with love, and kissed him with a kiss. It's definitely not that Leahy didn't have a pokeball on his body, but Leahy, are also a man of integrity, a chaste man, how can he be so casual? It's a pity, if this is written by himself, Leahy's lines have already been thought out. If there are 30 chapters here, I will show you next time. Looking at Leahy's face, Shinado used his superpower to slowly type 3 question marks in his mind. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. It seems that something unexpected happened. Leahy was halfway through his sentence. Affected by gravity, the Six Tails jumped into the air and fell freely, and, Pata, landed on the back of Leahy's head. Facing Shinado's little face, Leahy took a sip and kissed it. Six Tails. W. Yo-yo. Shinado. Leahy. At this moment, the flame vortex created by the Six Tails suddenly dissipated. Seeing the scene in front of him, Guay-Si realized. Isn't this Leahy's way of dealing with himself? The trainer is a big move. Ghosts back quote oh, go hiss. Looks like it's time, Benguis, get in. Go hiss. Sticking out his tongue, DC uses the tongue-licking move. Throwing out the Pokeball obtained by the jungler and smashing it on Shinado. With a pop, Shinado's entire body turned into red light and was put into the Pokeball. Seeing this blurred through the group video, Katoya happily eats melons and can't help but applaud. Emperor Baifeng first attracted Shinado's attention by himself, and then asked DC to attack, creating a smoke bomb-like attack, and then the Six Tails followed, blocking Shinado's teleportation move with a flame vortex move. Quote. Finally, the great Emperor Baifeng will go on his own, use special means to make Shinado's brain suspend the service, and the ghost ball will be thrown by the ghost. This tactic, coordination, is too subtle. This is the highest strategy for conquering the elves, is it the first thing to do? Wan Long thought, all the plots can be written into it. Sharona rested her chin with her hand, her face heavy. Seeing Sharona like this, Katoya and Wanlong looked at each other, and the meanings in their eyes were astonishingly the same. Sharona was also shocked by the operation of the Emperor of Sad Wind. Sensing the gazes of the two, Sharona said embarrassedly. Last time I bought Pikachu ice cream, it seemed like I forgot to pay. Wanlong. Katoya. What kind of brain circuit is this? In the Golden Road Hall of Golden City, Nazi said to Hongdu expressionlessly, look, really powerful trainers are more or less abnormal. Even in a movie, it is the life of a supporting role. Red beans. W, which means, I'm not perverted enough. Glancing at Hongdu, Nazi suddenly asked, if you were using an ice-type elf, and the opponent's elf uses a sunshine flame move at you, what should you do? After pondering for a while, Hongdu said cautiously, use defensive moves to block or dodge, and then launch a fierce attack when the opponent's elf recovers. Glancing at Hongdu, Nazi was too lazy to speak again. Nazi's mood at this time is, dead wood cannot be carved, and red beans cannot be taught. Seeing that there was only one Pokeball left, Leehi. Hello everyone, my name is Leehi. I never imagined that I would eventually be inseparable from using love to communicate with elves, and finally conquer their fate. I knew this earlier. I started it when we first met, so why delay it until now? Looking at the Pokeball, and then at DC, the six tails blinked blankly. Quote opening parenthesis question mark. Hollow down pointing triangle. Slip. Rubbing his chin with his tongue, DC mused. Opening parenthesis question mark. Dish. Subduing the elves, it seems very easy. Picking up the Pokeball on the ground, Leehi murmured. I'm so good. The cultivated ghosts are mature enough to conquer other elves. I thought what happened just now was bizarre enough, but what Leehi didn't expect was that what happened next was even more bizarre. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 84. The Six Tales of Shadows. Six Ties, Blood Continuing Limit, Ghost, Hollow Circle, where Sue please subscribe. Bang. After jumping out of the Pokeball, there was no anger in Leehi's imagination. Sinead looked at Leehi with great interest and asked with telepathy. Did you just use the human version of the sucking kiss move? It even added the paralyzing effect of electric-type moves. There may also be the effect of confusing the elves. Did you also incorporate the angel's kiss during the use? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. A human, how did you do it? Close black lens bracket. Leehi. The paralyzing effect of electric-type moves. Confusion. Thinking of something, Leehi looked strange. After asking a few more questions in surprise, Sinead suddenly became flustered. Open black lens bracket. It happened. I'm going to be late for voice acting class. Close black lens bracket. He shoved the black box into Leehi's arms and used a teleportation move, and Sinead's figure disappeared out of thin air. Goss goss. After shouting a few times in a hurry, Guacy felt that the plot was wrong. Something went wrong. Because when Sinead left, he took the Pokeball along. Ghosts. Is it possible that I am at a loss for the ghosts? This Sinead doesn't play cards according to common sense. Slip. Fiercely glared at DC, Six Tails. Opening parenthesis question mark single quote question mark. Back quote. Sinead didn't run wild. It's not bad for you to escape by force. In the next building, seeing this scene unexpectedly, the residents couldn't believe their eyes. What do we see? Someone dared to forcibly subdue Miss Sinead, the courier. Then Miss Sinead not only didn't kill him, but she was excited. Is it? It's because he's so handsome. Can you do whatever you want when you look good? After calming down, Leehi ignored the sight of the residents and said in his heart. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen the pure friendship between humans and elf friends? Haven't you seen humans subdue elves with a sucking kiss? Returning to the hotel in a hurry, Leehi slowly opened the black box with the excitement of unpacking. As the lid of the box was lifted, 3 finely broken gems came into Leehi's eyes. The sky blue luster, the texture of snowflakes, and 2 small pieces of ice stone pieces the size of peanuts are displayed on both sides of the box. Ice stone fragment, very small, evolution stone, the incomplete form of the ice stone, has the purest ice attribute energy, and the fragment-like texture inside is the most distinctive feature of the ice stone fragment. Extremely small ice stone fragments are less irritating to the elf body and are easy to absorb. Sometimes it is better if the PS is small. In addition, there is also a fragment of an evolution stone, the leaf stone. The dark green color and leaf-like pattern are almost exactly the same as what Leehi saw in the picture. The leaf stone fragment, small, the incomplete form of the evolution stone and the leaf stone, contains the source of life force inside, which can be slowly absorbed by the elves, and subtly improve the physical quality of the elves. Close black lens bracket. The 3 evolution stone fragments lay quietly in the box, the azure blue shimmer and the green fluorescence complement each other. It's no wonder that evolution stone rings are popular now, and there is no comparison between diamonds and fossil fragments. Li He muttered. For these 3 evolution stone fragments, if they were auctioned off at Gudong Mall, they would be able to sell for at least 1 million. Money is not the point is that the evolution stone fragments are priceless. Wait, those 3 wanted criminals shouldn't be weak. As for robbing a few evolutionary stone fragments, and then escaping from the Blue Star Alliance Washa district. Perhaps a large number of evolution stone fragments were transferred or hidden. These are the dividends of the 3 robbers. After subconsciously thinking about it, Li He shook his head again. What is the truth, and what does it have to do with me, Li He? Prostitution is right. Lu Wei, DC, have you seen these 3 stones? Do you know how much it cost me? It's almost all of our worth. For you, I can use my wife's book, pension, funeral expenses, and the purchase of a cemetery. All the money is out. Li He, who didn't spend a penny at all, continued to inspire Lu Wei and DC with lies of love. Looking at the 3 evolutionary stone fragments, which were valuable at first glance, the big dark eyes flashed with water, and Lu Wei was deeply moved and began to sniff. Quote opening parenthesis question mark. Slip. Although Li He is sometimes very devilish during training, he is usually super good to himself. Seemingly stingy to live frugally, but also to save money to buy valuable supplements for themselves. The more I thought about it, the more moved it became. This emotion turned into positive energy to motivate Lu Wei. He wiped his face with his claws, and Lu Wei called Li He excitedly. Quote question mark opening parenthesis question mark. W. Slip. 6 tails. Backquote W. Train hard, run errands, do housework, tie shoelaces, boil eggs, learn physical chemistry, become super strong, and then play games to earn money. Seeing this scene, Gui Si scratched his head with his big tongue. Goss goss. The eldest sister and the 6 tails are crying, what about me? After trying hard for a long time, there was not a single tear in Gui Si's eyes. Looking at the leaf stone fragments of excellent quality and seemingly super delicious, the liquid in the body concentrated into the large mouth of DC's blood. Scratching his head with his big tongue again, the ghost flashed and realized. Operator go hiss. That's right, I cried too. I was so moved that tears came out of my mouth. Thinking of this, he used his tongue to wipe the moved tears in the big mouth of the blood basin, and DC showed an emotional expression of, I didn't expect that, Ben DC, I am so emotional. After being deeply moved, DC found that it takes more energy to shed tears from his mouth. Hunger has the upper hand. Ghosts secretly roll your tongue to the ice stone shards, ready to taste the side dish, before eating the main dish leaf stone shards. Slip _D. 6 tails were startled when they found out about Guy's small movements. The big stomach king who has seen Gui Si, worried that if his claws are slow, there will be nothing left. 6 tails quickly stretched out his claws, grabbed a piece of ice stone and stuffed it into his mouth. And AP, GT, and AP, LT winking face, yo. Good ice skating. Holding the ice stone fragments, 6 tails covered his head with his claws. For fear of spitting it out and being eaten by the ghosts, Lu Wei simply swallowed it. Before Li He could react, a cold air emanated from Lu Wei's body like a cloud. Crack clap clap. As the cloud of cold air spreads, layers of thin ice cover the black box, and even the ice layer is still spreading out. After taking a few steps back, Li He could see through the eye of passive skill cultivation that a new move suddenly appeared in the 6-tailed move spectrum. Awakening Power, Ice. Ice Attribute Awakening Power, Awakening Ice. In the game, the Awakening Power moves have different Awakening Power attributes for each elves. Awakening Power moves, the main point is to tap the potential ability of the elves themselves. As for the daily drinking of mineral water soaked in the gem of grass, combined with the retrospective breathing method, Lu Wei was actually digging out his potential ability. After learning the awakening power move and eating the ice stone fragments, it was only a matter of course for the Six Tails to awaken the ice attribute power. The fire attribute Six Tails who mastered the ice attribute awakening power move. Leahy's expression is subtle. How is this like eating the frozen fruit in one piece? The awakening power move is different from other moves. This move stimulates the potential ability of the elf's body. So he learned the awakening power move, and Lu Wei found out that this move was the same as the spark move, so he instinctively used it. Under the influence of Leahy's ears and eyes, Lu Wei's thinking is also very unrestrained. Subconsciously, he used the spark move and the ice attribute awakening power move. The flames and the thin ice collided to form a cloud that completely shrouded Lu Tai's body, making it impossible to see. Seeing this, Leahy's expression became more subtle. This, Tengyun and driving the fog have all come out. No, it's more like the ninja mist hidden technique in Hokage, combined with shadow clone moves, Dugu Nine Tails moves, lightning flash moves, lightning flashes, change moves. Mist hidden silent murder. It's not enough to open your eyes. Is Lu Wei preparing to develop ice escape and boiling escape? This is too slippery. Rubbing his chin, Leahy said with emotion. As expected of the Six Tails I bred. There are 6 paths. Search Fantasy Small. saynet3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Notice that today's update is postponed until the early hours of the morning. Try Yiwan. I came back from a friend's wedding out of town, and the train just arrived home one day. Modify the articles written in the past few days and start updating. A simple and rude sentence. Burst the liver, burst the kidney, burst the seeds, burst the eggs. Try the next day. I roasted the gugu pigeons for you to eat. Omega equals Su Hot Springs. Hot Springs. Chapter 85 Lu Wei's Ice and Fire Sword Technique. 1/5. Please subscribe. Time flies by. Tuesday, 6:30 in the morning. The much-anticipated final match of Chindu Youth Cup will officially start this afternoon. Outside the window, the sun was scorching hot and the air was sultry. In order to compete for the sacred place of the park pool, the snarled and screamed, Rada frowned and grinded his teeth. Collided with Lada, and fought for 800 rounds. In the end, the two sides dragged their disabled bodies and stood on both sides of the pool. Looking at Rada vigilantly, slowly lowered her head, ready to take a sip of water, unexpectedly, saw a grimacing face in the clear water. Dish. So suddenly, is it scary? Suddenly stretched out her hands, Sadako twisted her body and climbed out of the pool. With a sluggish look, this sudden scene scared the to the point of losing her hair. Through the eyes of Asterisk, you can see that Rada, who is still bloody, was hit in the head by a green onion and fell to the ground. Goss goss tilde. After accepting the two bloodless heads, Gui Si showed his figure triumphantly. Ghost, oh, and Rada in a bloody fight, with the ghost behind. Absorbing the fear in the air, DC ate breakfast and started running errands. When he came to a breakfast stall in the market, DC grinned and said hello to the uncle who sold breakfast. Dish go see tilde. Gussie, I bought breakfast for your trainer again. Tisk tisk tisk, I don't know what your family did to save the world in the past life, only in this life. I met a spirit like you who can fight and bring food. The uncle who sold the breakfast said cheerfully, is it the old rules? Dish go sizzle. Nodding, Gui Si thought that he would only buy it for a few more decades. What a big deal. Okay. Skillfully packed 3 bowls of whose spicy soup, 12 vegetable buns, and 5 fried dough sticks. The uncle who sold the breakfast added another meat bun, and said brokenly. Well, I'll give you more meat buns. Thanks to you, the nearby Lada leaders have moved to other neighborhoods with their little Ladas. Otherwise, I'll have to give offerings to those uncles. Tell me, now, these wild elves don't steal or steal, they just lie down next to your breakfast stall, bow to you for food, and occasionally help you pick up trash and greet guests. I'm too embarrassed to not give it, but as soon as you give it, a large group of people will gather around. I'm also a small business owner, so sometimes I can't afford it. Alas, the wild elves are about to become fine now. Handing over a 100 yuan bill with the head of Kuailong, Gui Si took the takeaway bag with change with his tongue, and returned to the hotel room leisurely. At this time, brushing his teeth with a pocket-sized Pikachu brand toothbrush, Lu Wei mumbled, "Yo-yo tilde, at Gisi. 6 tails. Go sizzle, filled circle, backquote." Putting down the takeaway bag, Gisi started to wake Lihi up. Feeling dazedly that something was licking him, Lihi opened his eyes. The thin white dress and Miss Sadako stared at Lihi with her own unique Yunny expression, emotional. Backquote. Withdrawing the big tongue that can help Lihi wash his face, Gisi laughed and said hello, hollow circle carrot where carrot go hiss. Lihi stretched out his hand to hug Sadako. And hugged him empty. Lihi was disappointed. When will Miss Sadako and the ghost wife Gaia become materialized, so that they can start the happy little days of taking turns to sleep with each other? Now I have to get up in the morning and have to put on my own clothes, gone. After washing, Lu Wei ran to the foot of the bed. Extending its small claws, the 6 tails skillfully used the awakening power move to create an ice mirror. Through the ice mirror, Lihi glanced at himself, and his expression gradually became dignified. Big problem. Is it more handsome? In an open society where, as long as you have a good face, XX can also be, male compatriots also have to learn to protect themselves when they go out. Don't think that you can sit back and relax because you think you are ugly. What if others will be like you? After all, whether you look good or not is not decided by you, but by those who crave you. The morning game started at exactly 10 o'clock. After Lihi had breakfast, he took Lu Wei and Gisi straight to the nearby elf training ground. Using the group, Lihi group bought 2 hours of training time. On the small private training ground, a faint mist escaped from Lu Wei's body and spread out. Glancing at the 6 tails with the eye of passive skill cultivation, a few lines of new information appeared in front of Lihi. Open black lens bracket 6 tails close black lens bracket. Move awakening power ice special effect ice attribute power control. Combination move hidden mist silent murder awakening power move plus spark move plus lightning flash change move plus Dugu 9 tails move. The special effects create fog to block the line of sight and move quickly. The 6 tails are really marching towards the power of the 6 paths in Hokage. Lihi muttered. Misty and silent murder can be mastered, is the bloodline limit of Bing done, boiling done, etc. Still far away. Wuyin silent murder has great potential, the knowledge of physical chemistry in Lihi's mind told him. The temperature of superheated steam can exceed hundreds of degrees Celsius, to a terrifying degree. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this trick can be fun in the future. Hey. While thinking about it, the system information in front of Lihi suddenly blurred. Lihi. Card bug. At the same time, the white mist on the field tumbled. Click. Suddenly, a white line quickly cut out from the fog, and Lu Wei used a very unique Dugu Juwei move. The white cold mist was wrapped around one of the 6 tails, and the 6 tails were thrown out, and the cold air was threatening. Ice attribute Dugu and 9 tails move. Lihi was shocked. Next moment. Boom. The flame wrapped around the other tail of the 6 tails, and the 6 tails controlled the 2 tails, and used the Dugu 9 tails move in a coordinated manner. One end of ice cold, one end of fire. It was cold and the fire was shining. Swish. The system messages returned to normal, and a new message jumped out. Combination tricks frost fire Dugu 9 tails, Dugu 9 swords plus spark moves plus tail wagging moves plus awakening power, ice moves. Special effects burn, freeze, double attack, ice fire sword technique. Looking at the 6 tails on the field, Lihi looked strange. Lu Tai thought of combining the awakening power move with the Dugu 9 tails move so quickly. Is it so good? Sure enough, I must have cultivated it very well. Rubbing his chin, Li He nodded in relief. Seeing this scene, Gui Si seemed to have realized something and fell into contemplation. Under the Ling Sao move, the spiritual green onion worshipped Lu Wei very much, and danced a few chopped green onions excitedly. Quote opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis. Back quote W. Slip. Six Tails practiced their swords hard, thinking about the championship final match in the afternoon. The championship bonus is 200,000. How many bottles of moo milk can 200,000 buy? How many fritters? All in all, a lot. In particular, last night, Li He explained to Lu Wei what a small bank fixed deposit is. According to Li He, a 200,000 term deposit can earn nearly 800 yuan in interest every month. Six Tails, 0. Whoosh whoosh. The swordsmanship is full of murderous aura, and the Six Tails silently recite a sentence. Question mark opening parenthesis question mark. Back quote, if you win, you will have money. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 86 Li He, the smiling man in the BMW passenger seat, 2/5. Please subscribe. Chengdu City, Provincial Gymnasium. At 9 o'clock in the morning, it is not an exaggeration to say that the whole stadium is crowded with people. In the afternoon, Sao He versus Miss and Jun, who will win? Faced with Lalu Lassie, how will Sao He show up? The careful liver that I expect is thumping. Lalu Lassie can teleport moves and telekinesis moves. And Jun is also the daughter of the president of our Chengdu Superpower Gym. Who knows what cards she has? I don't believe it anymore. Sao He za Sao, can you tie Lalu Lassie? The voice of the audience's discussion came along with the wind, and the male reporter turned his pen and fell into contemplation. The peers are now intercepting players Li He and Jun. Although there was a semi-final match against Jun in the morning, no one believed that Jun would lose. After thinking for a while, the male reporter decided not to block Li He and Jun. Go to interview these two former opponents and report from the side, which is more innovative. Holding the list of players, the male reporter took the lead in finding Li He's first opponent, Li Tingting. Li Tingting, in the preliminary round, Li He's Six Tails ate your trumpet sprout. And now, Li He has entered the championship finals. What are your thoughts? Aiming the microphone at Li Tingting, the male reporter asked. Li Tingting sighed and said quietly, what can I think of a person who will call you after saying that and never call again? Oh, horn. Standing at Li Tingting's feet, the tree roots and legs, the big yellow trumpet-shaped head, and the trumpet bud sighed excitedly. Trumpet bud, oh, my trumpet bud grows leaves, but it's not for its six tails to eat. The male reporter's eyes lit up, his thoughts were flowing, and he quickly wrote down on the small notebook with a pen in his hand. Faced with the pursuit of a player who admires him, Player Li He politely declined and chose to put his whole heart on the cultivation of elves. Even a talented trainer, in a place that others can't see, actually paid 100% of his efforts. 10 minutes on the field, day and night off the field, and politely rejecting the female fangirl, today will be successful. Single quote. Wonderful planting. Saying goodbye to Li Tingting and Trumpet Ya, who were dazed, the male reporter found Zhang Yang, who was killed by the Sunshine Flame move, and Shen Dongwen, who was good at using pots. After listening to the question from the male reporter, Shen Dongwen and Zhang Yang looked at each other. We are not the same as him at all. Zhang Yang said carelessly. That's right, contestant Li He, it's hard to say anything. Shen Dongwen agreed. I'm not a traveler, it's hard to say a word. After chewing on the words, the male reporter pondered for a few seconds and started writing. Contestant Li He, a talented trainer who is out of tune with the world, a man with a deep and mysterious connotation, and a traveler who travels alone on the road of trainers. Taking a peek at the reporter's notebook, Zhang Yang's temperament was straight, and he blurted out a, "Wet you north." After listening to Zhang Yang's description and looking at the back of the male reporter leaving, Shen Dongwen looked confused. This reporter Has his brain been kicked by Kentaro, and there is a problem with comprehension? Zhang Yang thought that there is no problem with others, they are professional skills acts. After interviewing the players on the list in turn, the male reporter gained a lot. For some interviews, male reporters simply skipped them. Finally, according to the list, the male reporter found Miss Xu Jilin. Xu Jilin, who was feeding Scorpio popcorn. Contestant Xu Jilin, what do you want to say at this moment? Did Li He say that? After hearing the question from the male reporter, Xu Jilin recalled how miserable she was by Li Heng. Convex. Raised her right hand and silently stretched out a middle finger, Miss Xu Jilin made an unsightly gesture. Looking at Xu Jilin's eyes, the male reporter thoughtfully raised his pen to record. People don't waste the youth. Around the talented trainer Li He, there are fiery and expectant eyes everywhere, and there is even a little sister who is white and beautiful, and has bold words and deeds. Single quote. Seeing this sentence, Xu Jilin complained. Me, little sister, why didn't you say I wanted to die for him? Hearing this, the male reporter was stunned for a moment, and quickly added a sentence. This little sister has even given her life for him with extreme words and deeds. Facing these people, the talented trainer Li He and the lonely traveler have only one answer. Please take care of yourself. Single quote. Xu Jilin Scorpio. After walking around, the male reporter looked at the manuscript in his hand and muttered. The current players, all of them are too introverted. If I hadn't been good at discovering them, I wouldn't have understood the deep meaning of their words. My reading comprehension still needs to be strengthened. At the same time, at 9:30, after coming out of the elf training ground, Li He was going to take a taxi to the provincial gymnasium. There are so many people today. After waiting for more than 7 minutes on the taxi app, Li He gradually became anxious. And Jun's battle in the morning was worth seeing with his own eyes. Sometimes, just watching the video cannot see the essence of a battle. Li He. A blue BMW was parked on the side of the road. Chen Yujia looked at Li He in surprise and asked, "It's so late that you set off?" Oh, Exame. Thinking of Chen Yujia's advice, the honest baby bear didn't dare to stretch his hand out of the car window, so he could only hold back his excitement and greet Luwei. Slip you no tilde yo. Waving his paws at the baby bear, the eyes of the six tails lit up. There is a car to sit in. What Luwei can think of, Li He can naturally think of. After chatting a few words with Chen Yujia, Li He sat in the BMW naturally. A small achievement, a man smiling in the passenger seat of a BMW. Shi Mei. Yo-yo tilde. Quote opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis question mark. W. After clapping their hands, Luwei chatted with Baby Bear. Unable to bear, Li He turned around and slapped Baby Bear a few times. Fluffy, meaty, and even easy to lick. Other people's elves are just fun. Li He secretly praised. What is there to say? The dumplings are not as delicious as other people's dumplings, but they are not as good as other people's cat owners. Other people's cats, dogs, elves, etc., can leave after playing, and they don't have to be responsible. Very cool. Sister Yujia, do you usually pass by here? Li He asked. No, my home is near the elf training ground, in the Central Garden community. Concentrating on driving, Chen Yujia said casually. The Central Garden district of Chengdu City that cannot afford toilets at 27,000 yuan per square meter. Thinking of this, Li He thought. My good guy, it turns out that she is a rich woman with a high value and a family property of nearly 5 million. This reminded Li He of a joke from the past. What should I do if I want to hook up with a rich woman but can't find a rich woman? When you go to Chengdu, the capital of the imperial capital, you can find dozens or hundreds of rich women in any neighborhood near the subway entrance. Sister Yujia, you're fine with everything, but you're usually too low-key. Li He, who didn't even have a 5-digit bank card, said sincerely. Looking at the back seat, Chen Yujia suddenly said. Could it be that what Lu Wei showed to Baby Bear was the Ice Stone Evolution Stone Fragment? And the Leaf Stone Fragment? What does Lu Wei's Awu's action mean? It ate one as a jelly bean yesterday. Chen Yujia. A person who let the elves eat the fragments of the evolution stone as jelly beans. Envy me for driving a BMW and living in a building. Your family's 6 tails go down to a BMW, what else do you want? Li He wanted to say, Sister Yujia, you misunderstood, this was forcibly given to me by the master of the Raven City Gym. After thinking about it, this seems to be more pretentious. Li He was speechless and could only say, I am delicate and poor. Giving Li He a roll of eyes, Chen Yujia ignored him for the time being. Arriving at the venue, Li He got off the bus. As soon as he walked into the venue, Li He heard the passionate shouts of the narrator. In the second game of the Chindu Youth Cup semi-finals, Lalulas will play against Tengju. P.S. Tank Jr. This elf is the fire attribute of the Pokemon Sword, Shield. Don't worry if you feel unfamiliar. I will explain it later. If it is convenient, which children's shoes will insert a picture, thank you. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 87 Championship Finals, 3/5. Please subscribe. Tenku Jr. General is a fire attribute elf. With long gray ears and red pupils, Tenku Jr. General looks like a bunny boy wearing a red and black t-shirt. Close black lens bracket. Junior Tenku E, and elves in the Galar region. Li He said in surprise. In the Galar region, the status of Tank Jr. is equivalent to the small fire dragon in the Kanto region, and he is a popular spirit in the Galar region. This young tank is very fast and is good at melee combat. Chen Yujia said while picking up the baby bear when he came in with Li He. However, no matter how fast Tengju Jr. General is, it can't be faster than Lalu Lassie's teleportation move. In addition, Lalulas is good at using superpower to carry out long-range attacks. If Tenku E does not have a very special hole card, it is impossible for him to win. And Jun's Laloras is good at combining teleportation moves with psychic moves. The teleportation move allows Laloras to teleport freely on the field, which is called the strongest speed. Psychic moves, as the most commonly used moves with superpower attributes, can allow Lalulas to launch a psychic cannonball to shoot at the opponent, which has a certain probability to confuse the opponent. The rate of fire of the psychic cannonballs is also extremely fast, and ordinary opponents cannot escape at all. Not only that, Lalu Lassie can also use the power move to create an invisible wall to protect itself. Even, in the previous battle, Laloras also wrapped the opponent's moves with psychic moves and attacked the opponent in turn. Possessing psychic moves and teleportation moves, Laloras is really like a knight, holding the strongest sword and shield, and possessing elusive mobility. At the beginning of the battle, under the command of Anjun, Lalu Lassie used a psychic move and fired a psychic cannon towards Junior Tengju. However, surprisingly, wearing a black light, Tenku E Young General resisted the psychic cannon unscathed. At the same time, Junior General Teng K rushed straight towards Lalu Lassie. Mind Force moves are not effective for Junior Tengju. Even though he was studying at the Elf University, Chen Yujia didn't know much about the elves from different regions like Junior Tengju, so he couldn't understand what happened. On the field, seeing this scene, as the daughter of the gym owner, Anjun narrowed his eyes and muttered. Tenku Jr.'s free-spirited characteristics. The Freeman characteristic becomes the same attribute as the move that you use. Theoretically, a young Tengju with this feature can change his attributes at will, taking the advantage of attribute restraint to the limit. Using an evil type move, Junior Teng changed his own attribute to evil type, and directly immune the attack of superpower type moves through attribute restraint. Thinking of this, Anjun decisively ordered. With a sucking kiss. Draining Kiss is a goblin type move that uses a kiss to absorb the opponent's stamina to restore itself. As a male Lalu lassie, he was born to reject this move. 3. Facing the attacking teenager tank, Lalula's reluctantly threw a blowing kiss and scattered a series of pale pink peach hearts. Like bubbles, pale pink peach hearts swarmed towards the young General Tengke. In the face of the incoming sucking kiss move, Junior Tengju skillfully used the spark move to restore his own attributes to fire attributes. Using attribute restraint, Junior Tengju paid the least price, broke through the block of the sucking kiss move, and was about to hit Lalula's. Who knew? It's now. Following Anjun's order, suddenly, a rainbow light splashed out from Lalu Lassie's body, completely submerging Junior General Tengke. As the rainbow light faded, his appearance was damaged and his spirit was severely damaged. Junior Tengkui shook his body, barely able to stand. What a powerful illusion light move! Chen Yujia exclaimed. The phantom light move fires a magical light to the opponent to attack, with a certain probability to confuse the opponent. Close black lens bracket. Well, in fact, enhance Lalulas's best attack method is the phantom light move. Not only is the attack faster, but it is also a large-scale attack, which is almost impossible to dodge. Seeing Li He from afar, Wu Yingyao came over to say hello and explained. If Anjun didn't show this trump card, Wu Yingyao wouldn't say it. Similarly, Wu Yingyao didn't tell Anjun about Li He's information. From Wu Yingyao's point of view, Li He and Anjun are both friends, and it's not good to help either, so they simply don't help either. Junior Tengkui is going to lose. Lin Xiang, who also came over, said regretfully. In the face of the crumbling young General Teng, Anjun and Leloras were still extremely cautious. The teleportation move was used first, and Leloras teleported to the corner of the field. Afterwards, the little hand stretched out, and Lalu Lassie flicked her fingers, and used the psychic move handsomely. Bang! Junior Tengkui was hit by a psychic bullet, his whole body was thrown backwards, and he fell into the dozen or so. Beyond meters. Watching the entire battle in silence, Li He rubbed his chin, if he understood something. The psychic move is actually just a smoke bomb. What is Lalula's good at is the phantom light move. After winning, Anjun glanced at Li He, blinked at him extremely, and blew a kiss. W. Immediately afterwards, Anjun waved at Wu Yingyao with a smile. The culture of the Blue Star Alliance Huaxia district is relatively reserved. Even in the Eastern District, apart from the professional maids in the maid cafe in Akihabara, in reality, no one would operate like Anjun. Seeing Anjun's actions, Wu Yingyao was inexplicably ashamed. This is why Wu Yingyao is willing to hang out with Lin Xiang and Li He, and is not willing to stand with Anjun. There are too many Anjun dramas, and this is not a two-dimensional animation. Wu Yingyao can't bear the sight of the people around her. Not waving, nor not waving, Lin Xiang looked embarrassed. Even Miss Chen Yujia, who likes JK style, has an indescribable expression. And Li He. Raising his hand, Li He blew a kiss back without hesitation, and even bought one for one, and gave one to Leloras. Lalu _ is defined as _ Silently left Anjun a few meters away. Lalulas, who was masculine and full of shame, put on the expression, who are these two, I don't know them both. Lying on Li He's shoulder, Lu Wei was not surprised. Just as the narrator reviewed the Chindu Youth Cup match and announced the timetable for the final match, in the guest seat, an old and prudent guest considered his words and said, President N, your daughter is quite eccentric. President N smiled without saying a word. Nazi in the neighboring area turns people into dolls to play with every day. Compared with Nazi, my daughter is already good looking. What else do you think? The scene was silent for a while. Originally, Li He and Lu Wei played against Anjun and Lalu Lassie. No matter how you look at it, Leloras, who has a wide range of light attacks, has the chance to win. In terms of speed, Lelora's teleportation moves are real teleportation. In terms of attack, the attack and defense of the psychic moves are integrated, and the phantom light moves have a wide range and fast attack speed. It seems that at the beginning of the game, the six tails will lie down. But what if even a single scabbard can be tied? Who knows what other tricks Leahy can do? Cough, President N, President Wu, I'll say it first, you can say it again, okay. Representative of the Imperial City Trainer Association. If Leahy doesn't have any special cards, it's hard for him to win the final match. Suddenly looking up, President N glanced at the General Representative in surprise. Did this one see it? Good eyesight, worthy of being a representative sent by the Imperial Capital Trainer Association. President Wu's heart sank. What does the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association mean? Is it possible? Thinking of something, President Wu glanced at President N and sighed. Okay, President N, your daughter really has a lot of heart. The rest of the guests were also rich in theoretical knowledge. When he came back to his senses, one of the guests sighed secretly. A Chindu Youth Cup. It was only at the end that I found out that each of these young trainers could play better than the other, and they hid their trump cards deeper than the other. The afterlife is terrifying. Leahy, this kid is really good. When Luwei develops superpowers, his strength will usher in a leap. President N said sincerely, but right now, my daughter is still a little bit stronger. Hearing this, President Wu was not very happy, but he couldn't find a reason to refute. The trump card of Lalula's, against the six tails, is indeed too restrained. Near 12 o'clock noon, the commentator said aloud a sentence that detonated the audience. The Chindu Youth Cup Championship final will officially start at 2 p.m. Leahy and Jun, which player will win the final victory? Let's wait and see. The voice fell, and the eyes of the six tails and Lalora's collided. Lalora's _ I can only say sorry for the handsome cloth cloak of the spirit world. The cloak of the spirit world is a cloak made of the cloth of the spirit world, which is a purplish black elf item. Anjin had people embroidered a large character on the back. Handsome. The overall atmosphere of this cloak is deep and handsome. Lalu drawing once wore it, and there was only one thought in my mind at that time. I'm just so handsome. Leahy and Luwei can see that their handsome soulmates are hard to find, but the cloak of the spirit world cannot be dispensed with. Six tails. W. 200 quadrillion 200 trillion 200 billion 200 million 200,000 200. And, slip. Search fantasy small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. I wrote 7,400. It seems that I am still a long way from Yuewen, and there are 2 more updates tomorrow. Ing. When I went home in the afternoon, the ant next door came again. I went back to my room and chose to put on earplugs to sleep. Now I get up and code. I have to say that the ant is full of energy. Judging from the volume, her physical fitness belongs to the real newcomer series. Chapter 88 Leahy. This must be because my bond with Luwei is too deep. 4/5. Please subscribe. Time passed little by little. Whether it is the official website of the Chindu Youth Cup, the Chindu Youth Cup Information Encyclopedia Forum, or the official live broadcast room of the simultaneous live broadcast, it is very lively. On the hot search on Weibo, the Chindu Youth Championship Finals even made it into the top 10 hot searches, and the label at the back also had a word on it. Open black lens bracket boil close black lens bracket. The Chindu Youth Cup Championship Finals vote, Saohi versus the daughter of the superpower gym owner, is voting. Chindu's Youth Cup. The excitement is so high, surprised emoji, that it crushed the Imperial Capital's Youth Cup. Officially operating behind the scenes, spending money to buy the hot search of the Navy. Six Tails and Lalula's. This still uses voting. Close your eyes and guess that Lalula's wins. Cough. The original post, Lalu Lassie will win, victorious Lao Su is broadcasting women's clothing in the dormitory, has been changed. It was posted when I didn't watch Saohi's video of the battle. Bosses, please don't post screenshots or keep evidence or something. That's because the Loon family's intelligence is wrong and can't be counted. Shy emoji. The news of an account with 1 million fans v. the connotation story of old wet machines and weird faucets caused 1,000 waves. The old wet machine is maliciously acting cute again, vomit. The old wet machine is not malicious to sell cuteness, it is really cute. After all, he started from the comic exhibition Spy Shinado, and he still has a face. Don't look at my family's Sauhi's behavior. People are too cold. I paid him 1,000 yuan to talk to him in a low-key way, but he didn't even have an echo, and my heart was stuck. Back quote. Not only blogs, but also various popular online accounts spread and forward information, and the traffic attention of the Chengdu Youth Championship finals continued to increase. In the end, the Chengdu Youth Cup also aroused heated discussions on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube outside the China region of the Blue Star Alliance. Lihi Sano Batoru ga Super Omoshiroi o Psycho. Good Kiddisu. Congratulations, you have obtained the VVV service of Ben, and the automatic translation G is online. The meaning of this sentence is that the Battle of Li Hisang is very interesting, and I have become a fan. Open black lens bracket if you like it, please give a 5-star praise, dear. 3, close black lens bracket. People are studying rope art culture in Dongying, and seeing the Battle of Lihi compatriots, I am happy. A ghost. There is no such a show in a place like Dongying. I recognize that the seeds of the wonderful frog can be tied, Dujian. You can tie the sheath. Overseas Chinese humbly ask for advice, what are the battle patterns in China now? Fortunately, I didn't live in China and chose to study abroad. Huasha district is really a hellish start. At 1:10 p.m. that day, the audience came to the audience seats early, waiting for the start of the championship match. At 1:20, the staff of the Chengdu Youth Cup also arrived one after another and started the final preparations. At 1:30, the distinguished guests arrived one after another, gathered in 2s and 3s, and communicated in a low voice. At the same time, after resting for a noon, Li He and Lu Wei quietly slipped out from the back door of the hotel. Walking to the back street of the hotel, Li He made a dick, and his destination was directly at the entrance of the players at the provincial gymnasium. In this way, they can escape the siege and interception of the press corps. I'm not a tool person who lets you reporters make unlimited money. Getting into the back seat of Didi's car, Li He thought to himself. Slip, hollow down pointing triangle. Flicking his tail, 6 tails agreed. The Didi car was on the road for a few minutes when it suddenly stopped on the side of the road. Later, the left and right car doors were opened, and a few microphones came in, almost poking Li He's face. Countless flashes were turned on, and the sound of clicking from the camera was incessant. Li He. What kind of trick is this? Li He, the Didi cars around here are all owned by our news media company. Didi driver low-key. We will send you there for free, and we will ask you a few questions on the way without delay. So, it's always possible, right? Li He. You have so many styles. Also engaged in ambush in advance. Li He was convinced, this has absolutely nothing to do with the looks of the female reporters sitting left and right. Following the life philosophy of, since you got in the car, enjoy it, Li He leaned back comfortably on the seat. After thinking about it, Li He suggested. It's not easy for everyone, so let's just ask a question and buy a box of White Lover's chocolates from Dongying district for my Lu Wei. It's not that Li He wants to eat expensive chocolate biscuits, but that Li He feels that he can't let Lu Wei eat Oreos, and he has to change the taste. After negotiating, they looked at each other, and the 2 female reporters took out the questions they had prepared and asked them quickly. Player Li He, how confident are you in the face of Player and Jun and Loloras? Player Li He, our boss tried every means to get inside information from an anonymous guest. It is said that Player and Jun is holding a trump card in his hand. The guest group thinks you will play very hard this time. Are there any countermeasures? Player Li He, there is a gossip that you regard President Wu of the Fengdu Trainers Association as your uncle, but President Wu wants to be your father. Is this true? This battle with Jun is quite difficult. I calculated it, and the probability of winning is only 50. After speaking, Li He said again. The last two questions involve personal law. Deliberately lengthening the tone, Li He said with a smile. Recently, my family's 6 tails feel a little weak. I heard that the 5-star buffet dinner at Chindu Hotel has abalone, king crab, rice with matsutake mushrooms, and sashimi with dumb animal tail. Is it true? The driver who concentrates on driving understands it, saying, Little Zoo, it's not easy for the 6 tails to fight. The point is, we are all from Fengdu. Player Li He is making a name for our hometown. We must not support it. Don't you have any special coupons? To Li He player, let the 6 tails cultivate well after the war. Hearing the boss's words, the female reporter named Xiao Zhu glanced at Lu Wei, whose hair was brighter than her own, and thought silently. Boss, your ancestral home, isn't it from the magic capital? In order to work, reporter Zhu offered a coupon. Got a dinner voucher for a 5-star hotel, Rokuo. Quote question mark. W. Slip, tilde. 6-tailed is a kind of elf with high IQ, and his memory is not bad. Although some time ago, because of Ferrero chocolate and sausages, Lu Wei did not think of king crab for a while, a 5-star hotel buffet. But during training, Lu Wei suddenly had an epiphany and recalled this incident. However, thinking that Li He took out the coffin book to buy evolution stone fragments, Lu Wei was embarrassed to mention it again. And now, after being excited, a deep sense of guilt rose in Lu Wei's heart. Seeing that Li He didn't mention the king crab and the 5-star hotel buffet, Lu Wei thought that Li He did not mention it on purpose. Now it seems that, in fact, the trainer has always kept this matter in mind. It was not that he did not mention it before, but that he had no money and was powerless. As a proud little elf with strong self-esteem, Lu Wei can understand Li He's inner struggle in the past. Quote opening parenthesis question mark. Slip. E. Silently moved, Lu Wei felt a surge of fighting spirit welling up in his heart. Fighting spirit turned into flames, burning in the pupils. Flaming D-flame. 6 tails. Underscore. The trainer has actually endured too much in silence. The ghosts are stupid, and temporarily unreliable, he must win. Underscore, slip. Looking at the transformation of Lu Wei, reporter Zhu asked, Player Li He, why do I feel like Lu Wei suddenly ignited, with a certain belief in victory? After a moment of silence, Li Hawang looked out the window, rubbed Lu Wei's little head, and slowly spit out a sentence. It must be because my bond with Lu Wei is too deep. Somewhat moved, reporter Zhu looked at Li He with admiration. The bond between the trainer and the elf inspires the 6-tailed belief in victory. Contestant Li He. It's so touching. Reporter Zhu has already thought about the title of this article. The bond between trainer and elves. Let's walk into the heart of Li He player. Li He's playing style is obviously turbulent, but he is restrained and reserved, affectionate and righteous, and it is raining. Search Fantasy Small. saynet3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 89. Li He's playing style, treating others in the way of others, 5/5. Please subscribe. The lounge inside the provincial gymnasium. It is different from Li He hiding from the press corps. The short hair is flowing, the air bangs are scattered, and the corners of the white skirt are flying. Facing the questions from the press team, and Jun smiled and stretched out his left hand, rubbing his fingers. The male reporter asked, Player and Jun, what do you mean? 100 yuan for ordinary questions, 300 yuan for key questions, and 500 yuan for questions. And Jun explained. After speaking, and Jun stretched out his hand to the male reporter. Male reporter. Give me the money, didn't you just ask what this means? I can answer the ordinary question honestly for 100 yuan. Seeing in Jun's gesture, Lalula's, who was obsessed with chivalry, closed her eyes in shame. Silently took out 100 yuan, the male reporter finally understood why when talking about Anjun, Su Xiao would with a speechless expression. This Anjun player is really indescribable. Player and Jun, facing Lee Hee this time, do you have any pressure on his aggressive play? After a moment's consideration, the male reporter asked a common question. How to play? And Jun said seriously after taking the money. Lee Hee's style of play is not a coquettish style of play, think about it carefully. In the first round, what is the strongest means of the trumpet bud? It is the vine whip move, and the result. The vine whip was eaten by the six tails. What's next? The frog seed was bound by his strongest vine whip move, the scorpion fell on his proud flying ability, and the single scabbard was defeated by his own defense move. Lee Hee's style of play is not a showy operation. He and Lu Wei are attacking their opponents head-on. In my opinion, in every round, Lee Hee's style of play is based on his own way, and he also treats his own body. Hearing this, the male reporter pondered for a while. It seems that it is so. Are you good at the vine whip move? Okay, then I'll start with the vine whip move and use your best vine whip move to defeat you. Are you good at flying? Then I'll set up the flight and let you kill yourself. You think that you can be invincible if you keep the moves, then I will just keep the context of the moves and completely defeat you. Thinking of this, the male reporter's expression gradually became more cautious. So that's the case, we think it's wrong. It turns out that Lee Hee's style of play is not arrogant but domineering. That's right, although Lee Hee seems to be very casual and his style of play is unexpected. In fact, his tactics are well versed in the tactics of the ancient trainer's Grandmaster Sun Tzu. Every fighter can win with perfect harmony. After taking the money, and Jun is also happy to share her insights. Take the battle with the single scabbard as an example. Isn't the single scabbard strong? Naturally, it is strong. Initially, the single scabbard and the six tails were in a perfect match. You can hurt me, and I can hurt you too. Stage. In the later stage, the six tails lured out the defending move of the single scabbard, and in turn used the defending move of the single scabbard to defeat it. It can be seen from these things that, as a member of the trainers in the Washa district, Lee Hee is essentially an arrogant person. After listening to it for a long time, the reporters were confused. Why did they listen to it? It seemed that Jun was praising Lee Hee in a different way. Business blows. It wasn't until the reporters heard Jun's last sentence that they understood that this was not some commercial bragging, but, are you strong? I am stronger. Single quote. Touching the bulging wallet, Jun smiled like a flower. Lee Hee is good at turning the opponent's strongest move into his own trump card, and is good at using the way of others, and treating others' bodies. I actually know a little bit about this style of play. Facing the camera, the more chivalrous Lalula's nodded humbly, but the small proud smile at the corner of her mouth could not be contained. After getting off the DD car, Lee Hee walked to the player room. On the way, Lee Hee also said hello to Miss Xu Jilin. For some unknown reason, Xu Jilin's expression was strange. She answered vaguely, and hurriedly left. Lee Hee. Although he was puzzled, Lee Hee didn't care too much. The form is different. I am already the trainer that Nazi yearns for battle, and the man, beside, Xiaojur. Be more reserved. Coming to the player room, Lee Hee greeted Wu Yingyao and Lin Xiang. My dad told you to be careful at noon. Wu Yingyao reminded. My dad should have seen something, but because of professional ethics, it's hard to say it clearly. Well, all in all, be careful. I originally wanted to remind Lee Hee to be careful of An's trash talk, but after thinking about it, Sister Xiaowu felt that Lee Hee and An were half a catty, so let them hurt each other. My dad's company cooperates with a coordinator trainer. The main elves of that coordinator trainer are Shinado and Laloras. After this period of time, Lin Xiang also sincerely regarded Lee Hee as a friend and helped him acquire a lot of information. Elves like Lalulas can detect the opponent's position, see through ordinary illusions, and distinguish between true and false shadow clones by sensing the opponent's emotions, so shadow clone moves are definitely useless for it. And the most crucial point, which many people ignore, Lalulas is also very sensitive to human emotions. Having said that, Lin Xiang glanced at Lee Hee. I know. Lee Hexen nodded understandingly. Lalula's is also known as the sentient beast. During the battle, Laloras can not only detect the emotions of the opponent, but also the emotions of the opponent's trainer. Ordinary people set a trap. Seeing that Lalu Lassie is about to be hit, when she gets excited, Lalu Lassie can detect it, and use teleportation moves to avoid it instantly. Lalu Lassie's physical instinct is sometimes stronger than his moves. The more she talked, the more Lin Xiang felt that it was too difficult to fight against a trainer with Laloras. Ordinary. Even if the elves can hide their micro-expressions, they can't control their emotions, right? In the face of Laloras, ordinary elves are just like naked. There is also the Phantom Light move. If Lalu Lassie exerts all her strength, the power of this move may be even greater. After thinking for a while, Wu Yingyao added. The three of Li He discussed in a low voice, and the 6 tails were also surrounded by unicorns and small fire dragons. Pipipi, backquote. The unicorn, who was as fat as Edema, cheered. The unicorn worm's tone was excited, and it jumped twice subconsciously, and white worm silk leaked out. Not. Holding his tail tightly, he quickly took a few steps away, and the little fire dragon showed an expression of disgust. Isn't this guy sick? Why is he still incontinent? Unicorn. Oh, I'm about to evolve. When you are about to evolve, you are still leaking. Small fire dragon, unicorn. Dish. Convex. He. Addicted to thinking and fighting, the 6 tails ignored the unicorn bug and the little fire dragon who started to quarrel. Before going on the court, President N sneaked into the player room to encourage his little daughter. Although based on my observations, that 6-tailed animal should not have developed superpowers, you should be cautious when facing that kid Li He. It's okay, no problem. And Jun waved his hand. Without the development of superpowers, the 6 tails can't use superpowers to freely control the flames, manipulate other moves, break through the distance limit, and attack arbitrarily. Similarly, hypnotism moves and illusions are also based on the superpowers of the 6 tails. With the defense of psychic moves and the speed of teleportation moves, 6 tails don't even want to fight Laloras in close combat. I can make Lalula's detonate halfway through the energy ball move, and I can even use the energy ball move in turn to attack the 6 tails. Even if you are approached by the 6 tails and attacked by another move, Laloras is nothing to be afraid of. Plus, I still have the most crucial trump card. All right. Thumbs up towards President N, and Jun grinned. Seeing his daughter's prudent analysis, President N nodded in relief. Although junior people are a little bit out of touch, as a trainer, isn't it good to be a little more flexible in thinking? At about 1:50 in the afternoon, the staff led the 2 players into the player channel respectively. At the same time, seeing the players entering the field, the commentator shouted enthusiastically. Good afternoon to all the audience, guests, and the audience in front of the TV. The long-awaited final match of the Chindu Youth Cup is about to begin. Right now, the first player to enter the venue is Li He. I personally did a little research, and in the broadcast ratings, Li He's battle is the king of ratings. For this championship match, the audience is also eagerly waiting to see if Li He can take down N Jun and become the champion. In the middle of a change of breath, the narrator shouted in a higher voice. Okay, now it's N Jun contestant. In the official voting of the Chindu Youth Cup, N Jun contestants Lalu Lassie has the most fans and won the title of Popularity King. So far, Lalula's has maintained a record of complete victories in every battle, unscathed. The championship match is about to begin. Which of these 2 will win? Let's keep our eyes open and wait and see. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 90 Inches Ice Escape Magic Mirror Ice Crystal, of 6 Tails, Knowledge is Power, 3 in 1, please subscribe. The championship match is about to begin. Which of these 2 will win? Let's keep our eyes open and wait and see. Suddenly shouting the last sentence, the narrator hurriedly took another throat lozenge. Last time, I was suppressed by the audience's voice in the middle, which is a shame for the commentator. Lalu lassie rushing My strange force wants to give birth to a nose for you. On the 6 tails, Lalu lassie was tied, and I threw 10,000 yuan on the spot. Brother Li, you must win. If you lose, our baby can't even drink milk powder. Mixed in the audience's voice, Ji Ziming shouted in an enchanting pseudonym. Sitting down quickly, Ji Ziming put on an innocent expression of, who called it? After reacting, Wang Zui was stunned on the spot. This voice, you uncle, the young lady who played the game last time turned out to be you who pretended to be. Honest until the ha 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 ha, self-defense, you should really listen to your shy cough at that time. Ji Ziming, I'm looking at your ass. I told you a long time ago, how could the opposite as the serious Dongdiang Sakura girl, who just happened to add the wrong friend to you? Bai Yunfei showed a smile that could see through everything, but his heart was actually bleeding. Ji Ziming, you bastard mangosteen, pay for my innocence and excitement. Ignoring the noise from the audience and looking at the other side, Li He and Lu Wei whispered silently, reviewing the tactics they had discussed. Taking the scene as a stage for the future, and Jun was very stable and blew kisses towards the surroundings. Not the only son, and Jun does not need to inherit the gym, the ideal is to become a coordination trainer. And if you want to be a successful coordination trainer, you can't do it without the calm mentality of performing on stage and attracting popularity. Both sides, shake hands before the game. The referee Lao Chin called. After approaching, and Jun jokingly said as he stretched out his hand. What price do I pay? Are you willing to admit defeat? How about 300,000? Or you can make a price. Looking up in amazement, Li He silently stretched out his hand, and then took out a document and an ink pad box. Mistakenly thought that Li He was referring to him, and seeing the document and ink pad box that Li He took out, and Jun was stunned for a moment. Marriage application. Are the ink pads ready? Is it so complete? What are you doing with these things with you? It was only now that Jun realized that Li He was not an ordinary arrogant. Cough, when I didn't say it, I'm a scumbag and I'm not worthy of you. Li He's scalp was numb due to Li He's unconventional play, and Jun quickly declined. Li He. What marriage application? Obviously you think too much. This is an ordinary agreement. If Loloris has offspring in the future, I will get the highest priority for breeding. After thinking for a while, Li He said with a smile, then you slap me for a while. And Jun was silent. Miss Ben has never seen anyone more brazen than me. She wanted to disturb Li He, but Jun found that she was almost unstable. Seeing this scene from afar, the guests looked at President N with strange eyes. President N was suffocated, and proposed marriage on the spot. What exactly happened without my knowledge? Not even have children, right? President N, who once fell in love with his son on a trip, had to marry his son, inevitably thinking too much, and his mentality almost exploded. Old N, Li He and Jun, let's talk about them. Yingyao told me, don't let me tell you, now that you have seen it, I'll just say it straight, how wonderful this is. And An's champion it's yours, and now the runner-up is yours too. In the morning, President N made me feel unhappy. At this moment, President Wu is talking nonsense seriously. Anne, what if your daughter wins the championship? Now your mood is probably that you won the championship, lost your daughter, and in the end, nothing. As an old father, President Wu understands that when it comes to the issue of his daughter, the old father will be demoted, and he will inevitably think too much. In a happy mood, President Wu also shrugged at Wu Yingyao and made a, no way, expression. Flicking her ponytail, Wu Yingyao tilted her head in doubt. Seeing Li He and Jun shaking hands, President N, who thought too much, swallowed hard as if he had tasted something. The upcoming champion is not fragrant. Returning from the bathroom, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainers Association glanced at President N. It is clear that his daughter is about to win the championship. Why does President N have a dark face? As expected of the gym owner, he is not only strict with challengers, but also stricter with his youngest daughter. Both sides are in place. Following the referee's order, Loloris floated into the field, and Lue also jumped in. First, he waved his paw in a friendly manner, and the Six Tails showed a serious expression. Slip. Six Tails. W. A showdown, slip. He shook his fist in agreement, and Loloris responded. Question mark. Lalu. Battle begins. As the referee ordered again, and Jun immediately gave the order. Mind power. Psychic moves are the fastest to activate and are the most suitable for starting the game. Mist hidden silent murder. Hearing Lihi's order, and Jun was surprised. What kind of move is this? Whoosh. With a wave of her little hand, Loloris fired a psychic cannonball towards Lue. Almost at the same time. Bang. The flames were wrapped around the tail, and the tail was swayed. Six Tails used the Dugu Nine Tails move to smash the psychic cannonball head-on. Afterwards, the white mist escaped from Lue's body, not only covering Lue, but also spreading around the venue. Seeing this, Lalulas resolutely put away the phantom light move that needed time to prepare for a large-scale attack, and Anjun also sighed regretfully. Originally, if the psychic move could hold the Six Tails down, and then attack the Six Tails with a wide-ranging phantom light move, the battle could be said to be over. Unfortunately, it seems as expected, the long-range attack of the psychic move is useless, and the Six Tails also have a way to deal with the phantom light move. Then, there is only one trick left. After giving Lalu Lassie a wink, Anjun suddenly said. Lihi, didn't you ask me about predicting future moves? I'll let Lalu Lassie use it later. Predicting the future is a big trick, and you can decide the outcome with a single blow. Hearing this sentence through the loudspeaker, the barrage in the official live broadcast room surged. Predicting the future, is it that great trick of predicting the future that can't even guard against moves, and can only be resisted? Predicting future moves after using the moves for a period of time, the opponent will be hit by some kind of force. I found out that player Anjun has a trump card. This is the biggest hole card of Anjun. It's really a king. Look at Sao He's expression. My brother Lee is in the society. People are calm and stable, and they are like nothing. Anjun snapped his fingers and smiled. Lalu Lassie, let your opponent see your great trick of predicting the future. Lalu. Bowing her head, Lalu Lassie's body suddenly burst out with rainbow light. Rainbow light broke away from Lalu Lassie's body, rushed into the dome, and slowly disappeared. This picture is really a move to predict the future. Don't you say that there is now a situation where the Six Tails must defeat Loloris within a certain period of time, otherwise, when the time is up, the Six Tails will be attacked by predicting future moves and lose. Predicting future moves, combined with teleportation moves, is simply invincible, right? The audience was in an uproar. The guests looked at each other and immediately understood Anjun's plan. It's a really good, predicting the future move. Your daughter, you really have enough hearts. The representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association sighed. This move by Lue, his attention shifted to the fog on the field, and President An's brows slowly rose. Could it be an ice-type awakening power move? Should be. This Six Tails actually mastered the Ice Attribute Awakening Power move, and President Wu's eyes lit up. In this way, Lihi is not without a chance to win. It just depends on whether this little plum can think of a way to get close to Lalu Lassie, and see through Anjun's plan. Master the Ice Attribute Awakening Power move. Thinking of the Dugu Jue move before the Six Tails, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer always gave a secret praise. In the future, Nine Tails will use 9 different types of swordsmanship. This Six Tails is really promising. How did this fog come out? Some kind of smoke-type move. After thinking about it, Anjun ordered. Lalu Lassie, can you lock the Six Tails? Use the power to attack. Wait until the predictable future moves are launched, and the opponent will lose. When ordering, and Jun did not forget to use language to create psychological pressure on Lihi and Luwei. Whoosh whoosh. Manipulating the psychic cannonballs, Loloris slammed into the white fog one after another. The white fog can cut off sight and light, but it can't stop Lalu Lassie's emotional perception ability. Unless the six tails can comprehend some kind of Zen move, like a dull beast in fishing, without thinking or feeling, otherwise they will not be able to escape Lalula's emotional lock. Boom bang bang. Using two tails in a row, the six tails will destroy all the incoming psychic shells. During the process, under the cover of fog, Luwei rushed towards Lalu Lassie. Sensing the approach of the six tails, Loloris left with a teleportation move. After the two attacked and defended several times, the situation fell into a protracted war. As time passed, the white fog on the venue gradually dissipated. As expected, and Jun thought to himself. To emit white mist, the six tails consume physical strength and energy. Under the pressure of the predict the future move, the six tails must take the initiative to attack again and again, which also consumes physical strength and energy. Destroying the psychic cannonball, the six tails also consume physical strength and energy. It was a matter of course that the white mist could not be maintained. Next, no accident, it should be the opponent's last dying struggle. Okay. And Jun thought to himself, if he delayed it any longer, it would be a little troublesome if Lihi doubted the authenticity of the forecasting move. Seeing the opportunity, and Jun suddenly ordered. Use the power of thought to create wind and blow away the remaining mist. After changing the method of using psychic moves, Loloris shaped psychic power into a big fan and fanned it wildly. As the fog was blown away, Loloris could sense the slight fear and timidity of the six tails. So, without any hesitation, when the figure of the six tails could be seen vaguely, Loloris used the full force of the phantom light move. You are more impatient than I thought. Lihi suddenly smiled and said. It seems that the trick of predicting the future is a fake. Six tails, use ice escape magic mirror ice crystal. Hearing Lihi's words and seeing Lihi's smile again, and Jun was a little dazed for a moment. Impatient. Why he is about to lose, he can still laugh. Ice escape magic mirror ice crystal. What kind of trick is this? Ice attribute move. Is that a lie? How could the six tails be able to use the ice attribute move, and it is not the ice six tails? Wait, the awakening power move. Immediately afterwards, and Jun panicked inexplicably. Before she could speak, and Jun saw. The rainbow light of the phantom light move is like a wave of light, rolling towards the six tails. Then, the figure of the six tails disappeared, hiding behind a large ice mirror. Ice mirror. Looking more closely, and Jun instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The entire venue, facing the direction of Lalu Lassie, stood a series of ice mirrors. After the rainbow light came into contact with the ice mirror, it immediately reflected towards Lalu Lassie. In a blink of an eye, Lalula's was completely overwhelmed by the phantom light moves that she used with all her strength. It's impossible, if it's cheating, there will be problems with the six tails emotions, and Loloris will not attack with all her strength. Suspiciously talking about life, and Jun ran to another angle in disbelief and looked at Luwei. I saw that, facing the other side of the ice mirror, Luwei used the round pupil, ghost pupil move. Then, Luwei stared at himself in the mirror. In the face of his round pupil, ghost pupil move in the mirror, although Luwei did not lose his mind, he also felt quite frightened. Use this move on yourself to scare yourself to deceive Lalu Lassie. With cold hands and feet, looking at Lihi again, and Jun's eyes widened in shock. Can you imagine this action? After being stunned for a few seconds, the narrator suddenly swallowed the lozenge in his throat and shouted. Amazing, it's amazing. And Jun's Loloris was actually hit by his sure wind blow. Lihi's six tails actually used his special round pupil move to scare himself, released his fear to blind Lalu Lassie, and then used the ice mirror that should have been created in the white mist before to reflect the phantom light move. It's so beautiful, The Ice Escape Magic Mirror Ice Crystal move is really worthy of the name, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal. I can't think of any other word than awesome. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced, this counter-offensive tactic. It's so handsome. I blew this wave. After being stunned for a long time, the audience shouted in shock, and a buddy sitting in the front row took out a bundle of banknotes and threw it at the railing. The last time I couldn't give a reward in the live broadcast room, I will give a cash reward directly on the spot this time. The audience's emotions exploded, and the guests fell into silence collectively. Lao, if you don't like Lihi, or else, I'll let my daughter take it. A guest suddenly said, although my daughter is a few years older, I think it's good that my sister and brother are in love. President An's expression was subtle, and he didn't know whether to be happy, to praise his daughter for her good eyesight, or to feel sad that her daughter ran away. Unpredictable, President Wu patted President An on the shoulder and said, President An, don't worry, your daughter and Lihi are innocent at all. I just made fun of you. You just think too much. It's not good. Look, is there nothing left now? This person, you can't think too much. Oh, I forgot, you can still have a runner-up, which is good. Looking at President Wu's bald head, President An's hand touched the Pokeball, and he just endured it. This bald head is so annoying. Suppressing his inner surprise, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association rubbed his chin, thinking to himself. Although my daughter has already passed the postgraduate entrance examination and is 10 years older than Lihi, my daughter's initial elf is Binglue, and Binglue and Lue are a perfect match, isn't it? Besides, when you're older and mature, don't be a demon, and being sensible will hurt people. I watched several battles of Lihi in a row, the one with the single scabbard, and this one. Especially in this game, Lihi's psychological quality and tactical performance made the representatives of the Imperial Capital Trainers very satisfied. Looking back on what happened just now, Lao Qin couldn't help but glance at Bingjing. This operation of making ice mirrors. Could it be because this player Lihi didn't buy a floor-standing mirror, so Lue had to make mirrors every day? By not buying a floor mirror, let the elves make ice mirrors to become stronger. Lao Qin found that he had already made a lot of noise towards Lihi player. You have enough money to make me speechless, what else can I say? In the corner of the venue, seeing this scene, Xu Zhilan's expression was complicated. Lihi asked Six Tails to continuously break psychic moves, just to keep giving Anjun a hint in his heart that psychic power moves can't threaten Six Tails, and can only use phantom light moves to attack. Just like the opening high jump of Lue, the purpose is not to jump high, but to give me a hint in my heart, making me mistakenly think that it is a safe height. With a sigh, Xu Zhilan murmured, in the end, Anjun was also tricked. In this year's Chindu Youth Cup, this Lihi has been pitted from the beginning to the end. Let the Six Tails scare themselves and use the mirror to reflect the illusion light move. Is this still possible? Lin Xiang showed a dull expression of, why can't I think of it? Perhaps, conquering elves with love can open up your mind. Sister Xiaowu, who is good at learning, thinks that she can start by conquering elves with love, so as to explore what Lihi thinks like cats and tigers. In the official video live room, the bullet screen has completely covered the video, and you can only see fonts of various colors across the screen. Profound Truth, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal, X88. Silent Homicide, it's really silent homicide. Quietly, a dead end was set up for Lelora's. Not only the grandfather's clothes, but also the milk clothes this time. After glancing at the screen of the mobile phone and listening to the shouts of the audience, the press corps who interviewed Anjun before fell silent. With the way of the people, but also the body of the people. That's really the point of winning. Only. Anjun seems, is talking about the main point of Lihi's victory. From this point of view, Anjun really used the future predicting move. It's just that what he foresees is not his own future, but the future of Lihi. Closing the notebook with a snap, the male reporter broke the silence and said, Zhang is still old and spicy, the wine is still the fragrance of Chen, Gao, and Li He's Gao. From this point of view, and Jun finally said that I only had a little understanding, and it was still very modest. This manuscript is not useless. When other reporters thought about it, from another angle, it seemed that the same was true. Immediately, other reporters cast admiring glances at the male reporter. Meanwhile, on the field, as the phantom light moves dissipated, the rainbow light gradually disappeared, and Lalu Lassie, who was in place, swayed from side to side, and his expression changed for a while. No. Hollow down pointing triangle, no. Opening parenthesis ? Is defined as semicolon closing parenthesis. Hit by the reflection of the phantom light moves that she was going all out for, Lalu Lassie's spirit was severely damaged, and she fell into a state of chaos. What a powerful phantom light move! Li He praised. Great! With a wave of his hand, Li He said happily. Superior! Without hesitation, victory was in hand, mischievous thoughts prevailed, and Lu Wei rushed towards Lolora's. Halfway through, raging flames were entwined around the tail that was ready to go. I haven't lost yet, I still have a chance. Seeing this scene, Jun's heart tightened, and Jun was ecstatic. The predicting the future move of Lalu Lassie just now, on the one hand, is to force the Six Tails to take the initiative to attack, which consumes physical strength, and on the other hand, it is also to cover up his trump card. The copy feature of Lalu Lassie. By copying the characteristics, Lalu Lassie can copy the characteristics of the Six Tails and turn his own characteristics into the fire characteristic, so as to use the fire characteristic to be immune to the damage of fire attribute moves. At this time, the Dugu Nine Tails move of the Six Tails not only has little effect on Lalu Lassie, but also makes Lalu Lassie sober up. Opportunity. A chance for a big reversal. Refreshed, Jun saw. Six Tails rushed in front of Lalula's and threw out the flame tail. Suddenly, the Six Tails paused and retracted the flame tail. Glancing at Jun, the Six Tails. Opening parenthesis ? Greater than, less than, who told you to use the prediction move to scare me just now, and now I am also teasing you. Less than, greater than slip tilde. Before the game, Li He emphasized that he could not use any fire attribute moves against Lalu Lassie, and Lu Wei kept it in mind. He threw out another tail wrapped in cold air, and the Six Tails slammed into the abdomen of Lolora's body. Click. Bang. The abdomen was frozen, and Lolora's was hit head-on by the Six-Tailed Ice attribute Dugu Nine-Tailed move, and the whole body was thrown backwards, slammed into the wall of the circular field, and bounced back to the ground. Do you see it, President? And was not surprised. In this battle, Lalu Lassie's biggest advantage is not the phantom light move, but Lalu Lassie's copy characteristics. Activate the copy feature, and Lolora's can copy the opponent's feature. The characteristic of the Six Tails is the ignition characteristic. After the copy characteristic is activated, the characteristic of Lalu drawing will also become the ignition characteristic. In this way, Lolora's, who has the ability to start fire, will be immune to the fire attribute attack of the Six Tails. It can be said that under the replication characteristics, the strength of the Six Tails is almost completely useless in the face of Lalu drawing. It is precisely because of his excellent eyesight that the representative of the Imperial City Trainer Association has seen the characteristics of Lalu Lassie, so he asserted that if Li He did not have a special trump card, this battle would be extremely difficult. Thinking of this, President An's only puzzlement is, although it is a fake future predicting move, the vision of Lalu Lassie is exactly the same as the real one. How did Li He see that Lalu Lassie's future seeing move was fake? Call. Seeing Lolora's fall, Li He breathed a sigh of relief. Predicting the future, this move, Li He does not know whether Lalu Lassie is using real or fake. But in fact, whether true or false has little effect. Really, Li He could only use his own preconceived tactics. False, Li He would still use his own preconceived tactics. Although Li He figured this out, he still felt a sword hanging over his head halfway through. Sure enough, this future-predicting move is fake. It is to cover up the characteristics of replication and make me restless and reveal flaws. Lee he murmured. From the very beginning, considering that Lalu Lassie might be a copy feature, Lee he did not plan to let Six Tails attack Lalu Lassie with fire attribute moves. Lee's core strategy is to use the opponent's phantom light moves and use the opponent's way to repay the opponent's body. After checking the state of Lalu Lassie, the referee Lao Chin announced the final result. Lalu Liz is incapacitated to fight. Winner, Six Tails. Therefore, the champion of this Chindu Youth Cup is contestant Lee He. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. It has been updated about 12,000 words. Let's talk about the update, only for one day. Interested children's shoes can look at it. The previous 5/5 was made up for the day it was put on the shelves. At that time, I was at the wedding scene of my classmates out of town. I went there for 4 or 5 days, and I didn't have time to do it at all. Reluctantly wrote 2 chapters, not only sorry for the lovely and charming editor, but also sorry for the high value of you. So make up. The remaining 2 are due yesterday. Yesterday, the voice of the ant at home was so attractive that I couldn't write it, so I just let it go. The remaining 2 are today. 12,000 words, 6 chapters. Should be done a lot. This can be considered to get my outline before the shelf. I went to that wedding as soon as I could. After all, I graduated with my roommate for a few years, so I could only meet at the wedding, but not usually. Once again, please forgive me. The last thing is to owe more. It should be 6 plus 6 plus 2 equals 14 chapters. I'll make this up first. After making this up, let's talk about how to add rewards. Don't give rewards now. If you have spare energy, try your best to make up for the subscription. It's not far from the boutique line, and it may not look good on the editorial side. I feel guilty too. Now the number of words is small, it is easy for everyone to make up, thank you. In the end, in any case, the result is the worst and worst. I promise to write at least 1 million words or more, the kind that is not water, to be honest. That's all. I wish you all a happy Tanabata tilde. Cubed, heart. Ah, I forgot, I tested it. My daily 6,000 to 7,000 should be relatively stable. It is said that it is possible to see the state. Let's do this first, and we will notify you in advance. V. Hollow Bullet, Omega, Hollow Bullet, tilde heart. Chapter 91, Champion Reward. As the referee announced the result, the guests had mixed expressions. In particular, the president of the Chindu Trainer Association also serves as the president of the Chindu Superpower Gym, with a very subtle expression. Many guests looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. President An's daughter has already lost the game, isn't it bad to applaud in front of President N? Suddenly, he slapped President N on the shoulder, and President Wu said with a smile, "It's really a half-hearted game, President N, do you think it is?" President N was suffocated. Middle-aged dead bald, you think I don't pay attention to the news? New stocks, don't you know what half a pound means in your mouth? Since Su Xiao, the word half a caddy 8 liang has become a new stock. I have half a caddy of scrap copper, and you have 8 taels of gold, which means that the game is the king of bronze. But President N really couldn't think of words to refute. Because President N didn't expect that this player Li He could be so arrogant. Use the inexplicable fog move to cover the field, and let the 6 tails secretly create ice mirrors. Then let Lu Wei use the round pupil, ghost pupil, move to scare himself and lure Lalu Lassie to take the bait. Finally, use the ice mirror to reflect Lalu Lassie's phantom light move, and use his own way to heal his body. Simply, so irritating. The name of Sao He really lives up to its name. It was precisely because he also thought that Li He had won a beautiful and wonderful victory, so President N was extremely suffocated. Looking at President N with a delicate expression, the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association took out his mobile phone, and without hesitation, sent a similar document to the Trainer Association. A summary of the evaluations of the players of the Chindu Youth Cup PDF. Champion, Lee Hee Player, Quality Evaluation S. Close black lens bracket. Runner-up, and Jun Contestant, Quality Evaluation. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Quality Evaluation S. This is already the highest evaluation that the representative of the Imperial Capital Trainer Association can give. In this battle, it seems that Jun is in control of the overall situation. In fact, Lee Hee has already guessed Jun completely. It is worthy of playing tactics, not to mention the heart and human show. The most important thing is that the rank is too high. Bang! Standing up suddenly, President smiled and clapped his hands suddenly. Clap clap clap, palms are red. Although he encountered a real backstab, President is the president of the Trainer Association after all, and his quality is first class. After a little self-adjustment, President calmly accepted the reality, and even said thank you for the backstab in reality. In the long run, this loss may benefit Junior even more. Seeing President like this, President Wu didn't care. The president of the local trainer association and the master of the gymnasium, it is not enough to be the only one with strength. Before taking office, candidates often have to be reviewed by professional elf psychiatrists such as Shinado to determine that they have no antisocial or anti-elf tendencies before they can take office. But for a while, all the guests stood up with a smile and offered their best wishes to the champion of the Chindu Youth Cup this year. The cheers in the field one after another witnessed the birth of the new champion, and the audience was full of emotions. There are thousands of trainers in the Chindu Youth Cup, and the champion Sao He Pits eats half of it from the beginning to the end. As a person who has seen a strange-made costume at a comic exhibition, and seen a fire-breathing dragon play the piano with its tail, I was still stunned by the show. It's okay for Lu Wei to scare himself, haha. Reflection Phantom Light Move. It turns out that if you learn physics well, you are really not afraid to travel all over the world. Teacher, I want to learn physics again. Not caring about the audience's reaction, he strode forward and Lee Hee gave Jun a hug. Jun was about 1.6 meters tall, and Lee Hee was nearly 1.77 meters tall. Pressing Jun's head against his chest with his hands, Lee Hee winked at Lu Wei, while delaying time with words. Sister N, accept it, accept it. Jun. After struggling a few times, Jun broke free. After arranging her hairstyle, Jun gave Lee Hee a blank look, feeling that Lee Hee was trying to take advantage of the opportunity, but there was no evidence. Jun should have inherited many genes from Anne's mother, which is a typical melon seed face. One-word eyebrows, lion nose, thin cherry lips. The long and narrow drooping eyes were slanting at Lee Hee with a corner of the eye, and Jun gave Lee Hee a 100-point white eye. Lee Hee took a close look at Jun. The sun shone in through the dome, and the beautiful melon seed face glowed with a healthy and moist color. The smile on his face seemed to hang on habitually, and two small dimples were squeezed out of the corners of his lips. Lee Hee rarely saw such a cute face. If it is not greedy, it is the eunuch. As a normal person, Lee Hee secretly praised. This look matches my face. Behind Jun. Biting a document and an ink pad box, the six tails quietly approached Lalu drawing. Seeing that Jun was about to turn back, Lee Hee said with an, hey. Sister N, there's something on your lips, don't move, I'll wipe it off for you. Holding Jun's face with his hands, Lee Hee pinched Jun's face into a 3 shape. With wide eyes, Jun expressed his feelings towards Lee Hee with his eyes. _ While experiencing a different feel than pinching Shinado, Lee Hebian wondered if Lu Wei could hurry up. Dip some ink pad on Lalu Lassie's hand, and Lu Wei grabbed Lalu Lassie's hand and pressed it on the document. Quote opening parenthesis question mark is defined as semicolon closing parenthesis question mark quote. Looking around again like a thief, Lu Wei put away the ink pad and documents, and quickly evacuated. Ran out a few meters, 6 tails. Opening parenthesis single quote question mark. W. Seems to have forgotten something. Honest by nature, Lu Wei did not dare to think about it, and ran back to one end of the field. After stuffing the documents and ink pad into the backpack, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this scene, he wiped the corner of Anjun's lips with his fingers, and Li He let go with a calm expression. Where's the dirty stuff? In front of the audience, Anjun didn't feel good about showing off the wolf-proof technique of plugging in the eyes, kicking the crotch, stepping on the feet, and using the electric baton, and said angrily. I was wrong, it turned out to be the lipstick faded. Showing Anjun a serious look at the lipstick mark on his finger, Li He quickly changed the subject, saying. Sister N, do you know why you lost? Because I fell for you. Anjun. Because the bond between me and the 6 tails has created a powerful force, because I can't live up to the expectations of lovely and charming spectators. Untouched by the words that lied to children, Anjun chose to curl his lips. Hearing this sentence, Lu Wei first showed a thoughtful expression of, so it is. W, and then raised his head with a little pride. PWQ, slip. That's right, it's Zhangzi, slip. Facing Li He, as a half-face control, Miss Anjun couldn't think of a good way to deal with it for the time being. Glancing at Li He's face, his eyes turned angrily. In addition, his own eyes are not only not lethal, but also like a blessing in the face of Li He. Holding on to the idea of ravaging you if you have suffered a loss from your trainer, Anjun touched Lu Wei's head and quickly slipped away before Lu Wei's hair was fried. Huh, it's weird. Why is La Lu Lassie's hand stained with red marks? When Yao Yao heard Anjun's self-talk, Lu Wei, who was originally a little dissatisfied with Anjun, felt guilty. LLL not W not slip. Subsequently, Li He attended the award ceremony of the Chindu Youth Cup. Got 4 items. The first is a personal custom bank card. Silver, translucent border, a cute version of the 6 tails occupies half of the card surface. W, slip. This is the card that a macho should use. Li He sighed. Not surprisingly, there should be a 20W bonus on the card. With this money, Li He has the spare energy to purchase tree fruits and make energy cubes. Second, an honorary trophy has no added value other than being able to sell it, show it to girls, and occasionally pretend to be 13 to make parents happy for a long time. The third is a fire gem the size of a steamed bun. The whole body is crimson red, shaped like a diamond, with a warm feeling in the grip. The fire gem is one of the attribute gems. It is said that the fire gem contains the flame of the earth, which can enhance the power of the fire attribute elves. In the end, it's the main event. It's a genie tool. Open black lens bracket charcoal close black lens bracket. Search fantasy small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 92 Elf Item Charcoal. 2 supplement, please subscribe. Open black lens bracket elf props charcoal close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket output. 1. Special items that cannot be burned by the fire of the red lotus. 2. The special wood of the tongue forest is cut down by the craftsman's green onion duck, and then processed and manufactured. After the special effect carries this item, the power of the fire attribute moves of the elves will increase. Prop charcoal. It is about 1 meter long, the thickness of an adult thigh, and it looks like charcoal. This sprite item can be stored in a sprite ball. In official competitions, elves are also allowed to carry props to participate. Prop charcoal is the most valuable item in the Chindu Youth Cup champion reward. After showing the prop charcoal, the staff put the prop charcoal into the poke ball and handed it over to Li He. In fact, there should be another prize, which is the qualification to participate in the summer camp organized by Dr. Elf. Li He didn't know whether to mention it later or whether the matter was not settled. At the end of the award ceremony, as a representative, President N took Li He's hand, raised his head, and said, "Finally, let us once again give our glory to the champion of this Chindu Youth Cup, Li He," with warm applause. After the battle, he felt relaxed, and Li He waved his hand happily. Studying with Anjun, Lu Wei is in a beautiful mood, and sells a cute O equals W less than smiley face P slip. "Brother Li, I'm going to give birth to a monkey for you. 6 tails are too cute, can't do it, AWSL, N airy summation greater than degree W degree. Right pointing arrow. Go, retweet, and retweet to station B. This is the top card of our current trainer, and we have to show it to everyone." Different from the barrage in the official live broadcast room, the shouts and roars of the audience gathered together, just 3 words. "Champion, Sao He." Li He complained inwardly. How can it be called a show about a trainer? That's a tactic. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Lu Wei secretly ran to the railing, picked up the wad of money, and wrapped it in his tail. 6 tails. Backquote, he tilde. Oh, hollow down pointing triangle, oh, I have private money to slip. Yo-yo. After the award ceremony, Li He was not surprised. He was blocked in the middle by the press team again. "Champion Li He, how do you feel now?" Li He glanced at the chest of the female reporter who asked the question. "As you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. The air conditioner in the venue is too strong. Everyone must wear a coat, otherwise it is easy to catch a cold." Withdrawing his eyes, Li He smiled. Now that the new virus is raging, in case of being quarantined, 10,000 yuan will go out, and it will hurt both the body and the money. It's not good, right? Do you know why the market seems to be full of straight men? Part is really straight. E.g. My girlfriend is staying on my bed, let me see how her new clothes look. My newly bought macho games will be delivered right away. How can I find an excuse to let my girlfriend leave? Online waiting, very urgent. Another example. The British short-hair cat is rubbing against my girlfriend's chest. I can't suppress the jealousy in my body. What should I do? Damn, that's my cat master. In another part, when he saw the girl carrying a suitcase up the stairs, he chose to pass by. It's definitely not that I'm not a gentleman, or that I can't carry the heavy-duty carbine suitcase, but I can't make my girlfriends and friends jealous. Oh, I'm just too loyal. And Li He, neither. What Li He was thinking at the moment was, all played. Lousy's 5-star hotel buffet and Lousy's king crab are all waiting for me to spoil them. The few minutes I've been talking to you are enough for me to eat a plate of grilled foie gras and drink a mouthful of matsutake mushroom soup. The reason why Champion Li He can come to this day is because Li He has great ambitions and focuses on cultivating elves. If he sees a girl playing with Pikachu, Li He will definitely say, "Let go of that Pikachu and let me do it." Single quote. After silently writing this sentence, the male reporter quickly asked, "Champion Li He, how do you usually cultivate the 6 tails, can you share?" Rubbing his chin, Li He muttered, "Actually, Lu Wei takes care of me most of the time. In the morning, Lu Wei will make me breakfast. When I go out, Lu Wei will help me iron clothes with my tail, tie my shoelaces, and occasionally, go to the supermarket stall to help me buy things. Evening supper, now I get up every day, and Lu Wei also makes a nice mirror for me to look in the mirror." While listening and pondering, the male reporter finally came to a realization and said with a moving expression, "Follow the nurturing thoughts of the ancient trainer Master Lao Tzu. Tao is natural, integrate training into daily life." The reason why Lu Wei's fire attribute moves can be used superbly is that ironing clothes, cooking, and natural practice. Running errands every day, practicing the lightning flash and that weird teleportation-like dodging technique. The skilled tying operation is the result of tying shoelaces, and the ice mirror is also. Champion Li He is so selfless. He taught everyone his training methods without reservation. The male reporter admired and thought, Chuan Li's personality and mind make me a little unbearable. Players Lounge. Li Hegwan's training method starts from the Elf Dao De Jing, learning Lao Tzu's cultivation concept, integrating teaching into life, and Taoism as natural. The charm of Li He's personality made the author a little unbearable. 20 minutes later, after reading the press release issued by Even Daily, Together, Lin Xiang touched her arm and got goosebumps all over. "Are you giving this editor money? I can't take it anymore," Lin Xiang complained. "This is simply a 360 degrees kneeling praise." Li He thought, "You can't bear it anymore. I can't take it anymore." Flicking her ponytail, Wu Yingyao wondered. Why do I feel that this news is very realistic and useful?" Looking at the black and beautiful ponytail in front of him, Li He couldn't help but get started. Hug Lu Wei and tug at Lu Wei's claws. 6 tails, equals degree D degree equals yo-yo. After playing around for a while, Li He set off and walked back. Although I didn't feel it before, but when I relaxed, a thought came to Li He's mind. "Go back to the hotel and lie down." Lin Xiang and Wu Yingyao expressed their understanding and proposed to hold a celebration party for Li He later. It was difficult to refuse, and Li He could only accept it. When he went back, Li He rubbed Chen Yujia's BMW again, feeling happy. Looking at the passing BMW, Wang Zui, Ji Ziming, and Bai Yunfei were stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to say hello, he saw Li He getting on the BMW of that young lady from Deji. Go, gone. Brother Li just became the champion, so he got into other people's BMWs, beasts. Wang Zui envied. "Let's go, find an internet cafe to play games, and I'll teach you how to use a voice changer to pretend to be a young lady," Ji Ziming urged. "It's the same to make an appointment with Brother Li another day." Bai Yunfei was serious on the surface, but his heart was a little moved. In the afternoon, there were many people who sent a message to Li He on the phone. Li He didn't care about using social software at all. After chatting with his parents a few words, he quickly shut down. Immediately, the world was clean. "I understand how you feel now. After I played a piano song, Meow Meow under the moonlight, at the orientation party of Elf University, Spy Shinado, all kinds of, Miss, are you there, Miss, you, Shaking his head, Chen Yujia laughed and complained. "Afterwards, I didn't use social software for half a month." Looking at Chen Yujia's handsome face, Li He now made up the appearance of the other party's Shinado. "Isn't this nonsense? Shinado still plays the piano, and no one contacts you, that's the problem. I have a way, next time it's a comic exhibition, I'll be weird, you'll be Shinado, the two of us go all the way and make sure no one will contact you afterwards." Li He made a joke. Nestled on Li He's thigh, Lu Wei took a sweet slumber. OWQ. When he got off the bus at the station, Li He said goodbye to Chen Yujia, and made an appointment to contact him again when he had time. Returning to the hotel room, taking a nap, Lu Wei greeted energetically. "Why hollow down pointing triangle tilde slip? Carrot ling carrot go hiss." While studying Tianshuang fist in front of the laptop, DC responded. As soon as he got home, Li He couldn't wait to take out the most valuable things. Open black lens bracket prop charcoal close black lens bracket. Looking at the charcoal on the ground, the six-tailed little boy raised his head proudly. Slip. 6 tails, this is the one I won. Curiously circling around the charcoal, Gui Si subconsciously used a spiritual move towards the charcoal. The charcoal hummed and vibrated as the black-gray mist was infused into it. Boom. Inspired by spirituality, the charcoal suddenly floated into the air, and raging flames burst out from all over, like a big fireball. The flames rolled, revealing a face. Dish. Slip, Lu Wei exclaimed in surprise. Fast circle around the charcoal, Gui Si was very excited. This charcoal has a strong initial spirituality. Li He looked strange. Isn't this Prometheus made by the 4 emperors in one piece using the soul fruit? After pondering for a while, Li He clapped his hands and decided. Well, from now on this charcoal will be called Prometheus charcoal. Search fantasy small. saynet3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. There is a bit of a rhythm problem. I will delete the next 2 chapters and post them tomorrow morning. By the way, answer the questions of the 4 book friends great gods. Questions about Danshuan, children's shoes. Mistress, who? Heroine, can't you be downgraded to a female supporting role when you become a heroine? In the same way, if the female partner teases again, isn't she the female lead? Miss Sadako, isn't it fragrant? Question about Yu Wushwang, children's shoes, are the book lovers so handsome? Answer with conscience. No, you guys are so handsome that you break through the sky. Questions about Chi, children's shoes, chapter confusion. When chapters are messed up, the easiest way is to delete the book and add it again. Finally, about the Su, children's shoes. Knowing that Xanadu is not a trainer's elves, how can wild elves gain legal status in human society? It is known that Shinado is an employee of the Express Company, so will the protagonist be held accountable? This problem. I don't know how many people know the Meow Meow of Team Rocket. The elf Meow Meow is because of the study of human beings, so as to learn human language, movement, and even work odd jobs in various shops. From the perspective of the world of animation alone, although this point is not explicitly stated, it can be seen that it is accepted by the world. Similarly, in the worldview of games and animations, there is an elf occupation in Pokemon, which should be an elf caregiver. The social form and regional structure of this profession are different from the orthodox use of Pokeballs to conquer. People in the region are more inclined to treat Pokemon as friends and relatives, and reject Pokeballs and other items. Therefore, in the Blue Star Alliance, a trainer area that has developed for a long time and has experienced empire and transformation. It must have happened that a certain trainer couple didn't want to have a baby, but their elf did. Or a super intelligent humanoid elves. Such elves have their own ideals, work visions. P.S. It's not my fault. In the original worldview, the nurses of the elves and the auspicious egg elves around the doctor all graduated from the elves' nurse school. Once Musashi in the Rockets trio went to this kind of elf nursing school, and was Jiyu with one of the auspicious eggs. As for how such wild elves have a legal status in human society, I really can't answer this accurately, because there are still ways for a wild elf to want to work in human society. As I mentioned in the article, Justice Shinado, the gym owner, and the association president are subject to political and ideological censorship. For this point, I think it should be the most reliable audit by an elves who are independent, have telepathic superpowers, and are good at lie detection and emotion perception. And elves like Shinado are a better choice. Having said a lot, in fact, this issue should not be overcomplicated. In a nutshell, Rocket's Meow was treated as a special player in the Rockets before. Team Rocket's boss Sakagi has such a mind, and the Trainer Alliance can naturally use the power of the wild, simple-minded elves such as Shinado to serve as judges to solve the previous problems of some trainer elves. This is a difficult answer question, let's figure out the rest. Will the protagonist be held accountable in the end? The answer is very simple, the people do not raise officials. As for why not? One word. Handsome. Search fantasy small. saynet3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 93. Do you like it? Air conditioning ghosts. Afterwards, he recalled that he was entangled with Miss Jun and fought for 800 rounds. He had a sore back and sore feet. Baidu, more good free reading. It's not easy to be a trainer. You have to stand up and command, even the official Chindu Youth Cup, so you can't be flexible and give the whole massage chair or something. He complained while taking a shower. After drying her body, lying on the bed, Hime fell asleep. 6:30 in the evening. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the elf prop green onion, referred to as scallion not spicy chicken scallion, tries to make the prop charcoal, Prometheus charcoal, recognize its status. Green onions. Oh. Charcoal, dish. This dish of fried shallots tells us a truth, that is, fire beats shallots, after some twists and turns. Charcoal, filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle. Green onion, TT. After defeating the green onion, the charcoal lay down with the fire gem. It stretches out flaming tentacles around the fire gem, and the charcoal absorbs the energy of the fire gem. Seeing this scene, Leahy looked strange. Absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. It's really good. The spirituality of the charcoal and green onions became stronger, indicating that the strength of the ghosts was steadily increasing, and the power of the 100 ghosts reincarnation moves became stronger and stronger. Slip I_I. While soaking the mineral water with the grass gem, Luwei let out a distressed cry. As the energy penetrated into the mineral water, the grass gems that had been used for a long time were finally completely drained, showing a colorless and transparent feeling as a whole. Hurry up and take it out, don't soak it anymore, it will break if you soak it again. Having learned the experience and lessons of the explosion of the general attribute gems last time, Leahy hurriedly said. Although the dried grass gem has lost its value, it looks beautiful. Sister Xiaowu and the others don't want it, and Jun doesn't look down on it, and she can give it to Chen Yujia. When I met Shinado, wouldn't it be better to give it to that Shinado? Leahy secretly sighed. There are too many objects, and sometimes it is an annoyance. Go hiss. Looking greedily at the grass gem that Luwei took out, Gui Si sucked. Hold on, let's go to a 5-star hotel for a buffet in a while. Putting the transparent grass gem in his pocket, Leahy comforted. 6 tails. ***wa*****. Ghosts. Psi*****Psi. Chindu International Hotel. The elegant melody reverberated in the buffet hall. With a violin on his side, Shinado played a violin song, Under the Silver Moonlight. Accompanied by the melodious music, in the light, high-pitched and melancholy tune, through the skylight, the silver-white moonlight fell on Shinado. Baidu, more good free reading. In the open-air kitchen, the flying mantis used a superb knife technique to handle the sashimi of the dull animal tail, and cut it into slices as thin as cicada wings. Wearing black-framed sunglasses, the fire-breathing dragon controls the flames and cooks Kobe beef from the eastern region. The milk-flavored roasted foie gras, the nourishing and healthy matsutake soup, the 5-star hotel buffet dinner is worthy of its name. The life of the rich turns out to be so boring and uninteresting. Eating the sliced steak, Leahy was in a happy mood. There was no time to listen to Leahy's words at all. Gui Si opened his mouth wide and swallowed the plate in one gulp. Ghosts. ****. After spitting out the plate again, Gui Si continued to sweep the table. Drink the matsutake soup, wash away the greasy taste of foie gras in your mouth, and then swallow a large piece of Kobe steak. Tender steak bombards the taste buds with a mix of sauces. 6 tails. Hollow down pointing triangle, no. Dipped in some mustard, Leahy ate a piece of sashimi with a dull animal tail. It turns out that you can gain experience by eating special ingredients. Leahy said regretfully. I knew I should have tasted the roasted green onions made by guys last time. There seems to be a green onion at home. Wait, charcoal seems to be edible too. In my memory, the powder scraped from the prop charcoal can be used to make some kind of Chinese medicine, which can restore the physical strength of the elves. The disadvantage is that the taste is extremely bitter, making the elves want to cry. Green onions and charcoal, D is defined as D. After eating and drinking, Leahy leaned back on the chair with enjoyment. Looking at Shinado playing, Leahy thought to himself. If this is the case, I'll go up when I said 30 chapters last time, and I don't know how many chapters I can say. Unfortunately, if this is written by myself, Leahy's follow-up plot has been thought out. When I went up to Shinado in the tone of a domineering president _______. Start with. Wydong expression packed Shinado, if you want to get my attention by playing the violin, then I tell you, you succeeded. Single quote. Rubbing his chin, Leahy continued to make up his mind. How can my Shinado perform in public? It's still a broken violin, here it is. I'll give you 80 yuan to buy a better piano and play it. Single quote. When he stopped playing, Shinado stared at Leahy intently. Shinado didn't speak, but Leahy's mind echoed a spit from the northeastern gentleman. 80 yuan to buy a piano. Let me go to the piano shop to get the keys. Grandpa likes to drink milk. Oh no, is it Grandpa who likes to drink? Leahy was shocked. Why does this guy work everywhere, the working Emperor Shinado? While continuing to play, Shinado used his telepathic superpower to talk to Leahy. Man, if you're using a provocative move on me, then I'll tell you, you're playing with fire. Leahy. What the hell, how did you play it? I almost forgot, this is a Shinado taking a Seiyu class. The Seiyu are all showgirls plus monsters. After pondering for a moment, Leahy thought. You're a little moody today. Could it be? Let the child be born, I will stop pretending, I will showdown, and there are still dozens of tons of air in my house waiting for the child to inherit. I'm in charge of hatching eggs at home, and you're in charge of making money outside. Shinado. Leahy. No, hollow down pointing triangle tilde, that's it. Shinado. 1. Greater than less than. Almost out of tune, Shinado played the violin seriously. This human is not only a modified version of the sucking kiss, but he is also good at provocative moves. Shinado. Greater than mesh less than. Before leaving, Luwei stuffed 2 big fish steaks into his mouth, his cheeks bulging high on both sides, like a little squirrel frantically hiding food. OWO. Guisi didn't even know how much reserve food was put into his mouth, and he had a difficult expression that was about to spit out. Asterisk tilde. Rewarding Shinado with the transparent colored grass gem in his pocket, Leahy estimated that his favorability must have risen by 100 million points, right? Back home, Guisi began to take food out of his mouth. Steaks, sashimi with ice cubes, are dazzling, and there is a coffee table. Why are you hiding so much food? Today, the hotel's air conditioner and refrigerator will be overhauled, and they will all be broken tomorrow. Go dish. Slip. After taking a shower, Leahy brushed his blog for a while. The comment area is full of spit. The water attribute and the fire attribute have lost again and again. Professor, I don't believe in any attribute restraint anymore. The fire-breathing dragon on the opposite side is open, right? What's up? It's a water-storing fire-breathing dragon, W. The area next door can't be done. Look at me, Dawaxia, the 6 tails hit the fire and pulled Lulu C, and won. Isn't it awesome? Less than, B. Li Xiaohei. Is that Li Xiaohei a human? Who are you insulting by comparing a normal person to Li Xiaohei? Bah, next time my little Lalu drawing will definitely win. Upstairs, you have a hammer for milk now. The child is dead, you have come to milk. Lalula's is worthy of being a popular elf. For the battle between Leahy and Anjun, even after more than 18,000 seconds, there are still people who are indignant. Ignoring the news of the netizen Chadao, Leahy rubbed his chin. Water storage characteristics. Leahy murmured. It's not impossible to store a fire-breathing dragon. It's not impossible to find a superpower attribute elf and use superpower to secretly replace the fire-breathing dragon's characteristics with water storage characteristics. The charm of tactical warfare lies in the fact that only you can't think of it, but you can't do it. Water storage fire dragon, fire water arrow. It's not impossible for Mega, giant transformation, water storage, and fire-breathing dragon to use Z moves. After looking at the phone for a while, Leahy yawned and fell asleep slowly. Using the awakening power move, Luwei tried to freeze the food on the coffee table. Scratching his head with his tongue, Gus grabbed the ice stone fragments and desperately blew cold wind towards the coffee table. In the second half of the night, unable to hold it any longer, Lu Tai squeaked, lay on the carpet exhausted, and fell into a deep sleep. Z's. Go hiss. Slowly closing his eyes, Guici instinctively blew toward the coffee table while sleeping. Even Guici didn't notice, as the ice stone fragments in his mouth gradually disappeared. Guici blew out a cold wind with ice crystals and whistled towards the coffee table. In the middle of the night, after being woken up by the freeze, seeing this scene, Li He hesitated. This is a move. After studying Tianshuang Tongue Punch for several days, the progress was slow, but in order to prevent the food from spoiling, after blowing it for most of the night, I realized the frozen wind move. Are you a food hunter? The potential of co-authoring is used in eating and playing. This is so touching. This kind of spirit of cherishing food can simply make the dumb beast cry. With the six tails and the ghosts who can blow cold air, it seems that the air conditioning and heating companies will lose me forever. Air conditioning and heating company. Emily's, bankruptcy counts. Search fantasy small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 94. I restore urban legends in the elf world. The next day, early morning. Baidu, more good free reading. It's said that Bintang Huluer is sour tilde it's wrapped in sweetness in the acid tilde. The sound of selling candied haws outside the window did not wake Li He, but a few system messages made Li He wake up instantly. How do you blame Kei Shui for hitting a girl with a sedative gun? Li He complained. After washing up, Li He saw Yo-Yo, in front of the laptop screen, with charcoal rolled up with his tail. Six Tails is learning the magic sword with great interest. After a while, you can go to the training ground to collect the data of the Six Tails, and then enter it into Elf Virtual Battle. Li He felt that it was time to open a trumpet and use the popularity of Station B and the Chindu Youth Cup champion to make some money. It is said that the price of an advertisement for a meal at Station B is generally 1% of the number of fans. Is the advertising fee of 100,000 fans up owner's 1,000 yuan? Thinking about the number of fans of Baifeng Emperor, and the advertisers who sent private messages, Li He felt that he lost 100 million pocket money. Calm down, it's not easy to sell, Emperor Baifeng, it will lose his identity, but I, Li He, the champion of Chindu Youth Cup can be sold. Shop around to sell. Popping. He patted Li He's shoulder with his tongue, and DC laughed straightly. Go hiss. Ghosts, look at Ben Ghost's new subordinates. Crack. Holding a pair of large scissors, wearing a mask and wearing a black JK suit, the woman with a gaping mouth stood quietly beside DC. Why does it feel so real? Li He was shocked. Walking up to Li He, the woman with a gaping mouth stopped for a few seconds, as if to say something else. Immediately afterwards, the mask on her mouth was pulled off, and the woman with a gaping mouth showed a standard bloody mouth to Li He, and she seemed to say something else. Baidu, more good free reading. Li He. It's really hard for people. Ghosts can't speak human words, how can a phantom girl who is essentially just a phantom speak? With a sigh, Li He glanced at the cracked woman with pity. Old girl, the virus is raging outside recently. Your oral ulcers are too serious and you are more likely to be infected. Be sure to wear a mask. After finishing speaking, Li He kindly helped the cracked woman put on the mask. Yes, you are more real than Sadako, Gaia, and Zhengshang, but you have less BGM, and you can't speak. Feeling a little embarrassed, Li He touched the head of the cracked woman again. Backquote. After kissing the girl's beautiful big eyes again, Li He walked out of the door dashingly, leaving only one sentence. I'm going out for a while, you guys take good care of home. Concentrating on studying the divine sword / Six Tails responded absent-mindedly. As a unique knowledge of swordsmanship, the esoteric level of divine sword / is no less than Dugu 9 swords. The divine sword / and the Dugu 9 swords are compared to each other, and the Six Tails are simply intoxicated. After being silent for a long time, DC and Kazumi looked at each other. Hollow circle underscore. Rubbing his chin with his tongue, DC fell into contemplation. Backquote winking face, go hiss. What exactly went wrong? Is it because the woman with a gaping mouth is not scary enough, or because Leahy's nerves are too thick? The spirituality bred from the scissors of the hiatus girl is no worse than that of Sadako. Touching the left eye that was being kissed, the cracked woman squatted in the corner, not knowing what she was thinking. After reflecting for a moment, DC asked Luwei to search for urban legends about the woman with a gaping mouth. In this world, the urban legend of the woman with a gaping mouth began in the Eastern Ying district of the Blue Star Alliance, and now it has spread to the whole world. Like the vast majority of urban legends, the urban legend of the woman with a gaping mouth belongs to the kind that is widely spread but has no evidence. Even in the latest urban legend decryption program, a professor and guest firmly believed that the body of the woman with a gaping mouth was actually a kind of elf. Big Mouth Baby. After flipping through some classic movie clips of rip-off girls, DC thought about it. Thinking of what Lee Halen said before he left, DC realized. Circle.operator. That's it, it's less got BGM and lines. Look at the bells at midnight, The Grudge, the movie of the girl with a gaping mouth, when Sadako, Kei, and the girl with a gaping mouth appear, all of them are accompanied by BGM. Especially the crack girl, there are standard lines. Losing the BGM is like losing the soul. Here comes the question, BGM, how to do the lines. Thinking of this, Guisi saw Leahy's mobile phone. Go hiss. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the park next to the hotel. The night is quiet, the wind is bleak and the moon is full. Ouch. The Katy dogs in the nearby community practice treble as usual. Brother, let's go back. Go back. No matter whose ghost attribute elf hits my Nidolin, I have to find a place to go back. Otherwise, how will I be in the medical school in the future? The brother of Ji Ziyong, the little boy who was scared to cry, Ji Kaichin, the trainer of Nidolin, said domineeringly. Wait, I don't believe it anymore. The dog can eat gold and rubbish, and the ghost attribute elves can hold back and not be scary. The little boy was humble and helpless, so he could only hide by Ji Kaichin's legs. What do? The last time he was hit with a psychological shadow, Nidoran looked around cautiously. Call. A cold wind blew, white snow fell against the wind, and two ghost figures suddenly appeared on the lawn. Hearing the inexplicable sound of strange music, the little boy got goosebumps with fright. Brother, brother. He smashed it with a steel shovel, and Ji Kaichin said disdainfully. What are you afraid of? It's definitely a phantom. Seeing that the steel spear smashed through the two ghosts, the little boy suddenly found that he didn't seem to be so afraid anymore. Two ghost figures, Gaia and Zhengshang, looked at each other and walked slowly towards Ji Kaichin. At the same time, using her standard scary routine, Sadako slowly crawled towards Ji Kaichin from the lawn. During the process, a clear water mark was left on the blade of grass. Sadako. D. Seeing the water marks, Ji Kaichin's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it, Ji Kaichin guessed that this might be an ice-type move in disguise. Watching Sadako approaching, taking a deep breath, Ji Kaichin said domineeringly. No other tricks. At this time, the strange music nearby suddenly stopped, and Ji Kaichin, the child, and Nidolin heard an elegant, tactful, and magnetic female voice at the same time. Am I beautiful? The voice came from behind. With a sudden heartbreak, Ji Kaichin slowly turned around and widened his eyes. Cracked girl. Holding the scissors, the woman with a gaping mouth stood in front of Ji Kaichin, close to him. Oh, ye oh, knowing the legend of the gaping girl, the little boy said, ye. The whole body was tense, and Nidoran felt a huge terror from the gaping woman. With weak limbs and dilated pupils, Nidolin's spirit was severely damaged by the 100 Ghosts reincarnation move. The domineering move of 100 Ghosts reincarnation is evident when they see that they have to suffer continuous mental damage. Cthulhu unsightly Cthulhu king of 100 demons, Gui Si is developing. Taking a deep breath, Ji Kaichin is from a medical school, and she is very courageous. Less than carrot, greater than that's it. A mere phantom, what can you do? I not only hate you, I also dare to rob your scissors. Scissors. Reaching out to touch the scissors, Ji Kaichin felt the real thing. Silence. Suffocated. The body is stiff. Sand value is plummeting. Silently took off the mask, revealing a cruel female face. The cracked girl laughed, her mouth grinned to the base of her ear, and she issued a standard death question. So, am I still beautiful? Poked the scissors on Ji Kaichin's face, and slapped Ji Kaichin's face with the scissors, and asked gloomily. Dish, no, backquote, am I beautiful? Ji Kaichin, hollow circle underscore. Little boy, I met a real ghost, brother, you know how to kneel. Nidoran, the scissors stabbed you in the face, and you knew you were going to kneel. Afterwards, according to Auntie Wong, who walks the dog, she praised. Who said that college students don't go out the door, they order takeout all day long, and they gasp like a big buffalo when they go up the 6-story building. It's nonsense. Order takeout, isn't that the recent closure of the school due to the epidemic? The canteen food is unpalatable and people are not allowed to order takeout. What's wrong with physical fitness? Look at Xiaoji from the medical school, running late at night, like a wolf running, rolling and crawling, running out of the devil's pace. Even Nidolin can only eat behind Xiaoji. Exhaust. According to the uncle who never had a date with Aunt Wong, but just wanted to admire the moon. My dear mother, that person is actually faster than Nidolin. On the deserted lawn, a figure appeared and clicked on the recorder bought by Lihi with his tongue. A sentence came out. Less than, greater than that's it. Lihi, let me use a voice changer to dub. Isn't this a strong man's man? UFF09. Search fantasy small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 95. Has Xenomorph evolved? Training, magic sword / please subscribe. The next day, early in the morning. Stretching the frozen claws into Lihi's bed, Luwei woke up Lihi intimately. Slip, backquote. With a cold heart and a refreshing mind, Lihi shivered. I know, I'll get up right away. A little drowsy, Lihi reluctantly opened his blessed almond eyes. You dishy go sizzle. He took out the mineral water soaked in leaf stone fragments from the refrigerator, and DC twisted the bottle cap with his tongue and handed it to Lihi very actively. Ghost, carrot where carrot Sue, I can do it. After this period of running in, Luwei and DC became more and more tacit, and served Lihi quite well. Six-tailed a ghost, Ha Ren Pan. Gudong. Taking a sip of light green mineral water, Lihi sighed comfortably. Cool. The leaf stone fragments are similar in nature to the grass gemstones, and can also be soaked, so that people and elves can subtly absorb the beneficial ingredients in the leaf stone fragments and enhance their physique. Passing the mineral water to Luwei, Lihi praised DC. Yes, you are getting more and more capable now. Being complimented, Gus was happy like a ball, bouncing back and forth in the room. Slip, did not dislike Lihi. Luwei suffocated the remaining mineral water. The mineral water that contained the source of life infiltrated the whole body, and the 6 tails were refreshed, and they couldn't wait to go to the training ground to practice the sword. Last night, Lihi promised Luwei that he would take it to the training ground to practice divine sword / today. By the way, use the recorder at the training ground to scan the data of the 6 tails and upload it to the database of the virtual battle of the elves in real time. Therefore, when he woke up early, Luwei couldn't wait to wake up Lihi, full of expectations for practicing divine sword / People who don't know think Luwei wants to go to the amusement park, buy the latest game or something. Lihi looked strange. Who would have thought that Luwei was going to the training ground to practice swordsmanship? After thinking for a moment, Lihi sighed. It must be that my personality as a trainer is too charismatic. The subtle contagion and the nurturing method of integrating training into life are too powerful, causing the six tails to be extraordinarily motivated. Opened the closet, and the cold breath hit the face. Holding Zhengshang's little hand, the ghost's wife, Jia Yi, stared straight at Li He. Her long hair like water plants covered most of her face, and Sadako stared at Li He with a unique terrifying look. The scene is very harmonious. I'll bring my sister back in the future. Where can you stay cool? It's easy to cause misunderstandings. Li He habitually touched Sadako's body and felt empty. Through Sadako's body, Li He took out a white shirt. Goss. Under the order of Gui Si, the rip-off girl who was holding scissors, dressed in JK clothes and a mask, dressed like Miss Raifeng, reluctantly helped Li He get dressed. After 2 symbolic rejections, Li He readily accepted the kindness of the woman with a gaping mouth. As a human being, you can't always refuse others, that's not good. During the process, Li He fell into contemplation. It seems that after returning from eating snacks in the wild last night, the gaping girl seems to have been stimulated in some way. Not only is her spirituality stronger, but her body is also like a real person. Not only can pick up related scissors, but also touch objects. In terms of feeling, it is a little short of materialization. Could it be that? Is Gui Si quickly comprehending the stand-in move? The reincarnation of the forbidden art is coming soon. Glancing at Gui Si, Li He's eyes froze. Revive the spirituality of the green onion and let the green onion practice the 9 swords of Dugu. Revive the spirituality of charcoal again, let charcoal eat breakfast, and absorb the energy of fire gems. In addition, he used the 100 Ghosts reincarnation move to reincarnate 4 evil ghosts, and DC also used the Lingsao move and the 100 Ghosts reincarnation move to his current limit. Through the glass window, the early morning sunlight shone on Gui Si's body. Eating the breakfast he bought unconsciously, Gui Si's body was surrounded by a faint white fluorescent light. Widening his eyes, Li He murmured. Could it be that the ghosts are about to evolve? Go hiss. Looking at Li He suspiciously, Gui Si said. Why is the trainer staring at me? Could it be that Ben Gisi's posture when I eat is too eye-catching? Rubbing his chin with his tongue, Gisi became proud. The white light on his body gradually dissipated. Li He was depressed, and I didn't press the B button. After washing up, have breakfast. After saying hello, Li He took Lu Wei and prepared to go out. I'm going out with Lu Wei, take care of your home. Yo, don't forget to receive the courier. The Shiroi Koibito chocolates that the group of reporters bought are about to arrive. Go sizzling. As the door closed, Gus hung a do not disturb sign on the outside handle with his tongue. Go hiss. With a cheerful greeting, Gui Si gathered the 4 evil spirits around him. It's time for the Demon Spiritual Completion Project 2. It was watching a movie, and DC gave the 4 evil spirits spirituality through his own understanding. Now is the time to let these 4 evil ghosts watch their own movies, understand their own ghost designs, and complement their spirituality. In short, as a mature demon, it's time for you to learn to complete the settings for yourself. Looking at the 4 evil ghosts who were watching the horror movie seriously, DC was content. Ben DC, I am truly a genius. With a huge capital of 20, Li He has the confidence to go to the training ground and invite professional sparring. Although the professional sparring fees range from a few hundred yuan to tens of thousands of yuan per hour, the training ground will provide venues, security and medical services. Without running too far, Li He chose the Carp King training ground, near the hotel. Not knowing how long he could stay in Chengdu, Li He didn't sign up for membership, but directly spent 1,998 yuan for an ordinary venue. After listening to Li He's request, the manager of the training ground suddenly came forward and not only exempted Li He from the fee, but also upgraded him to a luxurious venue. Smiling and sending Li He to the venue, the manager praised the front desk and said, "Yes, you know how to ask me, the little girl is very clever." The fool only accepts the money from the champion of this Chindu Youth Cup. Thinking of the propaganda effect of Chindu champions have had special training at the Carp King training ground, the manager can't wait to give Leahy money and let Leahy come every day and live directly at the training ground. In order to provide better service for Leahy, the manager used his authority to arrange for Leahy an excellent trainer to spar with him. The trainer's name is Yao Jia. She is a heroic college girl. She goes to school at Chindu Elf University. She is a member of the school team of Chindu Elf University. She usually does odd jobs at the Carp King training ground. On the field, Yao Jia looked at Leahy up and down, championship of the Chindu Youth Cup. How do you want to train? Just like the students in 985 and 211 universities looking at the province's top student in the college entrance examination, Yao Jia regained her calm after being surprised for a few seconds. After thinking about it, Leahy suggested, let's learn from each other, just click on it. Seeing that the champion of Chindu is more modest than expected, Yao Jia has a good feeling in her heart. Raising her hand, Yao Jia beautifully threw the pokeball and released a flying mantis. Flying mantis, insect and flying dual attribute elves, looks like an enlarged version of a mantis, and its most notable feature is its two machete-like arms. I heard that your six tails are good at swordsmanship. My flying mantis is also a martial arts fanatic, especially fond of swordsmanship, and also taught himself a little bit of Dongying's sword drawing technique. Catching the falling pokeball, Yao Jia eagerly said, come on, just in time, let's learn from each other. Wrapping the charcoal with its tail, Six Tails ran to the field with great interest. Raising his paws, Six Tails said hello in a friendly way. Oh slip. Please advise. Looking at the blade arm of the flying mantis, Lu Wei was full of anticipation and excitement. Looking at the dark charcoal, the flying mantis has a subtle expression. Are you sure this six-tailed is good at swordsmanship, not sticks? Looking at the big six-tailed furry tail, and his blade arm shining with cold light, the expression of the flying mantis is more subtle. Do you have to wear gloves for the sake of each other's hair? At the beginning of the battle, Yao Jia waved his left arm and ordered, go on, click until you reach it. Dish. Hearing the order, the flying mantis raised its arms and charged towards Lu Wei Tengfei. Just when the flying mantis was about to sweep to 6 tails and 10 paces. Disappearing in place, the 6 tails suddenly appeared in front of the flying mantis like a teleportation. At the same time, a flash of light suddenly flashed from behind Lu Wei, a scorching blood-red fire, but an extremely terrifying knife light. As soon as the light of the knife lit up, the light of the knife was red in flames, curved like a blood moon, like a dark and windy night, as if a new moon was hanging out of thin air, like a flying rainbow turning, and in a glimpse, the light of the knife disappeared again. 6 tails also returned to the place. But the flying mantis 10 steps away has stopped in place, with a stiff expression and a stiff figure. Suddenly, a thin line of fire suddenly emerged from the eyebrows of the flying mantis, straight down, the bridge of the nose, the lower jaw, the chest, the waist and abdomen, and then divided into 2 halves. At a critical juncture, he blocked the 6-tailed knife with a stand-in move, and the figure of the flying mantis appeared in front of Yao Jia. Yao Jia. Who said that the 6 tails of the Qin capital champion are good at swordsmanship? Put your face out, look at me. Do not smoke you dishes. With one slash, if the flying mantis hadn't had a stand-in move, it would have been instantly killed. You call it swordsmanship? Thinking about Lihi's words again, Yao Jia's favorability for Lihi instantly added a negative sign. What to learn from each other on the line, point to the end, right? You call this a sparring? And tell. Is it because I didn't understand it well, or are you too scheming, and the tea art is too superb? Sure enough, playing tactics, the heart is too dirty. After being stunned for a long time, the flying mantis suddenly raised its head and looked at Lu Wei with a frenzied gaze, and then, with a thud, the flying mantis gave Lu Wei a big gift, threw its 5 bodies to the ground, and took the seat under the soil. Shout. Flying mantis. Hollow circle, the teacher is above, please accept the disciples. 6 Tails. Scratching his hair, Leahy looked hesitant. I'm here to train. Why did the opponent's elf kneel down? He also came to the Carp King training ground for training, and Su Xiao heard that Leahy actually came. After inquiring a few times, Su Xiao came to the door of the luxury training ground. Opening the door secretly, Su Xiao looked inside and was stunned. Closing the door again, Su Xiao calmed down. Maybe I'm not pulling the door in the right way. It's also possible that he was sucked in the essence by the single sword sheath a few days ago, and he was too weak to have visions. Opening the door again, Su Xiao felt fragrant. What the hell? Isn't it good training? What devilish move is Lu Wei training? Why did the flying mantis kneel down to Lu Wei? Where did Leahy go and where he was devastated? It was like a self-propelled destruction cannon in human form. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 96. Six-Tailed Sword Demon Mode. Oh, hollow circle containing filled circle. Hoi, hollow circle containing filled circle. Su, please subscribe. On the field, the fanatics of swordsmanship, the flying mantis, were completely dumped under the divine sword slash of the 6 tails. Posing a posture of throwing 5 bodies to the ground, the flying mantis wants to worship Lu Wei as a teacher. Leahy thought. What kind of apprenticeship? Isn't this trying to prostitute for nothing? After pondering for a while, Leahy smiled shyly and said, that, Coach Yao Jia, I'm just here to train, not. Interrupting Leahy's words, Yao Jia took a deep breath and said. You win. Leahy was stunned for a moment. What's the point of winning or not? It's serious, I'm really just here to train. Don't say it, you won. My flying mantis is like this, what else do you want? I have absolutely no other elves. At this time, Yao Jia realized that Leahy had used a strange 1,000-year-old ultimate move to kill someone who was defeated by one of his schoolgirls before. It is said that the junior was autistic for several days during the military training. When facing the confession of the handsome senior, she inexplicably said, Leahy's enemy in his life. This incident has become a stock of the elves of Chindu. For the first encounter on the battlefield, Leahy was mistaken for life in the first battle. Seeing that the flying mantis had already become a brain-damaged fan of 6-tailed, and completely lost the will to fight, Yao Jia glanced out of the corner of his eye and happened to see Su Xiao. Su Xiao, come and practice with Mr. Leahy for a while. During this time, in order to increase his strength and earn pocket money, Su Xiao also used his fame to work at the Carp King training ground. Yao Jia is the senior in charge of taking him. The seniors have orders, and Su Xiao can only accept them. After releasing the single scabbard, Su Xiao looked serious. If it weren't for Leahy's tyranny before, the single scabbard would have been able to go shopping with the 6 tails. This time, no matter what he said, he wouldn't let the single sword scabbard use his guard move. When the enemy meets, it is extraordinarily guilty. Looking at the 6 tails, the scabbard alone wanted to be fierce. But the psychological shadow of being tied up last time was too great, and the scabbard alone hesitated for a while, not daring to be too arrogant. Slip. Oh Sean Tilda. Eyes lit up, 6 tails looked at the single scabbard with joy. The last fight with the single scabbard made Lu Wei still fresh in his memory. With the resumption of training, Su Xiao didn't even try to test at all. Using the sword dance, the sword body and the scabbard are pressed together. Onslaught. Su Xiao is very self-aware of tricks. Even An Jun can't handle it, let alone provoke Li Xiaohei. As an honest person, you should still be positive. The sword danced in a circle, and the single scabbard strengthened its attack power with sword dance moves. Then, whizzing. With 2 smashing sounds, the sword body and scabbard of the single scabbard attacked the 6 tails in unison. Boom, boom. Seeing the timing, grasping the charcoal tightly, Lu Wei quickly swung 2 knives, and the sword body and scabbard of the single scabbard were shaken and flew more than 10 meters away. In Yao Jia's ghostly expression, there was a fire mark on the sword body and the scabbard of the single scabbard. A six-tailed sword made a knife mark on the body of the single scabbard. This unprecedented scene, let Yao Jia was a little confused. Even if she ate a few more years of food and watched a few more years of battle videos, she had never heard of this. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It's too fierce. Su Xiao gave a distressed look at the scabbard, and swallowed hard. This Li He, could it be that he didn't do his best in the final match? Don't fight, you win. Su Xiao shouted decisively. This sword technique is too ferocious. If the scabbard is cracked by the six tails, who will cry? After a long silence, Li Hekai said. I'm here to train. Why do you make me look like the one who came to the gym? However, is this divine sword cut so fierce? Knives out will make people kneel. But Li He thought about it again. The divine sword slash is known as Wishful Heavenly Demon, one-style divine sword. In the next morning, Lu Wei finally had a good time practicing on a large rock snake. Six tails, hollow down pointing triangle, no. Looking at the big rock snake who was covered in knife marks and had given up resistance, Li He calmly spit out 3 words to the big rock snake's trainer. Add money. Beating other people's big rock snakes like murals, Li He, such a kind person, is still a little bit sorry after all. Yao Jia vomits. Looking at the knife marks on the big rock snake, the trainer of the big rock snake was shocked. These 6 tails have not evolved yet. The charcoal was just a stick. If you wait for the 6 tails to evolve, and then carry a magic sword, wouldn't the big rock snake be cut and shrunk? Could this be 6 tails? The style of painting is a million points worse. Before leaving, Li He thanked him. I may come tomorrow. You may come, but I'm gone. The trainer of the big rock snake said helplessly. Look at my big rock snake. It was split into a big rock snake body art by your 6 tails. It's not easy to grow well. Having lost his sparring partner, Li He evacuated while comforting the addicted Lu Wei. On the way, in order to divert Lu Wei's attention, Li He casually said. Lu Wei, didn't you realize that your divine saber slash is a little bit less magical? It lacks the essence. There is also charcoal, which is stick-shaped after all, not strong enough, let it mature, and cut yourself into the shape of a sword. Hearing the instruction of the trainer, 6 tails was thoughtful. Back at the hotel, Li He took a nice bath as usual. Drying his hair, Li He walked out of the bathroom door and saw. The curtains were drawn, the house was dark, and the ghosts were like flashes, emitting purple dim light every few seconds. A song popped into Li He's mind in an instant. Twinkle twinkle little stars, how I wonder where you are. Feeling a little dizzy, Li He looked away and complained. DC has nothing to do, why use the strange light move? Fighting mosquitoes. The strange light move, as a ghost-type change move, has an effect on almost all elves, and can confuse the opponent. Why? Slip. Flicking her tail, Lu Wei nodded earnestly. Obviously, the 6 tails are asking DC for the strange light move. I haven't waited for Li He to respond. A strange purple light flashed in his eyes, and Lu Wei showed a, so it is, expression. Slip. Go hiss. Nodding, DC happily sticks out his big tongue and clapped his hands with Lu Wei. Person, dish smiley face. After watching it for a long time, Li He proved one thing. Oneself is a person. Still alive. It is destined to be unable to become a flash, and to learn the strange light move. After drinking the 86-year-old Kuola to suppress his shock, Li He fell into contemplation. I took a shower, and the 6 tails entered the door of the strange light move. Am I the one who hung up? Or is the 6 tails open? Looking at the quiet Li He, DC showed an expression of admiration. Even DC was surprised at the speed of Lu Wei's learning, but when he looked at the trainer, he had an expression of, that's it. What is the wind of the general, this is it. Studying the strange light move seriously, Six Tails tried to use the strange light move and the round eye, ghost eye move at the same time. That night, holding the charcoal with his tail, the Six Tails brewed a magic sword. The dark pupils not only became pale and strange, but also flickered with a strange purple light. The scorching flames burned from the tail to the edge of the charcoal, forming a blade-like shape. Afterwards, the purple light in the pupils of the Six Tails also covered the charcoal and the flame blade, interweaving into an ominous color. Sword Demon Six Tails. Oh Sue! Is it magical? Through the passive skill, Eyes of Cultivation, Leahy also saw a few lines of new information. Open black lens bracket Six Tails close black lens bracket. The new combination trick is the sword cut moves God/cheats plus item charcoal plus tail wagging move plus spark move plus flame sword cheats plus lightning flash move plus lightning flash changed move plus round eye, ghost eye move plus strange light move. Special effects magic burn, fright, confusion. After looking at it for a long time, Leahy couldn't help but take a photo. Uchiha plus Amaterasu plus Konoha White Fang template. It has an inner taste. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. I looked at the article one got in the morning, and I didn't get angry at all, so I moved it to tomorrow. Ling, asterisk. Chapter 97 Lingao move plus divine sword slashing move equals Yudao Jai Six Tails. Originally, in the afternoon, through the facilities of the Carp King training ground, Leahy had uploaded the data of the Six Tails to the virtual battle of the elves. Who knows? At night, under his excellent cultivation, Lu Wei actually realized the sword magic mode. Leahy, Oli's here. All night, as soon as the excitement came up, Lu Wei wrapped the charcoal with his tail and practiced the magic knife slashing move like a charm. Seeing the burning charcoal that formed the blade of flame, Leahy was shocked. Yo-yo, be careful, don't give me the room. Unhappy, extremely reluctantly put away the divine sword slashing move, Six Tails puffed up his cheeks unpleasantly. Slip. Six Tails, oh, I'm having fun. On the other side, with a big tongue, the Devil Overseer DC urged Green Onion to study the 9 swords of Dugu. While squeezing the green onions, DC instills poisonous chicken soup on the green onions. Go sig go nis sigma backquote dish sigma. Look at other people's Prometheus charcoal, they are not afraid of being roasted by fire. Look at you again, what advantages do you have besides being delicious? What reason do you have for not working hard? Spiritually growing green onions. Sue D, I'm onion, I'm a green onion waiting to be flopped by a green onion duck. Can I compare it to that fire stick? Pretending to drink DC's poisonous chicken soup, the green onion vomited out in his heart. Unpacking the courier that DC received, he took out a piece of Shiroi Koibito cream chocolate cookie, and Leahy handed it to Lu Wei's mouth. Slip W. Meng Meng sniffed with her nose, and Lu Wei took a light bite. The crispness of cat tongue cookies and the silky smoothness of chocolate make the fragrant melt in the taste buds. The interlaced texture between the lips and teeth, the wonderful collision, the pure love taste of Hokkaido in the Eastern District penetrates into the body and mind little by little. Oreo cookies. How much did white lovers give you? I'm out. A girlfriend. Having tasted the sweetness of Hokkaido, Donggying District, Lu Wei. Yo-yo. The unhappiness of not being able to practice turned into the satisfaction of a foodie in an instant. Six Tails bit the Shiroi Koibito chocolate and flicked their tails excitedly. The Six Tails danced like a dance, as if there was a strange magic, so that Leahy couldn't move his eyes, and he was in a trance for a few seconds. After waking up, Leahy murmured. What's the situation? The Six Tails' superpowers are about to awaken. Hypnosis moves. Looking at Lu Wei again, Leahy couldn't help rubbing Lu Wei's little head. Fluffy, warm, the best warm baby. Slip. Doubt raised his head and glanced at Leahy. Lu Wei lowered his head and continued to eat Shiroi Koibito chocolate chip cookies. With Six Tails, Leahy said happily. Isn't it delicious to raise a cute little demon fox? Six tails are really fragrant. Sigma degree. As the population increases, the city expands, and the area of wild forests decreases, it is inevitable that there will be more wild elves in the city. Individual rare elves are often captured immediately after being seen by trainers. As long as you have a legal household registration and can afford it, the Trainer Association is also happy to see it. But some common elves with amazing fecundity, such as Little Lotta and Lotta, will take the mountain as king in the city. In the middle of the night, the Radas who gather in groups often rush to the park, nibbling on flowers and trees, and even grind their teeth with rockery statues. During the breeding season, these Lotta will also gather in groups to fight. During this time, every night, the ghosts got enough food from this group of Lotta. In the dead of night, wait for Leahy to fall asleep. Using his tongue to lick the six tails, DC asked Zhengshang to make a shush gesture. The gaping girl and Sadako couldn't make a gesture, because Leahy let these two evil ghosts sleep with them. In Leahy's words, it is, someone sleeps with you, and you sleep with ghosts. Not only is your mind safe, but it is also cool. There are evil ghosts sleeping with you. Go see Pan, eldest sister, I know where I can practice moves. Yo oh, really slip. Dish. After a few chats, the two hit it off. Rolling up the charcoal, Six Tails quietly went out the door. Carrying green onions, DC followed. After a while, a dreadful leaves rattling sound suddenly sounded, and then stopped abruptly, making people ponder how many heart-pounding and bizarre stories happened in it. 2 hours later, at the door of the hotel room. Crack. Putting his tongue in through the door, DC twisted the doorknob with his tongue. Ghost attribute elf, with its own thief-level lock-picking skills. Goss smiled smugly at Luwei, and DC opened the door. Not daring to speak out, Luwei gave DC a compliment with his eyes. OD. Walking quietly into the house, Six Tails was refreshed. At this time, the incident happened. Looking at the Lotta rat group from the assault of the whole army to the destruction of the whole army, the couple chatting in the woods of the park glanced at each other, and at the same time saw the shock in each other's eyes. Using a green onion as a sword, a different colored ghost who can master swordsmanship. The sword is fierce, and the Six Tails are fierce like a demon. I'm Darling, two demons with swords and swords. As the Zhongyuan Ghost Festival is approaching, all kinds of monsters and ghosts really start to walk at night. He was once devoured by the Lotta ethnic group in his vegetable garden, and the park guard clapped his hands. After taking a sip of erguotu, the uncle also recited a limerick. As soon as he drank the wine and listened to Lin Yu, the magic knife slashed Rada. Good poetry, good poetry. Early in the morning, in a daze, Leahy was awakened by Wang Zui's phone call. Pharaoh, what's wrong? Didn't we make an appointment to go back and meet again? Halfway through, Leahy yawned heavily. Brother Lee, you're on the homepage of Station B. You've been prostituted for nothing. Wang Zui shouted irritably over the phone. Touching the phone, Leahy opened Station B. Weekly must-sees sorted into popular categories. A video caught Leahy's eyes. In the Bloody Blade, in the Rampant Rada, the Six Tails of Qin capital champion Li Xiaohei are good at swordsmanship. What you think is always what you think. Leahy was stunned. Open the video. A group of Rada is besieging a six-tailed. But it was the group of Lotta who fell. The Lottas are losing ground. Some Radas were so frightened that their brains went blank, and they stayed in place as if they had lost their souls. Some Radas have lost their minds, biting their comrades frantically. With the hot-blooded stepping on the BG, rolling a flame magic knife, the Six Tails killed 3 in and 3 out in the Lotta group. The light of the knife flashed, and a Lotta fell to the ground, and the light of the knife flashed again, and several little Lottas fled in panic. Under the moonlight, rat feathers fly, and fire blazes into the sky. As soon as the magic knife comes out, Rada will pounce. In the last scene, with flames entangled in his body, the largest head of Lotta was afraid, and chose to retreat. Who thought? Whoosh! As soon as the six-tailed tail was loosened, the flaming magic knife flew out of the sky, like a blood moon, and slashed the head of Radha with a knife. With a thud, the head of Radha didn't even have time to let out a scream, and fell to the ground on the spot, fainting. The head of Radha, who made up for the residual blood, flew back again, and the six tails took advantage of the situation to wrap their tails with their tails. The body was surrounded by dead corpses, holding up the flaming magic knife with its tail, and the six tails stared at a pair of dark pupils. Oh Sue! Slip, slip, slip. Who else? Excited, happy, and very happy. I have never seen such a fierce six-tailed as fierce as evil. When I hold a knife, no Radha is my opponent. What I hold is not a knife, but lonely as blood. God, what kind of move is this? Sword control. Watch it 100 million times again. Many barrages flashed by, and Li He murmured. The combination of Ling Sao move and divine sword slashing move. Lu Wei went out with Gisi last night. Looking at the playback volume again, Li He was stunned for a moment. 70W. 70W. I burst. Li He took a deep breath. 70W playback volume, not more than 1,000 yuan. This is just the beginning of the broadcast. No wonder Lao Wang said that I was prostituted for nothing. This is more than just being prostituted for nothing, it is simply being paid for by others. Holding the feeling of angina, Li He quickly washed and brushed his teeth. Can't delay any longer, just get money on Station B today. If it's not right, someone will help me. This money is not right, it is simply unreasonable. After washing up, Li He took Lu Wei, who was still a little confused, out to the Carp King training ground. Knowing that Li He wanted to measure the data of the six tails and upload it to the virtual battle of the elves, the manager of the training ground generously waived all the fees, and also wanted to invite Li He to a meal, implying that Li He would come often when he had nothing to do. The social interaction of adults is so straightforward, concise, and really fragrant. Li He was still a little embarrassed, and secretly decided that he would come back 100 million times at most. In the process of entering the data, Li He habitually swiped his blog. Weibo top search list. The doll master Nazi finally stopped playing with dolls and switched to hand-to-hand combat with legendary elves. Yesterday, in the popular tourist destination, Ain Duke, a travel friend photographed Nazi and the mysterious elf. After verification by the elf doctor, the mysterious elf is the symbol of the victory of the legendary elf Victini. After several interviews with reporters with excellent professionalism, we learned that Nazi asked for advice about the legendary elf Victini from Emperor Baifeng. The garlic toad can't be subdued, and the green caterpillar is not easy to find. The real hammer, the great Emperor Baifeng, the trainer who has crossed the line with the legendary elves. Baifeng Emperor Titu Fan 10086. Whoever wants to say that our emperor is a cloud trainer, please send me a private message with the coordinates of a legendary elf. Thank you. It's not that I like to eat soft rice, it's just that I have a bad appetite, so this is the beginning of the elf. When I glanced at the imperial villa that my wife had just given me, I burst into tears. Sand sculpture looming. My emperor doesn't make a move. As soon as he makes a move, he is the man behind the top of the hot search list. It is no wonder that Baifeng Emperor has not been online during this time. It turns out that he went to conquer the legendary elves all over the world. Baifeng Emperor is too floating, doesn't even Victini look down on it. Ding dong. Shining Beauty Xiaojur has sent you a voice message. Little Chrysanthemum. You tell Nazi. Victini is in Ain Duke. Li He's heart skipped a beat. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 98. The body of a legendary elf is fun. Bah, is it delicious. Little Chrysanthemum. You tell Nazi. Victini, is in Einduk. Hem tilde, 3 tones. K, 4 tones. Xiaojur withdrew a voice message, hem tilde. Xiaojue withdrew another voice message, "Hey." Seeing this information, Li He became depressed. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary, how could the boat of friendship be overturned? Q. The male trainer who gave you a handwritten song also gave you the coordinates of a legendary elf to a good-looking female trainer you've seen and known. In your opinion, this male trainer what kind of person? Answer. How many fish are there in the pond? Which meat to eat fresh? Neptune. Old scumbag, right? Q. Is Xiaojuer's emotional intelligence high? Answer. It must be higher than Luwei, and it is more than 100 million points higher than the small mental retardation. Q. Do you know why rabbits don't eat nest grass? A. Because the rabbits are afraid that the grass beside the nest will know each other. The frequency of overturning is just like a dump truck, which can make you doubt your life. So Li Henning could let Nazi find out that she gave Xiaojuer a poem, and she didn't want Xiaojuer to find out that she gave Nazi the coordinates of a legendary elf. This kind of rollover is not the kind of rollover that provokes Sister Wu in front of President Wu, but an aircraft carrier level rollover like, how did Brother Cheng's head fall? It can turn your fish pond into a mass grave. Cough. Li He adjusted his voice. After a lot of experience, he had to be able to use Foley. At the same time, Li He kept hinting in his heart. Xiaojuer and I are just ordinary girlfriends, so it is reasonable to flirt with other girls. Besides, I didn't want to tease Nazi either. This is the truth, that is, Li He has a little guilty conscience in his heart. When ready, Li He sent a voice message over and asked. What are your last two voices? The broken chat system of Elf Virtual Battle actually comes with a read and unread function. It's a scumbag. Bah, this is the most annoying point for Li He. After 1.0086 seconds of rhetorical questioning and changing the subject, Li He said in a helpless and complaining tone. It's not Luwei. The last time Luwei was curious to play with my mobile phone, and accidentally blocked Nazi. It's too small, and I don't know what I did. 6 tails. Oh, Omega, oh. Li He paused and thought for a while. Perfect, even if it is put into the future, there is no flaw. I also found out later that there was an urgent matter at that time. Li He said embarrassedly. It's the first time for me to block someone. I'm very embarrassed. I just thought of finding a Bictony in Eindhoek before, so I told Nazi to apologize. After listening to Xiaojuer, she thought for a while. 2. When Nazi was blocked, the situation was worse. Even a Heavenly King level trainer had to be mentally prepared before doing this kind of thing. Why can Nazi be the master of the gym? It's not that the Quantung League believes that it is better to put Nazi on the bright side than to let Nazi be wild. What if Nazi goes wild and joins the Underworld Force rocket? Who is responsible for laning in the field? Although it is still too generous to use the coordinates of the legendary elves as an apology, but it does not seem to be a big problem. Question. Xiaojuer, who was originally stern, slowly revealed a smile. Listening again, after removing the noise, Xiaojuer discovered something was wrong and suddenly asked. Why is your voice shaking? After more than a second of silence, Li Hekai said in an embarrassed tone. It's our first time speaking, and I'm a little nervous. Xiaojuer couldn't help but smile. I'm also a little nervous. This sentence is not a lie. Although Xiaojuer is used to being a model, she still gets nervous during special times. After chatting a few more words, Li He suddenly changed the subject and said. Last time, I found a lightning bird in an abandoned power plant, and which dormant volcanic island came, I found a flaming bird that was recuperating. I've recently been looking for the traces of the Vulcan moth, known as the Child of the Sun, by the ancients, and I have collected a lot of ancient documents. I speculate that a Vulcan moth may be sleeping in an underground ruin. After listening to Li He's voice, the last trace of doubt in Xiaojuer's heart dissipated. Baifeng the Great turned out to be a professional legendary elf tracker. It fits the pursuit of a top trainer. There are many top-level trainers who are unwilling to accept assignments and appointments from the Alliance, and even the Four Heavenly Kings Association are unwilling to join. They are only addicted to 3 points: ancient documents, and ancient legends, as well as the legendary elves. Sharona's greatest hobby is studying ancient texts. In the same way, no one knows the true strength, top trainers, and so-called pyramid pharaohs. The Age of Gods likes to collect ancient documents, explore ancient ruins, and conquer legendary elves. For such people, the coordinates of an unpalatable legendary elf can really be given as a gift. After that, Leahy described the process of how he discovered Victini in detail. Ainduk was originally the capital of the ancient kingdom of the land of the earth. And Victini was once the elf of the last king. Since the kingdom of the earth perished in a melee between the two princes and the legendary dragon spirit, the king's spirit Victini has also disappeared. Therefore, Leahy boldly guessed that Victini might not be able to give up his feelings for the last king, so every time he passed, he would stay in Ainduk for a long time. The above is naturally Leahy's nonsense. Even if there is a problem in the future, Leahy can say, "Well, I think it may be an unofficial history." After chatting with Leahy, Xiaojue accidentally said this during the group chat. Holding her chin in doubt, Hyerna wondered. How do I remember? Because of the war of the country's subjugation, the national capital Ainduk became a dead place under the destructive power of the legendary elves. So, the last king had no choice but to choose to seal the legendary elf Victini and use Victini's power to revive the land. Could it be that the document I found is an unofficial history? As a result, Leahy was in the background of Station B, and inexplicably followed the mission hall owner Kato to explain it again. After entering the data, Luwei excitedly called Leahy. Yo-yo tilde. Let's go tilde. Wait a minute, my legs are weak. No, I've been waiting for you for a long time, and my legs are numb. Leahy said calmly. Who would have thought that the life of the dignified Qin capital champion would be so unpretentious and low-key? After a few minutes of rest, Leahy walked out of the gate of the Carp King training ground and headed to Chindu Central Hospital. Some time ago, the virus found in the Carp King actually infected other elves and humans. Although there are no obvious serious symptoms, the Alliance's Tough Team has developed a vaccine for the first time, and calls on the general public to get vaccinated in the near future. Upon receiving the notice, Leahy made an appointment for vaccinations for himself and Luwei immediately. As for why there are no ghosts. Because ghosts have no cells. Entering the hospital, I came to the prevention department, and it was a baby-faced young nurse who gave Leahy and Luwei acupuncture. Holding the needle, the nurse comforted, Qianqin, don't be nervous, it's just a needle. Leahy wondered, Nurse, did you take the wrong case? My name is not Qianqin. I know, my name is Qianqin. Leahy. Fortunately, it's just a needle. If you have an operation, you will have to go through such a period. Your scalp will be numb and your mind will explode. 6 tails. Not D not. After being vaccinated and coming out of the hospital, Leahy went to Chindu branch of Miao Miao International Bank without stopping. According to Xiaojue, the 3 robbers from some time ago finally confessed. Those evolutionary stone fragments are just incidental products. The target of their robbery, or the target that the Hunter J group wants, is something else. These 3 robbers are also IQ online, in order to prevent the Hunter J group from crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. They directly stored things Miao Miao International Bank. I didn't bring it with me at all. When he arrived at the Chindu branch of Miao Miao International Bank, Leahy took out a password box using the password on his account. Go back to the hotel room and open it. Inside is an ordinary red and white Pokeball. Before Leahy opened it, a few lines of red letters appeared in front of Leahy's eyes. Open black lens bracket ding. Get the legendary item, the God Stone miniature. Close black lens bracket. Sacred Stone. The Sacred Stone is the product of the split of the existence, Shenlong, in ancient legends in the Hejong area. In legend, the totem and patron saint of the ancient strongest kingdom in the Hujong area was a dragon. During the collapse of the kingdom, the body of the dragon changed. Close black lens bracket. Part of the power and authority escaped and turned into the legendary dragon spirit, the real dragon, Reshiram. The other part of the power and authority is transformed into the legendary dragon spirit, ideal dragon, Zekrom. During the process of cracking the dragon's body, it transformed into the legendary dragon elf, Huram. During the mutation process, a part of Shenlong's body turned into many divine stones, scattered all over the world. As a part of the body of the dragon of the Tao, the Shenlong, the divine stone has the functions of balancing yin and yang, integrating water and fire, adjusting the genetic structure, stabilizing the genes, enhancing the potential of the elves, and accelerating the growth of the elves. Lihi is looking at the system information. The little paw slapped the Pokeball, and the six tails looked curiously at the pro-like, silver-white divine stone. A strange desire hits his heart, and Luwei, a snack foodie, has never rejected this desire. This has absolutely nothing to do with the drooling, eyeing ghosts. Ah Wu, Luwei swallowed the divine stone. Licking the corners of his mouth with his tongue, Luwei. Is this jelly bean expired? Why doesn't it taste so good? Always shocking others, Lihi also tasted the taste of ignorance this time. That's a small part of the body of Daojilong Shenlong. How could you eat Shenlong? The next chapter will be later, around 4000. As the title. After the morning, the change is completed. Chapter 99. My six tails can't be so fierce. 5000 words, make up for yesterday's. Looking at Luwei with an innocent face, Lihi was stunned for a few seconds. Do you dare to swallow the fossils formed by the legendary elves? Are you the mouth of the abyss? Recently, the six tails of the ice stone fragments have become accustomed to eating. When they saw the god stone, six tails thought it was some kind of tonic, so they swallowed it without any psychological burden. There's no way. Who made the ghosts too edible? Six tails ate a few of the Ferrero chocolates in the refrigerator, and the rest of the box was swallowed by the ghosts. Six tails. After eating a box of Ferrero chocolates, ghosts didn't even spit out the box or wrapping paper. Six tails. Are you starving to death? Ghost. Living with DC, if you don't rush for food, the six tails will be hungry 9 times in 3 days. DC, you watch the house. Leaving the next sentence, Lihi hugged Luwei and rushed downstairs. Stopping a car on the road, Lihi went straight to Chindu Central Hospital. After checking the body, Luwei's body was fine, but Lihi had a problem instead. Lihi. Wearing a mask and tied a ponytail, the female doctor on duty said solemnly. Have you eaten too much seafood recently? The acid-base balance in your body is out of balance. I'll give you some medicine. You can take it back and eat it. Pay attention, eat some light white rice porridge or something these days. Don't take seafood as a daily basis. Eat. You are the life of the lady's body made, the rich and noble disease you eat. Slip Y hollow down pointing triangle . Glancing at Lihi, Luwei snickered to himself. Sent me to the hospital, and ended up putting yourself in. Lihi, you are teaching me to do things. Do you know what you're eating? I almost thought you were going to explode on the spot, or be taken away. After flicking Luwei's forehead, Lihi said angrily. In my memory, the protagonist Pikachu and several underworld forces were unable to control the legendary elves, and in turn were almost influenced and controlled by the legendary elves. Doctor, is Luwei really okay? Lihi asked reluctantly. Do you have to let me say something to make you feel at ease? The female doctor rolled her eyes at Lihi. Don't worry, it's healthier than both of us. We've turned into ashes, and it can still wag its tail happily. In the end, while stroking the six tails, the female doctor wrote a prescription in ghost-like characters. Lihi glanced at it. There was nothing wrong, he couldn't understand a word. After seeing Lihi's illness, the female doctor was about to start the takeout of the seaweed-wrapped rice. This made Lihi deeply admire the medical staff in Huasha district. On the way, Lihi found Xiaojue is still online. I took the thing, it's a divine stone. After sending the voice message, Li Hejung was thinking about how to explain that the divine stone was eaten by Lu Wei. Ding dong. God's stone. That's the case, you keep it. After thinking for a moment, Xiaojue smiled. It is said that the head of Hunter J Group, Hunter J, is cultivating a dragon spirit. Dragon-type elves are powerful, but have a long cultivation cycle. The divine stone can accelerate the growth of the dragon spirit without any side effects. No wonder Hunter J dispatched an invisible spaceship for this purpose. It turned out to be for a god stone. Xiaojue was relieved. Not only the dragon elves, but also the superpowers of the six-tailed elves will take a long time to gradually awaken. According to legend, every 100 years, the nine tails can tap the potential power in one tail. The god stone can also speed up the growth of the six tails. Of course, the most important thing is that the divine stone is part of Dragon of the Way, Shenlong. As an item closely related to the legendary dragon elves, the United Alliance often entrusts such items to powerful trainers for protection to prevent them from being used by those who are interested. Putting a divine stone in the hands of the Great Baifeng would be safer. Back home, Lihi opened the W letter and contacted Chen Yujia. Sister Yujia, how do you do live broadcasts and ups at Station B? The name of Emperor Baifeng can't be copied, and it can't be used for money. Lihi is very disgusted. Chen Yujia is an up master at Station B. Although he is not the kind of big up master with millions of fans, he must be clear about how to make money. After receiving the contact from Lihi, Chen Yujia wondered. You want to be the up master at Station B and do live broadcasts? Why? I want some money, Li Heshi said sincerely. B station up owners don't make enough money if they don't receive advertisements. It's better to move bricks by just relying on video playback, Chen Yujia explained. Although he didn't understand why Lihi, the exquisite poor, who fed the evolution stone fragments to Lu Wei, had to go to Station B for money, Chen Yujia patiently guided him for nearly half an hour. At the end, Chen Yujia recommended, you can go and watch the live video of the Up Master. I'm really not a Sea King. He is the champion of this Jindu Youth Cup. Just like you, he is a rookie king in a province. But he has been the master of ups for a long time, and now he probably has 1 million fans. Hanging up the video chat, Lihi opened the B station. Change the account first and log into the account named Chin Capital Champion Lihi 007. The suffix 007 is added because everything else has already been registered. Searching for, I'm really not a Sea King. There happened to be a live broadcast, and Lihi clicked in. The champion of Jindu Youth Cup and the owner of the $1 million Big Up Guo Yan is streaming the battle while reading the barrage. Is the blogger a scumbag Sea King beast? I'll explain to you again that even if I'm a Sea King, I only keep one fish in my sea. I'm just big and strong. You are welcome to contact me, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay to be a big boss in women's clothing. After 20 years, let your daughter wait for me. As an up master, you don't have to be handsome, but you must talk a lot, and Guo Yan knows it well. I have never seen such a brazen person. I heard that Li Sao He-feng's comments are not bad. Not only did he harm the innocent Xiaobanhua, but he also dared to play the ponytail of other people in public. It is said that on the day of the victory, he sat in a certain young lady's BMW. Sao He's actual combat was too showy. Several times, Sao He turned his opponent's face into a forgiving look. Not paying attention to the bullet screen news, Lihi focused on Guo Yan's elves. It's a thorn shell. Thorn shell, water and ice dual attribute elf. It looks like a double shell creature, with a dark purple body, and the most notable feature is the spikes on the shell. Close black lens bracket. Guo Yan also uploaded the data of his elf thorn shells to Elves Virtual Battle, to conduct live battles. In the first game, the opponent's elf is a big-billed sparrow. This kind of elf is the evolution of the fierce sparrow, looks like a vulture, and has a ferocious temperament. The battle began, and the sparrows hovered in the sky, looking for an opportunity. Elves like this kind of flying generally like to fly kites. Guo Yan explained. Today, let's let the other party see the highest level of kite flying. I stand still and fly the kite. Stinging shellfish, use it to shrink into the shell, and then use it to break the shell. After giving the order, Guo Yan quickly explained. The shell of the thorn shell itself is amazing in defense, and the retraction into the shell can improve the thorn shell's defense. Using the shell breaking move again, the thorn shell can greatly increase the attack power, attack speed, attack frequency, etc. by reducing the defense power. How much this improvement is, you can see later. In this way, by combining the retraction in the shell move and the shell breaking move, the stingray shell can increase its attack power, attack frequency, and attack speed with almost no loss. This is equivalent to prostituting sword dance moves for nothing. The next thing is to witness the moment of trace. Thorn shell, use an ice pick. Guo Yan is also an old up master, habitually arousing the emotions of fans. Ice pick. The effect of this move is to launch sharp icicles at the opponent to attack, ranging from 2 to 5 times. Everyone, don't think that the ice pick move is less powerful. The characteristic of my thorn shell is the continuous attack feature. As long as the ice pick move is used, it must be 5 full attacks. Is there any characteristic of the European emperor? Come on, how many blows do you think Big Mouth can withstand? Please type the numbers on the public screen. Boom. Closing the shells, the stingrays protect themselves while firing bursts of ice picks at the opponent. There were 5 ice picks, and the sparrow avoided only 2. Of the 3 remaining ice picks, 1 hit the sparrow's wings, and 2 hit the sparrow's belly. The strength of this big-billed sparrow is good, and it can actually resist Guo Haiwang's first round of attacks. Look, the sparrows are attacking. Overturned, overturned. Suddenly flapping its wings, the big-billed sparrow slammed into the stinging shellfish. With a thud, the thorn shell seemed to be unscathed and motionless, but the sparrow was shaken and flew out, dazed. This big-billed sparrow is very tenacious. It can actually knock out a trace of blood from my thorn shell. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Guo Yan wiped off the cold sweat that didn't exist, and said with a smile. Stinging shellfish, ring with water. Continue to use the ice pick move. After giving the order, while observing the battle situation, Guo Yan explained again. Some new fans may not know the function of the water ring move. This move can make the stingray shell create a layer of water around the body, thereby restoring the stinger shell's stamina. Whoa! A layer of water curtain was raised, and in the water curtain, the thorn shell showed a humane mocking smile. Ha 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 ha, there is an inner taste. At the Jindu Youth Cup, the thorn shell is like this expression. 666, now the game, Elf Virtual Battle, is getting more and more awesome. Even the expressions are so expressive. Dirty, too dirty, the big mouth finally knocked out a trace of your blood, and you made it up in front of others. Stinging shellfish can play meat and milk, so the opponent's mentality has exploded. As the barrage refreshed, I could hear Guo Yan's opponent scolding in a very speechless tone. Nima, how can you fight this motherfucker? Why is it so difficult to rise to a rank? Ha ha ha, Guo Haiwang, you can just admit defeat. It's not easy for other people's children to rise to the rank. Mom, this up master is bullying people again. Guo Guo, Grandpa loves you and gives you a coin. Cough. What is bullying? Guo Yan said casually while continuing to order. I'm here to help him get rid of his internet addiction. The school has started. Let him concentrate on his studies and have a good class. In this world, there are not many good uplords like me. Guo Yan's voice fell. On the virtual screen, using the ice pick move in a row, the thorn shell spit out the sparrow. The barrage surged in an instant. Guo Haiwang's face is really the emperor's mother, right? The queen mother. Remember last time, Guo Haiwang let the boy on the opposite side chime a few times and let him go. As a result, just after he finished chirping, Guo Haiwang put the other party in 6. Guo Haiwang's words are like a goat and a Mianyang fart. Aggressive and foreign. If you don't talk about it, just go for Guo Haiwang's shameless enthusiasm. I'm going to pay for your live broadcast. Turning off the game, Guo Yan said as usual. I will edit the live broadcast of this issue into a video. At that time, I will ask everyone to go 3 times in a row. If this video has 50,000 likes, I will. Women's clothing. 10,000 people write books and ask Guo Haiwang's JK women's clothing. It will be even more perfect if they dance in the pure land of bliss. If you want to see Guo Haiwang and Li Xiaohei face off, play one with me. To be honest, Li Xiaohei's showy manipulations and cooperation with the elves are offensive, but if you have hard power, it's almost meaningless. It's almost meaningless. Let's not talk about it. I will pay you the medical expenses and travel expenses. You go to Chengdu to find Li Sao Hezhong. Bring some lubricating oil, so that when you are tied, you can still ask Lu Wei for you. Sprinkle some oil and suffer less. Seeing the popularity of fans suddenly rise, Guo Yan's eyes lit up. Okay, if this video gets 50,000 likes, I will try to contact Li Xiaohei. Forget about the real PK. I'm really afraid that this Qin capital champion will tie me up. Man, you have to be careful when you go out. Now that the network is so developed, isn't virtual battle good? The barrage surged, densely packed, covering the entire public screen. Commercial blows. Guo Guo, why don't you change your glasses? You are thousands of degrees of myopia. Just like Li Xiaohei's face value, you can look at a rough man like you. You wash off and lie on the bed. Everyone hates you for taking up space. Guo Haiwang is really shameless. It is estimated that he is afraid that he will not be able to show the commanding level of the other party. Turn off straight broadcast. Li He is in a bad mood. Another cheating on me. Is my body so fragrant? After opening the background, Li He contacted the official of Station B. In less than a few minutes, the official phone number of Station B called. Hello, can you hear me? Opposite the phone is the voice of a young lady, soft and glutinous, which makes people imagine what kind of guy. Yes, Li He said briefly. Do you want to do a live broadcast at Station B? That's it, we can help you arrange it here. Do you need it? Excited, the manager of the operation department of Station B suggested. Free. It's free. Regarding the revenue of the live broadcast room, what do you think about Sanchi? No, how about 28? After talking with the manager of the operation department of Station B for more than 10 minutes, the two set the first live broadcast at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The process was extremely fast, and the service from the operations manager was very attentive. Li He only needed to worry about the live broadcast, and he didn't need to worry about the rest. Is it so easy to be an up master in a live broadcast at Station B? Li He said casually after reporting the progress to Chen Yujia. Thinking that it took him half a month to open the B station incentive plan and became a UO owner who can make money, Chen Yujia fell into silence. Then open Li He's B station homepage, and find that the other party's account has jumped from the 0-level trumpet to the top level 6 through the dark box operation. Not only that, but the suffix is the champion of the Chengdu Youth Cup this year, the new star of Station B and the Dark Horse level up master. There is also a live broadcast announcement at 8 o'clock tomorrow night below. Every few seconds of refresh, the number of fans displayed in the background will increase by a wave, and in a blink of an eye, it has already exceeded 100,000. Although he knew that Li He belonged to his own traffic and would definitely be taken care of by VVV-VIP, but seeing this scene with his own eyes, Chen Yujia still wanted to hit someone. Mother, I worked hard for half a year, stayed up late to edit videos, and only had 6-figure fans. As a result, it only took them half an hour. Shivering cold. After a moment of silence, Chen Yujia said angrily. Do you know what superpower I want to awaken the most? I like you very much. No, it's because I want to raise a 40-meter knife and hack to death you authority dogs. Sister Yugia, do you know what you look like when you say this? Like your girlfriend. No, like my twin daughter's mother. Twins. It depends on whether you can do it or not. After testing, Leahy found that Chen Yujia's rank is not low. This young lady is not good at flirting. Bah. I'm a pure-hearted trainer. If I slap someone else next time, I'll slam my head into Shinedo's chest and kill myself. Carp King Training Ground, luxurious venue. In the afternoon, after practice, Lu Wei's divine sword slashing move improved to a higher level. Leahy. Ghost. W. D. W. Maybe it's because the God Stone can regulate yin and yang, balance water and fire, or it may be that the Six Tails have gained enough experience points from the field. Six Tails combined the Awakening Power Ice move into the Divine Sword Slash move. The prop's charcoal constitutes the handle of the Magic Sword, the Awakening Power Ice moves shape the blade of the Magic Sword, and the Spark move and the Flaming Sword technique form the Flaming Blade. Coupled with the six-tailed eye-catching round pupil, Ghost Pupil move. And the strange light move that emits purple light as a whole and makes people confused. Six Tails Magic Sword is completely formed. What's more, Lu Wei was inspired by learning the physics video of Mr. Hoodie takes you into thermal expansion and contraction, superheated water vapor and water vapor explosion. Through the rapid heating of charcoal and spark moves, the ice-shaped blade can quickly evaporate, and its volume expands violently, causing a small-scale water vapor explosion. During the explosion, a very strong explosion damage will be generated, and then superheated steam, boiling hot water, and flames will spread in all directions, causing secondary area damage. Leahy wanted to complain. Could it be that this is the unique secret technique of the second generation of water shadows in Naruto, steaming and exploding power? Or is it the exclusive move, Steam Explosion, of the legendary elf Kolkinyan? It exploded in one go. Not only to hack the other party to death, but also to blow up the other party's corpse. Ghost. Backquote. Why I haven't made a breakthrough recently, is it because I didn't study physics seriously enough? On the field, the Six Tails were excitedly practicing the explosive style of the Divine Sword Slash. With a flick of the blade, with a bang, a cloud of water vapor exploded like a purple cloud. Asterisk backquote, asterisk, yo-yo. Listening to the cry of the Six Tails, Leahy automatically added a sentence. Dare to mess with me. Believe it or not, I not only hacked you to death, but also steamed your duck. Leahy. My Six Tails can't be this fierce. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Chapter 100 Divine Sword Slashing Profound Truth, Steaming Dangerous and Exploding Power. 3-in-1, 6,000 chapters. Tuesday, September 1st. M. On the 14th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, ghosts come to the door. Zhangyuan Yuyingqin, the full moon leads the soul back. Dark clouds weighed down the city, and the wind and rain were about to come. This weather really created some atmosphere for tomorrow's Zhangyuan Ghost Festival. With Lu Wei and Gisi, Leahy spent a morning prostitution at the Carp King Training Ground. It was obvious that he was prostituted for nothing, but the manager of the Carp King Training Ground laughed so much that the lines on the corners of his eyes came out. This made Leahy think of a sentence. Even if it is white prostitution, but the most cool is not necessarily you. Very meaningful. In the afternoon, it was pouring rain. In the evening, lying at the window, listening to the frequent sound of raindrops, Lu Wei looked out the window, which was rarely quiet. Slip. The Six Tails are finally a little fox-like. Leahy's eyes filled with tears. In Leahy's mind, the fox spirit should have such an elegant and stylish connotation, it is best to wear a cheongsam to cross it out. It is elegant and stylish in connotation, high-cold, charming, and royal. As a result, so far, the Six Tails are no slip. Backquote slip. Hee hee. W yo yo. W, slip. This is still the case recently. Leahy has always felt that there are hundreds of millions of problems in his cultivation method. Looking at the six tails who suddenly became elegant and calm, Leahy didn't make a sound to disturb him, for fear of breaking his power in a second. He took out his mobile phone and quietly took a photo. Leahy sent it to the circle of friends and added, "Let's listen to the wind and rain." Lutai is in deep thought. As soon as it was posted, Leahy received several replies and likes. Lin Xiang, is Luwei in a bad state? Or Leahy, can you take it to see an elf psychiatrist? I know of a part-time Shinado who has good reviews. Part-time Shinado, isn't that the working queen again? Take my poke ball, and that Shinado is mine. After muttering, Leahy replied, "Don't be fooled by the usual appearance of the six tails. This is the true attitude of the six tails, quiet, elegant, and noble." Lin Xiang, minions who can't laugh or cry. Lin Xiang, do you want to appear at the large-scale celebration of the Zongyuan Ghost Festival? Let's postpone the celebration dinner I said last time for a few days. My dad also wants to see you. Reply to Lin Xiang. Zongyuan Ghost Festival, a large-scale celebration. Leahy's face was blank. The phone vibrated, and there were several new messages. Wu Yingyao, picture, a unicorn is making a cocoon. The unicorn wants to ask Luwei if he has a stomach upset recently. And Jun, are you going to play against Guo Haiwang live? Guo Haiwang is preparing for a live broadcast, but you are showing six tails in the circle of friends. Little comrade, you are provoking others by tricks, the little yellow man's expression that blinks his left eye. Even more at a loss, Leahy could only slowly type 3 question marks. After playing in the circle of friends for a while, Leahy got a lot of information. 1. On the day of the Zongyuan Ghost Festival, according to custom, each provincial capital city will hold a large-scale celebration, which is a grand event for all trainers who cultivate ghost-type elves. 2. According to the arrangement of Station B, his first live broadcast is to line up with Guo Haiwang. 100 Ghosts Night Walk is a large-scale gorgeous celebration event specially held for ghost attribute trainers. The final winner will receive a ghost gem and ghost ribbon. Ghost gems, gems with ghost attributes, which contain the power of the spiritual world and can enhance the power of the moves of ghost attribute elves. Ghost ribbons, proof of victory in the magnificent celebration. Collect all 5 ribbons to participate in the annual Coordination Trainer Gala. After searching the internet, Leahy looked strange. It's no wonder that the Chindu Trainers Association has been helping me to renew my room and didn't rush me out. It was secretly arranged for me properly. It's too careful. Leahy was so happy, it was all prostitutes, and I earned it with tears and blood. Lang Lang looked at the black cloud, and the 6 tails flicked their tails leisurely. This cloud is like a chocolate donut slipping. W, when are you going to buy a cake shop with your private money to taste it? Near the Zongyuan Ghost Festival, the connection between the spiritual world and the world is the closest time of the year. Gui Si looked at the sky naively. Go sizzle. Holding the hand of the little ghost Zhengsheng, wearing a bath dress, Gaia stared at the black cloud expressionlessly. Dressed in a JK system and wearing a mask, the woman with a rip is cutting Sadako's hair. As the black hair was cut off, Sadako's face was gradually exposed. With an oval face, thin eyebrows and bloody lips, he pinched Sadako's little face. Leahy tutted his tongue and praised, "Don't say it, your little face is quite beautiful." Wearing a white dress that seems to be dripping, Sadako, cracked woman, dish. Bah, he kissed the slit girl's thin eyebrows, and Leahy said casually, "Cut my hair for a while, these bangs are a bit dazzling." Touching her eyebrows subconsciously, the cracked woman was silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. Time flies. In the evening, it was raining, and without Luwei and DC, Leahy went to the hospital alone for re-examination. At the entrance of the hospital, Leahy took a drip, and a Rolls-Royce Wraith came. Leahy. Running Didi with a Rolls-Royce. It turns out that there are people who are more refined and poorer than me. He complained inwardly. Wearing a medical surgical mask, Leahy got into the car with a dull expression. The tail number is 1314. Little brother, your number is good. The unshaven, driving uncle smiled. Thinking about the live broadcast at night, Leahy nodded casually. On the way, the uncle also pulled a carpool, a sweet-looking young girl. Holding the selfie stick, the young girl said excitedly. Blood earned, and 20 yuan actually went to lost rolls. To reiterate, this is really not a script. Poor people like Momo and I can't afford the cost of such a script. A bunch of red question marks flashed through the live broadcast room. Damn it, Rolls-Royce Wraith. Driving the Wraith to run Didi, the life of the rich is really so low-key, boring and boring. Momo earns money with tears and blood. If you go down this ass, it won't cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. With the live broadcast on, the host Momo asked if he could shoot a video. The uncle nodded happily. Wearing a mask, Leahy moved to the side. Looking at Momo's bulging biceps, Leahy Shindao is not easy to mix with the media. During the live broadcast, he has to hold a selfie stick and a mobile phone by himself. Look at this young lady, the unicorn arm is small, right? Uncle, can you get your money back? Momo asked curiously. Let me tell you this, rich kids, experience life. The uncle said humorously. Ignoring Leahy, Momo chatted with the uncle, and the barrage in the live broadcast room increased even more. Seeing that the popularity index broke through a new high, Momo hesitated for a while and asked. Uncle, I'm going to use this to make a video later, and I'll put you in there, do you mind? I also know to ask. Momo's 3 views are upright. Ask for a good review, you have coins. Momo, can you ask that little brother to say hello? The little brother next to you looks like a photogenic Yazzie. What's the matter? A small matter. The uncle said with a smile. Even I have a small request here. You say. Actually, uncle, I am also a master, and I am also recording material. Can I put you on it? Momo was stunned. The barrage on the live broadcast room is instantly dense and colorful. Ha 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 ha. It crashed. This car crashed. Look at Momo's expression, take a screenshot. Wait, Momo, pat again to the right, who is that little brother, looks familiar. With the sound of navigation, the uncle parked the car at the entrance of the hotel. Little brother, isn't it here? Well, thank you. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing with a Didi. During the whole movie, Leahy took out his mobile phone and paid 18 yuan. It was pouring rain outside, and after waiting for a long time, when he saw Leahy, Gui Si appeared. Sticking out his tongue, Gui laughed and handed Leahy an umbrella. Carrot where carrot Su go sizzle. Opening the car door and taking the umbrella, Leahy asked casually. What about the 6 tails? Yao, not afraid of the rain at all. As soon as the rain fell, it was evaporated into mist by Lu Wei with a spark move. At the entrance of the hotel, he wrapped his tail around the takeaway, and Lu Wei screamed with joy. It's actually a heterochromatic ghost. Looking at the alien ghosts following Leahy, the uncle instantly felt that the Rolls-Royce Phantom under his butt was not fragrant. Subconsciously, he used his mobile phone to take pictures of heterochromatic ghosts, and Momo said blankly. Heroes. 6 tails. A series of red exclamation marks flashed across the live broadcast room. Fuck, it's impossible, this is. It seems, there should be no mistake, it is Leahy, the champion of Qin capital. Chindu champion Leahy is about to face off against Jindu champion on live broadcast. This is a high-speed fan car. In the end, Momo and uncle lost blood in tears. Wrong billion, wrong billion. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. This is actually twists and turns. Who would have thought that Li Xiaohe, who is full of anger in battle, wore a mask and was such a quiet trainer in daily life? With such a cute and sweet girl Momo by her side, why didn't Li Xiaohe strike up a conversation? Others are cute in contrast. Li Xiaohe is so contrasting that the characters are broken, right? Go back to the hotel room and finish dinner. At 7:40 in the evening, Li He opened Station B and logged into the live broadcast room. House the manager of the operation department of Jianming Station B has helped Li Hechi. Chengdu champions first time. Very exciting. Smelling the smell of 404, Li He became bored. I stimulate your brother-in-law. Can't you have a normal name? Immediately, a large number of fans poured into the live broadcast room, and the barrage began to swipe frantically. The times have changed, and the trainer has started to live stream Chachin. Brother Li actually broadcast live, Master Weiqing. I was so excited that I thought that I was separated by a screen from the champion of Chengdu. I kicked Shinado off the bed. Brother Xiaohe, I'm going to meet Guo Haiwang on the spot. Do you feel very excited now? The name of the room really fully expresses the noble integrity of the Qin capital champion. Li He opened the virtual elf battle and said casually. The name of this room was given by the young lady from the operation department of Station B. She said that it can attract wolves, but it is to attract traffic. As for the lineup with Guo Haiwang, is it exciting? To be honest, I just got back from the Shira field, and my numb heart can no longer feel the stimulation. Goes Dish. Yo-Yo-0039. Curious about the live broadcast room, heterochromatic ghosts and six tails came over by coincidence. Alien ghosts. Fuck, I've learned a lot. It turns out that there is really a strange ghost. Wait, what's the green onion behind alien ghost doing? Practicing swordsmanship. What's the situation? The prop green onion has become fine. Li He glanced at the barrage and explained. This is the Ling Xiao move. Interested friends pay attention to me. I will make a detailed video about the Ling Xiao move later. When the time comes, everyone will go 3 times in a row. In other words, what's the use of these 3 times? After a few glances at the computer screen, Gui Si quickly lost interest in the live broadcast. While continuing to urge the green onions to practice the Dugu 9 swords, DC listened to who explained the knowledge of physics. What's the use of Sanlian? My sister will teach you in private. Lu Wei is so cute. No way, I'm dead. Hurry up and broadcast live. I haven't written my homework in the summer vacation, but I'm watching the live broadcast at the risk of being corporally punished by teacher Wei Li tomorrow. DC and Lu Wei are watching teacher who explain physics at Station B. What kind of trick is this? Let Lu Wei and DC help with the physics homework. Rubbing Lu Wei's little head, Li He matched Guo Yan, waiting for the battle to start. Come here, buy it and leave. Li Xiaohe wins or Guo Haiwang wins. The loser is conscious of women's clothing. No way, seeing Lord Yu's face, I instantly feel that my boyfriend is not fragrant. I actually found a Qin capital champion. Look at my Pokeball N. After all, this is the first live broadcast, and there is a lack of loyal fans. Although Li He's live broadcast room has become more popular, it is still worse than Guo Yan's live broadcast room. 666, thank you for being the face of our Jindu. Guo Hai and Wang Gang went up and sent the boat of friendship. Although the boat of friendship is overturned, we can buy it again. Guo Yan is very proficient in live broadcasting. Thank you for facing Xiaohe. Neptune, can you do it? The skyscrapers that are not false. How can a man say that he is not good? I am not false on line to line. As for offline, men still have to protect themselves when they go out. As the battle began, Guo Yan also became serious. The countdown begins on the public screen of the Genie virtual battle game. 3, 2, 1. Both sides, release the elves. On the virtual screen, in the grassland environment, with the charcoal rolled up with its tail, the 6 tails jumped out of the grass. W. Slip. On the opposite side, 2 pairs of purple shells opened, and the thorn shells showed a sinister and evil grin. Dish, snap. The battle begins. Concentrating on the game, Guo Yan immediately ordered. Shrink into the shell, break the shell, water ring. Facing the champion of Qin capital, Guoyan did not dare to be careless, and made 3 consecutive moves in an instant. Crack! On the virtual screen, the thorn shell abruptly closed the 2 layers of shells, and used the retraction in the shell move to increase its defense. Then, with the sound of glass bursting on the purple shell, the stinging shellfish used the shell-breaking move to strengthen its attack power, attack speed, and attack frequency. In order to be more secure, Guoyan also let the thorn shell set off the water curtain and use the water flow ring move. Although the main function of the water curtain created by the water ring move is to restore the stamina of the elves, the water curtain itself can also resist part of the attack. Stable. Guo Haiwang is really as stable as an old man. After all, it is the champion of Jindu, and the operation is first class. Fuck, what kind of change is the 6 tails? Have you been enchanted? On the way of Guoyan's order, Li He also put Lu Wei into the sword demon mode. The whole body is surrounded by purple light, the flame blade, the ice blade body, the magic knife shaped by the tail, and the 6 tails stare at a pair of ghost eyes, fierce as evil. Oh Su. Live streaming a bunch of, scared, flashed through. I exploded, is this still the 6-tailed? The contrast is fierce. What the hell? Startled, Guoyan was cautious and ordered. Use an ice pick. Continuous attack. With the continuous attack feature, the stinger shell can shoot 5 ice picks with 1 ice pick move. With the continuous use of the ice pick move, immediately, ice picks appeared in front of the thorn shell. Whoosh whoosh. Shaped into a spiral cone shape, under the control of the thorn shell, the ice cones shot towards the 6 tails like bullets. The cold is pressing, and the ice picks are raining. Dodge, Li He said solemnly. He pressed his feet hard, and used his dodging technique to change his move with a flash of light, and the figure of the 6 tails disappeared instantly. It's so fast. I actually dodged. Is this Shunpo? Other people's dodging is always a magical skill, and my dodging is poisonous milk every time. The 6 tails disappeared. The figure of the 6 tails was also not found, but Guoyan was experienced, and he ordered decisively while his heart sank. Use it to shrink back into the shell. Crack. The stingray suddenly closed the shell. At this time. God slash. Following Li He's instruction, the figure flashed, and the 6 tails appeared in front of the thorn shell like a ghost. As the 6 tails used the magic knife slashing move, the magic knife fell like a blood moon, and suddenly crashed down. The flaming blade ripped through the water curtain, and the flaming magic knife slammed into the body of the stinging shell. With a dull bang, the flames swept up and drowned the entire body of the stingray shell. Wild. Come on, put the 6-tailed domineering side leak on the public screen. This is our Chindu's platoon this year. As the flames dissipated, the flaming magic knife slashed on the large purple shell of the stingray shell, and the stinger shell blocked the blow, revealing a humane mocking smile. There were a lot of exclamation marks on Guoyan's live broadcast room. I was startled. I thought the thorn shell was going to die. Lu Wei's big move is quite fierce. Li Xiaohe deserves to be the champion of Qin capital, but our Guo Haiwang is not a dry eater. Thorn shell. That's all. Call. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Guoyan said with a smile. Scare me. Who said that Li Xiaohe's 6 tails are good at exquisite swordsmanship? Come out to be beaten. Isn't this swordsmanship domineering? Fortunately, my thorn shells are unparalleled in the world in defense. Crack. The cracking sound from the virtual screen suddenly interrupted Guoyan's words. The part where the 6-tailed magic knife slashed, the purple shell of the thorn shell suddenly appeared like a spider web, densely packed with cracks. Guoyan was stunned suddenly. Broken defense. Is this still the attack power that a 6-tailed can have? A bunch of bullshit flashed across the live broadcast room. Have fun. Sea King, haven't you waxed the thorn shell recently? As soon as the knife goes down, the shell of the thorn shell is broken. Hurry up and hug my fast dragon trembling. Look, who said before that my brother Li has no hard power? Is the strength enough to chop thorn shells hard enough? With a bang, the purple shell of the thorn shell suddenly cracked, and a large hole appeared. Concentrated, worthy of being the champion of Jindu, facing the current situation, Guo Yan said solemnly. Don't panic everyone. We're not panicking, we're just afraid that your heart is as panicked as Bruce. Guo Haiwang is indeed a calm group who has experienced a lot in the Shira field. Don't be afraid of King Guo Hai, Mom will hug you. The more critical this moment is, the more it will be possible to turn the tables. The six tails are too close to the thorn shell now. Seizing the opportunity, Guo Yan ordered in a deep voice. Shoot with the most powerful ice pick, aim at the face of the six tails, and attack continuously. After giving the order, Guo Yan had the spare time to respond to the live broadcast room. Fortunately, my thorn shell has two shells. If it had only one shell, it would be kneeling now. As you can see, the psychological quality of the trainer is very important. The more critical the moment, the less panic. Crisis is an opportunity. The barrage in the live broadcast room has surged. Speak against the wind. It's not right. The thorn shell didn't use a move, just stuck out its tongue. It's the purple light on Lu Wei's body and on the knife, it's a strange light move. It is estimated that Shirzhabe saw Lu Wei's ghost pupils and was mentally shocked. In addition, the shell was broken, and he was shocked, so he was hit by the strange. The influence of the light move has fallen into a state of confusion. This Nima is too outrageous, and she's still playing with a sword. On the other side, Li He saw the news on the live broadcast room. Brother Li, I came undercover from the opposite side, and the other side will shoot you with an ice pick. After a moment of silence, Li He said. Using the divine sword to slash the profound meanings and explode the danger. When death is imminent, not only thorny shells stick out their tongues at me, but the entire live broadcast room on the opposite side also wants to fuck me an ice pick. If I don't give you a scoop today, you won't know what garlic oysters are. Yo-yo Q backquote, Q. The game character is himself, and the sense of substitution is too strong. He waved his small paws, and Lu Wei shouted several times. Six tails, backquote D, beat me to death, and the shell inside will also shatter me. Opposite the network cable, Guo Yan's mentality was about to explode, but he remained steady, saying. The chaos won't last long, there is still a shell inside the stingray shell. As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Yan heard Li Xiaohei's instruction. Using the divine sword to slash the profound meanings and explode the danger. Immediately, on the virtual screen, there was a loud bang, and the blade of the six-tailed magic knife exploded violently. The purple mist rolled up, and the impact of the explosion, the scorching flames, the boiling hot water, and the superheated steam all drowned the stinging shellfish. It's not over. Once again, a magic knife was condensed, and the six tails moved into the purple cloud with another knife. The knife is like a blood moon, and it explodes when it is split. On the virtual grassland field, under the peaceful moonlight. The broken shells splashed, and the purple light was bewitching. The fire soared into the sky, igniting the entire grassland. The scalps of the audience who watched the live broadcast room were numb, and they even forgot to hit the barrage. As the champions of Chindu, Li Xiao and Heqiang were psychologically prepared. But is it too outrageous to treat the big move as a flat A and abuse the thorny shell of the Jindu champion? Under the ravages of the six tails like a madman, the figure of the thorn shell was blown into pieces, and the system judged the result. The thorn shell was seriously injured and completely lost the ability to fight. The winner is six tails. As the results appear. On the virtual screen, under the moonlight, in the flaming grassland, holding the magic knife high, the six tails stared at a pair of strange and coquettish purple ghost pupils. Yo-O Dish Su. This night, the Qin capital champion Li He and the sword demon Lu Wei are famous in Jindu. Search Fantasy Small. Saynet 3w.7wx.org. Read the latest chapter when the trainer opened the plugin. Fan Lottery Plus group account, extremely important, do not look at blood loss. Fan Feedback Lottery. The first prize, Pikachu Doll Big. The second prize, Pokemon Official Co-branded Authentic Power Bank, Pokemon Co-branded Electric Kettle. The third prize, a Pokemon T-shirt. The fourth prize, a Pokemon doll. Prize number 5, Mystery Blind Box. The sixth prize, the author's Beauty Flash. Number 7 award, signed by the author's lip pencil. Just kidding, 6th to 10th prizes, a Pokemon figurine blind box. Prizes 10 to 50, touch the first prize, 88 starting coins. Keys, dolls can replace other elves. Participation conditions. Ordinary users have a fan value of more than 700 at the end of the month, V560 in the beginning, and V420 in the high. To sum up, there are basically not many chapters on the shelves by the end of the month, and there is no loss in blood. Penguin Group Number 862,623,319. The start time is around the 30th at the end of this month. The event is completely transparent. The lottery will send a lottery video, and the specific details will be discussed in detail. On the 30th of the end of the month, you can use the Penguin Group to contact me to get the lottery number, or use the B station to search for the author's name. I don't want to wake up in a dream, and send me a private message to get the lottery number. Or, you can contact W letter Pytonoko to get the lottery number. I feel that the amount of work is relatively large, and I also do it slowly by myself, so I send it in advance, and it is better to modify the details if the situation arises. If the situation is good, it can be done several times a month. Am I an author of conscience? This chapter said 200, and we will do another wave at the end of October. Finally, ask for a ticket and ask for a subscription .. Tell me about the update 14,000 for 3 days. I have a beheading appointment with the editor this month, at least 7,000 guaranteed a day. The reason why some of them are big updates is that I personally feel that the rhythm will be better and the chapters will continue. Many book friends privately message me, saying that it looks like a broken update. Then break it into normal chapters from the starting point. It is still 7,000 short, 3,000 on the first day and 4,000 on the first day, 5,000 on the second day and 2,000 on the second day, 6,000 on the third day and 1,000 off, and then make up in turn. The book friends' recommendation votes and the 2 helmsmen's debts will also be cleared this month. As for the event, it doesn't matter if you want to participate or not, it's just an interaction for the basic book friends, because I have a lot of other things now, and I can't brag to everyone in the group like I used to, and it's still necessary to interact occasionally. Finally, there will be no more single chapters this month. If you have any questions, please don't comment. This chapter asks. I basically can't see it in the background now. You can find out why the author was cold and didn't reply after it was put on the shelves. It was not cold, but disappeared as soon as you brushed it. Other authors are estimated to be similar, and they are basically sauce purple. O Omega, Heart, Omega O.